Chapter 1. In the role of a caring father. Tang Tang, come and have your meal. In a modest kitchen, a young man wielding a spatula and clad in an apron called out into the room. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a cherubic little face peeking out, who sweetly chimed, "Daddy, you must promise that if there's no corn and rib soup, Tang Tang won't." "God, of course there is. Come quickly," Chen Yi replied with a fond smile, sighing at how, in a mere 3 days, he had fully embraced the role of a father. Just 3 days prior, he had been groggily asleep when a soft, childlike voice whispered in his ear, "Daddy, Daddy, Tang Tang is hungry." Startled, he had quickly regained his senses only to discover the porcelain doll-like child before him, melting his heart instantly. In a daze, he got up and concocted a corn and rib soup with the scant ingredients remaining in the refrigerator. While the soup simmered, he gradually pieced together the reality of his situation. He had traversed into a parallel universe akin to Earth. The original owner of this body was also named Chen Yi, 27 years of age, an orphan who graduated from Shanghai Media University with the aid of social support, aspiring to become a star. However, his straightforward nature had alienated many, and despite years of struggle, he remained an extra in the industry to AS for the little one. Her name was Chen Xiaodang, 3.5 years old, and the daughter of the original Chen Yi. Strangely, he had no inkling of her mother's identity. One morning, he awoke to find her left at his doorstep, accompanied by a paternity test. The original owner had visited the testing facility and confirmed the authenticity of the document. She was indeed his daughter. Yet, he was baffled as to how he had erred. By calculating her age, he deduced it must have occurred shortly after his university graduation, but at that time, he was devoid of money, power, and even a girlfriend. What opportunity could he have had to make such a mistake? After much contemplation, the only possible scenario was during a stint as an extra with a film crew, where a night of drinking led to an unexpected encounter with the film's leading lady, the renowned diva Yining Shu. They had shared a delightful conversation and indulged a bit too much in drink. The next day, he found himself in a hotel room. He had briefly entertained the thought that this could be the offspring of him and Yining Shu, but dismissed it after all. She was a superstar if they had indeed shared a moment. With her resources, she could easily have raised the child in secrecy without burdening him, a mere pauper. Moreover, there had been no rumors of her pregnancy during the subsequent 10 months. The original owner pondered for an extended time, but ultimately could not decipher the mystery. However, since Xiaodang was undeniably his daughter, he felt compelled to fulfill his paternal duty. Thus, for the past 3 years, the original owner had toiled relentlessly, embodying both father and mother in pursuit of enough funds for formula, ultimately leading to his own exhaustion and, consequently, this peculiar journey. "Yea, Daddy is the best." Upon hearing about the corn and rib soup, the little one's face blossomed with joy as she dashed through the door, fastened her apron, and obediently climbed onto the stool, ready for her meal. Chen Yi smiled as he brought out the dishes he had prepared. The little one eagerly picked up a spoon and scooped a small amount of soup, blowing gently before cautiously tasting it. "It's delicious," the child exclaimed, eyes squinting with delight. "Take your time, be careful. It's hot." Chen Yi chuckled, affectionately ruffling the child's hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. Just as he was about to serve himself a bowl of rice, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Coming," he called out, rising to open the door, only to freeze in place. Standing outside was a graceful and captivating woman, the landlord. Woman, though in her 30s, she appeared remarkably youthful, with skin so fair that one could easily mistake her for a girl in her 20s. However, Chen Yi had no leisure to admire her beauty, for his rent had been overdue for nearly 10 days. Wu Min's visit undoubtedly pertained to the matter of rent collection. "Good afternoon, Sister Wu." Chen Yi managed a sheepish smile. "Who's being cordial with you?" Wu Min rolled her eyes, speaking softly. "Where's this month's rent? Are you going to pay it?" "I will, certainly," he replied, "but you know my situation. Little Tang is still growing." Enough. If it weren't for Little Tang, I would have evicted you long ago." Wu Min shot him a glare. "I can extend the deadline for your rent a few more days, but listen, Chen, heed my advice. The entertainment industry is not a realm for everyone, especially with a child in tow. It's imperative that you seek stable employment soon." Yes, Chen Yi hurriedly responded. "I appreciate your understanding, Sister Wu, that I have an interview this afternoon, and if it goes well, they'll be able to settle the rent I owe you." Really? Wu Min regarded him with skepticism. In her eyes, this young man was amiable but prone to daydreaming, always yearning for overnight fame as a star. He had never seemed settled, previously insisting he was born for the entertainment industry. Now he was actively seeking a job. Had he turned over a new leaf? Indeed, it's true. Look, the interview notice was just sent. It's this afternoon, Chen Yi said, hastily pulling out his phone. Wu Min waved her hand dismissively. I believe you. I wish you success in your interview. As she spoke, she handed him a bag. I bought some extra fruit. Take it home for little Tang. Thank you, Sister Wu. I appreciate it. Chen Yi replied with an awkward smile, but he accepted the bag without hesitation. By the way, since you're going to the interview this afternoon, should I take little Tang to my place? Sure. He'll bring her over after she finishes lunch. Chen Yi felt a wave of relief. He had been worried about how to manage little Tang alone at home while he went for the interview. All right, he'll take my leave then. You should return to eat and prepare for your interview. I won't disturb you further. Wu Min waved her hand and turned to leave. In the afternoon, after lunch, Chen Yi took little Tang to Wu Min's place and then boarded a bus to the interview location, the Everest FM, the company where he was to be interviewed. The original owner had aspired to enter the entertainment industry, but his approach was misguided. Unlike the previous Earth, the entertainment industry in this world had developed quite robustly. There even exists a public rating system for artists, which includes online streamers as well. Thus, as long as one can amass a substantial following online and achieve a commendable rating, venturing into other domains in the future will become exceedingly convenient. As for whether he could succeed as a streamer, Chen Yi harbored no concerns. Firstly, the original body possessed commendable physical attributes, and this world differed significantly from Earth. Many literary works that exist here are absent from the other realm, and numerous songs, though bearing the same titles and lyrics, feature entirely distinct melodies. Most importantly, upon his arrival in this new world, he also carried with him an item that most travelers from another dimension typically possess. Chapter 2. The Omnipotent Entertainment System. The Omnipotent Entertainment System is Chen Yi's greatest secret and his most reliable support. Over the past few days, aside from caring for Xiao Tang, he has been diligently studying this system and has gained a preliminary understanding of its workings. Upon entering the towering edifice of Mount Everest, a thought crossed Chen Yi's mind, prompting him to activate the system. A virtual screen gradually unfolded before him, displaying several options. Popularity 12, 589 items. Memory capsule, small, store, unavailable lottery, randomly draw various items, 100,000 popularity points. The interface is straightforward yet highly functional. In essence, it operates on a system of popularity points for lottery draws, utilizing the items obtained to enhance one's own capabilities while further augmenting popularity, thereby creating a virtuous cycle. The memory capsule, small, was the first item he drew during his research. Its effect is quite simple. Upon use, the host can actively search their memories for all recollections pertaining to a specific item or time period within half an hour, subsequently imprinting these memories accurately in their mind, ensuring they are never forgotten. With this capsule, he felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of whether the interviewer posed questions related to his field of expertise or tangentially related inquiries, as long as he had encountered any aspect of it through the original host, he could retrieve it using the memory capsule. It was akin to having a search engine within his mind. After explaining his purpose to the receptionist, Chen Yi filled out a basic information form and was led into a conference room. 3 individuals were already seated inside. As Chen Yi entered, they briefly looked up to assess him before returning their attention to the materials in front of them. Finding a seat, Chen Yi took out his prepared documents and began to peruse them. After a while, the conference room door swung open once more, and the receptionist ushered in another individual. Unlike Chen Yi and the others, this newcomer carried no materials and, upon sitting, immediately donned headphones to listen to music, exuding an air of nonchalance. Chen Yi furrowed his brow. Could he be someone with connections? This interview was for the most prestigious audiobook department at Mount Everest, one of the country's leading audiobook platforms. They typically only recruit one new host at a time to ensure the most professional and effective training possible. If this person indeed had connections, did it not imply that the rest of them would be left with no opportunity? Indeed, upon observing the demeanor of this individual, a hint of irritation surfaced in the expressions of the others. Just then, The conference room door opened yet again, and a person bearing a company badge entered. Evidently the interviewer. "Everyone, please put away your materials. Our interview will commence shortly," the interviewer announced. Chen Yi and the others promptly tidied their documents. And the relaxed youth also removed his headphones. Noting that everyone was prepared, the interviewer continued. "In this session, we will select the most outstanding candidate from among the 5 of you to join the audiobook department. I hope all of you will perform admirably." The interview comprised 2 questions. The first assessed the candidate's fundamental memorization skills, specifically their ability to commit a passage to memory within a brief time frame and recite it with fervor, an essential competency for any aspiring broadcaster. Shortly, a piece of material would be distributed for their memorization, after which they would be required to recite it. Before long, each of the 5 candidates found themselves presented with a sheet of paper containing a passage of approximately 1,000 characters. Upon receiving the document, they promptly began to read it silently. "All right, now, please collect the papers and commence your recitations," instructed the interviewer. A collective gasp escaped the candidates as they momentarily froze. "We begin reciting now, but we only had 2 minutes." They thought, what could be achieved in such a brief span? They had merely skimmed the text and had not yet begun to memorize it. How could they possibly recall any significant portion? "Fear not. Recite as best as you can. Whatever you can recall will suffice," the interviewer reassured with a smile. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at the man who appeared to have connections. Indeed, the latter wore a slight smirk, exuding confidence as if he were already familiar with the material. Observing this expression, Chen Yi's thoughts shifted and he activated his system. Memory capsule, activate. Instantly, the scene of his prior reading replayed vividly in his mind, and the words from the text were indelibly etched into his consciousness. "Let's begin together," the interviewer prompted. The candidates exchanged glances and simultaneously commenced their recitation. Developing vocational education is a vital avenue for promoting economic growth and facilitating employment. It is a crucial link in alleviating the imbalance between labor supply and demand. The opening sentence was recited in unison by all 5. As they proceeded, however, some began to falter. With the rapid advancement of the artificial intelligence industry, there is an urgent demand for skilled and application-oriented talent in related fields. Higher education is. As the second sentence unfolded, it became evident that some were struggling to keep pace. By the time the third sentence emerged, the expressions in the room began to shift. Only 2 candidates continued, while the others stared in disbelief. What manner of individuals are these? The 3 bewildered candidates thought. To memorize so much in just 2 minutes is utterly absurd. While it could be understood if the overconfident one had prior knowledge of the questions, what could be said of the other? The interviewer's expression mirrored the astonishment in the room. This interview had been prearranged, a mere formality, which explained the stringent conditions set forth in the first question. To expect candidates to memorize a 1,000-character passage in 2 minutes, even recalling a mere 1 or 200 characters would be a feat of genius. Who exactly was this Chen Yi? Was he also someone with connections? Yet, the interviewer had received no prior information regarding him. Furrowing his brow, the interviewer found himself momentarily speechless. The 2 candidates concluded their recitation of the 1,000-character text simultaneously, closing their mouths in unison. Wu Qian gazed at Chen Yi with incredulity. He had received the interview questions just yesterday and had spent the entire night memorizing them. Yet this individual had managed to recite the entire text in merely 2 minutes? How could that be possible? Impressive, truly impressive, the interviewer remarked, astonished that the 2 of them could memorize such a lengthy article in such a brief time. Congratulations on advancing to the second question. As for the other 3, I apologize, but you may leave now. The trio shook their heads and rose without hesitation, departing the conference room. One was a benefactor, another an eccentric. They were no match at all. What a farce. The second question tested their ability to retain fans. As audiobook hosts, the duration that fans would listen to them was paramount. Therefore, the next phase would involve a voice live broadcast. We will set up 2 rooms in the voice channel with an equal number of fans, and you will each select an article to read aloud. After 10 minutes, we shall see how many listeners remain for each of you. Chapter 3. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, The Painted Skin. Chen Yi was somewhat taken aback by the second question. Such an interview format had never been encountered before. However, upon reflection, it was indeed a positive development, allowing the audience to act as judges. This would enable novice hosts to accumulate their initial batch of genuine listeners, ensuring that their future personal programs would not exhibit dismal initial metrics. At that moment, Wu Qian's lips curled into a smirk once again. This second interview question seemed tailor-made for him. As long as he could retain a sufficient number of fans, no one could accuse him of relying on nepotism. Devoid of any real talent, he had no concerns about how many listeners he would retain. His father had long since arranged for a certain number of hired listeners among those participating in the trial, individuals who would certainly not leave. Thus, he could ensure that even if he told the most ordinary and mundane stories, the remaining fans would suffice. This was an undeniable advantage, one entirely absent in other candidates. Therefore, regardless of how extraordinary one's memory might be, in this second interview, he was confident he could not be defeated. With this thought, Wu Qian cast a haughty glance at Chen Yi, who, as expected, was furrowing his brow, appearing troubled. Secure, Wu Qian mused contentedly. All right, I will now arrange for the trial room to be prepared. You two should contemplate the stories you wish to tell. The interviewer said with a smile before rising and exiting the conference room. Chen Yi sat in his seat, his brow furrowed. He was indeed troubled, but not at all by concerns of retaining fans. Rather, he was perplexed about which story to choose. When he had drawn the memory capsule earlier, he had researched and discovered that many wildly popular novels from his past life did not exist here. With so many classic works, merely jotting down one would suffice to attract a substantial audience. Yet, the plethora of choices made it exceedingly difficult for him to decide. Sighing softly, Chen Yi noted that approximately 10 minutes remained for the memory capsule. He needed to make a decision promptly. A few minutes later, the conference room door swung open once more, and the interviewer entered, announcing, "The rooms are ready. Please follow me." Chen Yi rose to his feet, having made his decision. He would choose it. The search commenced as he followed the interviewer into two adjacent rooms, marked Recording Studio 5 and Recording Studio 7. Upon entering Recording Studio 5, Chen Yi found someone waiting for him. The individual smiled and said, "Hello, I will assist you with the trial broadcast. You need not touch any of the equipment. Simply step into the soundproof room, don the headphones, and narrate your story. I will signal you when everything is ready, so please pay attention." "Thank you very much for your assistance." Chen Yi expressed his gratitude before stepping into the soundproof room. Once inside, he donned the headphones and, through the soundproof glass, observed the person outside, signaling a countdown of 10, 9, 8. Taking a deep breath and lowering his voice, he began speaking into the microphone. "Greetings, dear listeners. I am your host, Chen Yi, and I shall present to you a brand new story, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, The Painted Skin." Outside the recording studio, the interviewer held two screens, each displaying the rooms of Chen Yi and Wu Qian. The initial audience had been arranged, with 500 listeners in each room. However, 300 of Wu Qian's audience were mere bots, while Chen Yi's listeners were all genuine. Both narrators commenced their broadcasts, with Wu Qian recounting a widely popular and consistently high-rated book, The Horror Radio, while Chen Yi's chosen story was one he had never heard of before. The interviewer felt a sense of relief. Typically, audiobooks are chosen from works that already possess a substantial fan base, ensuring a large initial audience of book enthusiasts. Opting for an obscure original work was fraught with peril and unwise. After all, the audience would be unaware of the story's trajectory, and should they encounter any dissatisfaction, they would hastily abandon it for more appealing options. Chen Yi's selection was so obscure that he even suspected it might be something he had concocted himself. How could he possibly compete against Wu Qian's Horror Radio? The interviewer, initially apprehensive, now felt at ease. Inside the soundproof room, Chen Yi's deep voice softly reverberated. In the Taiyuan prefecture, there was a scholar named Wang who, early one morning, encountered a woman struggling along the road, carrying a bundle and moving with great difficulty. Wang quickened his pace to catch up with her, noticing she appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, exceedingly beautiful, thus igniting feelings of admiration within him. Outside, The interviewer's confidence began to wane. What on earth was Chen Yi narrating? This hardly resembled a novel. The opening was mundane, entirely unengaging. Moreover, the narrative style felt more akin to storytelling than novel writing. How could there possibly be any audience appeal? As predicted, the number of listeners in Chen Yi's room began to dwindle, dropping from 485 to 400. The comment section was flooded with negative feedback. What is this? I've never even heard of it. Bored and disinterested, I decided to leave. Indeed, newcomers appeared to falter, seemingly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Qian's audience numbers continued to swell, with a staggering count of 512, 534, 568, evidently on the path to 600. The comments below echoed with praise. Some lauded the host's melodious voice, while others remarked on the unique atmosphere created, exclaiming it was truly remarkable. It seemed that Chen Yi was in fact inadequate, possessing little more than a good memory, utterly unfit to be a host. Unbeknownst to the interviewer, he had subconsciously labeled Chen Yi as incompetent. However, this situation only persisted for a few fleeting minutes, particularly when Chen Yi narrated the tale of Wang Sheng, who, peering through a crack in the door at midnight, beheld a ghastly specter with a pallid visage, meticulously laying out a piece of human skin upon the bed and inscribing it with colorful ink, before donning it to transform into a lady. The comments section exploded instantaneously. Wow, why does this story suddenly seem intriguing? Goodness, is that how the beauty is created? How will I ever view the beauties on the streets again without fear? Will she proceed to skin Wang Sheng piece by piece and wear his skin? How terrifying! Simultaneously, the number of viewers in the room began to surge rapidly, hitting 286, 354, 407 almost instantaneously, returning to the original 500 and continuing to increase exponentially. Conversely, in Wu Qian's live stream, the viewer count began to dwindle. With more people entering, the previously overwhelming positive reviews began to diminish, replaced by a different tone of commentary. This host isn't that great. Compared to what Bienda said, it's far inferior and quite dull. Indeed, a tired narrative offers no novelty. This host is lacking. Chapter 4. Becoming a full-time employee outside the room, the interviewer's jaw gradually dropped. As echoed in the comments, he felt every pore on his body constrict, a chill creeping down his spine, coupled with Chen Yi's storytelling technique, which felt as though he were recounting the tale directly to him. It made him feel as if he were witnessing the ghoul meticulously painting on the human skin with each stroke. Was this tale an original creation by Chen Yi? Could he truly craft such a high-caliber story? How could this be possible? As time passed, the audience in Chen Yi's room swelled, surpassing the milestone of 1,000, reaching 257 individuals, with the comment section bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Wu Qian's numbers had plummeted back down to just over 500, continuing to drop, teetering on the brink of falling below 500. In the recording studio, those assisting Chen Yi with the live stream signaled a countdown once more. Chen Yi, understanding the cue, spoke a few more words, concluding the story at an appropriate juncture. Dear listeners, today's trial broadcast comes to a close. Thank you all for tuning in. I am your host, Chen Yi. As soon as these words left his lips, the comments section erupted once again. What? Is that it? No way. I want to hear more. Continue, continue, continue. Don't leave. Host. We've only just begun. Don't tease us. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yi removed his headphones. As one of the most representative chapters of strange tales from a Chinese studio, the brilliance of the painted skin is indisputable. Although his recitation skills may not have reached their zenith, they were nonetheless precise and articulate, with a suitable pace that promised commendable results. Exiting the soundproof room, just as Chen Yi intended to express his gratitude to the elder outside, the recording studio door swung open, and the interviewer from earlier entered, accompanied by 3 or 4 individuals. Brother Wang, this is Chen Yi, the interviewer introduced with a smile, before turning to Chen Yi and stating, this is our department head. Wang Tongxiao, your audition was truly remarkable. The number of viewers in the live stream nearly quadrupled. It's nothing short of a miracle. Taken aback, Chen Yi quickly smiled and bowed slightly, saying, hello, Minister Wang. Very good indeed, Chen Yi. Wang Tongxiao approached, patting Chen Yi's shoulder with a grin. The story you recited, was it your original creation? Yes, they are merely some whimsical little tales I wrote myself, Chen Yi replied, though internally he was offering countless apologies to the esteemed Pu Songling. For the sake of his job and to provide for Xiaotang, he felt compelled to say so, hoping the venerable author would not take offense. Oh, so there are more stories to come? Wang Tongchao's eyes brightened. How many do you have? About 100 or so? Chen Yi pondered before responding. In truth, the original Strange Tales contains over 500 stories, but he did not intend to narrate them all. He planned to select only those that are most widely circulated and well-regarded. Excellent, Wang Tongchao declared immediately. Xiao Zhang, expedite the onboarding process for Chen Yi and teach him some foundational knowledge. Within 7 days, I want to see the first episode of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio officially recorded. Huh? The interviewer Zhang appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Brother Wang, isn't this too rushed? And you're finalizing his employment already? What about Wu Qian? How will he explain this? What do you know? The memory of the internet is fleeting. We must strike while the iron is hot. I have a premonition that this Strange Tales will undoubtedly become another hit for us. It far surpasses many of the supernatural books currently on the market. Wang Tongchao said, giving Chen Yi's shoulder another encouraging pat. As for the remuneration, I will directly classify you as a formal host. Work hard. Thank you, Minister Wang. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled, and his face broke into a broad smile. He had anticipated that the painted skin would yield positive results, but he had not expected the outcome to be so extraordinary, leading to his immediate employment. Furthermore, he was granted his very own program right away. It is worth noting that for a newcomer, even if they were to secure a position at Mount Everest, there would typically be a probationary period of at least 3 months, during which they would have to successfully pass evaluations to become a permanent employee. Only then could they truly begin recording their own works. However, with just the painted skin, he had bypassed so many intermediate steps, effectively becoming a formal employee of Mount Everest right after his interview. This was something he had never dared to even imagine. Grateful to the venerable Pu and to Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, after Minister Wang concluded his remarks, he departed with his entourage. Interviewer Zhang stood in a daze for a moment before shaking his head in resignation and addressing Chen Yi. Come tomorrow to complete your onboarding procedures. Is that agreeable? Absolutely no problem, Chen Yi replied with a cheerful smile. Very well. See you tomorrow, Zhang said, in the office of the listening department at Mount Everest. After bidding farewell to Chen Yi, the earlier interviewer, Zhang Ku, hurriedly made his way to the office. At that moment, he wore a troubled expression as he looked at Wang Tongchao before murmuring, Brother Wang, how should I explain this to General Manager Wu? Wang Tongchao shot him a glance and replied with a huff, regardless, I must retain Chen Yi. Just tell General Manager Wu the truth. If it comes to it, we can hire both of them. What? Zhang Ke was taken aback. But our department has never hired 2 individuals at once. Moreover, Chen Yi performed so exceptionally. Bringing Wu Qian on board would blatantly suggest favoritism. If General Manager Wu gets upset, it will be disastrous for me. You need not worry about it. I will speak to General Manager Wu myself. Wang Tongchao waved his hand impatiently. Hurry and notify the HR department to send Chen Yi's onboarding information. Remember, the salary and benefits must be equivalent to those of a formal host. Understood? Understood. Dion Kiskiviko nodded. I will take care of it right away. Meanwhile, as Chen Yi left Mount Everest, he felt as though he were walking on air, completely devoid of any sense of grounding. Regardless of the connections involved, the minister had already spoken. His employment was a certainty. This meant his rent was secured, and his precious daughter would soon be enjoying meat in her meals every day. On the bus home, Chen Yi's thoughts flickered, prompting him to bring up the panel. Popularity. 35481. What astonishing popularity. Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he noted an increase of over 30,000. This audition had garnered him an impressive influx of viewers. During the time he had the panel open, the popularity surged to 35487. The growth was rapid, and it showed no signs of slowing. It was evident that the recent audition had significantly contributed to this spike. At this rate, he might soon have the opportunity to conduct another lottery. Furthermore, The tales he had recorded through the memory capsule were not limited to just painted skin. The subsequent stories were more than sufficient to elevate his popularity further. The day of his next lottery draw was drawing near. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Yi promptly rushed to his landlord Wu Min's room, joyfully knocking on the door. "Sister Wu, I'm back. Tang Tang, Daddy's home." Chapter 5. Where's Mommy? Daddy. As the door swung open, the little one bolted out first, wrapping her arms around Chen Yi's leg and exclaiming, "Hug." Chen Yi smiled indulgently, bending down to lift the child into his arms, allowing her to perch on his forearm. He affectionately rubbed his forehead against hers and asked, "Did Tang Tang behave today?" "Yes." The little girl nodded earnestly, her sweet voice chiming, "Tang Tang is the best." "Really? How about this evening? Daddy will prepare something delicious for Tang Tang. Is that okay?" "Yes." The little one instantly burst with joy, clinging to Chen Yi's cheek and planting a kiss. "Oh." Chen immediately grinned, turning to Wu Min, "Sister Wu, I am truly grateful for your help in taking care of little Tang. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." "It's no trouble at all. In fact, I adore little Tang," Wu Min replied, smiling indulgently at the child. She then cast a playful eye roll at Chen Yi. "If only you were half as easygoing as your daughter, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. How did the interview go?" "Surely I got in." Chen Yi replied with a smile. "Don't worry, sister. Once I receive my salary, I will settle the rent I owe you." "That would be splendid." Wu Min responded with a grin. "Rent is not the pressing matter. What's important is that you have a job now. Just make sure to take good care of little Tang. She must not go hungry, understood?" "Rest assured." Chen Yi said. "Shall I take Tang home now?" "Yes." "Off you go," Wu Min nodded. "Come, Tang, say goodbye to Annie." "Goodbye, Annie," the little one exclaimed, waving her hand with all her might. "Goodbye, Tang." Wu Min replied, waving back in unison with the child. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Chen Yi had just set little Tang down when a call came in from Mount Everest. After confirming his employment, he was informed that, in accordance with the standard host compensation, his monthly salary would be set at 12, with potential bonuses based on his channel's listener count and tips, allowing his earnings to reach 20 or even 30. Chen Yi grinned at the news. With this income, his and little Tang's lives would undergo a significant transformation, freeing them from the worries of rent and utilities. "What would you like to eat for dinner, Tang? Daddy will make it." "Really?" The little one's eyes widened with excitement. "Then I want a big chicken leg." "All right, no problem." "And a big shrimp." "Sure, that too." And I want ice cream." "That one is not possible." Mean old daddy." Later that evening, after coaxing little Tang to sleep, Chen Yi gazed upon his daughter's serene face, and a question quietly crept into his mind. What would happen to little Tang when he started working? Such a young child could not be left alone at home, and it would be unrealistic to trouble Sister Wu every day, as she had her own life to lead. Should he enroll her in kindergarten? That seemed like a splendid option. Previously, he lacked the means, but now he had the capability. However, little Tang was only a little over 3 years old, still in the age of carefree play. The thought of sending her to school so early tugged at Chen Yi's heartstrings. The worry persisted. Chen Yi sighed softly, shaking his head. The next day, bright and early, after breakfast, Chen Yi once again carried little Tang to Wu Min's doorstep. He needed to report to the company today, so he would have to trouble Wu Min to look after Tang once more. "Sister Wu, are you home?" Chen Yi knocked on the door. However, several minutes passed without a response from within. At this early hour, could she be out exercising? Chen Yi wondered, pulling out his phone to dial Wu Min's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable." Chen Yi furrowed his brow, pondering what to do next. Tang, it seems Annie Wu is not home. Would you like to accompany Daddy to the company?" Chen Yi contemplated before asking. "Okay." The little one nodded immediately. Although she held a fondness for Aunt Wu Min, she preferred to be with her father. However, once her father arrived at the office, he might be quite busy and could be away all day, which could render her rather bored. Is that acceptable? The little girl blinked her large eyes and firmly nodded, assuring her father, "Don't worry, Daddy, Tang will be good." "All right, let us go to work," Chen Yi resolutely declared, leading Tang out of the neighborhood. As they entered the company, Chen Yi was met with the curious gaze of the receptionist, Tian Yuan. "Hello, I'm Chen Yi, here to complete the onboarding process," he said with a smile. "Yes, I know," Tian Yuan replied with a nod, recalling how Chen Yi had made quite the impression during his interview yesterday as a new employee. However, she was puzzled by the presence of the little girl beside him. "This is my daughter, Chen Xiaotang. There's no one at home today, and I was concerned for her, so I brought her along. Xiaotang, say hello to your sister." "Hello, big sister," the little girl responded in a sweet, high-pitched voice. "Hello," the receptionist chuckled, shaking her head, then turned to Chen Yi. "Please follow me. I will take you to the audio department for check-in, and afterwards, I will assist you with the onboarding procedures." "Thank you," Chen Yi replied, nodding appreciatively. Following the receptionist into the elevator, they arrived at the floor housing the audio department. As Chen Yi stepped into the office hall, he immediately garnered the attention of several colleagues. "Is that Chen Yi, the newcomer who performed exceptionally well in the interview yesterday? The tales he shared were fascinating, and he is quite handsome," one remarked. "And who is that adorable little girl beside him? Could she possibly be his daughter?" Another questioned. "Really? Who brings their child to work? What is he thinking?" Unfazed by the whispers surrounding him, Chen Yi held on to Xiaotang and followed Tian Yuan to an unoccupied workstation. "You can sit here for now. Please wait a moment while I report to Director Wang," Tian Yuan instructed. "Thank you," Chen Yi replied, pulling out a chair and, settling down, lifting Xiaotang onto his lap. The little girl was evidently curious about her surroundings, her head turning left and right in wonder. Before long, Tian Yuan returned. "Please follow me to Director Wang's office. Your daughter may accompany you." "All right." Chen Yi nodded as he stood up. Upon entering the director's office, Chen Yi's eyebrows raised in surprise. The young man he had suspected of using connections to secure a position was also present. Could it be that he had also been hired? Wasn't it said that only one new employee would be accepted per interview? How intriguing. "Ah, Xiao Chun, you've arrived," Director Wang Tongchao said with a smile, gesturing to a seat beside him. "Please have a seat. Is this little girl your daughter?" "Yes," Chen Yi nodded. "Her name is Chen Xiaotang." "Xiaotang, greet Uncle Wang." "Hello, Uncle Wang," the little girl obediently chimed, her big eyes sparkling with innocence. "Ah, very good," Wang Tongchao smiled kindly, then turned to Chen Yi. "Xiao Chun, in principle, the company does not permit bringing children. As you know, young ones tend to be rather playful, and the atmosphere here is not particularly suitable. Is there some difficulty at home? What about the child's mother?" Chapter 6. The little one cries. That was a pertinent question, one Chen Yi was also curious about. With a hint of helplessness, he apologetically replied, "I'm sorry, Minister Wang. Today is a special circumstance. I had no choice but to bring Tang Tang along for the onboarding. It shouldn't happen again." Chen Yi refrained from mentioning the child as mother, and Wang Tongchao did not pursue the matter further. Smiling, he said, "All right, it's fine. This is Wu Qian. You two should get acquainted. You'll both be starting today, and shortly, I will assign you an experienced host to guide you." "Thank you, Minister Wang," they both expressed in unison. Additionally, Xiao Chun, you haven't finished the story you started last time, have you? "How long is it, roughly?" Wang Tongchao inquired. "It shouldn't be too long. If I tell the whole story, it will take less than an hour." Chen Yi pondered before responding. "Good," Wang Tongchao nodded. "Make some time today to record a complete version. I will have someone edit it for promotional purposes. You must prepare the second story in 7 days. And from then on, aim to record one story daily. If you have other commitments the next day, you may record it in advance. Any problems with that?" "No problems," Chen Yi affirmed with a nod. "Excellent," Wang Tongchao replied with satisfaction. As the two exited the minister's office and returned to their respective desks, it was a coincidence that, being new employees, their positions were adjacent to one another, which explained why Chen Yi had not noticed Wu Qian earlier due to the latter's presence in the office. Once they settled down, the attention of their colleagues shifted back to them. Why is it that even though Wu Qian was outperformed by Chen Yi in the interview yesterday, he still got hired? Don't you know? Wu Qian is the son of Wu Zong. Otherwise, how do you think he got in? Wow, so that is how it is. Having connections is indeed advantageous. Just think about how intense our interviews were. They whispered among themselves, their voices barely audible. Wu Qian, keeping silent, felt his expression darken as the conversation continued. "Daddy, is Tang Tang bored?" Chen Yi asked, concerned for his daughter. "I brought you some drawing tools. Would you like to sit here and draw?" "Daddy." The little one looked at Chen Yi, suddenly leaning in as if to share a secret. Chen Yi quickly bent down to listen. Daddy, that uncle next to us seems unhappy. Should we give him some candy? Coughing slightly, Chen Yi replied awkwardly, no need. That uncle doesn't like candy. He then took out a drawing board and crayons, allowing the little one to entertain herself. Wu Qian's displeasure stemmed largely from Chen Yi, and offering him candy now would likely lead to trouble. Before long, Tian Yuan had completed the onboarding procedures for both of them. Chen Yi was signed on as a full-time employee, while Wu Qian was designated as a probationary employee. This had been predetermined, yet Wu Qian's expression darkened further nonetheless. Upon completing the onboarding procedures, a stout, middle-aged man with a pronounced beer belly and scant hair approached the two. Are you the new employee starting today? His voice resonated with a rich baritone. Chen Yi thought to himself, what a stark contrast. Although audiobook narrators typically remain unseen, how disillusioning it would be for fans to discover that such a melodious voice belongs to this physique. He nodded subtly, affirming, yes. I am Zhou Nanfeng. You may call me Brother Zhou or Fengge. Minister Wang sent me to guide you. He introduced himself before turning directly to Wu Qian. You are Xiao Wu, correct? I listened to the recording of your interview yesterday. Your vocal qualities are impressive. Rest assured, I will nurture you into a professional audiobook narrator. Please feel free to ask me any questions. All right, Fengge, Wu Qian replied with a smile, which prompted Zhou Nanfeng to beam broadly, causing his cheeks to bunch together. Let us take today to familiarize ourselves with the company environment. Shortly, I will send over a detailed guide on the fundamentals for you to review. Zhou Nanfeng's gaze remained fixed on Wu Qian, seemingly oblivious to Chen Yi's presence. Chen Yi refrained from interjecting, patiently waiting in silence. After concluding his remarks, Zhou Nanfeng patted Wu Qian's shoulder, indicating he should sit. He then turned to Chen Yi, saying, come with me. Minister Wang mentioned you need to record your first episode today. His markedly different demeanor suggested he was eager to curry favor with Wu Qian. However, Chen Yi remained indifferent. His sole focus was on working diligently, earning a living, and providing for his daughter, Tang Tang. He harbored no interest in the office politics at play. Alricht, Feng Yi, he acknowledged, nudging the little one beside him. Tang Tang, Daddy is taking you to record the show. She shouldn't accompany us. The recording studio's equipment is quite valuable. If she were to meddle, it could lead to costly damages, Zhou Nanfeng remarked coolly. Daddy, Tang Tang won't break anything. She will behave, the little one pouted, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chen Yi felt a surge of anger rise within him. It was one thing to bully him, but harming his daughter was entirely unacceptable. Since joining the company, she had remained quiet, not running around or touching anyone's belongings. How could she be labeled as a troublesome child? How could she possibly damage expensive equipment? Without further ado, he scooped her up and headed toward Wang Tongxiao's office. Hey, where are you going? Zhou Nanfeng hurried after him. The office staff are too busy. Since little Tang cannot enter the recording studio, I must trouble Minister Wang to look after her for a while, Chen Yi replied coldly. Minister Wang is swamped with work. Who has the time to babysit? You brought your child to work on your first day? Who permitted this? Zhou Nanfeng confronted him, exuding an air of self-righteousness. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Tears cascaded down the little one's cheeks in an instant, yet she recalled her father's admonition to behave today and refrain from making loud noises. Thus, she bit her lip with determination, suppressing her cries. Chen Yi's fists clenched tightly. What is all this commotion? At that moment, the door to the minister's office swung open, and Wang Tongxiao leaned out, coldly remarking, Zhou Nanfeng, are you feeling too comfortable? It was I who permitted Xiao Chan to bring the child. Do you have an issue with that? Zhou Nanfeng found himself momentarily speechless, standing there at a loss for words, his expression shifting. Xiao Chan, please bring Tang Tang over to me. Wang Tongxiao's tone softened as he addressed Chen Yi. Chen Yi promptly scooped up the little one, cradling her in his arms and comforting her. Tang Tang, be good and don't cry. After work, Daddy will take you out for something delicious, all right? For now, just stay with Uncle Wang, okay? Tang Tang held back her tears valiantly. Chen Yi felt a pang of heartache as he tightened his embrace, then approached the minister's office door, apologizing. Minister, I'm sorry for the trouble. No worries. I understand your predicament. Wang Tongchao replied with a smile. You can leave Tang Tang with me. My daughter is older than her, so I know how to take care of children. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it, Chen Yi said, gently ruffling the little one's hair as he gradually set her down. Rest assured, focus on your recording. Once you're done, leave early to take the child out for a treat, Wang Tongchao added, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. Mei, Chen Yi nodded. Zhou Nanfeng snorted and turned to leave the office hall. Chen Yi took a deep breath and followed him out. As the two departed, the door to the minister's office closed, and the office hall erupted into hushed whispers. Tisk, offending Zhou Nanfeng right off the bat. Chen Yi's days ahead seemed bleak. Someone murmured, Chen Yi is quite bold. He has character. I like it. My heart aches for that little girl. She was so well-behaved, even holding back her cries. No way. Zhou Nanfeng is truly despicable. Indeed, utterly repugnant. Chapter 7. Painted Skin officially launched Recording Studio 5. Upon entering the same recording studio as last time, Chen Yi was greeted by the familiar face of the technician who had assisted him previously, evoking a sense of warmth. Teacher Chen, it's good to see you again. The tales you mentioned last time were truly captivating. I've listened to them several times, and they only grow more enchanting. Teacher Chen, is that me? Chen Yi felt a sudden awkwardness and quickly replied, Thank you. Just call me Xiao Chen. I'm afraid I must trouble you again this time. By the way, may I know how to address you? Liang Kai, just call me Old Liang, the technician responded with a cheerful smile. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get to work. You're not leaving until we finish recording today, Zhou Nanfeng interrupted. Rest assured, everything is ready, Liang Kai quickly assured. Xiao Chen, the process is as follows. First, you will record your voice, then we will add the appropriate environmental sounds and effects. Understood, Chen Yi nodded, preparing to step into the soundproof room. Hey, Xiao Chen, didn't you prepare a script? Liang Kai expressed his confusion, asking whether Zhou Nanfeng was not concerned about forgetting his lines or experiencing interruptions during the recording. Such occurrences would necessitate re-recording or additional takes, thus consuming valuable time. As he spoke, Liang Kai cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Nanfeng, pondering why he had not informed Chen Yi of these fundamental preparations, especially considering that formal recordings are far more critical than interviews. Zhou Nanfeng stood there with his hands on his hips, adopting an air of indifference. Chen Yi smiled reassuringly, stating that he had the script firmly lodged in his mind and would not require any notes. With that, he stepped into the soundproof room. Despite his youth, he possesses quite the flair for pretentiousness. If he encounters frequent mishaps, I shall relish in addressing the situation, Zhou Nanfeng muttered under his breath. Liang Kai, though Zhou Nanfeng's voice was low, caught every word, realizing it was intentional. However, he was baffled as to why Chen Yi, being new on his first day, had already incurred Zhou Nanfeng's ire. As he had not been present in the office lobby earlier, he was quite perplexed. Nonetheless, with Chen Yi now inside the soundproof room, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further and settled down to commence the recording. As Liang Kai signaled the countdown, Chen Yi cleared his throat and began speaking at a measured pace. The segment of Painted Skin was not particularly lengthy. Even with the colloquial translation and Chen Yi's own embellishments, it barely exceeded 3,000 words. Furthermore, with all the content firmly etched in his memory, he completed the entire voice recording in just over an hour. Outstanding, simply outstanding, Liang Kai exclaimed as Chen Yi exited the soundproof room, promptly handing him a bottle of water. This story was captivating, and you managed to deliver it flawlessly without any notes, something many professional hosts struggle to achieve. Remarkable. It seems we can wrap up early today. Liang Kai's words carried an implicit meaning, causing Zhou Nanfeng's expression to darken. He had not anticipated the young man's capabilities to be so formidable, delivering an hour's worth of material without faltering, maintaining an appropriate pace. Although some word choices and emotional nuances could use refinement, for a newcomer, this was indeed commendable. No wonder Minister Wang held him in such high regard, even at the risk of offending General Manager Wu. What should be done? Liang Kai's mind raced. The more exceptional Chen Yi's performance was, the more it would highlight Wu Qianyue's inadequacies. as a new host who joined the team at the same time. This would undoubtedly put General Manager Wu in a precarious position. It seemed he needed to devise a plan. Brother Liang, please refrain from flattery, Chen Yi chuckled. Shall we proceed to select the ambient sounds? Are we not taking a break? Liang Qianwudet. No need, let us continue, Chen Yi replied. Thus, they proceeded with selecting ambient sounds and sound effects, everything unfolding in an orderly manner while Zhou Nanfeng remained silently by the side. He refrained from causing any disruptions, allowing Chen Yi to work at ease. By midday, they had successfully completed all tasks related to Painted Skin. With Minister Wang's approval, Chen Yi left work alongside Tang Tang, returning to their rented apartment. As Chen Yi prepared lunch for the little one, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy while watching the obedient child eat. He crouched down, gazing at the small figure with earnestness, and said, Tang Tang, I owe you an apology. I made you unhappy this morning. Tang Tang, unfazed, replied, I'm not unhappy. Aunt was said that Daddy is working hard to earn money to buy delicious food for me, and I should support you. The child continued to eat, her indifference striking Chen Yi's heart. Seeing his daughter's understanding demeanor stirred the softest corners of his heart. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he embraced her gently, whispering, Tang Tang, I promise to fulfill one of your wishes. What is it that you desire the most right now? With her spoon in hand, her large eyes sparkling, she suddenly inquired, Daddy, where is Mommy? Can we bring her back? Chen Yi's heart sank at her words. He affectionately ruffled her hair and softly asked, Do you miss Mommy? Uh-huh. She nodded solemnly. All the children on TV have both Daddy and Mommy, but I've never seen Mommy. Daddy, does Mommy not want us anymore? Is it because I haven't been good and made her unhappy, so she is always away from us? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes once more. How could Mommy not want Tang Tang? Chen Yi quickly extended his hand, carefully wiping away her tears. He had never realized the depth of her thoughts. She had never brought up such matters before him, demonstrating an understanding that was heart-wrenching. He gazed into her eyes, speaking earnestly, Tang Tang, I promise I will bring Mommy back, and then she can take you out to play. Is that all right? Yes. The little one's eyes brightened instantly as she extended her chubby hand, declaring, Pinky swear. Pinky swear. In the afternoon, Liang Kai acted swiftly, completing the post-production work for Painted Skin before the end of the workday, and sending the finished audio to Chen Yi. Upon listening, Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied, and by the evening, a promotional banner appeared on the homepage of Zhimu Langma. Zhimu Langma's latest masterpiece, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, Painted Skin, is now live, waiting for you to listen. As one of the leading platforms for audiobooks, having a banner recommendation on the homepage of Zhimu Langma was immensely valuable, and it was surprising that a newcomer's program received such an opportunity, something that had been nearly impossible before. The impact on the homepage was immediate. Within just 2 hours, Painted Skin amassed over 10,000 listens, with comments exceeding 1,000 beneath the audio. Chapter 8. Painted Skin ignited excitement. Amazing. Thrilling. What a remarkable story. Incredible. This format is impressive. How does the host make it feel like the story is being told right in my ear? It gave me goosebumps. Host Chen Yi. I know him. I listened to his trial lecture yesterday. I can't believe he released a program so quickly. What an impressive newcomer. I'm a fan now. Yet, the most remarkable aspect was not just this. Didn't you all notice how the story satirizes certain phenomena in today's society? Hush, it is not to be spoken, merely understood. Do you truly wish for such a splendid program to be confined to just one episode? Indeed, I was contemplating that the tale of Painted Skin should be concluded by now. What will the next episode entail? I eagerly await. We all share this anticipation. Painted Skin is assured. Judging by the feedback from the inaugural episode, the acclaim overwhelmingly prevails, and even when a few negative remarks surface, they are swiftly overshadowed by the flood of positive reviews urging for more. Thus, as long as the quality of the subsequent episodes remains steadfast, it shall firmly establish itself at Mount Everest, thereby increasing the likelihood of reuniting the little one with their mother. After perusing some comments, Chen Yi could hardly contain his delight. He seized the little one beside him and planted a kiss on their cheek. eliciting a cascade of giggles and a flurry of curious expressions. Later that evening, after lulling the little one to sleep, Chen Yi was preparing to indulge in a bath and retire for the night when a knock reverberated through the door. Upon opening it, he found his landlady, Wu Min, standing there, dressed in a silken nightgown. Her eyes bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue, as if she had just emerged from a refreshing bath. Her hair, cascading over her shoulders, exuding a delicate fragrance. "Wu Jia, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Chen Yi inquired. "Xiao Chen, you work today, didn't you?" "I was away during the day." "How did you arrange for Tang Tang?" Wu Min asked. "I took her to the office," Chen Yi replied candidly. "That won't do. Tomorrow, you must bring her to my place. I will look after her," Wu Min insisted. "I feel quite embarrassed. I don't want to trouble you." Chen Yi quickly responded. "Come now, why be so polite with me? I am all alone, and I adore Tang Tang. Do you expect to take her to work every day? Don't torment the little one." Wu Min rolled her eyes. "That would indeed be inappropriate. I originally intended to find her a kindergarten." Chen Yi scratched his head. "Leave this matter to me." Wu Min waved her hand dismissively. "I will find a suitable kindergarten for Tang Tang." "I hardly know what to say, Wu Jia. You are so kind to us, if you do not mind. I might as well offer myself in gratitude." Chen Yi jested. "Spare me the flattery. I have no interest in you. If you truly wish to repay me, why not give Tang Tang to me as my daughter?" Wu Min smiled, her interest piqued. "That is out of the question. Tang Tang is my life." Chen Yi quickly shook his head. "Ah, I knew you weren't sincerely grateful. Well then, next month, the rent will double. Consider the extra as payment for taking care of Tang Tang," Wu Min teased. "Wu Jia, please don't." Chen Yi's expression fell. "Im just kidding, Wu Min loget. It's settled then. Tomorrow morning, bring Tang Tang over, and you can go to work while I seek out nearby kindergartens." "All right, thank you, Wu Jia." The following day, after breakfast, Chen Yi took the little one to Wu Jia's home before catching the bus to work. It was the peak time for students heading to school, and the bus was filled with them. "Hey, did you catch the episode of Painted Skin on Mount Everest yesterday?" "No, why?" "I was binge-watching shows last night. It was absolutely riveting, I tell you. I have never encountered such a captivating story. Every thread is intricately woven and profoundly thought-provoking." "Is that true? Which book is the original from?" "There is no original. That's the most remarkable part. It is said to be a completely original story. I must go and listen." As he overheard the conversation between two students, Chen Yi couldn't help but grin. It seemed that Painted Skin had indeed become a sensation. Inspired, he summoned the system template. Popularity, 106874. Has it broken the 100,000 mark? Chen Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his popularity would surpass the 100,000 threshold in just one night. To think that it had taken him over 2 decades to accumulate the previous 100,000, the contrast was undeniably striking. With popularity exceeding 100,000, he could draw a lottery again. Without hesitation, Chen Yi clicked on the lottery. In the next moment, a simple, unadorned fortune bag appeared on the interface. And then the string at the opening of the bag slowly loosened, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminating the space. Repentant sticker, within 10 minutes of use. It will render the user particularly sentimental and prone to reflecting on their mistakes, leading to the most sincere repentance for their actions. What is this? Chen Yi frowned it. What use could this possibly have? He had nothing to repent for, and it did not enhance his abilities. Chen Yi's mind began to whirl. No. He had previously studied that items appearing in the system could not only be used by oneself, but also by others. This meant a figure emerged in his mind. If he were to affix this sticker to Zhou Nanfeng, would he not drop to his knees, offering the most sincere repentance? Regretting that he should not have targeted him yesterday, that he should not have caused Tang Tang to weep? Chen Yi's eyes gradually brightened. He could hardly wait to witness that scene. It was a pity Tang Tang was not present. Otherwise, the spectacle would have been even more exhilarating. Upon arriving at the company, just as he entered the office hall of the audiobook department, Chen Yi's brow suddenly raised. Ahead, Zhou Nanfeng emerged expressionless from Minister Wang's office. Striding toward him, a golden opportunity. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled. "Good morning, Brother Feng," he greeted with a smile. Zhou Nanfeng nodded expressionlessly, then brushed past Chen Yi. "Success." A smirk spread across Chen Yi's face. The repentant sticker was now in effect, and he turned his gaze toward Zhou Nanfeng, eagerly anticipating the latter's reaction. At that moment, Zhou Nanfeng's phone rang. "Hello, I was working late last night and was too exhausted to go home, so I slept at the office." As Zhou Nanfeng spoke, his expression suddenly fell, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Gripping his phone, he shouted, "Wife, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I sobbed. I lied to you. Last night, I didn't go home. I went to Tingere's place. I'm sorry, my wife. I was blinded by desire." Sobi. Behind him, Chen Yi's mouth fell agape, able to fit a steamed bun inside. The others in the office were equally dumbfounded. Zhou Nanfeng was actually having an affair. No, that wasn't the main point. It was not surprising for someone like Zhou Nanfeng to do such a thing. The real shock was that he was sobbing uncontrollably in the office, repenting to his wife? What sort of situation was this? Chapter 9. The listening volume of Painted Skin. Zhou, what has happened to you? At that moment, Wu Qian arrived, gazing in astonishment at Zhou Nanfeng, who was kneeling on the ground. If anyone in the company wished for Zhou Nanfeng to remain unscathed, it was undoubtedly Wu Qian. His father had once stated that he would only assist him in entering Mount Everest, but whether he could remain there depended on his own capabilities. After witnessing Zhou Nanfeng's performance yesterday, Wu Qian recognized that he was the key to overturning Chen Yi in the future. If anything were to happen to Zhou Nanfeng, Wu Qian's aspirations to usurp Chen Yi's brilliance would be rendered impossible. Thus, he hurriedly approached Zhou Nanfeng, expressing his concern. However, at that moment, Zhou Nanfeng was engulfed in tears, entirely too consumed to acknowledge him. Not far behind Zhou Nanfeng, Chen Yi's expression was one of barely contained excitement. The thrill was overwhelming. It was an unexpected delight. What began as a simple prank on Zhou Nanfeng had unveiled a colossal scandal. The embarrassment of Xiao San was one thing, but to commit such a blunder in front of a crowd meant that Zhou Nanfeng's reputation in the company was utterly obliterated. Delightful. Zhou Nanfeng. At that moment, Wang Tongqiao's furious voice resonated. "What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Are you trying to embarrass yourself at home? Get up." Upon hearing this, Zhou Nanfeng froze momentarily, then cried even louder, his face a mixture of tears and snot as he wailed, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Boo. Minister Wang, I apologize." Wang Tongqiao mused. Could he have truly lost his mind? At that moment, someone spoke up, "Brother Zhou. Could it be that he is under too much mental strain and has collapsed?" It was indeed plausible. "Quickly, let's get him to the hospital. We cannot allow a tragedy to unfold. Hurry, call 120. The office lobby erupted into a flurry of activity, with some dialing phones and others offering comfort. Meanwhile, as it was still before working hours, numerous individuals entered the scene, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. They could not fathom what had caused the usually overbearing Zhou Nanfeng to descend into such chaos. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and Zhou Nanfeng was assisted by his colleagues onto the stretcher. The uproar began to subside. As the instigator, Chen Yi exhibited no sense of shame. His life motto was succinct: "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them." Moreover, Zhou Nanfeng had not only wronged him, but also Xiao Tang, which was an absolute taboo for Chen Yi. It would be courteous not to eliminate him entirely. "All right, everyone, return to your seats. It's time to work," Wang Tongqiao announced, holding a note in his hand. The data for yesterday's shows had been released. As he spoke, the entire office fell silent. The employees held their breath. For this moment, each morning was when their anxiety peaked. The listening volume and completion rates of their programs would directly impact the bonuses they could earn that month. Wu Qian shared the same tension. Although he did not have a program, he was deeply concerned about the data for Painted Skin. If the data for Painted Skin is subpar, the ratings will consequently be low, leading subsequent departments to refrain from investing significantly in promotion. This scenario would greatly enhance his chances of rising to prominence. Clearing his throat, Wang Tongqiao began to speak. The first place is Battle Through the Heavens, with yesterday's new chapter garnering an impressive 120,000 listens and a completion rate of 52. The second place, Hello, Mr. Zhou, achieved 109,000 listens with a completion rate of 40. At this point, Wang Tongqiao paused, surveying the office hall before continuing. The third place, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, Painted Skin, recorded 98,000 listens for its first chapter, an astonishing completion rate of 80. How remarkable! Everyone in the office hall raised their heads in unison. 98,000, 80? Typically, a new program experiences low listenership. Even with homepage recommendations, exceeding 50,000 listens is considered impressive, let alone the completion rate, which is usually much lower. Without subsequent chapters to support it, the completion rate for new programs rarely surpasses 50. A rate of 40 is often deemed worthy of departmental recognition and earmarked for future promotion. Yet Painted Skin has astonishingly achieved 80. How is this possible? Surprised, Wang Tongxiao glanced around at the crowd. To be honest, my initial reaction upon receiving this report mirrored yours. However, upon reflection, this data is quite reasonable. Chen Yi Strange Tales represents a wholly distinct and innovative audiobook format. It resembles a story being told directly in your ear, significantly bridging the gap between the host and the audience. Furthermore, since each chapter presents a complete story, the pacing is remarkably tight, unlike traditional novels that often drag on. Consequently, listeners can easily follow the narrative to its conclusion. Moving forward, Strange Tales will be packaged and promoted as a key project for the latter half of the year. Let's give Chen Yi a round of applause to encourage him to craft even more captivating stories, elevating our performance to new heights. Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Chen is incredible. The crowd erupted into applause, yet Wu Qian remained motionless, utterly stunned in his seat. This was terrifying. Could he truly surpass Chen Yi and turn the tide? Even with his father's position as the company manager, he could hardly exert significant influence over a key project. In this moment, Wu Qian felt as if, despite his privileged status, there existed an insurmountable ocean separating him from Chen Yi. Chen Yi quickly stood up, expressing his gratitude. This success is entirely due to Minister Wang's trust and support. I could not have achieved this alone. I will strive even harder to create more remarkable stories. All right, everyone, please return to your tasks, Wang Tongxiao remarked, turning to return to his office. Chen Yi also took his seat, opening the prepared computer, contemplating which story to narrate next. This second story is of utmost importance. The successful debut of the first episode has attracted significant attention to the Strange Tales series, making the quality of the second episode a focal point. If the quality is sufficiently high, then the listenership for the entire series of strange stories from a Chinese studio will be assured. However, if the second episode experiences a significant decline, even the brilliance of the first episode will not elevate the program beyond its limitations. Simultaneously, due to the fact that the second episode presents an entirely different narrative, the audience's ability to swiftly embrace and adapt their mindset is of paramount importance. Wang Tongxiao is evidently cognizant of this consideration, which is why he has scheduled the release of the second episode within a week. This provides ample production time to ensure quality. Chen Yi contemplated this and then resolutely began typing. Chapter 10. The School Days of Little Sugar Nie Xiaoqian is undoubtedly the most renowned chapter in the strange stories from a Chinese studio series from previous generations, having inspired countless adaptations in television, film, and video games. Some may be unfamiliar with strange stories from a Chinese studio, yet they are likely to recognize a Chinese ghost story, as well as the names Ning, Kaichun, and Nie Xiaoqian. Clearly, utilizing this tale as the second episode is most fitting. Ning Kaichun, a native of Zhejiang, is characterized by his generous and forthright temperament, possessing impeccable morals. He often proclaims, "I shall not seek another woman in my lifetime." On one occasion, while visiting Jinhua, he stopped to rest at a temple in the northern suburbs. As he was writing, a sweet feminine voice resonated nearby. The director, Tian Rue, approached and, upon seeing the words on Chen Yi's screen, smiled and said, "I was just about to tell you that Minister Wang emphasized the critical importance of the second episode, insisting you draft the script promptly so we can prepare in advance." "I know. I am indeed writing," Chen Yi replied with a smile. "Is Nie Xiaoqian the story for the second episode?" I won't disturb you. Please continue writing and remember to send me a copy once you're finished. I can help refine it and correct any typos. Of course, Chen Yi nodded. The narrative of Nie Xiaoqian is considerably longer than that of the painted skin. Thus, although the complete content was already formed in his mind, it took Chen Yi over an hour to type it out. After finishing, he clicked save and sent the draft to Tian Rue via the company email. The quality of Nie Xiaoqian is self-evident. Upon receiving the manuscript, Tian Rue found that aside from correcting a few typographical errors made by Chen Yi, there was nothing else in need of modification. The entire piece flowed seamlessly, achieving near perfection in every aspect. Yet, to ensure that the second episode would be flawless, Wang Tongxiao still refrained from allowing Chen Yi to record immediately. Instead, he assigned an experienced anchor to teach him various recording techniques, including voice modulation, intonation, and emotional expressiveness. Without the interference of Zhou Nanfeng, under the full-hearted guidance of the veteran anchor, Chen Yi's reading skills improved at a visibly rapid pace. Thus, by the afternoon of the following day, Chen Yi officially commenced the recording of the second episode of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, which was swiftly produced and went live at midnight. Once again, it was prominently featured on the homepage banner. As soon as the second episode was released, comments began flooding in. It's here. It's finally here. God knows how anxiously I have awaited this. I thought the program was only a single episode. Commenting before listening. Nishiokian. The second episode appears to unfold a brand new tale, which fills me with anticipation. After perusing the comments for a while, Chen Yi gazed at the little one beside him, who had already succumbed to slumber. Rather than wait for the evaluations to conclude, he opted for rest. For the past few days, the little one had been in the care of the landlord, Wu Min. Earlier that afternoon, when he went to fetch the child, Wu Min informed him that the kindergarten had been arranged, and they were to report there the following morning. As the child's biological father, his presence at such an occasion was imperative. Hence, he had specially requested a half-day off from work to accompany the little one on this momentous day. Given this reason, he could not afford to stay up late that night, lest he be fatigued the next day and leave a poor impression on the teachers. The following day, Chen Yi rose early. After enjoying breakfast together, he took out his sole formal attire and meticulously styled the little one's hair into 2 charming braids before stepping out. Wu Min had been waiting at the door, and since Chen Yi had no vehicle, she graciously assumed the role of chauffeur. "Oh, I didn't expect you to clean up so well," Wu Min remarked with a smile, teasing him upon seeing his appearance. "Indeed, I once dabbled in acting. My looks have always been my forte," Chen Yi replied without a hint of embarrassment. "Come on, compared to our little princess, you're merely a pebble," Wu Min retorted playfully, then knelt down in delight to admire the little one, exclaiming, "Wow, little Tang, you look absolutely adorable today. Who did your braids? They're simply precious." "It was Daddy," the little one shyly responded. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue reminiscent of the morning dawn. Lingdun Kindergarten. This was the institution Wu Min had chosen for the little one. As one of the premier kindergartens in Jianghai City, it is situated near the city center, yet remains remarkably tranquil, devoid of the hustle and bustle of nearby squares or shopping malls. Once the vehicle was parked, Chen Yi, cradling his daughter, found himself momentarily frozen beside the car. "What are you dawdling for? Let's go," Wu Min inquired, stepping closer in confusion. Gulping, Chen Yi swallowed hard, his voice quivering slightly. "Wu Jia, is this truly the kindergarten you found for little Tang?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Wu Min looked at him curiously. "What is the tuition for this semester?" Chen Yi took a deep breath, taking in the opulence emanating from the kindergarten, both inside and out, and given its central location, he scarcely dared to fathom the cost. "Not too bad. It's 30,000 for a semester, 60,000 for the year," Wu Min replied calmly. "How much?" Chen Yi nearly fainted upon hearing the price, struggling to steady himself. "Sister, my dear sister, this is outrageous. You know my monthly salary is barely enough. How could I possibly afford 60,000 a year?" "Ah, fret not. I'm here to assist you. I've already paid the first semester's tuition, so you can rest easy. Little Tang deserves nothing but the best," Wu Min said with a smile directed at the child. "Wu Jia." Chen Yi inhaled deeply, his expression earnest as he looked at Wu Min. "I assure you, I will repay you. We have already received so much kindness from you, and if I were to accept this without a second thought, I would never find peace in my heart. observing Chen Yi's earnest demeanor. Wu Min understood he was not jesting. She nodded and said, "All right, I will keep this in mind. See, choosing an expensive kindergarten has its merits. It has ignited your competitive spirit. You will undoubtedly strive harder to earn money in the future. Keep it up." With that, Wu Min scooped up the little one, cheerfully calling out that Tang Tang was off to school and joyfully entered the kindergarten. Rich individuals truly can be quite capricious. Chen Yi exhaled deeply and followed suit. Due to the completed paperwork, Chen Yi trailed behind Wu Min directly to Tang Tang's homeroom teacher, Lin Shuang's office. In her early 20s, Lin Shuang was of modest height, with a round face that exuded warmth and approachability. "Are you Chen Xiaodong's father?" she inquired, gazing at Chen Yi. "Yes," Chen Yi nodded. "Hello, Teacher Lin. I am Chen Yi. I entrust Tang Tang to your care. Rest assured, Tang Tang will be well-fed, well-rested, well-educated, and well-entertained here. Our educational philosophy has always been centered around the four goods. That puts my mind at ease." Chen Yi replied. "By the way, there is something you need to prepare for." Lin Shuang continued. "The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and every year we organize a parent-child event at the kindergarten. Since Tang Tang is a transfer student, we suggest you prepare a performance with her to showcase at the evening gathering." "Huh?" Chen Yi was taken aback. "There's going to be a performance?" "This will allow Tang Tang to be recognized by more of her peers and facilitate her making new friends at school," Lin Shuang patiently explained. "Is that so?" Chen Yi glanced at Tang Tang, steeling himself, and resolutely declared, "All right, I agree." Chapter 11. The results of Nye Xiaoqian once the little one was led into the classroom by the homeroom teacher. Chen Yi waved goodbye with a tinge of reluctance from outside the window and exited the school with Wu Min's sister Wu. "I'll come to pick Tang up this afternoon. This is her first day of school, and I cannot miss it," Chen Yi stated earnestly. "Okay," Wu Min replied with a resigned smile. "For such an important matter, I certainly won't compete with you." With their agreement settled, Chen Yi declined the offer for a ride home and hailed a taxi directly to the company, with debts to Wu Min weighing on his mind. He was solely focused on earning money. Upon arriving at the company, as soon as he entered the office hall of the listening department, numerous glances were cast in his direction. Director Tian Rue hurried over, brimming with excitement. "Teacher Chen, Minister Wang wants to see you in his office. The results of Nye Xiaoqian have been released." Chen Yi didujit, noting had enthusiasm. After a busy morning handling the little one's enrollment, he had yet to closely examine Nye Xiaoqian's data on the platform. However, judging by Tian Rue's expression, the results must be quite favorable. "You'll find out once you go," Tian Rue said with a cheerful smile, making a gesture of secrecy. "All right, I understand." Chen Yi replied with a grin as he made his way to the minister's office. Upon entering the office, Wang Tongqiao greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Xiao Chun, have a seat. How did you arrange for your daughter's schooling?" "Everything has been arranged," and Chen Yi smiled before getting straight to the point. "Minister, how is the data for Nye Xiaoqian? You can take a look for yourself," Wang Tongqiao replied cheerfully, handing over a sheet of paper. Chen Yi glanced at it, and his brows furrowed in surprise. This paper did not contain the ranking of listenership, as Nye Xiaoqian had only launched at midnight this morning. The data for a full day's listenership would only be available tomorrow. The contents of the paper reflected various statistics up until 8:30 in the morning. Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, Nye Xiaoqian, as of 8:30, had a listenership of 73,000 for the second chapter, with a completion rate of 83%. Over the course of those 8 hours, the listenership had already surpassed 70,000. Moreover, the completion rate had actually increased. It is noteworthy that as chapters continue to be updated, the completion rate typically declines. And achieving even a 1% increase in completion rate is quite challenging when it is already above 60%. Yet, Nye Xiaoqian's completion rate surpassed that of Hua Pai by 3 percentage points. Simply astonishing. Beneath the data, there were select comments from netizens. This wave is true love. In the face of genuine affection, even the distinction between species becomes irrelevant. Logically speaking, humans and ghosts should be considered a single species, so I see no issue here. I adore Xiaoqian. She is a good spirit. This love is truly beautiful. Despite Xiaoqian's tragic life, she retains her kindness after death, such a rarity. After reading this story, how can we not embrace this world with love? Today's listenership for Nie Xiaoqian will undoubtedly exceed 100,000. Whether it surpasses Do, Po, Songqiong remains uncertain, but exceeding hello, Mr. Zhou is certainly within reach. Well done, Xiaochun, Wang Tongxiao exclaimed as he noticed Chen Yi's approval. As long as the audience enjoys it, Chen Yi replied with a smile. My efforts in writing this story were not in vain. Have you decided on the next story? Wang Tongxiao inquired. It would be best for the audiobook segment to update daily. Capitalizing on the momentum of Strange Tales, we should strive to make it a blockbuster. I have a plan. Chen Yi nodded. With the groundwork laid, Binya Shitanhua Pai, the overall performance of Strange Tales was already assured. He merely needed to methodically restore each classic story one by one, such as Xan Shixingyang, Ying Ning, Lian Xiang, and Qing Feng could all serve as options. After leaving the minister's office, Chen Yi returned to his workstation and powered on his computer. While it booted up, he focused his thoughts and brought up the system panel. Popularity, 54,619. Observing this figure, Chen Yi slightly furrowed his brow. It seemed that the rate of popularity growth had slowed. Previously, during the interviews and upon the release of Strange Tales, his popularity had surged rapidly. Although Nie Xiaoqian's performance had reached new heights yesterday, the growth in popularity had not soared again. What was the reason behind this? After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yi considered a possible explanation. In the tranquil hours of the early morning, a substantial portion of the audience tuning in for updates likely consists of loyal listeners who have followed the first chapter, with new listeners making up a minor fraction. This gradual increase in popularity raises questions about the underlying calculations, especially given that only a few thousand individuals participated in the initial interviews, while the popularity has surged significantly. As he closed the panel, Chen Yi powered on his computer, preparing to write. At that moment, the director Tian Rue approached him, inquiring about scheduling the next recording session. Mr. Chen, may I propose a recording time from 3 to 4:30 this afternoon? Could we possibly start a bit earlier? Chen Yi pondered, remembering that it was his daughter's first day of school dismissal, and he needed to arrive at the kindergarten by 4:30. Not a problem, Tian Rue nodded. What about 2 to 3:30? That works. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. At 4:30 that afternoon, Chen Yi arrived punctually at the kindergarten entrance, donning his warmest smile in anticipation of welcoming his daughter from her inaugural day. Soon, the bell rang, and the children, guided by their teachers, emerged in clusters. Chen Yi quickly spotted his precious daughter, but she appeared downcast, her head hanging low. What is the matter? He thought, a pang of concern striking him as he rushed over. Tang Tang, are you unhappy at kindergarten? He knelt to meet her gaze. Daddy, she pouted, Tang Tang, Mrs. Mommy. Chang Yisikit, Embranjink Harten Daddy. Is it because you see other children with their parents, and you feel a bit jealous? The little one nodded, her expression one of quiet indignation. Chen Yi managed a smile. Didn't I promise you that I would bring Mommy back? It just requires a little time. Can you give Daddy some time? Her mood brightened, and she planted a kiss on his cheek. Shall we head home? Yes, home. As they made their way back, Chen Yi observed his daughter's spirits lifting and felt a subtle sigh escape him. It seemed imperative to expedite the search for her mother. Otherwise, lingering feelings of neglect could leave an indelible mark on her young heart, leading to greater complications down the line. Chapter 12. The Resolute Chen Yi. The following day in the office hall of the Everest audiobook department, Director Wang Tongxiao was announcing the data rankings from the previous day. Unsurprisingly, the top position was still held by Battle Through the Heavens, which had become a phenomenon online, boasting hundreds of millions of fans. Since its release, the audiobook has consistently garnered widespread attention, with over 400 episodes recorded and daily listening numbers remaining unrivaled. However, the second place had seen a shift. It was no longer Hello, Mr. Zhou, but rather Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, Nie Xiaoqian, with an impressive individual episode listen count of 113,000 and a completion rate of 84%. The first episode's listenership had even surpassed 200,000. After receiving congratulations from everyone, Chen Yi was once again summoned into the office by Wang Tongxiao. You must not become complacent. We need to maintain our momentum, Wang Tongxiao remarked. We should consistently uphold our daily update rhythm. Are you able to keep up with the stories? Rest assured, Minister, Chen Yi nodded. If you have the time, it would be best to record several episodes in advance. This way, even if unexpected events arise, the regular release of episodes will not be affected. Moreover, you will not need to come to the office daily. Periodic visits to ensure the continuity of the episodes will suffice. Is that really possible? Chen Yi was taken aback. I don't have to come to the office every day? Of course, Wang Tongxiao chuckled. We have more than 100 contracted hosts. If all of them were to come daily to clock in and record, the recording studio would be overwhelmed. I understand now. Thank you, Minister. Chen Yi smiled broadly. This was precisely what he desired, as it would allow him to begin preparations for finding Yining Xue. Given that Yi Tianho was most likely the mother of the little one, he needed to clarify matters, regardless of whether it was indeed her. Upon returning to the office lobby, Chen Yi approached Tian Rui's workstation and said, Xiao Tian, could you please help me schedule a recording studio? Sure. What time do you wish to book? Jiang Hui responded. As soon as possible, for as long as possible, Chen Yi replied. I might have other commitments in the next few days and won't be able to come to the office daily. Oh, Jiang Hui nodded. Then there's no need for a script. Chen Yi gestured to his head, stating, all the content is in my mind. Trust me, there will be no errors. Tian Rui regarded Chen Yi thoughtfully before nodding. Okay, I'll help you make the arrangements. Initially, she wanted to suggest that a script should be written first for her to help polish it, but recalling the previous pieces on Nie Xiaoqian and Ying Ning, which, aside from a few typos, had left her with nothing to revise, she decided to forego that notion. The recording studio was quickly booked, and Chen Yi commenced his recording. Around 3 in the afternoon, at Recording Studio 07, Wang Tongxiao approached the door, somewhat incredulous. Taking a deep breath, he entered. He had overheard discussions in the office lobby, where people remarked that Chen Yi had not left the recording studio since morning, aside from a half hour for lunch. Calculating the time, it had already been over 6 continuous hours. What is this kid up to? Inside the room, Liang Kai and Tian Rui's expressions had shifted from initial astonishment to a state of numbness. Is he really still recording? Wang Tongxiao inquired quietly as he approached them. Minister Wang, they both immediately responded. Tian Rui nodded. Yes, since he came out of your office this morning, apart from the half-hour lunch break. Teacher Chen has been recording in the soundproof room. How many episodes has he recorded? Liang Kai quickly opened the file to tally the numbers. 6 episodes. He is currently recording the 7th. What about the quality? Wang Tongxiao's expression grew serious as he turned to Tian Rui. Compared to the previous 3 episodes, has there been any decline in quality? No. Tian Ruiming suddenly shook her head. The quality has not diminished at all. Each story is exceptionally captivating and complete. What is most astonishing is that despite recording so many episodes consecutively, Teacher Chen has not made a single mistake or forgotten any lines. Each time we begin recording, he can continue uninterrupted until the very end, and he does so entirely from memory. This is truly remarkable. Liang Kai nodded vigorously beside her. He had collaborated with over 20 hosts, but he had never witnessed anyone as dedicated as Chen Yi, who recorded 7 episodes in a single day. What could be his motivation? However, the most terrifying aspect remains his flawless delivery without relying on a script. What kind of person can achieve such a feat? Is Chen Yi possibly a scion? Listening to Tian Ruiming, Wang Tongxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was that Chen Yi might become arrogant, believing that since the initial episodes had performed so well, he could afford to slack off. He had even begun to regret suggesting that Chen Yi could record additional episodes. But fortunately, Chen Yi was not acting recklessly. As an experienced director, Tian Ruiming undoubtedly had a firm grasp on the quality of the work. Since she had affirmed that the quality was impeccable, Wang Tongxiao was completely at ease. After we finish this episode, let us ensure Chen Yi takes a break. Also, prepare some restorative drinks and snacks for him. He can replenish his energy once he is done, Wang Tongxiao instructed. The two quickly nodded in agreement. With that, Wang Tongxiao departed, and shortly thereafter, news spread throughout the Zhumulema company. Everyone learned that a formidable talent had joined the audiobook department, as a new program had soared to the 2nd position in listener ratings within just 3 days. Today, this host had recorded 7 episodes back-to-back, totaling over 7 hours. Most astonishingly, during this entire duration, the host had not made a single mistake or forgotten any lines. What level of proficiency is required to attain such a standard? Among the more than 100 signed hosts in the audiobook department, who could possibly match this? On the rooftop of the Zhumu Langma Company building, Wu Qian and Zhou Nanfeng stood smoking. However, the conflicted expressions on their faces indicated that the situation was far more complicated than merely smoking. "Brother Zhou, you must help me," Wu Qian implored, gazing at Zhou Nanfeng, who was numbly puffing on a cigarette. Everyone in the department is praising that Chen Yi, saying how extraordinary and impressive he is. If that were all, it would be fine, but they often compare me to him, claiming that those who got in through connections cannot match those who were legitimately hired. How am I supposed to survive in this company now? Wu Qian, Zhou Nanfeng sighed. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I am powerless to do so. You have seen the performance of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Chen Yi has essentially secured his position as a top project host. What can I do about that? Stepping forward, Zhou Nanfeng added mysteriously. And listen to your brother's advice. This person is quite uncanny. After saying this, Zhou Nanfeng shuddered slightly, as if recalling the eerie incident from a few mornings prior. He was certain that after Chen Yi greeted him that morning, everything had suddenly become abnormal. Thus, it must be Chen Yi's doing. Chapter 13. Another lottery. If you are unwilling to assist me, then so be it. I shall find my own way without the need for such trivial discussions. On the rooftop, having uttered these words, Wu Qian discarded his cigarette, but with a decisive stomp, and turned to leave. Observing his departing figure, Zhou Nanfeng shook his head. He was still too young, untouched by the harsh realities of life. Setting aside the more esoteric matters, at this moment, Chen Yi was on the rise. The success of his works in Strange Tales was undeniable. Not to mention Wang Tongqiao, there would certainly be high-ranking individuals in the company eager to protect him. To provoke him now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Not even the influence of his father, General Wu, could shield him from the consequences. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, the instigator of this commotion, remained blissfully unaware of the tempest he had stirred within the company. After completing the recording of the 7th episode, he tidied up his belongings and left work to pick up the little one. On the bus, Chen Yi once again accessed the popularity panel. Popularity, 103. 846, he had surpassed the 100,000 mark once more. It was time for another lottery draw. The marketplace remained closed. Thus his popularity could only be utilized for this purpose. The humble fortune bag reappeared, followed by the familiar white light, and, subsequently, a book with an antiquated design emerged. Composition, minor. Upon use, you will possess the fundamental ability to compose music. What a splendid find! Chen Yi's eyes brightened. When he initially discovered the discrepancies between the works of the two worlds, his first thought had been to sing. With the plethora of classic songs from his past life, he could easily ensure instant fame by bringing a few over. Alas, after merely humming a tune, he abandoned the idea. Primarily, the original owner's singing ability was merely average, and furthermore, even if he could sing certain songs, he could not officially claim them. In this realm, a song is not simply yours because you sing it. You must register the score at the copyright office for it to be rightfully yours. Thus, if Chen Yi recklessly sang popular songs without registering them, the following day, those songs could be claimed by someone else, leaving him vulnerable to accusations of plagiarism or theft, unwittingly crafting an opportunity for others. Unless he sought assistance from someone to compose music, which would be prohibitively expensive, he found himself without funds. However, the situation had now changed. With the acquisition of this composition skill book, albeit basic, it was sufficient for him to create some simple songs. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi clicked to use it. In an instant, a wealth of foundational musical knowledge flooded his mind. After picking up the little one and returning home for dinner, Chen Yi began to pen lyrics and compose music. The once indecipherable scribbles transformed into obscure characters, and though he could not achieve a flow of brilliance, he could accurately depict them. As soon as he hummed a melody in his mind, he could discern the corresponding note. This was the remarkable power of the system. "Daddy, what are you doing?" The little one inquired curiously, a approaching him. "Sugar, would you like to learn to sing with Daddy?" Chen Yi smiled at the child. "Sure, yes," the little one exclaimed joyfully. "The teacher teaches Sugar to sing every day, and she says Sugar sings beautifully. Is that so?" Chen Yi chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the little one's hair, saying, "Tang Tang is truly remarkable." Indeed, the very first song penned by Chen Yi was crafted in preparation for the Mid-Autumn Festival performance at the little one's kindergarten. Due to the prior recording of 7 episodes by his company, Chen Yi decided to forego work the next day, dedicating himself entirely to the preparation of his inaugural song. He first registered the copyright, then sought out an individual to create the accompaniment. Fortunately, the cost of the accompaniment was quite reasonable, far less than the expense of composing music for others. Otherwise, he might find himself in a dire situation before his paycheck arrived. The performance of Liao Zhai was also remarkably stable. Under the condition of daily updates, it firmly secured the second position in daily listening statistics, with the gap between it and Dou Puqian Kuan continuously narrowing. If this trend continued, Liao Zhai might indeed surpass Dou Puqian Kuan in daily listens. As for his home front, the song's copyright and accompaniment were both settled, and after 4 days of practice, the little one had proficiently memorized her lyrics. Thus, on the 5th day, the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration at kindergarten officially commenced. That morning, Wu Min eagerly pulled Chen Yi and the little one out the door, engaging in hair, styling, and shopping for outfits, leaving both of them utterly exhausted. "Sister Wu, it's just a small event at kindergarten. There's no need for such extravagance," Chen Yi lamented, realizing that by the end of the day, his debt to Wu Min would have increased significantly. "What are you talking about? This is our little princess's first performance on stage. It must dazzle everyone." "Zai, dang dang," Wu Min replied with a smile. The little one nodded vigorously. "Dang dang. During the performance tonight, many people will be watching you. Will you feel nervous?" Chen Yi inquired with a smile. "Daddy is here, so Tang Tang is not nervous," the little one responded, her focus unwavering as she tackled her meal. "Truly, our Tang Tang is splendid," Chen Yi praised with a grin. The evening arrived swiftly, and the kindergarten's Mid-Autumn Festival performance was about to commence. As newcomers, Chen Yi and his daughter were scheduled to be the first act. Backstage, Wu Min was taking deep breaths, looking at the father and daughter duo, and saying, "Don't be nervous. Please don't be nervous." "Sister Wu, you're the only one who seems nervous here," Chen Yi replied with a resigned shake of his head. "Now, let us welcome Chen Xiaotang and her father from the Peach class to present the first performance of today. Let's give them a round of applause." The host had announced the act, and thus, Chen Yi took the hand of his little princess, who was dressed in a delightful princess gown, leading her onto the stage. As she stepped onto the stage, the little one closed her eyes. The next moment, a lively accompaniment began, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish, along with a repetitive narration. "Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain stood a temple. Once upon a time, there was a mountain." To this backdrop, the little one stretched and opened her eyes. Chen Yi seized the moment to crouch down, microphone in hand, gently nudging her. Little Tang, are you awake?" The little one looked at him, raised her hand, and declared, "Call me the king." "What?" Chen Yi, fine confusion. "The king, you silly." The little one grinned. "The king." Chen Yi intentionally spoke in a rather peculiar tone, causing the little one to burst into even greater joy. Grasping Chen Yi's hand, the child cheerfully remarked, "You little mischievous sprite, so disobedient. Hurry along to patrol the mountains." At that moment, the mothers in the audience felt their hearts soften considerably. This little darling was simply too adorable. My goodness, those tiny fingers exhibit such charm. Capture this moment. It promises to be an entertaining performance. Indeed, the song chosen by Chen Yi was none other than the delightful tune from his previous life, "The King Summons Me to Patrol the Mountains." From Unexpected, Journey to the West. Chapter 14. The King Summons Me to Patrol the Mountains. As the cheerful prelude concluded, Chen Yi stood up, gazing at the little one with a smile as he began to sing. "The sun winks at me, and the birds sing for my delight. I am a diligent little sprite, not overly clingy. Do not inquire whence I come, nor where I am bound. I shall pluck the most beautiful flowers to present to my little princess. Upon reaching this line, he pretended to hold a flower, crouching slightly to offer it to the child, who instantly erupted in laughter. At that moment, the audience erupted in excitement. Countless mothers nudged their partners, exclaiming, "Did you capture that? Did you? What a delightful song. I must sing this to my little treasure when we get home." One mother exclaimed enthusiastically, "Oh, please, with your lack of musical talent, spare our son the agony," muttered a father beside her, only to be met with a piercing glare, prompting him to fall silent and focus on filming. On stage, Chen Yi continued to sing. "The king summons me to patrol the mountains. I shall turn the world upside down. I beat my drum and strike my gong. Life is filled with rhythm. The king summons me to patrol the mountains. I'll catch a monk for dinner. The water in this mountain stream is exquisitely sweet. I envy neither the mandarin ducks nor the immortals." As Chen Yi paused, he exchanged a knowing glance with the little one, who promptly understood and, in a sweet, babyish voice, chimed in, "The sun winks at me, and the birds sing for my delight." The child's innocent tone, along with the occasional stutter as if forgetting the lyrics, rendered not only the mothers but also the fathers utterly unable to resist. One exclaimed, "This is simply too adorable. Darling, when we return home, let us have a daughter." Another, filled with envy, remarked, "What a charming child. How on earth do they raise such a delightful little one?" Many glanced at their own giggling children, shaking their heads in resignation. Despite their similar ages, how could there be such a vast difference? More and more phones were raised, as parents adjusted their focus to capture the little one dancing on stage. As for Chen Yi, he was merely a supporting actor, accentuating the charm of the child. The song was not lengthy, and a few minutes later, Chen Yi, along with the little one, bowed in gratitude before exiting the stage. Observing the audience's response, he knew their performance had been a resounding success. Alas, if only their attire had been more harmonious. Donning ancient sprite costumes would have undoubtedly enhanced the effect. However, this is already more than sufficient. I believe that after today, the little one will undoubtedly enjoy immense popularity at kindergarten. With more friends, the little one's demeanor will surely improve, granting him more opportunities to seek out his mother. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and the little one had just arrived backstage when Wu Min rushed over, scooping up the little one and exclaiming, "My goodness, our little princess is absolutely adorable. Wu Jia, did we perform well just now?" Chen Yi inquired with a beaming smile. "Not just well, it was simply marvelous," Wu Min responded, casting a teasing glance at Chen Yi. "Why didn't you inform me beforehand about the song you were going to sing? Had I known, I would have brought 2 sets of traditional costumes. The effect would have been even better. If I had told you, there would have been no surprise." Chen Yi chuckled. Wu Min shot him an exasperated look. "You're full of clever ideas, but it was indeed a delightful surprise. After it's over, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. We must properly reward our little princess." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Chen Yi smiled, not opposing her suggestion. On the other hand, following the stunning performance of The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains, the subsequent acts paled in comparison. While the performances had their merits, the parents felt they lacked flavor, their minds still replaying the captivating song. "The king calls me to patrol the mountains. I will take a turn around the mortal realm." They mused, thoroughly entranced. An hour later, the Mid-Autumn Festival officially concluded, yet many parents lingered, searching for Chen Yi. They were eager to discover how such an obedient little girl had been raised. However, at that moment, Chen Yi and Xiao Tang had already made their way outside to Wu Min's car. "Wu Jia, thank goodness for your quick thinking. Otherwise, we would have never made it out," Chen Yi remarked with a wry smile. Just after the event ended, he had heard people inquiring about where Xiao Tang's father was. Initially, he intended to ask what was happening, but Wu Min had pulled him aside, signaling him to carry Xiao Tang and rush out. Sure enough, he soon heard more voices searching for him. "They must want to add you on WeChat and ask how you managed to raise such a charming child," Wu Min declared with pride. These mothers' intentions are transparent to me." "Wu Jia, you speak as if you understand mother's thoughts so well," Chen Yi chuckled, "when you don't even have children yourself." Upon hearing this, Wu Min's expression abruptly froze. Chen Yi immediately sensed the shift and quickly added, "Wu Jia, did I say something wrong?" Not at all. Wu Min's expression returned to normal as she smiled and turned to Xiao Tang. Little princess, what would you like to eat? Annie will take you. I want to eat meat. The little one pouted. All right, off to eat meat then. Wu Min laughed gently, easing the accelerator. In the back seat, Chen Yi held Xiao Tang, glancing at Wu Min, who was focused on driving. From the recent events, it is evident that Sister Wu has experienced motherhood, which is quite normal given her age. However, despite residing here for over 3 years, I have never encountered her child. It seems that Sister Wu harbors many secrets. The following day, early in the morning, Chen Yi was preparing breakfast for the little one when a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Wu Min rushed in, exclaiming, Xiao Chen, quick, look, you have made it to the trending searches. What? Chen Yi was taken aback. I can trend? Yes, it's because of that song you performed last night. Wu Min said excitedly, promptly handing over her phone. Upon receiving the device, Chen Yi glanced at it and saw that the 4th trending topic read, Divine Song. This tune is utterly addictive. Curious. He clicked on it and was met with a video of their performance from the previous night. Below the post, the comments had amassed over 10,000. Oh my, this is undoubtedly the most infectious song I have heard this year. I can't stop. This little girl is so adorable. Is anyone forming a group to steal her? Looking at this little darling and then glancing at my brother beside me, munching on his fingers, the disparity is astounding. On the top floor, I had just contemplated how I wanted to be her mother-in-law, but then I thought of my son and dismissed the idea. He simply isn't worthy. The author has a note. I warmly welcome everyone to save and leave comments. Any suggestions or feedback can also be shared in the comment section. Xiao Bei will be attentive. Chapter 15. 2 trending topics. Chen Yi continued to scroll down, and then a particular comment caught his eye. Why can't I find the original singer of this song online? Could it be an unpublished original piece? Clicking to see the replies, he noticed the first one boldly stating, Indeed, I just searched the Copyright Office's website, and this song is titled The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains. The lyrics and music are by Chen Yi. The host in the video introduced it as featuring Chen Xiaodang and her father, both sharing the surname Chen, which suggests they are likely the same person. Wow, this is incredible. Not only is he talented in both songwriting and composing, but he has also raised such an adorable daughter. Truly a winner in life. I feel envious. I feel envious too. What a lemon. It seems that regardless of the world, whimsical netizens remain charming. Chen Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. Yet, little did they know that the object of their envy was currently a month behind on rent and burdened with debts amounting to tens of thousands. A winner in life? Huh. Chuckling softly, Chen Yi tapped the screen twice to return, intending to return the phone to Sister Wu. However, he suddenly noticed another trending topic about himself, not far beneath the previous one. Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio is amazing. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yi quickly clicked on it and discovered that this trending topic was linked to a renowned domestic director, Zhou En. He had tweeted recently, with some leisure time, I listened to a new program featuring Mount Everest titled Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. It was simply marvelous. After listening to the first episode, I couldn't resist finishing the subsequent episodes. It was so captivating that I highly recommend it to everyone. The comments below were equally lively. I can't believe director Zhou is also listening to this program. I've been following it since the first episode. It's truly spectacular. If director Zhou endorses it, it must be a remarkable show. I'm going to listen to it right away. Having listened to everything, I can only say that this author is exceptionally talented. Each story lasts around an hour, yet they are remarkably complete, some even possessing significant educational value. Truly impressive. As I perused the comments, the corners of Chen Yi's mouth lifted higher. It was so delightful, far too delightful. Who could have imagined that a mere amateur, who hadn't even made it to the bottom of the celebrity rankings, could achieve 2 trending topics in just one day? This is a privilege that many stars cannot attain. For numerous celebrities, making it onto the trending list often requires substantial financial investment. Securing a spot in the top 10 trending topics can cost at least 100,000 yuan to maintain for several hours. You are enjoying this so much. Don't tell me this show is yours too? Wu Min inquired curiously as she approached. If it were mine, you would know the moment you clicked on the link to Mount Everest. Chen Yi replied with a mysterious smile, returning the phone to Wu Min. Lacking the habit of listening to audiobooks, Wu Min promptly opened her browser to search for strange stories from a Chinese studio. Upon seeing the host's name on the works page, her mouth fell open in astonishment. "How did you manage this?" Wu Min exclaimed. "I recall you just joined that company a few days ago. How do you already have your own show? Surprised, aren't you?" Chen Yi chuckled as he looked at his landlady. "And with such talent, where have you been all this time?" Wu Min shot him a sideways glance, reflecting on the years spent chasing dreams of stardom, enduring hardships while Chen Yi seemingly squandered his potential. Chen Yi was momentarily speechless. "That hit hard, Sister Wu. Now that your career is flourishing, you ought to focus on it. You still owe me money," Wu Min said with a sly smile, urging him to eat quickly as she had to take the little princess to school. "All right, thank you, Sister Wu," Chen Yi replied promptly. During his commute, seizing the opportunity while on the bus, Chen Yi once again accessed the system panel. He had refrained from checking it these past few days, wanting to see how much popularity he could accumulate over time, and also because he hadn't needed to draw a lottery recently. Thus, he left it alone to continue gathering. The moment he opened it now, Chen Yi was astonished, his eyes widening in surprise. Popularity: 541,628, over 500,000. In just a few days, his popularity had surpassed the 50,000 mark. This equates to an influx of over 100,000 in popularity each day. How could this be? Chen Yi was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned upon him. As time passed, the popularity from strange stories would naturally continue to rise, drawing in new listeners to boost his popularity. Additionally, those two trending topics played a significant role. As one of the largest social media platforms in the country, Weibo's traffic is formidable. Even though he had not reached a viral level, more people had become aware of him because of it. Particularly with The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains, the extent of its spread could easily account for tens of thousands of new fans. With over 500,000 in popularity, he could draw 5 times. Chen Yi felt a twinge of excitement. Should he draw them all at once? As Chen Yi gazed at the attribute panel, his brow suddenly twitched. The commerce section, which typically displayed in gray, now bore the intriguing inscription, "Unlockable." He promptly focused his mind on the prospect of opening the store, and in the next moment, a system notification resonated on the panel. "Would you like to spend 500,000 popularity points to unlock the basic store? Yes or no? How much?" Chen Yi's eyes widened as he meticulously counted the zeros trailing the 5. 500,000. To unlock a store required such a staggering amount. It was utterly outrageous. He possessed a mere 540,000 in total. No wonder it had never appeared before. It was designed to emerge only when he amassed the requisite sum. Moreover, the label indicated it was merely a basic store, suggesting the existence of intermediate and even advanced stores that would demand millions to unlock. It was a veritable bottomless pit. With a sigh, Chen Yi opted to unlock it. "Unlocking store, please wait." Watching his popularity plummet to just over 40,000, he felt a pang of regret. However, being one of the system's core components, the store undoubtedly held its unique advantages, and unlocking it was inevitable. Unlock successful. A notification flashed by, and the system panel before Chen Yi transformed, revealing a rudimentary showcase with 3 items. Memory capsule, small, confession sticker, and composition, small. These were precisely the 3 items he had previously drawn, each priced at 100,000 popularity points, with no purchase limit. Indeed, these were valuable commodities. With the store now accessible, it meant that as long as he had sufficient popularity, he could continuously purchase memory capsules or compositions. Once the skill level of composition improved, he could genuinely register any song from his past life under his name. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled. That 500,000 was truly well spent. Regrettably, his current popularity was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have certainly purchased something to test it out. After studying the system for a while longer, the bus reached its destination, prompting Chen Yi to close it and approach the entrance of the Zhumu Langma Company. Upon entering the office lobby, a chorus of voices greeted him. "Mr. Chen, impressive. Congratulations, Mr. Chen." Similar expressions of praise erupted one after another, leaving Chen Yi bewildered. What was the cause of this unexpected celebration? Chapter 16. Three joyous events. Noticing Chen Yi's confusion, someone in the lobby chuckled. They're praising you for trending. We all recognize that you were the star of the kindergarten video. Indeed, Mr. Chen. Who would have thought you possessed such talents? Crafting stories and composing songs. Truly remarkable. Please, stop it. You're going to make me blush. Chen Yi laughed, waving his hands dismissively as he jested with the crowd. As for the congratulations, you'll find out soon enough, a colleague mysteriously remarked. What is it? Can you give me a hint? Chen Yi inquired, turning to him. Not a chance. The manager said we can't reveal anything until work officially begins. We'll share it once everyone has arrived. His colleague quickly shook his head. All right then. It's not long until work starts. I shall wait. Chen Yi smiled helplessly as he settled into his workstation. Since this congratulatory message was distinct from the previous accolades, could it be that director Zhou's Weibo post had propelled the listenership of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio beyond that of Battle Through the Heavens? It was quite plausible. After all, director Zhou's post had been made last night, and although it only trended this morning, it was evidently the result of prior anticipation. Some listeners had likely tuned in last night, and given director Zhou's substantial following, it was conceivable that a significant influx of new listeners had been attracted. If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. Before long, apart from the contracted hosts, the administrative staff and interns had gathered in the office hall. After a while, Wang Tongqiao finally entered the office area. Everyone, let's pause our task for a moment, he said, holding a sheet of paper, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Before announcing the listenership figures, I have some delightful news to share. First and foremost, let us congratulate Chen Yi. The listenership for the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio series has officially surpassed the 1 million mark. Furthermore, this is the second fastest program in our audiobook department to achieve such a milestone. Applause erupted throughout the office hall. Chen Yi is amazing. Bravo, Chen Yi. The voices of the crowd rose in unison, prompting Chen Yi to stand and express his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. For the audiobook segment, reaching 1 million listeners is a significant benchmark. The sooner this threshold is crossed, the greater the potential of the program. Moreover, achieving 1 million listeners truly signifies that the program has gained popularity. As for the program that broke the 1 million mark first, that honor belongs to Battle Through the Heavens, which, buoyed by a vast fan base, surpassed the 1 million mark by the second day of its release. Truly an astonishing feat additionally. Wang Tongqiao cleared his throat. The listenership rankings from yesterday have also changed. Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, Lotus Fragrance garnered an impressive 130,000 listens. With a completion rate soaring to 87, it has officially surpassed Battle Through the Heavens to become the champion of daily listenership. Once again, applause resounded as Chen Yi grinned widely. Indeed, his earlier speculation was correct. With the boost from director Zhou's Weibo, Strange Tales had officially eclipsed Battle Through the Heavens, claiming the title of the day's listenership champion. There's one more matter, Wang Tongqiao continued. What? There's more? Chen Yi was taken aback, wondering what kind of fortuitous day this was, with one good news following another. However, this news likely had little to do with him, as he had already reached the pinnacle. There was nowhere higher for him to go. The staff in the office hall were equally astonished. Even those who had arrived early were only aware of Chen Yi's achievement and had congratulated him for that, not anticipating further good tidings. This matter, however, is indeed related to Chen Yi, Wang Tongqiao reiterated, leaving Chen Yi utterly stunned. Again, it involves me? What could it possibly be? He found himself at a loss. Director Zhou, as you all know, Wang Tongqiao glanced at Chen Yi with an air of mystery. This very morning, Director Zhou had sent someone to contact the company, expressing his intention to acquire the film and television rights to the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio series. At this revelation, the entire office hall erupted with excitement. Incredible! Who would have thought that we would have a day to sell our copyrights? The staff was in a frenzy. Typically, their responsibilities in the audiobook department revolve around sourcing renowned and promising online literature, purchasing their copyrights, and transforming them into audiobooks. This, however, was an unprecedented occasion for them to export rights. It marked the first time since the establishment of their department that they would be granting rights externally. The company leadership regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, and in the afternoon, Director Zhou's team would be arriving to negotiate the purchase of the rights and discuss specific terms. Chen, prepare yourself, Wang instructed. Prepare for what? Chen Yi was somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated that someone would show interest in the rights to Strange Tales, but he never expected it to happen so swiftly. Director Zhou, having only listened once, was already eager to purchase the rights. Oh dear child, you must prepare to sell the rights. Wang chuckled. Although Strange Tales is available on our platform, it fundamentally remains your personal story, and the rights are entirely in your possession. Thus, you will need to negotiate the specifics of the amount, what to sell, and so forth. But I have no experience with these matters. Chen Yi hesitated. Selling rights was a significant affair, a genuine transaction in the marketplace involving intricate contracts with various convoluted clauses. He feared being misled, which could lead to a regrettable outcome. Do not worry. This afternoon, the legal department will send a dedicated person to assist you in the negotiations. Once the deal is finalized, you will simply owe the company a certain percentage of the commission, Wang assured him. That sounds manageable. Chen Yi sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease. Now, while we have this brief time in the morning, you need to record a few episodes for the upcoming programs. We are running out of content. Wang shifted the topic, his expression turning serious. Just remember, the quality of the upcoming episodes must remain high. Do not let the excitement of selling the rights lead to complacency. Rest assured, Minister. Chen Yi replied with a resigned smile. He mused that he was not the original author of Strange Tales. He was merely a conduit for nature's narratives. No matter how much the excitement escalated, it would not affect the quality of the stories to come. With the system at his disposal, he felt empowered. During the morning hours, Chen Yi hurriedly recorded another episode, and afterward, he enjoyed lunch in the cafeteria, patiently awaiting the afternoon's events. As soon as the afternoon work hours commenced, someone appeared at the entrance of the audiobook department, specifically requesting to see Chen Yi. The visitor was a woman of similar age to Chen Yi, dressed in a professional suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a laptop. Her hair was meticulously tied back, giving her an astute and capable appearance. I am Zhao Ke from the legal department, here to assist you with the copyright transaction this afternoon, she stated directly. Excuse me, is there anything I need to do? Chen Yi inwaited. Let us find a meeting room to discuss this in detail. The two searched for an unoccupied conference room and took their seats. Before the others arrive, I need to understand some of your requirements. As far as I know, your Strange Tales consists of independent stories. Should we consider selling each story separately? Zhao Ke opened her notebook and asked Chen Yi. That is certainly the case. Chen Yi promptly nodded. Each of these chapters in Strange Tales has the potential to be adapted into a classic television series or film. Given that the market has yet to test them, the initial offer would undoubtedly be low. It would be foolish to sell them all together. All right, what about the method of sale? And the pricing? Additionally, will there be any involvement in adaptation? Zhao Ke meticulously inquired about Chen Yi's needs and recorded them one by one. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhou and his team finally arrived at Mount Everest Company. In the largest conference room, Chen Yi met the renowned director. Zhou was not particularly tall, slim and petite, wearing a newsboy cap that exuded an artistic vibe. It was rather amusing to think that the original owner had struggled in the entertainment industry for so many years, having merely glimpsed Zhou from a distance on set. Yet now, he found himself in the same office, discussing matters concerning his work. Truly, fate has a whimsical sense of humor. Director Zhou, this is the author of the Strange Tale series. Our host Chen Yi. Wang Tongqiao cheerfully introduced the two. Chen, this is Director Zhou, a well-known filmmaker. I know. Chen Yi quickly interjected. I really enjoyed Hawthorne is Ripen Hero. I also have a fondness for your Strange Tales. Zhou replied with a hearty laugh. If we could adapt it for film, I'm certain it would be a remarkable piece. After a round of pleasantries, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened significantly, and it was time for the formal purchasing segment. Zhao Ke was the first to speak, sitting confidently in her chair. Director, may I ask which episode of Strange Tales you are specifically interested in purchasing? Her words set the tone for the entire transaction, clearly indicating that the stories would be sold separately, and that a bulk deal was out of the question. This was the art of conversation. The opposing team seemed to have anticipated this, Their expressions remained unchanged. And one individual spoke up. This time, we primarily wish to acquire the film rights for Yingning. However, we also hope to sign an additional agreement. What kind of agreement? Chen Yi asked curiously. Quite simple. Actually, the person continued. It pertains to a matter of priority. If Yingning receives a favorable market response, we would like to ensure that you grant us priority when selling the rights to subsequent stories. This was something neither he nor Zhao could have anticipated. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, they were a professional team. Both parties were seasoned negotiators, and the exchange was becoming quite intriguing. Zhao remained utterly composed and continued. If that is the case, the price for Yingning must inevitably increase. This was undoubtedly true. Thus, we are prepared to offer 250,000 for the film production rights of Yingning, along with a priority purchasing agreement for subsequent stories. The counterpart responded, 300,000. Zhao raised 3 fingers, insisting on a price of 300,000, along with the rights to suggest modifications during the scriptwriting process. Upon hearing this, an immediate silence enveloped the conference room. Chen Yi took a deep breath, gazing at Zhao. Previously, during their discussions, they had settled on a base price of merely 200,000, and now, unexpectedly, Zhao had increased it by a staggering 100,000. That was a significant sum. Those around Zhou and hesitated momentarily. Yet, Zhou smiled and declared, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest." With this statement, the decision was officially made. Chen Yi quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Director Zhou, thank you for your appreciation of the Liaozhai series." He understood, well, that for a mere story of a few thousand words, coupled with a priority purchasing right, 300,000 was already a premium, especially given the current modest popularity of Liaozhai. I am confident that the Liaozhai series will become a tremendous success. Zhou replied cheerfully, therefore, I hope for a delightful collaboration. When the time comes for script creation, I will also invite you, striving to recreate the most exquisite version of Liaozhai. Very well, I shall fully cooperate. Chen Yi responded with a smile, extending his hand. Zhou shook hands with Chen Yi and added, by the way, the Liaozhai series is updated daily, correct? Is there a new story coming tonight? Chen Yi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, at midnight. Then I shall eagerly await it. Ha ha. With this, the transaction was officially concluded. Zhao had long prepared a draft of the contract, and after adding a few clauses, both parties swiftly signed it. Within a week, the funds would be transferred to Chen Yi's bank account, and he merely needed to send over the electronic version of Yingning's document. In just about an hour, Chen Yi received a total of 300,000, and after deducting taxes and payments to the company, he would still have around 250,000 remaining. This would enable him to repay Sister Wu and still have ample funds to improve Xiao Tang's meals. Marvelous. Chen Yi was overwhelmed with joy. After bidding farewell to Director Zhou and his team, Chen Yi returned to his workstation and began contemplating which story to narrate next. The sale of Yingning made him realize that he must ensure the subsequent tales of Liaozhai were sufficiently captivating, as this would enhance their value, which was precisely why Director Zhou was willing to invest such a substantial amount. Having settled on a story and, with time drawing near, Chen Yi refrained from rushing to record. Instead, he tidied up his belongings and left work. Rather than recording the upcoming tales, he was far more eager to see the little one and share this wonderful news with her, to tell her that from now on, she would no longer have to endure hardships alongside her father. She could admire beautiful clothes in the street without pretending to dislike them and turn away. And when she spotted toys she fancied, she would no longer have to claim that Xiao Tang had outgrown such childish trinkets. He wished to convey to her, "My dear daughter, your father can finally provide you with a better life." The author has a note. There will be another chapter later, albeit rather late. So everyone can rise early to read chapter 18. Add me on WeChat, please, for the Linden Kindergarten updates. Chen Yi stood at the doorway, eagerly awaiting the moment he could see his daughter. Never before had he felt such anticipation as he did today. At last the school bell rang, and a multitude of children, led by their teacher, orderly made their way toward the exit. Chen Yi's eyes immediately caught sight of his little one, who, in turn, spotted her father at the first opportunity. "Daddy!" she exclaimed, dashing toward him. "Slow down." Chen Yi called out, his eyes misty with emotion. She quickly burst through the door, and he crouched down, ready to embrace her as she leapt into his arms. How was your day at kindergarten? Chen Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Great. She nodded vigorously. I made so many new friends today, and I'm so happy. Well then, would you like to be even happier? Chen Yi smiled, gazing at her. Yes, she replied without hesitation. Come on, Daddy will take you out for a feast. We'll buy you clothes. How about a lot of lovely little dresses? He looked at her with eager anticipation. But then the little one paused, shaking her head earnestly. No, Daddy. Let us go home. I have clothes to wear. No need for new ones. Silly girl. Chen Yi felt a lump in his throat, gently pulling her into his embrace again, softly patting her back. Sweetheart, Daddy has money now. We no longer have to endure the hardships of the past. From now on, whatever you wish to eat or buy, just tell Daddy, and I will get it for you, all right? The little girl did not respond immediately. After a moment, she leaned closer to Chen Yi's ear and said in her sweet, childish voice, Daddy, let us not spend the money. Let us save it and go find Mommy. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he held her even tighter and gently replied, All right, Daddy will listen to little Tang. Now let's go home, and I'll make you something to eat. Okay, thank you, Daddy, she exclaimed joyfully. Let us head home, Chen Yi said, lifting her into his arms as they began to walk. At that moment, another parent approached them. Hey, are you Chen Xiaodong's father? The parent inquired, puzzled. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? Oh, I'm Hao Xuan's mother. My son is in the same class as your daughter. The parent's face broke into a smile. I saw you and your daughter perform yesterday from the audience. It was truly wonderful. Not at all, Chen Yi replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Really? Hao Xuan's mother stepped closer with a conspiratorial tone. Could we exchange WeChat? I have many educational questions I'd love to discuss with you. Why aren't you in the parent group for the school? I've tried to reach you several times during the day. What? Chen was taken aback. He had no educational experience to share, as his daughter was simply exceptionally mature. It's Chen Xiaodong's father. Everyone come look. That's Chen Xiaodong's father. At that moment, another parent spotted Chen Yi and hurriedly approached with their child. Mr. Chen, shall we exchange WeChat? My daughter is in the same class as Xiao Tang. Mr. Chen, add me too. My son is in that class as well. Mr. Chen, me too. I want to connect. Suddenly, a crowd surged forward, leaving Chen Yi and Xiao Tang bewildered, standing frozen in place. What on earth is happening? How should he handle this? He had absolutely no experience. Excuse me, everyone. Please make way. Let's not block the kindergarten entrance, shall we? Kindly step aside. Just then, the crowd shifted, and Wu Min skillfully squeezed through. Without hesitation, she grasped Chen Yi's hand and dashed outside. Make way, make way. We have something urgent to attend to. We'll talk next time. Apologies, everyone. As Wu Min spoke, she cleared a path, and Chen Yi hurriedly followed, cradling Xiao Tang. My apologies, dear parents. I truly have pressing matters today. Let's chat properly when we have the chance. Chen Yi said apologetically, glancing around. Hey, Xiao Tang's dad, don't leave yet. Let's add each other on WeChat first. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Yi finally sat inside Wu Min's car, and without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the accelerator and sped out of the kindergarten parking lot. Phew, those parents are terrifying. Chen Yi exhaled, still feeling shaken. They could rival the fervor of frenzied fans. You can't blame yourself for being naive, Wu Min remarked, driving with a tone of disbelief. Do you not realize the commotion you caused last night? And today, you dare to come to pick up Xiao Tang without any disguise? That is just inviting attention. I had no idea those parents would be so enthusiastic, Chen Yi replied with an awkward smile. But Wu Jie, shouldn't I add them on WeChat? After all, Xiao Tang will be studying here, and I should cultivate a good rapport with these parents. Leave it to me, Wu Min responded. I'll register a new WeChat account and pretend to be you to join the kindergarten group. You have no clue how to interact with these people. Who knows how you'd end up selling Xiao Tang? Chen Yi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Then I'll have to trouble you, Wu Jie. Don't mention it. Wu Min waved her hand dismissively. By the way, Wu Jie, I sold the film rights to My Strange Stories from a Chinese studio for 300,000. I can finally pay you back the money I owe. Chen exclaimed with a smile. Once the funds arrive, I'll settle my debts. That much? Wu Min was taken aback. Well done, you. In that case, I suppose I can raise the rent a bit, considering how much the surrounding neighborhoods are charging now. I've still been renting to you at the price from 3 years ago. I'm losing out. Please don't. Wu Jie. Chen Yi quickly interjected. I'm just teasing you. Wu Min laughed, shaking her head. Xiao Tang, your dad is really silly, don't you think? Upon hearing this, the little one shook her head vigorously. No, Daddy isn't silly at all. Seeing the earnest expression on the little girl's face, both Chen Yi and Wu Min couldn't help but burst into laughter, filling the car with a joyful atmosphere. Upon returning home, Chen Yi invited Wu Min to dine together as a gesture of gratitude, and Wu Min, without pretense, readily accepted. After a sumptuous dinner and a brief playtime with the little one, Chen Yi intended to help her wash up and prepare for bed when his phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Tongxiao calling. Hello, Minister, Chen Yi answered. Xiao Chen, we have a serious problem. Wang Tongxiao's voice was filled with urgency. The audio files for the subsequent episodes of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio that you recorded earlier are completely damaged. The author has something to say after the second update. Please rate, comment, and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 19. Live broadcast what? Chen Yi was taken aback. How could this happen? Without the audio, we can't update tonight. He glanced at the clock. It was 9:30. Even if he rushed to the office to record on-site, there wouldn't be enough time for post-production. Why did this have to happen today? Furrowing his brow, Chen Yi realized that ordinarily, a day's delay might be manageable. But today was different. Earlier in the day, Director Zhou had mentioned waiting for the new program to go live tonight. If something went wrong on his end, it would undoubtedly leave a poor impression on Director Zhou. If it affected the quality of Yingning's production, the subsequent copyright issues for the entire Strange Tales series would be in jeopardy. It must be sabotage. Wang Tongxiao's voice was laced with anger. All the other hosts' audio materials are intact. Only yours have been compromised, and even the backups are destroyed. This is clearly a targeted attack against you. Chen Yi's expression grew cold. If this was indeed a personal attack, the culprit was easy to deduce. It was undoubtedly Wu Qian who wished for his downfall the most within the department. Minister, I might know, Wang Tongxiao interrupted. Do you have any new, unpublished voiceover files? Not allowing him to finish, it was clear that the minister had already begun to piece things together. None, Chen Yi replied. Typically, Liang Kai would make final adjustments and tests on the program files around 10 o'clock before sending them to him. Clearly, today's files were not yet ready, and the others had been damaged before production even began. This is troublesome, Wang Tongxiao sighed. Minister, Chen Yi suddenly spoke up. Are you at the office now? Yes. Several colleagues are here as well. Good. Please prepare a live broadcast room immediately. I'm heading to the office now, Chen Yi declared decisively. What? You want to go live? Wang Tongxiao's tone was filled with astonishment. Yes, we'll discuss the specifics at the office. Wait for me, Chen Yi replied before hanging up. He then retrieved the landlord's number and dialed it. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and Wu Min appeared in her pajamas. Wu Jie, I apologize for bothering you again, Chen Yi said, feeling contrite. Quickly head to the office. You can leave Xiao Tang in my care. By the way, do you need a ride? It's late to call for a cab, Wu Min said, handing him the car keys. Thank you, Wu Jie. Chen Yi accepted the keys, bid farewell to the little one, and stepped out the door. At the Zhumu Langma Company, when Chen Yi arrived, Wang Tongxiao was waiting at the entrance of the office lobby. Xiao Chen, are you sure you want to go live? Wang Tongxiao spoke solemnly, emphasizing that the difficulty level was far superior to that of a pre-recorded segment. The ambient sounds and effects must be meticulously controlled by oneself. Otherwise, the program's quality would suffer significantly. Rest assured, Minister, trust in me, Chen Yi replied, equally earnest. Having previously observed Liang Kai during his operations, he was not entirely uninformed. Wang Tongxiao studied him intently for a moment before seemingly reaching a decision, nodding in agreement. Very well, you may proceed. Remember, the live broadcast commences promptly at 12 o'clock. You have less than 2 hours remaining. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement, and the two made their way to the already prepared recording studio. Liang Kai had been waiting there, and upon Chen Yi's arrival, He promptly began to explain the intricate functions of the various buttons. Afterward, he allowed Chen Yi some time to familiarize himself with the equipment. At 11:55, Chen Yi raised his hand to indicate his readiness. Adjust your state. The live broadcast will officially begin 5 minutes from now, Wang Tongqiao instructed earnestly. Chen Yi nodded, closed his eyes, and began to center himself. Outside the soundproof room, Tian Rui observed Chen Yi through the glass with concern. "Minister, is everything truly all right?" she inquired. "For now, we must place our trust in Chen Yi," Wang Tongqiao replied, taking a deep breath. At 11:59, Wang Tongqiao gestured to Chen Yi through the glass, signaling that the live broadcast was about to commence. Then he counted down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast officially began. Inside the soundproof room, Chen Yi's deep voice resonated. "Good evening, dear listeners. This is your host Chen Yi. To celebrate the total listenership of the Liaozhai series surpassing 1 million, today's story will be presented in a live format. I hope you enjoy it." In the broadcast room, the audience, initially prepared to listen to the program, paused momentarily upon entering the link. After a brief interval, comments began to appear. "Wait, is this really a live broadcast? Wow, this is thrilling. Choosing to stay up late tonight seems like a brilliant decision. I can't wait. Host, please start quickly. I've already prepared my late-night snack to accompany the story." In a hotel room in Jianghaishi, Zhouan listened to the voice emanating from his phone, his expression shifting slightly. A live broadcast? This is a far more demanding setup than a pre-recorded segment. Under these circumstances, tonight's story may not be as captivating as before. What is Chen Yi thinking? Within the soundproof room, Chen Yi gently pressed a button before him, and a deep, melodic background sound began to play softly. Today's story is titled Xiao Xie and Qiurong. In early summer, the night is cool as water, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, accompanied by the chirping of summer insects. The Zhang family villa on the outskirts of the city has long been abandoned, making it an ideal place for clandestine affairs. In a secluded chamber, the affluent young gentleman Zhang Sheng clandestinely engaged in a romantic liaison with a maidservant from the Zhang household. The maid had already conceived in secret and demanded Zhang Sheng take responsibility. However, the callous and unfaithful Zhang Sheng, intent on escaping his predicament, contemplated murder. Just as he was about to act, a horde of restless spirits, known as wild ghosts, emerged from a nearby estate, instilling terror in Zhang Sheng, while the maid, driven to madness by the frightful tales of hauntings, became a source of widespread gossip. In truth, the wild ghosts haunting the estate were forsaken souls without masters. Among them was Qiurong, who decades prior had been a maidservant in the Jiang household. For reasons unknown, she had met a tragic end, harboring deep-seated resentment that confined her to the estate, unable to reincarnate. She, along with other vengeful spirits, made the estate their home. Qiurong possessed an ethereal beauty and commanded great respect among the spirits. She found a kindred spirit in the innocent and vivacious ghost, Xiao Xie. Despite their contrasting personalities, Xiao Xie being lively and inquisitive, the two shared a bond akin to that of sisters, supporting one another through their spectral existence. The forsaken souls led an untroubled life within the estate's confines. As Chen Yi narrated the tale, the comments in the live stream flowed with remarkable rapidity. Is this yet another love story? The beginning doesn't seem to suggest so. Where's the male lead? Chen Yi's voice continued to resonate in the live stream, gradually revealing the narrative. When he recounted how Tao Wangsan was entrusted with the haunted house, and how Qiurong and Xiao Xie began to tease him, the comments section erupted with excitement. Wow, is this a double heroine scenario? The scholar is quite fortunate. I envy him. I wish for that too. The spirits in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio are all so enchanting. I'm feeling envious. Hey, take a look behind you. Aren't they standing right there? Don't scare us at night. Haha, you say you want them, but when they actually appear, you call it frightening, you scoundrel. Exactly, you scoundrel. Chen Yi, oblivious to the merriment in the comments, continued weaving his tale. Should he have glimpsed the joy in the comment section, he might have shared a chuckle. However, the story of Xiao Xie and Qiurong was not one of joy. In Chapter 20, the server crashed. As the narrative progressed, Qian made her entrance, and Tao Wang-san gradually came to understand his true feelings. The truth of Qiurong's past began to unravel. Consequently, the tone in the comment section shifted from lighthearted to somber. "Oh, how pitiable Qiurong is. I hope she finds a happy ending." I agree. That young gentleman is truly wicked. But now the question arises, which of the three women, Xiaoxia, Qiurong, or Qian, will the male lead ultimately choose? Surely he won't take all three. That would render the story rather dull. That seems unlikely. After watching so many episodes of Strange Tales, don't you understand the tropes? Just wait and see. Chen Yi continued his narration. Subsequently, Tao Wang-san was wrongfully imprisoned, and as the two women endeavored to rescue him, Qiurong discovered that she had begun to develop feelings for him as well. Unbeknownst to her, her efforts to save him through the method of borrowing a body had inadvertently disrupted the balance between the realms of yin and yang, leading to the appearance of a dark judge who sought to apprehend the two spirits. After a fierce battle, the dark judge was moved by Tao Wang-san's genuine feelings. He granted each of Xiaoxia and Qiurong a talisman, which, when burned to ashes and consumed, would allow them to resurrect and return to life without the torment of reincarnation. They could immediately rekindle their romance with Tao Wang-san. However, if they failed to inhabit the body of a recently deceased person within a specified time, their souls would be lost, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, only Qian's body was suitable for Xiaoxia and Qiurong to return to the realm of the living. But there was only one body. How would they choose? The story reached its climax here, and the comments echoed the same sentiment. How could they possibly decide? Clearly, Qiurong should be chosen. She had suffered so much and finally found true love. They pleaded with the host to grant this singular opportunity to Qiurong. But what about Xiaoxia? Her feelings for Tao Wang-san were also sincere. Should she just be left to vanish? I choose Xiaoxia. Only children make choices. I want them both. Host, please give us a twist in the plot. Both of these female spirits are simply too wonderful. I agree. Wouldn't it be splendid to have both? Why must a choice be made? In the soundproof room, Chen Yi continued narrating the story. Ultimately, Qiurong selflessly relinquished her only opportunity to Xiaoxia, understanding that the essence of love is truly about giving and sacrifice, rather than possession and harm. Thus, Xiaoxia successfully resurrected using Qian's body, while Qiurong vanished, completely dissipating into the ether. Today's tale concludes here. I am your host, Chen Yi. Dear listeners, until next time. As the story concluded, Chen Yi sighed in relief, having navigated through without incident. Thankfully, the chosen narrative primarily focused on emotions rather than sound effects, so even with a few essential sound effects inserted, it did not detract from the story's brilliance. Stepping out of the soundproof room, Chen Yi eagerly inquired, "How was it? Did the live broadcast go well?" Wang Tongqiao regarded Chen Yi with a peculiar expression before handing him a note after a moment of contemplation. Beside them, Tian Rue quietly gave a thumbs up, mouthing the words, "Teacher Chen, you're amazing." Chen Yi, what do you mean by that? Taking the note, Chen Yi glanced at the screen, and his expression gradually froze. The screen did not display the live broadcast information, but rather a line of small text. "Oh dear, it seems the server is acting up. Please refresh and try again." What is going on? Chen Yi was perplexed. The broadcast crashed? Wang Tongqiao nodded. Yes, it crashed. What? So everything I said was in vain? Chen Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Not exactly. Wang Tongqiao shook his head. Right after you finished, the comments section erupted, with countless people expressing their sorrow for Qiurong. Then the server went down. Did you intentionally do this? Knowing we are not a professional broadcasting company, the server could not withstand such a flood of viewers and comments. Do you have any idea how many were online at the peak? How many? Chen Yi instinctively asked. 320,000. A full 320,000. This isn't one of those fake popularity streams. These are real listeners. You told such a story, and it ignited their passions. Chen Yi felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. I was just thinking about going live, so I specifically chose an exciting story. But this also proves that our live stream was quite successful. Haha. Indeed, it was remarkably successful. Wang Tongqiao shook his head in resignation. Yet a smile could not help but grace his lips. Chen Yi's flawless performance that evening not only averted the serious consequences of the audio malfunction, but also propelled the popularity of the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio series to new heights. After today, the listening figures for the subsequent episodes were sure to soar. Meanwhile, in a certain hotel, Zhou stood there, visibly excited, staring at his phone, which displayed Chen Yi's now-defunct livestream. Incredible. Absolutely riveting. He could already envision the scenes after it was adapted for film, especially the character of Chiro, which was steeped in tragedy. Once brought to the big screen, it would undoubtedly evoke immense sympathy from countless viewers. He was also determined to meticulously film the story of Ying Ning, followed by acquiring the rights to other tales, aspiring to transform Strange Tales from a Chinese studio into a blockbuster in the film industry. On the other side, with the live stream concluded, Chen Yi had no reason to linger at the company, especially since he couldn't fix the server crash. After Wang Tongxiao jokingly urged him to hurry home and get some sleep, he departed from the company and got into Wu Min's car. However, instead of starting the engine, he first opened the system panel. Popularity, 253, 416, what is this popularity? Chen Yi was astonished. Earlier in the day, he had only used 50,000 popularity points to access the system store, and at that time, there were barely 40,000 left. How could it have surged by 250,000 in such a short span? Was it all due to the live stream? To think that a single live stream could generate over 200,000 popularity points was quite extraordinary, considering that the server had crashed due to that very event. It seemed somewhat understandable. With a wry smile, Chen Yi closed the system panel and started the car, making his way back to his rental apartment. He quietly opened the door and peeked inside. The living room was shrouded in darkness. Evidently, Wu Jie and the little one had already gone to sleep. So, Chen Yi slipped off his shoes and coat, cautiously twisting the doorknob of the bedroom to take a look. Inside, the dim light of the bedside lamp cast a hazy glow. On the small bed, the little one lay peacefully asleep, while Wu Min lay on her side, facing the child, her body slightly curved, as if protectively shielding the little one. Not wanting to disturb this tranquil moment, Chen Yi whispered a soft good night before retreating and closing the door gently. Author's note, just to clarify, the story of Xiao Xie is not based on the original Strange Tales, but rather on the 2005 television adaptation, which allows for more narrative flexibility and facilitates the unfolding of the plot. Chapter 21. The Resurgence of the Repentance sticker. The next day, Chen Yi set an alarm and woke up early. While Wu Min and the little one were still asleep, he began to prepare breakfast. As breakfast was nearing completion, Wu Min also rose from her slumber. "Why are you up so early? Did you resolve last night's issues?" she asked, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she emerged from her bedroom, tousling her somewhat disheveled hair and stretching languidly, revealing her graceful curves. "Yes, it's all sorted," Chen Yi replied with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Wu, for coming to care for Xiao Tang so late. Don't say such foolishness. Xiao Tang is exceptionally well-behaved. She didn't stir at all while sleeping. I had a wonderfully restful night," Wu Min chuckled. "I truly wonder how you raised such a well-mannered daughter." "Perhaps I saved the galaxy in my past life," Chen Yi chuckled. "Breakfast is ready. Please help yourself while I go wake Xiao Tang." "All right," Wu Min nodded. "I'll return to freshen up first." After breakfast, it was still Wu Min who took Xiao Tang to school, while Chen Yi took the bus to his company. Look, the live broadcast of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio that I mentioned last night is trending again. Chen Yi had just settled in when he overheard two students conversing nearby. "What? Oh, you mean the story of Xiao Xie and Qiu Rong?" "Yes. I was infuriated last night. Qiu Rong is so kind-hearted, despite her tragic background. She ultimately sacrificed herself for Xiao Xie. My heart aches for her. Thankfully I went to bed early and missed it. Otherwise, I would have been furious too. Let me check. Wow, it's in the top 10 trending topics." Chen Yi remarked. "Is it really that exaggerated?" He quickly opened his phone to check the trending topics on Weibo, and there it was, at number 10, "Heartbroken for Qiu Rong." Upon clicking for details, he found a post from an ordinary user. "Whoa, I adore Qiu Rong. Her life is so tragic, yet she remains so kind. I thought she could come back to life and live happily with Tao Wang San. Bring back Qiu Rong." The comments below had already surpassed 10,000. This is just the author's ploy. If Qiu Rong and Xiao Xie had a happy ending, the story would merely be well-crafted. However, Qiu Rong's demise elevates the entire narrative significantly. One must admit, the author is quite skilled. Indeed, the author wields their pen like a blade. One can tell they are a seasoned butcher upon first glance. Chen the Butcher, bring back Qiu Rong. I quite like that moniker, haha. As he scrolled through the comments, Chen Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Initially, he considered taking advantage of the trending topic to verify his Weibo account, asserting that he was indeed the author of strange tales, hoping to gain some followers. However, upon witnessing the fervent outrage of the crowd, he thought better of it. It was far too terrifying. Upon entering the office lobby, Chen Yi overheard a group of employees discussing the events of the previous night. As soon as they noticed his arrival, they greeted him enthusiastically. "Teacher Chen, you are incredible. You even managed to crash the server." "Yes, Teacher Chen, in a sense. You have become our Everest's first broadcaster, the first to bring the server to its knees." "Please, don't mock me." Chen Yi scratched his head. "I didn't do it intentionally." Saying this, he walked to his workstation. Wu Qian had already arrived, maintaining a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Chen Yi's presence. A subtle smile played at the corners of Chen Yi's mouth. Initially, he was merely skeptical. However, upon observing Wu Qian's demeanor, he could now ascertain the truth. The acting was utterly inept. Given this, he could not be held accountable. With a sudden impulse, Chen Yi summoned the system panel and accessed the marketplace. Spending 10 popularity points, he exchanged for a repentant sticker. Seizing the moment to dispose of some trash, he discreetly affixed the sticker onto Wu Qian. Repentant sticker activated. At that moment, Wang Tongqiao entered, holding 4 sheets of paper. "Silence, please," Wang Tongqiao declared gravely. Before announcing yesterday's listenership rankings, "I have an important matter to address." The expressions in the room turned serious. Last night, an extremely grave incident occurred within the company. Wang Tongqiao exclaimed, indignation evident in his voice. Someone deleted all the audio files of strange stories from a Chinese studio, jeopardizing today's program's timely release, especially under yesterday's circumstances. Director Zhou specifically mentioned his anticipation for today's show. Any issues could severely tarnish the image our company has cultivated over the years in the industry. Do not assume this is merely a minor error. It could cost us all our livelihoods. Do you understand? Wang Tongqiao's voice echoed throughout the office hall. "I was wrong." "Director," a voice piped up. Chen Yi tilted his head, noticing that Wu Qian was already in tears. Wang Tongqiao was taken aback, staring in disbelief at Wu Qian. The others in the office were equally stunned. This young master? "I shouldn't have deleted the audio files of strange stories from a Chinese studio. I had no idea it would lead to such dire consequences. I was just envious of Chen Yi. I was wrong, Director Wang." Wu Qian cried, tears streaming down his face. This completely bewildered Wang Tongqiao. While he had suspected Wu Qian might be responsible, his intention in delivering the speech was merely to indirectly caution the young man, hoping to prevent any impulsive actions that could result in irreparable damage to the company. He had not anticipated forcing a confession. Was the young master's mindset truly so fragile? "Brother, your admission changes the nature of this situation entirely." Zhou Nanfeng, seated at his desk, observed the weeping Wu Qian and then glanced at Chen Yi nearby, shuddering involuntarily. "I told you so. I warned you this person was trouble." Wu Qian must have his head filled with nonsense. Why would he provoke him? Isn't my experience a sufficient warning? Now, in front of everyone, he self-destructs. Even if your father is Manager Wu, it won't save you. Truly foolish. As Zhou Nanfeng had anticipated, events unfolded accordingly. With Wu Qian's confession, Wang Tongqiao's intention to downplay the matter was rendered futile. The unauthorized deletion of crucial company files, nearly resulting in irreparable losses, meant that Wu Qian had only one path left: termination. Moreover, once this incident became public, his aspirations within the audio industry would likely be extinguished. By midday, the HR department swiftly processed Wu Qian's resignation. Until his departure from the company, Wu Qian remained utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why. Despite his steadfast determination to deny any wrongdoing, A mere conversation with Wang Tongqiao had led to his own unraveling. When did he become so sentimental? Chapter 22. Indeed, it is her Wu Qian had left, and Chen Yi bore no psychological burden whatsoever. He had brought this upon himself, and thus he deserved no sympathy. Moreover, the fact that this young man had deleted his audio recordings meant he would have to re-record all those stories once again. What a hassle. Xiao Chun, please come in. Just as he was preparing to record the program, Wang Tongqiao poked his head out from the office. Director, what can I do for you? Chen Yi responded promptly. Hurrying inside. Have a seat. Wang Tongqiao gestured toward a chair beside him. After Chen Yi settled down, Wang Tongqiao regarded him and spoke. Xiao Chun, the matter with Wu Qian has been handled. Don't let it trouble you. The most pressing concern now is to re-record those previous stories. I understand, Director. Chen Yi nodded. Good to hear, Wang Tongqiao replied with a nod. He continued, by the way, you do have a Weibo account, correct? Yes, I do, Chen Yi replied, momentarily taken aback. Excellent. Prepare yourself. Liao Zhai has trended several times, and while it has garnered sufficient attention, we need to boost its overall visibility further since Director Zhou is preparing for Ying Ning's filming. As the original author of Liao Zhai, it is imperative that you establish a Weibo account for promotional purposes. This will also greatly benefit your personal development. There are only around 100 episodes of Liao Zhai, so seize this opportunity to gain followers. This way, when you launch new segments, you will have a solid foundation of popularity. Chen Yi grimaced, Director, must it be done now? Now is an opportune moment, Wang Tongqiao analyzed earnestly. The story of Qiu Rong is still a bestseller, and the interest is ample. Is there an issue on your end? Wang Tongqiao observed Chen Yi's hesitation, clearly sensing his internal struggle. It's not a significant issue, but I fear that my appearance might attract harsh criticism from enthusiastic listeners, Chen Yi admitted awkwardly. Haha, why fear criticism? Wang Tongqiao chuckled. If they criticize you, it merely indicates their genuine affection for the characters you've created. Such criticism is far preferable to the superficial remarks directed at those young idols. This is positive feedback. It's a good thing. Very well. Chen Yi sighed, no longer conflicted. However, I have quite a few personal details on this account. I shall apply for a separate work account. That sounds reasonable. Once you have it set up, provide the account details to Tian Rue. The company will assist you with the verification, and afterward, simply share the official Weibo posts. Understood, Chen Yi nodded. After applying for a new account and submitting the relevant information to Tian Rue, he returned to re-record the previous programs. After a busy day, he finally managed to record 3 additional episodes as backups. Just as he was about to leave for the day, Tian Rue approached him, informing him that the Weibo verification was complete and the official account had released a promotional message that he needed to share. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi thought, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. He opened his phone and logged into his newly created Weibo account. The account had already been verified, with a description stating that he was a signed broadcaster from Mount Everest and the author of the strange tales from a Chinese studio series. Simultaneously, there was a mention, Mount Everest, ding ding ding. I believe everyone has heard stories from the strange tales from a Chinese studio series recently. Would you like to know who penned these tales? Allow me to grandly introduce our signed broadcaster, who is also the original author of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, Chen Yi. As the saying goes, debts must be repaid. For those listeners who wish to seek justice for Qirong, the target has arrived. The corners of Chen Yi's mouth twitched. It seemed the official Weibo account was stirring things up. He sighed and clicked on the post, replying ahem, hello everyone, I am Chen Yi smiley face. Shortly after the Weibo post was published, comments began to flood in. Chen the Butcher, you're here. Knife emoji, sisters. It's time to avenge Qirong. Charge. Chen the Butcher. Is it satisfying to wield your knife? Return Qirong to me. Choking you. Tonight, I want to hear a story with a good ending, or I will unfollow. The comments surged at an astonishing pace, and, concurrently, Chen Yi's follower count was also on the rise. With each refresh, he gained dozens, even hundreds of followers, and before long, his follower count surpassed 10,000. Chen Yi contemplated for a moment and chose a comment to respond to. Rest assured, everyone. Tonight's story will surely satisfy you. Stay tuned. Tonight's tale is about Lianqing. Although the journey of Lianqing was somewhat tumultuous, at least in the end. Lianxing and Xiaosheng enjoyed a happy union. After replying to the comments, Chen Yi quickly closed Weibo, gathered his belongings, and prepared to leave work. The little one had yet to finish school, but having learned from yesterday's experience, Wu Min had already agreed to pick her up today. Therefore, Chen Yi did not go to the kindergarten. Instead, he bought some groceries and returned home. Upon arriving at the community where his rental apartment was located, Chen Yi noticed from a distance that there was a black Mercedes-Benz business vehicle parked beneath his building. Quite impressive. This vehicle must cost at least 500,000 to 600,000. Chen Yi mused to himself that once he earned more money, he would buy a car for the little one as well. A business vehicle offers ample space and comfort in the back seat, making it undoubtedly the best choice for picking up and dropping off the little one at school. However, it was still early. Chen Yi glanced at the car a couple of times before turning his gaze away, preparing to head home. Just as he approached the business vehicle, the door swung open, and a remarkably tall woman stepped out. She was clad in a beige trench coat, wore a hat, and had her face shielded by glasses and a mask, enveloping herself completely as if afraid of being recognized. "Chen Yi," she called as she approached. "Do you know me?" Chen Yi stopped, puzzled, his heart inexplicably racing. "It's me," she said, removing her sunglasses and mask. Instantly, an exquisite and stunningly beautiful visage was revealed. Bang! The bag Chen Yi was holding fell to the ground, spilling its contents, but he was utterly oblivious to it. He stared intently at the person before him, not because her beauty had rendered him speechless, but because the figure before him was none other than Yi Ningxue, the illustrious Yi Ningxue, a luminary who straddles the realms of film, television, and music, excelling in each domain with resounding success. The very Yi Ningxue, who is rumored to be the mother of the little one. After contemplating her for so long, to see her standing right in front of him left Chen Yi momentarily dazed, but more than that, he was consumed by anger. "You're looking for me? What is it you want?" Chen Yi asked coldly, fixing his gaze upon her. "Where's my daughter?" Yi Ningxue's lips parted slightly, stirring a tempest of emotions within Chen Yi. Indeed, she was the mother of Xiaotang. The author has something to say. The second update concludes. Chapter 23. She is the villain. Xiaotang was still at school, yet to return. Chen Yi regarded her for a moment, then, after a brief pause, asked sternly, "Where have you been all these years? Why did you abandon Xiaotang?" Yi Ningxue met his gaze and replied coolly, "I have my reasons. Moreover, sending the child to her father does not constitute abandonment." "Doesn't count?" Chen Yi's eyes instantly turned icy. "In these past 3 years, have you ever shown up? Where were you when Xiaotang cried from hunger in the middle of the night? Where were you when she had a fever, calling for her mother? When we could barely afford the rent and were on the brink of homelessness? Where were you then? And you dare tell me this doesn't count as abandonment?" Yi Ningxue's expression shifted slightly. "I had my own struggles, but now that I am here, it signifies I can take care of Xiaotang. She will have the best life with me, free from suffering." As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Chen Yi. "As for you, I can offer you a sum of money as compensation for these years. Rest assured, it will be more than satisfactory, allowing you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Or have you not always wanted to enter the entertainment industry? I can introduce you to the best directors and provide you with the finest resources. Are you implying that you intend to take Xiaotang away from me?" Chen Yi sit ane yebrok, scrutinizing Yi Ningxue. "Certainly," Yi Ningxue replied assuredly. "Xiaotang will have a brighter future with me. As for you, we are simply not suited for one another, be it in terms of status, wealth, or education. We exist on entirely different levels." Chen Yi's lips curled into a silent laugh. "Indeed, you, the illustrious Yi Ningxue, possess wealth and influence that far surpasses mine. However, I regret to inform you that I do not believe you are fit to be Xiaotang's mother. Please leave." Yi Ningxue's expression hardened. "Do not overestimate your worth. Get out." Chen Yi shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. He could hardly believe that Xiaotang's mother was such a person. How naive he had been to harbor any illusions about her, having once thought she was approachable. "Daddy." At that moment, a sweet, innocent voice echoed as Wu Min approached, cradling Xiaotang in her arms. "Who is this?" Wu Min looked curiously at Yi Ningxue, suddenly widening her eyes. "Yi Ningxue, you are the illustrious Yi Ningxue, Mommy?" Xiao Tang gazed at Yi Ningxue, her expression suddenly alight with excitement. You are my mommy, aren't you? You are my mommy. Yes. Yi Ningxue's expression immediately softened as she crouched down, opening her arms toward Xiao Tang. My dear daughter, mommy has returned. Mommy, Xiao Tang exclaimed, releasing her grip on Wu Min and dashing into Yi Ningxue's embrace, crying, Mommy, you finally came back. I miss you so much. My dear, mommy missed you too. Yi Ningxue said, her eyes glistening with tears as she held Xiao Tang tightly. Meanwhile, Wu Min stood frozen, her face a picture of shock as she absorbed the scene before her. What was happening? Xiao Tang's mother was actually the renowned diva, Yi Ningxue. This child was the offspring of Yi Ningxue and Chen Yi. Had this young man shared a romantic history with the diva? She turned her gaze toward Chen Yi, furrowing her brow. His expression was unsettling. My dear daughter, I have come back to take you with me. Will you come with mommy? Yi Ningxue asked gently. Yes. Without a second thought, Xiao Tang nodded eagerly, turning to Chen Yi with delight. Daddy, mommy is back. However, the little girl's expression suddenly faltered as she caught sight of Chen Yixing's face. Realization dawned upon her, and she looked up at Yi Ningxue. Mommy, will you live with Tang Tang and Daddy forever? Yi Ningxue hesitated before softly replying, Xiao Tang, Daddy won't be living with us, but Mommy will provide you with a better life. Whatever you want, Mommy will buy it for you. The toys you love, the prettiest clothes. I don't want toys, Xiao Tang exclaimed, abruptly breaking free from Yi Ningxue's embrace. I want Daddy. With that, she turned and ran towards Chen Yixing. His heart swelled with joy as he wrapped his arms around his daughter, knowing that the child he had raised for 3 years would never choose another. Xiao Tang, Ms. Yi. Yi Ningxue attempted to say more, but Chen Yixing interrupted her. You need not say anything further. You have witnessed Xiao Tang's choice. Please leave. Xiao Tang, what must you do to go with mommy? Mommy will fulfill all your wishes. Yi Ningxue persisted, making one last effort. The little girl shook her head vigorously, resolutely declaring, Mommy, I don't want Daddy. Shouting, doesn't he want Mommy? Mommy is a bad person. With that, Xiao Tang buried her face against Chen Yixing's shoulder, her small frame trembling as she wept. Chen Yixing's gaze turned icy as he looked at Yi Ningxue, enunciating each word. Ms. Yi, if your presence only brings sadness to Xiao Tang, do not return. This home does not welcome you, nor does it require you. He then carried Xiao Tang and turned towards the stairs. Chen Yixing, I will definitely reclaim Xiao Tang. If you do not cooperate, we shall meet in court. Be my guest, Chen Yixing replied, not looking back as he ascended the stairs, adding, Wu Jie, please gather the vegetables on the floor. All right, Wu Min snapped back to reality, glancing between Chen Yixing and Yi Ningxue before picking up the scattered vegetables and hastening after Chen Yixing. Yi Ningxue stood rooted to the spot, her expression shifting dramatically. She had not anticipated Chen Yixing's ungratefulness, nor the profound bond between her daughter and him. Ningxue, shall we contact a lawyer? At that moment, her assistant approached. Not wishing to rush, Yi Ningxue pondered briefly before shaking her head. Perhaps it would be prudent to grant him a little more time. After all, he was the biological father of Xiao Tang. To sever ties so abruptly would only inflict harm on Xiao Tang. And I certainly do not wish for my daughter to harbor resentment towards me for a lifetime. With that thought, Yi Ningxue donned her sunglasses once more and instructed her assistant to gather detailed information regarding his current job, income, and social connections. Very well, the assistant nodded, promptly turning to make the necessary arrangements. Yi Ningxue cast a lingering glance in the direction where Chen Yi had departed before turning and getting into her car. On the second floor, Wu Min gazed through the glass at the vanishing vehicle, exhaling a sigh of relief. She turned to Chen Yi and said, He's gone. Chen Yi nodded, gently wiping away the tears from the little one's face. Tang Tang, don't cry. Baba, Xiao Tang sobbed, I never want to see Mama again. She is the bad person. Baba mustn't think of her either. Chen Yi chuckled softly, ruffling the child's hair. All right, we shall no longer think of her. The author has a message. There will be another update soon. The sofa is mine again. Chapter 24. Continuous draws. The little one's thoughts were quite simple. For her, the most crucial aspect was her father. Anyone who sought to separate her from him was a villain, although she envied other children with mothers. If that mother intended to keep her away from her father, then that mother was also a bad person. Ultimately, the one who mattered most to her was, and always would be, Chen Yi. Are you hungry, Xiaotang? Daddy will cook for you. Chen Yi smiled as he stood up to gather ingredients for a meal. Wu Min contemplated for a moment before walking over to Chen Yi and saying, "You cheeky lad, what are your plans from here on out?" "What plans?" Chen Yi replied, puzzled. "I intend to keep earning to support Xiaotang. Stop pretending to be oblivious." Wu Min shot him a glare. "You have completely offended Yi Ningxue. She is a superstar. If she retaliates, can you handle it?" Chen Yi paused, considering her words, before ceasing his tasks. "No one can take Xiaotang away from me. Not even Yi Ningxue, nor any deity, for that matter. If it comes to it, I shall fight to the bitter end. Go on." Wu Min slapped him lightly. "And what is Xiaotang if you go to battle? Stop talking nonsense." "I am serious," Chen Yi replied, looking at Wu Min with unwavering resolve. After dinner, the little one was evidently in a sour mood, prompting Chen Yi to assist her with her evening routine and gently coax her to sleep. As he gazed at the serene visage of the sleeping child, he sighed. Despite his outward bravado, appearing utterly unafraid of Yi Ningxue, the truth was, as she had stated, the chasm between them was vast. She was a reigning diva, a luminary in film and music, while he was merely an inexperienced dreamer, hardly ranking even among the lowest-tier stars. The disparity between them was not trivial, and frankly, to say that Yi Ningxue could obliterate him would not be much more difficult than squashing an ant. His solitary advantage. Chen Yi's gaze darkened as he accessed the system interface. This was his sole support and the greatest hope for his resurgence. The popularity has once again surpassed 200,000. Chen Yi gazed at the fluctuating numbers, his eyes shimmering with excitement. After redeeming the confession stickers in the morning, he had around 100,000 left. This surge was undoubtedly due to the attention garnered from Weibo. Without hesitation, he opted to try his luck in the lottery. Since his arrival in this new realm, he had never felt such an intense desire to grow stronger. Even after resolving the troubles caused by Wu Qian yesterday, he felt a sense of relaxation, believing his career was stable and his salary sufficient for expenses, allowing him to gradually build his popularity. Yet at this moment, he was eager to elevate himself. The familiar plain fortune bag reappeared, and with a flash of white light, an ancient tome materialized on the interface. Folk song proficiency, minor. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled as he clicked to draw again. The fortune bag emerged once more. Guitar mastery, minor. Ah, intriguing. Observing the two items in his inventory, he noted their complementary nature. Was the system suggesting he become a folk singer? That could work. He will buy a guitar tomorrow. For him, any enhancement would provide an advantage in confronting Yi Ningxue. He activated both books, and a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. After assimilating this newfound understanding, Chen Yi glanced at the little one beside him, who had drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chen Yi accompanied Wu Min to drop the little one off at school. The child remained silent and listless, clearly affected by yesterday's events, which would not be easily forgotten. Watching her carry her backpack and silently enter the kindergarten, Wu Min sighed. "I never imagined Yi Ningxue could be such a person. I used to enjoy watching her shows. How foolish of me. Jia, I'll need your help this afternoon to pick up Tang Tang. I'm worried Yi Ningxue might find out she is studying here and forcibly take her away," Chen Yi said, looking at Wu Min. "Of course. I would have come even without your prompting." Wu Min nodded, then looked at Chen Yi earnestly. "You better do your best. We absolutely cannot let that wicked woman take Tang Tang." Chen Yi smiled. "Absolutely." After bidding farewell to Wu Min, he went straight to the company, dedicating the morning to recording 2 more episodes, ensuring that there would be broadcasts for the next few days before he began searching for the nearest music store. After a quick search on the map, he identified his target, the mysterious music store located in the Indu department store, the closest music shop to his workplace. Upon entering the mall, he noticed a crowd gathered in the lobby, where someone was singing and applause erupted intermittently. A large billboard stood prominently near the entrance. His brow arched in curiosity as he approached. Do you have a musical dream? Yet the exorbitant prices of instruments have kept that dream at bay. Mysterious Music Store's latest event. Seeking the most exceptional among you. If you can perform a song live and post it online, The individual who receives the most likes within an hour will be awarded various entry-level instruments, valued at 2,000 yuan, including the guitar, ukulele, and electronic keyboard. What are you waiting for? Come and take on the challenge. Marvelous. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been troubled by the thought that a good guitar would cost at least 1,000, and with the copyright fees from director Zhou still pending, he found himself short on funds. To his surprise, he discovered that life sometimes presents unexpected gifts. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to register. Many had already participated, with nearly 50 contestants performing since the morning and about 10 still waiting in line. The competition was undeniably fierce. What should he sing? Standing at the edge of the stage, Chen Yi pondered. The popular folk songs from his previous life were absent in this world. But since the contest hinged on the number of likes received within a limited time, the choice of song was critical. Clearly, deeper songs from artists like Li Zongxing would not suffice. After careful consideration, Chen Yi began to formulate a plan. The next contestant, Chen Yi, the host announced his name, and Chen Yi nodded, making his way to the stage. Hello, contestant Chen Yi, the host greeted him. Please introduce yourself briefly and tell us what song you wish to perform, along with whether you require any instrumental assistance. Chen Yi nodded, took the microphone, and addressed the audience. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chen Yi, and I will need a guitar. Certainly, the host replied with a slight smile, as a staff member promptly handed him a wooden guitar. As he received the guitar, the host inquired, "What song will you be performing?" Chen Yi smiled as he took the guitar and said, "The song I will perform is titled Xiao Chou. The author has something to say. The second half has concluded. Please like and comment." Chapter 25, Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou. What kind of song is that? Have you heard it? No, perhaps it's by some obscure artist. Let's listen. On stage, Chen Yi skillfully tuned the guitar. Though this was his first encounter with the instrument, he exhibited no signs of awkwardness, as if he had done this countless times before. This was the power of the skill book at work. Once he had ensured the pitch was correct, he gently strummed the strings, closed his eyes, and began to sing. When you walk into this joyous place, carrying all your dreams and aspirations, on the faces of many, various masks are worn. No one remembers your appearance. After 3 rounds of drinks, there you are in the corner, persistently singing a bitter song. Listen as it drowns in the clamor. You raise your glass and speak to yourself. Chen Yi's deep voice, complemented by the simple chords, resonated through the shopping mall's atrium. Somehow, the previously noisy environment fell silent. Passers-by either stood still or moved closer, captivated by Chen Yi on stage. It was as if his voice possessed a magic capable of calming restless hearts. On stage, Chen Yi paused briefly, strummed a chord, and shifted his tone dramatically. A toast to the sun, a toast to the moonlight. Awaken my past, softening the cold nights. Thus, I can soar against the wind without looking back, unafraid of the rain in my heart or the frost in my eyes. A toast to my hometown, a toast to the distant lands, holding on to my kindness, urging me to grow. Thus, the journey between the north and south is no longer prolonged, and the soul finds its sanctuary. My goodness, how enchanting! Below the stage, some spectators were expressions of wonder, clearly captivated by this song, while others appear utterly astonished. The lyrics are exquisitely crafted. For cups of wine, toasting to the dawn, to the moonlight, to the homeland, and to distant places. Within these few succinct lines, there seems to be a wealth of life experiences encapsulated. What kind of soul could compose such profound lyrics? On stage, Chen Yi opens his eyes, his tone suddenly soaring. 1 cup to salute tomorrow, another to honor the past. My burdened shoulders support my heavy frame. Though I have never believed in the notion of lofty mountains and long rivers, life is fleeting. Why cling to memories? 1 cup to embrace freedom, another to confront death. Forgive my ordinariness, for it dispels my uncertainties. Indeed, after dawn, one often departs in haste. The most lucid individuals are the most absurd. Chen Yi's deep voice continues to resonate, yet the audience below is rendered speechless. If the first half of the lyrics merely astonished them, the latter half has truly breached the gates of their hearts, striking the softest chords within. Once again, for cups of wine, they toast to tomorrow, to the past, to freedom, and to death. The most poignant line remains the final one. The most lucid individuals are the most absurd. These lyrics appear to unfurl a vivid tapestry before the audience, depicting an elderly man who has traversed mountains and explored the world, having witnessed the myriad facets of life, ultimately seated alone amidst towering peaks, offering a toast to the heavens. There's a sense of resignation, yet also a degree of openness. This song is simply extraordinary. As the performance concludes, silence envelopes the audience, who gaze at the stage in a daze. Some have not even realized that tears have begun to gather in the corners of their eyes. Following Chen Yi, several competitors step forward with wry smiles, shaking their heads in disbelief. This is futile. We simply cannot compete. Thank you, Mr. Chen Yi, for your splendid performance. At this moment, the host ascends the stage, his eyes slightly reddened, clearly moved by the song. However, his professionalism allows him to swiftly regain his composure and proceed with the program. This song is truly magnificent, the host remarks with a gentle smile, addressing the audience. Don't you agree? Yes. Incredible. This song is extraordinary. Thank you all. Chen Yi smiles as he returns the guitar to the host. The host accepts the guitar and continues. The song Xiao Chou, performed by Mr. Chen Yi, has just been shared on our official Douyin account for Pyongyang Music Store. For those who appreciate it, please rush to like and comment to support Mr. Chen Yi. Now, let us welcome the next contestant, Zhang Yueran. A young man, seemingly resigned, walks toward the stage, while Chen Yi descends from another direction, making his way to the staff's table. The staff member was a young girl, who, upon seeing Chen Yi, excitedly stood up and exclaimed, "Mr. Chen Yi, why can't I find that song online at all?" Chen Yi chuckled. "I wrote it myself. Please don't mind. Is it your original work?" The girl gasped in astonishment. This song is simply exquisite. I was nearly brought to tears while listening to it. It's truly remarkable. The prize for this event must surely be yours. Let us hope so. By the way, what should I do next? Nothing at all. Our event commenced yesterday, and will continue for another day. Once everything concludes, we will tally the number of likes each video receives on Douyin within the first hour of posting, rank them, and contact the creator of the top video to claim their desired instrument. All right, thank you. Chen Yi nodded with a smile, making his way into the mall amidst the curious and reluctant gazes of the audience. With Xiao Chou now released, it should be quite stable, he mused, promptly opening his phone to check Douyin. After searching for Pyongyang music, he discovered that his video had indeed been uploaded. In the video, he was seated on a high stool, strumming his guitar and singing alone, exuding a distinct folk singer vibe. As the video had just been released, it garnered only a few likes, and there were no comments as of yet. "I hope it doesn't flop," Chen Yi muttered, forcing a smile as he gave himself a like, then closed his phone to seek out a store selling pens and notebooks. Having uploaded Xiao Chou online without registering for copyright, he realized he needed to rectify that process swiftly. Otherwise, by the time he returned home from picking up Xiao Tang in the afternoon, the song might no longer belong to him. After purchasing the necessary paper and writing utensils, Chen Yi wasted no time and hurried out of the mall, hailing a taxi straight to the copyright office. Upon reaching the entrance, he had already completed the composition of Xiao Chou. Once the registration was finalized, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, he would need to register the copyright before performing any song. Otherwise, it could be quite nerve-wracking. Having completed these tasks, he glanced at the time and proceeded directly to the kindergarten entrance, taking a seat in the shade of a tree as he awaited his daughter's dismissal. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant for any vehicles nearby, wondering if the large bends from yesterday would reappear. Chapter 26. The night of harvest before long, Wu Min arrived, driving over. With a little time left before the kindergarten dismissal, she casually took a seat beside Chen Yi, and together they observed their surroundings. The scene between the two was rather peculiar. Shortly thereafter, the school bell rang, and the black bends had still not made an appearance. With this, Chen Yi felt a bit more at ease as he and Wu Min went to pick up the little one. After a day of processing her emotions, the child appeared to be in much better spirits, laughing as she rushed towards Chen Yi, just as before. Children are like that. Their moments of unhappiness seldom linger, as their attention is quickly captivated by new experiences. Although Yi Ningxue's sudden appearance had caused considerable emotional turmoil for the little one, She had never known the role of a mother since her earliest memories, so the recovery would not prove too difficult. As for the extent of the little one's understanding, it is beyond Chen Yi's ability to discern whether this matter is buried deeply within her heart. At times, a child maturing too swiftly is evidently not a favorable circumstance. As they boarded the vehicle, Wu Min assumed the role of the driver with composure, while Chen Yi suddenly pondered whether it was time for him to acquire a car. He could not rely on Sister Wu for daily transportation, as she too had her own obligations and could not consistently revolve her life around them. The father and daughter duo, with his rising prominence, it was clear that in the future, taking public transport to ferry the little one to and from school would be impractical. It seemed appropriate to procure a means of conveyance. Once the royalties were deposited, although he could not afford a luxurious business vehicle, he could surely manage the down payment for a modest car. It sufficed that his first vehicle need not be extravagant. An ordinary family sedan would be adequate. Resolute in his decision, he vowed a car shop once the royalties arrived. Upon returning home, he prepared dinner for the little one as usual, engaged in play, and once he confirmed that her spirits had significantly improved, he felt assured enough to lull her to sleep. After she drifted off, he completed his evening routine and quietly climbed into bed, subsequently opening his phone. He needed to check the performance of Xiao Chou, as its success could determine whether he could procure a guitar without cost. Donning his headphones, he launched Douyin, searched for Piao Miao music, and scrolled through the screen, his eyes lighting up instantly. The videos released today had garnered relatively few likes, most only reaching a few hundred, with a select few accumulating a few thousand. However, his own video had achieved an impressive 304 likes. This was nothing short of overwhelming. Scrolling back, even the most popular video from yesterday barely surpassed 68 likes, which was an entirely different tier from his statistics. Thus, not only did he excel in the likes received within the first hour of posting, but he also stood unchallenged in total likes. Opening his video, he noted that the comments had reached a total of 7. My goodness, what a hidden gem of a song. The lyrics are splendid. Indeed, the song was delightful, albeit a tad melancholic. Damn, it made me cry, and it's not even midnight yet. Why am I feeling so down? The singer is quite good. That deep voice immediately evokes a sense of nostalgia. Chen Yi stifled a laugh as he continued to peruse the comments. He relished reading the amusing remarks from the whimsical audience, as they never failed to amuse him. Previously for De Wang Jiao, Walai Sun Shan, and now for Xiao Chou. The comments were both humorous and delightfully diverse in style. However, there were similar inquiries, such as, who is the original artist of this song? I couldn't find anything. Clicking on the replies to this comment, Chen Yi was astonished to discover a connection between the two videos. A search on the copyright website revealed that the song was indeed an original composition by Chen Yi, the individual featured in the video. Wait a moment. Why does that name sound familiar? Wasn't he the Chen Yi from the recent Weibo trending topic regarding De Wang Jiao, Walai Sun Shan? The one with the adorably charming daughter? My word, upon comparison, it truly appears to be the same person. The discourse that followed was rife with perplexing phrases such as I feel sour, stealing a daughter, and how to deal with lemons, which evoked laughter from netizens, filling the comments section with an atmosphere of merriment. Chuckling and shaking his head, Chen Yi exited Douyin and opened Weibo, where yet another delightful surprise awaited him. The number of followers on his verified account had surpassed 100,000. Achieving such a milestone in a single day attested to the immense popularity of the Liaozhai series and the loyalty of its fans. It is worth noting that even the broadcaster who recounted tales of Do, Pe, Song Qiong atop Mount Everest has only garnered a mere 150,000 followers on Weibo, a result cultivated over several years. The reason for Chen Yi's rapid ascent in popularity likely lies in the fact that he is the original author of Liaozhai, naturally attracting far more attention. However, despite the substantial following, the growth of his Weibo fans had begun to plateau. After all, the ceiling for audiobook narrators does not compare to that of mainstream celebrities, whose follower counts typically start in the millions. Nonetheless, Chen Yi remained unperturbed. Fame is a journey that requires time. At present, the solitary post on his Weibo had already amassed thousands of comments. Yet, the discussions were still centered around Liaozhai. with no references linking him to Xiao Chou or the king calls me to patrol the mountains, although they share the same name. He had not uploaded a personal photograph on Weibo. This anonymity delighted Chen Yi, as he was eager to observe the reactions of netizens when the two personas converged. He anticipated it would be quite entertaining. Closing Weibo, Chen Yi set his phone aside and accessed the system panel. Tonight was indeed a night of bountiful rewards. He silently mused, glancing at the popularity metric. Popularity, 154, 327. Splendid. It had surpassed 100,000 despite having only drawn prizes twice. This surge in popularity was likely a direct result of the Xiao Chou video, which had experienced a remarkable acceleration in growth, validating his previous thoughts. During the broadcast of Liao Zhai, the rate of his popularity increase had gradually diminished, leading to the conclusion that both old and new fans would contribute to a sustained rise in popularity, albeit at different levels. If an old fan's value is quantified as 2, a new fan could potentially reach a value of 5, or even higher. Clearly, the system was compelling him to develop in a multifaceted manner rather than confining himself to a single domain. This further corroborated the system's designation. It required versatility. Navigating to the marketplace section, he observed the addition of 2 new items: folk song singing skills, small, and guitar proficiency, small, both of which he had drawn previously. However, unlike the earlier 3 items, these 2 newcomers were tinged with a dull gray, and beneath them, there were no indications of a one-time purchase for 100,000 popularity points. Chapter 27. Substitute for telling horror stories? What was this all about? Chen Yi's curiosity piqued as he contemplated the situation and selected folk song singing skills, small, prompting a dialog box to appear instantly. Would you like to spend 10,000 popularity points to unlock the purchase eligibility for folk song singing skills, small? Yes or no, damn? Chen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly require popularity to unlock this? The first 3 skills were free, so were those 3 merely benefits from the initial launch of the marketplace? Did it imply that all subsequent skills would necessitate popularity for their release? Contemplating this, Chen Yi selected guitar proficiency, minor, and, as expected, a familiar interface sprang forth. Indeed, it required an expenditure of 10,000 popularity points to unlock guitar proficiency, minor, in the marketplace. After some reflection, Chen Yi decided to spend 20,000 popularity points to unlock the purchasing qualification for both skills, as they would undoubtedly be useful in the future, sooner or later. He would need to unlock them. The scarcity of popularity points was becoming apparent. Chen Yi closed the system panel and shook his head, recognizing this endeavor as a voracious beast that devoured wealth, demanding popularity for every action, and his current accumulation of points was still rather slow. The following day, after escorting his daughter to school, Chen Yi arrived at the office. "Good morning, Teacher Chen," greeted his colleagues as he entered the office hall, to which he reciprocated with polite acknowledgments. The current state of the audiobook department saw Strange Tales from a Chinese studio and Battle Through the Heavens alternating at the pinnacle of the daily listening charts, each achieving victories in turn, while Hello, Mr. Zhou firmly held the 3rd position, unable to surpass them. Before long, as the workday commenced, Wang Tongqiao announced the previous day's listening statistics and continued, "Where is Zhou Ran? Is he at work?" Tian Rue promptly stood and replied, "Minister, I was just about to inform you. Zhou Ran has suffered an acute gastroenteritis attack and cannot come in. He asked me to request a leave of absence on his behalf." "What?" Wang Tongqiao was taken aback. "He can't come? What about the live broadcast tonight?" "He said it depends on his recovery. If he improves at the hospital, he will come over," Tian Rue explained. "How can that be depending on recovery?" Wang Tongqiao replied, exasperated. "Forget it. Let him rest well. We'll find another host for the broadcast." As he spoke, Wang Tongqiao's gaze turned to Chen Yi. "Xiao Chun, you'll do it." "What? Me?" Chen Yi was taken aback. "What broadcast?" "It's like this," Tian Rue clarified. "Teacher Zhou is responsible for the novel Yu Gue. Due to the nature of the material, apart from the regular updates, every fortnight, Teacher Zhou hosts a horror story live broadcast at midnight, which has become a hallmark of our audiobook department over time." Wang Tongqiao nodded. "We have enough material for the program, so there is no issue there. However, if tonight's live broadcast can't go on, we absolutely cannot leave our audience waiting after half a month's anticipation. Your Strange Tales also contains elements of the supernatural, so surely you've indulged in horror stories? Chen Yi replied, what horror stories have I read? Besides, isn't Strange Tales a collection of love stories? What does that have to do with horror? Have you seen how those listeners are utterly enamored with ghosts? Where are the horror stories in that? All right, prepare yourself. You'll handle it tonight. Just remember to select stories that are truly terrifying. The horror atmosphere in the Strange Tales series isn't very intense, Wang Tongqiao said with a grin before turning to enter his office. Teacher Chen, you can do it. You got this, Teacher Chen. His colleagues chimed in with encouraging words, though their expressions unmistakably betrayed a sense of schadenfreude. After all, who would willingly come to the office to work overtime in the dead of night, especially when the topic at hand revolved around horror stories? This particular genre is exceedingly challenging to convey. Elements such as suspense, terror, and thrill are indispensable, while simultaneously ensuring a profound sense of immersion. The expectations placed upon the narrator and the tale itself far exceed those of a typical narrative, particularly in the live-streaming format. A moment's lapse in attention could transform a horror story into a mere joke. Moreover, the inherent audience for this genre is rather limited, rendering it a thankless endeavor. Teacher Chen, do you need me to gather a few ghost stories online for a compilation? After all, it's just for one episode. We could manage with a bit of effort, Tian Rue inquired as she approached, her concern evident. No need, I will write it myself, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. Given that the responsibility had fallen upon him, his character would not allow him to take a lackadaisical approach. It's just a horror story, isn't it? Just watch how I terrify you all. He accessed the system panel and directly entered the marketplace, spending 100,000 popularity points to purchase a memory capsule, small. Closing his eyes, a series of stories he had heard in his past life flooded into his mind. The Zhang Jun telling story series was renowned. He vividly recalled a time in college when someone in the dormitory played an episode late at night, resulting in the entire dorm being too frightened to sleep, leaving everyone with dark circles under their eyes like pandas the following day. This alone attested to the terrifying nature of the stories. Writing it yourself is fine. Tian Rue nodded. Please finish it quickly, so I can prepare some ambient sounds and sound effects according to the script. All right, Chen Yi agreed. Unlike typical stories, horror narratives heavily rely on ambient sounds and effects. Effective soundscapes can amplify the sense of fear exponentially. After some contemplation, Chen Yi created a new document and titled it. What did you see? This story ranks among the top in the Zhang Jun telling story series, its classic status requiring no further elaboration. After completing the entire draft, Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief and sent it to Tian Rue, asking her to book the recording studio for the upcoming Strange Tales content. After spending an entire day producing 5 episodes, Chen Yi hurriedly finished work to pick up his daughter. Although he would return to the office that evening, he felt compelled to personally collect his daughter for the next few days. Only by bringing her home himself could he find peace of mind. Thus, after returning home and having dinner, he asked Sister Wu to look after Xiao Tang and made his way back to the office. Tian Rue was swift in her actions, having already prepared the appropriate sound effects and ambient sounds based on Chen Yi's script. After practicing for a while, he managed to master everything before midnight. In the recording studio, Wang Tongqiao looked at Tian Rue beside him and asked, Have you listened to the story? What do you think? Tian Rue shook her head. I don't know. Don't know? What does that mean? Wang Tongqiao inquired, puzzled. The tale of Teacher Chen bears a striking resemblance to the stories found within Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Yet it possesses a distinct style that sets it apart from other narratives of a similar ilk. He had even requested that I record a dialogue in advance, leaving me uncertain of the story's merits. Nonetheless, from my personal perspective, the element of the uncanny is undeniably present. Wang Tongqiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a touch of eeriness suffices, for the quality of the tale would reveal itself in due course. He harbored no expectations that Chen Yi would unveil a masterpiece this evening. Within the soundproof studio, as the clock struck midnight, Chen Yi commenced the live broadcast, greeting the audience with, Hello everyone, I am today's substitute host, Chen Yi. Tonight, I shall present a story titled What Did You See? Chapter 28. What did you see? Chen Yi, Isn't he the host from Strange Tales? What brings him here as a substitute? Where's Zhou Ran? Haha, intriguing. Chen Yi, do you tell horror stories? Please don't let the protagonist fall in love with a ghost mid-narrative. Rest assured, that will not be the case. No romances with specters or monsters. That wouldn't be Chen Yi's style, would it? Within the soundproof room, Chen Yi's deep voice began to resonate. This event had transpired over 3 years ago, yet for Lu Guangran, it remained as chilling as if it had occurred yesterday. After delivering the introductory remarks, Chen Yi pressed a button, playing a pre-recorded dialogue with Tian Rue. What is happening? Is there a villain entering that house? Just now at your home, I saw someone quietly open the bedroom door crack. I was terrified beyond measure. I nearly lost my life. What happened? What transpired? Please tell me. What did you see? Look at the comments section. This beginning seems rather intriguing. I sense the atmosphere building. My anticipation grows. Surely, you can't believe that someone who can write like Chen Yi wouldn't be able to tell a horror story, can you? Wait, upstairs. Why do you keep insisting now? At this moment, the comments section remained surprisingly harmonious. The story continued. The preceding segments were rather ordinary, recounting the tale of a man named Lu Guangran who rented an apartment and hired a maid to clean once a week. Until that fateful day when Lu Guangran returned home to find the maid absent. Calling out for her, he suddenly turned to discover her grasping at his pant leg, gazing at the bedroom door with sheer terror. Despite his inquiries, he could elicit no coherent explanation. Just then, the phone rang. Lu Guangran hastily answered, hearing the maid's voice on the line, explaining that she would be delayed due to an unforeseen issue. Lu Guangran's face paled in shock as he rushed into the living room, where the maid was sprawled on the floor. The comments section erupted. Holy cow. I was scared. What the heck? The maid is on the phone, but who's on the floor? Evidently, as the story progressed, the audience was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding narrative. The tale continued. The aunt has resigned, and Lu Guangran has developed an aversion to that house, never returning to reside there again until his niece arrived. Subsequently, supernatural occurrences transpired once more. When Lu Guangran received a peculiar phone call and rushed back to the house, the aunt reappeared in the living room, lying on the floor. The comments section erupted with astonishment. Why does this aunt linger like a restless spirit? Surely she cannot be a ghost. After all, she was introduced through a real estate agency. But how does one explain these eerie visuals? I have no idea. It sent chills down my spine. Following this, Lu Guangran hastily left the house with his niece and never returned again until he encountered the aunt once more. Under his earnest plea, she finally recounted the story of that day. It turns out she was terrified because she witnessed a man murdering a woman in the bedroom, and this scene had unfolded twice. The aunt believed that a homicide had occurred in the house previously, endowing it with an unsettling aura that allowed it to replay past events. With this revelation, the mystery was finally unveiled. The comments section buzzed with activity once again. Is that it? That wasn't even scary. Hey, I remember you. Who was it that screamed earlier? Quite interesting. Chen Yi has some talent. He tells horror stories quite convincingly. Much better now. Tonight's tale is commendable. Off to sleep I go. Just when everyone thought it was over, Chen Yi's voice emerged once more. Hello everyone. I am Chen Yi. The story just shared was told to me by a man named Lu Guangran. There are indeed many things in this world that elude our understanding. Just as I was about to organize this narrative in writing, an unexpected event occurred. The tape I recorded for Lu Guangran would not emit any sound, as if it were a brand new tape. And just as I began to doubt my recording method and contemplated turning off the recorder, the tape began to speak. It was Lu Guangran's voice. Chen Yi, I truly wish you would not share my story with anyone. For those who hear it will become frightened. I swear. He never uttered those words while with me. Upon finishing, Chen Yi abruptly ended the live stream. The broadcast was abruptly cut off. Yet the comments section began to flood once again. Streamer, don't mess with us. What is this? A story within a story? Damn, why did I even come to listen to this? I was already sleepless, and now it seems I won't be sleeping tonight. Chen Yi, come out. Opening the soundproof room door, Chen Yi smiled and asked, Minister, how was the effect? Minister Wang looked at him with a forlorn expression. So what happened in the end? Huh? Chen Yi was taken aback. What do you mean, what happened? Is there really a person named Lu Guangran? And what about that tape? Wang Tongxiao asked urgently. Chen Yi grinned and replied, Minister, don't get too absorbed in the story. It's just a horror tale. Wang Tongxiao stared at Chen Yi in disbelief. You rascal. Teacher Chen, you are incredible. You've broken the record again. Tian Rue held her tongue, remarking that during the peak period, the number of online viewers exceeded 200,000. Previously, when Teacher Zhou Ran was live, it had never surpassed 100,000. 200,000, quite ordinary. Chen Yi rested his chin on his hand, recalling that during the live broadcast of Strange Tales, the viewership had reached over 300,000, causing the server to crash. This time, however, there was no such failure. It was a missed opportunity. Stop boasting. Wang Tongxiao rolled his eyes and teased. The listenership of supernatural stories cannot compare to Strange Tales. What you achieved is already commendable. Hurry home and stop being an eyesore here. All right then. Chen Yi chuckled, busily gathering his belongings before departing the office hall. As he descended in the elevator to the first floor, he found the late-night lobby deserted, the lighting rather dim. Chen Yi turned on his phone's flashlight as he stepped outside. Suddenly, he thought he glimpsed a figure squatting on the ground nearby, wiping the floor with a cloth. What the hell? Chen Yi jolted, quickly directing his light towards the spot. Yet, it was empty. No one was there. Shaking his head vigorously, he muttered, Telling a horror story has made me paranoid. With that, he quickened his pace, almost fleeing from the building of Mount Everest. Chapter 29. Unceasing events the following day. After dropping his child off at school, Chen Yi returned to the company. Upon entering the office hall, he noticed many colleagues appeared fatigued, sporting heavy dark circles under their eyes. As Chen Yi approached, someone grimaced, Teacher Chen, I despise you. Chen Yi stood in confusion, looking at him in bewilderment. I couldn't sleep at all last night after listening to your program. As soon as I dozed off, I felt someone cleaning the floor in my room. It scared me to death. The person lamented with palpable resentment. Same here, another chimed in. I was in a daze all night and only fell asleep around 3 or 4. It was dreadful. Chen Yi chuckled helplessly, pointing to his own dark circles. To be honest, I didn't sleep much either. The others stared at him in surprise, their eyes widening as they noticed the evident dark circles on his face, which made them burst into laughter. Ha ha! Teacher Chen, don't tell me you were frightened too. ISNT this your own story? Scaring oneself is quite a talent. As expected from you. Teacher Chen. Amid their teasing, Chen Yi waved his hand with a smile. It's normal. There are authors who scare themselves while writing ghost stories. With that, he returned to his workstation. Indeed, he and T slept much the previous night, but it wasn't due to fear. Rather, he had discovered that the surge in viewership was remarkably rapid. Although the number of viewers during last night's live broadcast was still less than that of Strange Tales, the popularity it brought him was no less, perhaps even greater. In just a single night, his popularity had once again surpassed 200,000, granting him 2 opportunities for a lottery. This was intriguing. First, last night's audience was not entirely new. Many were longtime fans from Strange Tales. Yet despite being old fans, they contributed more to his popularity than when they listened to Strange Tales. Thus, he began to delve into the research, and before he knew it, time slipped away, and it was already past 3 o'clock. Despite the considerable time invested, it has not been in vain. Chen Yi has reached a conclusion. The surge in popularity is likely tied to emotions. Even loyal fans, if their emotional experiences fluctuate significantly, will contribute more to popularity than before. This implies that the same audience can be engaged repeatedly, provided that he consistently brings new surprises and stimuli to listeners. Soon, the workday commenced, and after Wang Tongxiao skillfully announced yesterday's listening rankings, a figure swiftly approached Chen Yi's workstation. Teacher Chen, the figure exclaimed eagerly. Chen Yi turned, somewhat puzzled. It was Zhou Ran, a young man with a somewhat disheveled appearance, dressed casually, with unkempt hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Zhou Ran, the host responsible for the Yugue project, continued. Teacher Zhou, are you feeling all right? Chen Yi inquired with concern. Never mind that. I listened to your program last night. Zhou Ran exclaimed excitedly, gripping Chen Yi's shoulders. It was magnificent, truly magnificent. After hearing your story, I realized that my previous tales had fallen into a trap. It turns out that creating fear is not solely reliant on sudden appearances of ghosts or unexpected sounds. As long as the story itself is captivating enough, it can equally send chills down one's spine, and this approach is evidently more sophisticated. Indeed, it is, Chen Yi replied with an awkward smile. Could you possibly join me for a live broadcast in the future? Zhou Ran implored. Or perhaps you could take over the entire broadcast, and all the rewards would go to you, as long as I can listen in and learn. Oh no, that won't be necessary. Chen Yi quickly shook his head. It was clear that Zhou Ran genuinely cherished his work, and Chen Yi had always held deep respect for such individuals. Thus he had no intention of usurping his position. After some contemplation, he suggested, how about this? Whenever I write a compelling story, I will send it directly to you. You can continue to host the live broadcast. I simply cannot manage the late-night shifts regularly. Is that really acceptable? Zhou Ran responded. How about I pay for it? No need for money, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. Just ensure that my name is credited when you share the stories. Absolutely. Zhou Ran nodded eagerly. Teacher Chen, you're truly a good person. Chen Yi thought to himself, how did I suddenly earn a reputation as a good person? He harbored his own aspirations as well. By allowing Zhou Ran to host while retaining authorship, it meant that listeners would still recognize that the stories originated from him. Chen Yi. Could this not also lead to an increase in his popularity? If so, he would no longer need to engage directly. Imagining a future where he could comfortably stay at home, endlessly drawing from the classics of literature, music, and film from previous lives, all the while watching his popularity soar. He felt a rush of satisfaction. Thus, the arrangement was settled. Zhou Ran enthusiastically returned to prepare for the program, while Chen Yi stood up, ready to book the recording studio. However, just then, the phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Chen Yi sighed and answered, Hello, this is Chen Yi. Greetings. May I inquire if this is Mr. Chen Yi? This is the Piao Music Store. I'm calling to inform you that your video has achieved the highest number of likes among all your works. When would it be convenient for you to visit our store and select your desired instrument? A sweet voice emanated from the phone, and Chen Yi smiled gently, replying, Thank you for taking the time to call me. I should be able to come by this afternoon. It's no trouble at all. We shall see you then. After hanging up, Chen Yi was about to put away his phone when a text notification chimed once more. Chen Yi thought, what is it today? More news coming in. However, this message caused his face to bloom with a radiant smile. The film rights payment for Ying Ning had finally arrived, a sum of 300,000, amounting to a precise 266,400 yuan after taxes. For Chen Yi, who had lived in poverty for over 20 years, this was undoubtedly a substantial amount. As previously planned, he would purchase a car this afternoon. In a matter of a morning, Chen Yi recorded 2 more episodes of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. After lunch, he set out with his newfound wealth, heading straight for the dealership. He had already deliberated that brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi would not be considered for now. Even if he could afford them, the cost of maintenance would be disproportionately high, especially for a first vehicle. Given his current financial situation, purchasing such luxury cars would only add to his woes. As for other joint venture brands, they were entirely outside his selection criteria. If he were to buy, it would be in support of domestic products. As a benchmark for, he had only one target in mind. Hongqi. Chapter 30. Car buying and the desire for freebies, whether in his past life or the present. Hongqi has always been a brand imbued with legendary status. Each military parade and various national ceremonies feature the presence of Hongqi vehicles. Previously a brand exclusive to the military, Hongqi cars had never graced the homes of ordinary citizens. However, with the evolution of time, Hongqi finally began to cater to the public. It evokes a sense of nostalgia akin to the swallows of the Wang family flying into the homes of common folk. Upon entering the Hongqi dealership, a salesperson promptly approached him. Hello, would you like to see your cars? Observing the salesperson's sweet smile, Chen Yi nodded and replied, yes. Would you like me to provide you with some details? No need. Chen Yi shook his head, his gaze scanning the hall until it brightened upon spotting something. He walked directly towards that direction. The Hongqi H5. Indeed, the minimalist yet grand design was identical to that of his past life, and the price was likewise 158,000. Without a doubt, in his previous life, Chen Yi's vehicle was also the Hongqi H5. Seeing such a familiar car brought a fleeting sense of nostalgia. This one, can I take it home now? Chen Yi inquired, pointing at the vehicle. Ah, you're deciding this quickly? Would you not like to look at others? The salesperson replied. Taken aback. No need to look further. This one will do, Chen Yi responded, shaking his head. In this parallel world, where everything differed from his past life, encountering something so familiar was a rarity. There was no point in hesitating. Can I take it home right away? Chen Yi asked again. Certainly, the salesperson chuckled. May I ask if you'll be paying in full or in installments? In full, please. Installments can be rather cumbersome, replied Chen Yi. Understood. The salesperson nodded and promptly began the necessary paperwork. An hour later, with a temporary license plate, Chen Yi drove out of the dealership. The moment he purchased the car, his recently received royalties had dwindled significantly, yet he remained joyous, for this was the first substantial item he had acquired through his own efforts. One could say that this vehicle symbolized an improvement in the living standards of both him and his daughter, Xiaotang. Steering his new car, Chen Yi made his way to a shopping mall near his company, for he needed to collect his guitar. Upon entering the ethereal music store, the young girl he had seen in the lobby immediately approached him. Mr. Chen Yi, I knew you would be the winner. Thank you, Chen Yi smiled. Ah, Mr. Chen Yi, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. He had long flowing hair and dressed in an artistic manner. I am the owner of this establishment, Jiang Haiyang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I understand you have a guitar I am seeking. Jiang Haiyang smiled, picking up an instrument. How about this one? The Yamaha FG 800, valued at $16.99. It's considered a classic for beginners. Sounds good. Chen Yi nodded appreciatively. Given that it was complimentary, he would not mind whatever the shopkeeper offered. All right, we'll go with this one. He picked up the guitar and handed it to a staff member. The employee worked swiftly, and soon the paperwork was completed, placing the guitar in Chen Yi's hands. All right, Mr. Chen, this guitar now entirely belongs to you, Jiang Haiyang remarked with a smile. By the way, would you be willing to hold the guitar for a photograph for our promotional materials? Certainly, Chen Yi nodded in complete agreement. After the photo was taken, Chen Yi intended to leave. However, Jiang Haiyang spoke again. Additionally, there's another matter, Jiang Haiyang said with a smile. After your video was released, it garnered significant attention within the folk music community. They thoroughly enjoyed your song, and they have contacted me to see if they could arrange a meeting with you to discuss the commercial rights for Xiao Cho. Of course, I'd be delighted. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled at the mention of copyright discussions, as this signified another opportunity for earnings. Given the quality and popularity of Xiao Cho, the commercial rights would certainly fetch a handsome sum. Very well. I will have them come over. They're in my store now. Jiang Haiyang called out, You come out, please. In the next moment, 3 individuals emerged from the inner door of the store, undeniably exuding an artistic aura. Allow me to introduce, Jiang Haiyang said enthusiastically. These 3 are members of the renowned domestic folk music group, Nightlight. This is their lead singer and captain, Huang Ziyue. Hello. Chen Yi extended his hand with a smile. However, Huang Ziyue merely nodded with a proud expression, refraining from shaking hands. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this a meeting to discuss purchasing the rights? What was with this demeanor? He then chuckled softly, retracting his hand. Are you Chen Yi? Huang Ziyue inquired. We would like to feature your song Xiao Cho at our upcoming music festival and during our concert tour. Of course, Chen Yi replied with a smile. But what are you willing to pay? At these words, Huang Ziyue's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Yi, while his 2 companions looked equally astonished. One of them spoke up. What we mean is, we will credit you as the original artist, which would serve as excellent promotion for you. With us as your guides, entering the folk music scene would be a breeze for you. Do you understand that? Chen Yi regarded the 3 of them and grasped the implication. So, they intend to take advantage of me? How amusing. Reflecting on their earlier demeanor, Chen Yi quickly lost interest and replied, I understand, but commercial rights must be compensated. Huang Ziyue's expression shifted immediately. Newcomer, we are offering you an opportunity. It is well known that the folk music scene has a high barrier to entry. Just because you release an original folk song does not make you part of the community. To truly enter, You must gain the recognition of the established figures in the field. So, after all this talk, you simply don't want to pay? Chen Yi chuckled, losing any desire to continue this exchange. I'm sorry, but if you wish to use my song, you must pay. Otherwise, there's nothing more to discuss. Hey you. All right. Do you three have any further matters? If not, I shall take my leave. Should you wish to purchase the rights, feel free to contact me. My number is available at the store, Chen Yi said with a smile, before departing from the ethereal guitar shop without looking back. Inside the store, Huang Ziyue was left speechless, completely unprepared for the newcomer's unyielding stance. Did he really wish to enter the folk music scene? Captain, what should we do? Huang Ziyue scoffed. Since this fellow is so uncooperative, we shall let him experience the consequences of offending his seniors. Chapter 31. The boycott of the folk music scene? In a luxurious presidential suite at a hotel in Jianghai City, Yi Ningxue was practicing yoga in the living room, her fitted attire accentuating her graceful curves. At that moment, her assistant entered, holding a file folder. Ningxue, all the information regarding Chen Yi is contained within this. Thank you for your hard work, Yi Ningxue acknowledged, pausing her movements to accept the folder. As she perused its contents, her brow began to furrow. Zumulangma's sign streamer, creator of Liaozhai Z. The king summons me to patrol the mountains. And Xiao Chou, when did he become so talented? Yi Ningxue pondered, recalling Chen Yi merely as a man lost in dreams of overnight fame. After a moment of contemplation, she hastily picked up her phone to conduct a search. Sometime later, Yi Ningxue turned to her assistant and said, help me contact Chen Yi. Inform him that I can introduce him to Sister Hua. If he is willing, he will undoubtedly achieve great success within 3 years. Also, let him know this is his final opportunity. The assistant appeared taken aback by Yi Ningxue's words. Who is Sister Hua? There is no doubt that she is the preeminent agent in the mainland entertainment industry. Every artist under her management, at the very least, ranks among the popular second tier, often just a step away from the top tier. Over her 2-decade career, Sister Hua has nurtured 3 kings and 2 queens of the industry, including, of course, Yi Ningxue. Countless stars vie for the opportunity to sign with her, yet few succeed, for she possesses exceedingly high standards regarding the potential of her talents. And now, Yi Ningxue is willing to introduce Chen Yi? Does this Chen Yi truly possess such remarkable potential? If so, why is she yet to embrace him? Her assistant found this perplexing, but after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Arriving at the kindergarten, Chen Yi placed his guitar in the back seat, patiently awaiting his daughter's dismissal. As for the folk music trio, he dismissed them from his mind entirely. What significance does the folk circle hold for him? He is destined to become a versatile superstar. A mere folk music scene is nothing of concern. Just then, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Hello, Mr. Chen. This is Ningxue's assistant. I have something to discuss. Chen Yi's tone turned icy. Ningxue mentioned that if you are willing to return Xiaotang to her, she will introduce you to Sister Hua. This is Ningxue's final opportunity for you. Sister Hua? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the name of the foremost agent in the mainland entertainment industry. I'm not interested. Tell her to leave me be. With that, he calmly hung up. What does the title of the best agent matter compared to his own system? As long as he possesses this system, it is as though he stands behind all the artistic works of his past life on Earth. What need has he for resources? Moreover, even without the system, he would never part with his little one. Before long, the kindergarten day concluded. Since prior arrangements had been made, Sister Wu did not approach. Sporting a cap, Chen Yi swiftly retrieved his little one and made his way to the car. Upon seeing the vehicle, the child's face lit up with curiosity. Daddy, where did this car come from? With a smile, Chen Yi lifted her into the back seat, securing her seatbelt. This is a car that Daddy bought. Now we have our own car. Isn't that exciting? Tang? Exciting. The little girl beamed. Daddy is the best. Then she noticed the guitar resting nearby. What is this? That is a guitar, Chen Yi replied with a smile. It's an instrument that produces beautiful sounds. When we get home, Daddy will sing for Tang with it. Okay. The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Tang loves singing. Chen Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. Since the last time when the big king called him to patrol the mountains, she had shown a keen interest in singing. With this instrument now at hand, he was more than willing to nurture her talent. Who knows, perhaps he might cultivate a little star. Before long, father and daughter returned home. As Chen Yi parked the car, he spotted Wu Min approaching. "Oh, not bad. Is this the new car you told me about?" "Yes," he responded. Chen Yi chuckled and asked, "By the way, Sister Wu, have you received the money I transferred to you?" "Yes," Wu Min replied with a cheerful smile. "You truly are impressive. You've earned so much in less than a month at work. It seems that before long, you'll be the one supporting me. When that time comes, I'll need to rent a place from you, and I hope you'll give me a discount." "Sister Wu, you're just joking again," Chen Yi said, scratching his head awkwardly as he glanced at the building before him. The memories of the original owner indicated that this entire building belonged to Wu Min. This meant that all the residents within were her tenants. Just from a monthly rent, Sister Wu had already achieved financial freedom. There was no need for her to trouble him. "Now that you have a car, I suppose you won't need me to pick you up anymore. Perhaps one day, you might not even want to live in this little place of mine," Wu Min said, casting a somewhat forlorn look at Xiao Tang. "No, Sister Wu. Xiao Tang likes you so much. We want to be moving," Chen Yi quickly reassured her. "If you plan to take care of Xiao Tang, that would be wonderful. The parents at the kindergarten will surely need your help." "Really?" Wu Min's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course," Chen Yi replied with a smile. "That is fantastic," Wu Min exclaimed, scooping up the little one and twirling her around, eliciting a fit of giggles from the child. "Oh, by the way," Wu Min said as she set Xiao Tang down and pulled out her phone, "when did you manage to provoke the folk music circle?" Chen Yi looked at her, puzzled. "What do you mean? Take a look for yourself," she said, tapping the screen before handing the phone to him. On the phone was a video from Douyin featuring the Nightlight Trio. Chen Yi glanced at the title, Dissolving Sorrows? Don't insult folk music. In the video, the trio elaborated on their perspectives, declaring that Dissolving Sorrows was merely a concoction of grandiose phrases, unworthy of being classified as true folk music. They called upon other folk artists to collectively resist Chen Yi, insisting that a purveyor of such trivial songs should never be allowed into their circle. The video had garnered over 300,000 likes, with numerous verified artists commenting in unwavering support of the Nightlight Trio. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. These individuals are quite amusing. Unable to acquire the commercial rights to Dissolving Sorrows, they resort to collective resistance? Such childish tactics. However, I have never aspired to enter the folk music scene, so their opposition is rather inconsequential. Yet, since these clowns enjoy their antics, I certainly wouldn't mind seizing the opportunity to elevate my popularity. With that, he returned the phone to Sister Wu, grinning as he said, "Sister Wu, would you be interested in joining me to swat some flies?" Chapter 32. Ideal Days in Chen Yi's room. Wu Min entered, her expression filled with curiosity. "What you mentioned about swatting flies is a plan to counter the Nightlight Trio. What do you intend to do?" Chen Yi grinned slyly. "Of course. I plan to prove myself through music. They claim I work isn't folk music at all. Very well. I shall compose a true folk song. Sister Wu, could you please prepare dinner for Xiao Tang? I need to write the song first and then head to the copyright office for registration." "All right," she replied. Wu Min instinctively agreed, then looked up at Chen Yi in astonishment. "Are you really going to write a song to counter them? Isn't it too late for that?" Writing a song is not as simple as it seems. To her knowledge, those so-called songwriters typically took at least a few days to compose a song, revising and rewriting along the way. "I'm quick," Chen Yi declared, taking a sheet of paper from the coffee table and beginning to write swiftly, simultaneously composing the music. 10 minutes later, he lifted the white paper and said, "Done." Woman exclaimed, "Are you joking? Can you really write a song that quickly? And compose music to boot? Do you think it's as easy as buying cabbage from a street vendor? Besides, a song written in such a short time, what standard could it possibly have? You little rascal, don't make a fool of yourself. You're just asking to be slapped in the face." Woman shook her head, insisting, "If you're going to write, then do it properly. What you're doing is just a chaotic mess." Chen immediately shook his head. "Sister Wu, you don't understand. Writing a song relies on that moment of sudden inspiration. What good song could emerge from days of forced creativity? Just wait and see." With that, he left the house with the lyrics in hand. Wu Min sighed helplessly and turned to the little one. "Xiao Tang, Your father's lost his mind. Dad is not crazy, the little one replied, smiling at Wu Min. Annie, Tang Tang is hungry. Let us cook. Wu Min looked at the child with fondness. All right. Approximately an hour later, after finishing dinner with Xiao Tang, Chen Yi returned, having successfully registered the copyright for his new song. I'm back. Let us eat before it gets cold, Wu Min said, pointing to the dining table. Not in a rush. Let us record the song first. Chen Yi replied with a smile, picking up his guitar. Sister Wu, could you please act as the camera operator? Sure. I want to see what you produced in 10 minutes. Wu Min's curiosity was piqued, especially since Chen Yi had kept his songwriting process a mystery from her. After tuning his guitar, the recording officially began. Chen Yi sat upright on the sofa, cradling his guitar, and began to sing with a smile. Some say I don't belong in the folk music scene. If I don't, then so be it. I simply enjoy writing and singing. Here is a new song I've just composed. I'd appreciate it if everyone could listen. Thank you. This song is titled The Ideal Third Season. With that, Chen Yi strummed the strings, and his deep voice resonated. After the rain, a car drives by, passing through the pale twilight. The old tin can head south, and the lovers are no more. Listening beneath the thick smoke, a poetry radio, an indifferent cough. At least it seems like Wu Min was taken aback, her playful expression vanishing. The little one also sat on a small stool, gazing at his father with delight. Though she could not comprehend the meaning behind Chen Yi's lyrics, she was captivated by the sight of her father singing, as he radiated a certain light in that moment. Just grow old. Let loneliness not awaken. Your long for departure simply finds no place to pause. So sing with eyes squinting, while the tears of warmth shatter, merely an existence yet to be reached. Upon hearing this passage, Wu Min felt a sudden sting in her nose, her eyes reddening as if recalling something poignant, nearly dropping her phone. Chen Yi's deep, resonant voice seemed to function as a key, unlocking the door to her heart and stirring the memories within, gradually laying them bare before your eyes. In that moment, she found herself overwhelmed with words, yet felt a sense of helplessness. What significance lay in speaking or remaining silent? After all, those events belonged to the past. No amount of futile lamentation could alter that understanding. The place where dreams collapsed is now overrun with moss. In just over 3 minutes, the entire song concluded, accompanied by the lingering echoes of Chen Yi's voice. Taking a breath, she regained her composure only to find that Wu Min's face was drenched in tears, unbeknownst to her. Sister Wu, she called. Wu Min snapped back to reality, seemingly aware of her own emotional lapse, hastily wiped her face, and handed her phone to Chen Yi, saying, It's all recorded. I must be on my way. With that, she thrust the phone into Chen Yi's arms and left without looking back. The little one looked curiously at the door and asked, Daddy, why is the Annie crying? Nothing to worry about, Chen Yi replied with a smile, gently ruffling the child's hair. Tang Tang, how about we comfort the Annie after Daddy finishes his meal? Okay. The child nodded enthusiastically and dashed toward the room. A few minutes later, under Chen Yi's puzzled gaze, the little one emerged, clutching an assortment of snacks. These are all Tang Tang's favorites. Let's share them with the Annie, she declared earnestly. She will surely smile. Indeed, Chen Yi nodded with a smile. But first, Daddy needs to eat. The song Ideal 3 Seasons had evidently stirred many bittersweet memories for Sister Wu. What she needed most now was solitude. It would be unwise to bring the little one over unannounced. As Chen Yi sat at the dining table, he simultaneously enjoyed his meal while reviewing the video Wu Min had recorded. After ensuring everything was in order, he promptly uploaded it to Douyin. This world's Douyin differed slightly from its predecessor. Even without followers, one could upload their songs as long as they provided complete copyright documentation. Consequently, the song would be circulated like any other video. Once the video was successfully uploaded, Chen Yi finished his meal and decided it was time to visit Wu Min's home, taking the little one along. Sister Wu, he knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Wu Min, who appeared somewhat embarrassed as she looked at Chen Yi. What brings you here? Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, indicating she had recently cried. But her expression had visibly transformed, suggesting she had composed herself. Tang Tang wanted to share some snacks with you, Chen Yi said, playfully nudging his daughter forward, intentionally omitting mention of the earlier incident. Auntie Candy, the little one chimed, stepping forward to offer a lollipop to Wu Min. "Ah, thank you, our little princess," Wu Min said with a smile as she accepted the candy. She understood Chen Yi's intentions for visiting, yet, given their mutual understanding, to avoid the earlier topic. She too refrained from mentioning it. As the three of them joyously indulged in sweets and snacks, Chen Yi's recently uploaded video was gaining traction at an astonishing rate. Author's note: the sofa is mine. Chapter 33. I am writing this now. Approximately an hour passed while they remained at Wu Min's residence. As he observed the little one drowsily drifting into slumber, Chen Yi hastily cradled her in his arms and bid farewell to Wu Min before heading home. Upon arriving, he gently placed the child on the bed and finally found the opportunity to retrieve his phone, eager to check the reception of Ideal third season. Opening Douyin and navigating to his homepage, a smile immediately graced Chen Yi's lips. In less than 2 hours since its release, his video had amassed over 80,000 likes, with comments exceeding 10,000, and the follower count had surged beyond 20,000, continuing to rise at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, Chen Yi delved into the comments. "Wow, this song is phenomenal. Is this a collaboration with Nightlight? Incredible. Exciting. Nightlight, come join the fray. The song is delightful, and the singer is quite handsome. If my husband weren't beside me, I'd surely express my admiration. Finally found the real deal. I absolutely adore Xiao Chou. Ideal third season is equally enchanting." The Nightlight trio had yet to respond, but Chen Yi remained unperturbed. The buzz surrounding his video was evidently just beginning, with an entire evening left for it to gain traction. He then opened his private messages. Unlike the comment section, the messages were not solely filled with praise. There were also critiques. Riding the coattails of Nightlight. How shameless. Laughable. What a terrible song. And you dare to share it? Nightlight was right. Individuals like you have no place in the folk music scene. Chen Yi chuckled and, regarding such remarks, reported, blocked, and deleted them all in a swift succession. After blacklisting dozens of accounts, he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Subsequently, he switched off his phone, proceeded with his nightly routine, and retired to bed. The following morning, Chen Yi rose early to prepare breakfast for the little one, while once again opening Douyin, as he had anticipated the night before. After a night of fermentation, the video Ideal third season had ascended to the 5th position on Douyin's trending list. The number of likes had surpassed 1 million, and his follower count had also exceeded 300,000. The comments section had notably expanded compared to the previous night. For instance, the top comment had transformed into, "Impressive. This song is undoubtedly the most classic folk song I have ever heard." Supporting Chen Yi. I've long been displeased with the antics of certain individuals in the folk music scene. What about Nightlight? Why have they stopped dancing? Listen to their song and then reflect on your own. Aren't you ashamed? How can you dare to claim they don't belong in the folk music realm? It's utterly hilarious. Indeed, regardless of the world, the eyes of the public are ever discerning. Ideal third season is surely among the most classic folk songs of yesteryears. It has not only garnered numerous awards, but also serves as an entry point into folk music for many young individuals. If the Nightlight trio could critique this song convincingly, he would be genuinely impressed. Just as he intended to scroll further through the comments, Chen Yi suddenly detected a faint burnt odor in the air. "My eggs." His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly stowed away his phone, focusing intently on preparing breakfast. At the Zhu Mu Lang Ma Company, Chen Yi entered the office lobby in high spirits, greeting his colleagues warmly. Upon arriving at the company earlier, he took a moment to check the system and discovered that his popularity had once again surpassed 500,000. This implies that the recent debacle on Douyin had resulted in an impressive increase of over 300,000 followers. How could this not elevate his spirits? Soon, as the workday commenced, Wang Tongqiao announced the listening figures from the previous day, and with a rather grave expression, he beckoned Chen, "Shout, Chen, come in with me." Entering the office, Chen Yi settled into his usual seat and inquired, "Minister, you called for me?" Wang Tongqiao waved his phone, displaying a video of Ideal 3 seasons. "What is going on with this Douyin video?" "This is just a song I uploaded for fun," Chen Yi replied with a smile. "Did you listen to it? It's not bad, right?" "It's quite decent," Wang Tongqiao acknowledged, but suddenly his expression shifted. "Who told you about this song? I want to know what is happening with the Nightlight group." Didn't they post on Douyin first, criticizing me for being unworthy of writing folk songs and for entering the folk music scene? I simply needed to prove myself, Chen Yi explained. What you did was not proof. It was a provocation. Wang Tongxiao retorted, visibly agitated. Do you realize that the Nightlight Group has established a presence in our music sector? The company has a partnership with them, and your blatant challenge has already displeased some higher-ups. What? Chen Yi was taken aback. How does this involve the company? No way. He frowned. My Douyin account is personal, unrelated to the company. Besides, the public doesn't even know I am the host Chen Yi. I haven't used my own profile picture on the verified Weibo account. The audience may be oblivious, but those within the company are well aware, Wang Tongxiao lamented. Especially President Wu. The dismissal of his child, Wu Qian, is somewhat connected to you. Now, with your stunt, President Wu has directly stated in the executive group that he wants you fired. Please, if I am dismissed, what will happen to Liao Zhai? It's a significant project that cannot be halted. Thus, after discussions among the executives, it was decided that you should write a self-reflection to demonstrate the company's stance. And then they would approach the Nightlight Group to mitigate the situation, Wang Tongxiao proposed. Am I required to write a self-reflection despite being in the right? Chen Yi protested. This issue originated entirely from Nightlight. Subsequently, Chen Yi recounted his intention to acquire a guitar to perform Xiao Chou, and how Nightlight sought to exploit the commercial rights for the song, detailing everything thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Wang Tongxiao became furious. So that's how it is. They are utterly shameless. He then turned to Chen Yi, saying, Here's the plan. Write a self-reflection for now. Consider it a formality. I'll handle the negotiations with the company on your behalf. Why must I write a self-reflection? Chen, you idiot. By writing it, you are effectively lowering your stance, which will silence President Wu, thus giving me the justification to advocate for you, Wang Tongxiao explained. Chen Yi blinked and asked, What if I simply refuse to write it? Wang Tongxiao scrutinized him from head to toe, leaning back against the chair as he rotated slightly, analyzing. With the end of the month approaching and considering your performance this month, your bonus should exceed 50,000. If you don't write, the bonus will have to be withheld until you submit your reflection. Withhold my bonus? Chen Yi chucked it softly. He was no longer the novice he once was. Such a tactic would not compel him to submit. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, Where is the paper and pen? I shall write it now. Chapter 34. The actions of Yi Ningxue. Having completed the reflection, Wang Tongxiao glanced at it before hastily exiting the office. Chen Yi sighed and returned to his workstation. To his surprise, the Nightlight trio still maintained a collaborative relationship with the company. He opened the app on his phone, Zhumulangma, and navigated to the music section, where he indeed found a compilation of songs by the Nightlight Group. As a newly debuted artist, the Nightlight Group, while not particularly renowned, was lingering at the edge of the third and fourth tiers. However, the company had invested in acquiring their songs. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the considerable network the Nightlight Group had within the folk music circle. As an employee of Zhumulangma, offending them could significantly tarnish the company's reputation in the folk music realm. Should the reputation suffer, it could deter potential signings, leading them to sign with competitors, which would result in substantial losses for the company. From this perspective, the company's actions were not entirely erroneous. He might have made the same decision. After all, in the world of adults, one often cannot act solely on impulse. He was uncertain, however, how the department head intended to rectify the situation for him. After waiting at his workstation for a while, without seeing Wang Tongxiao return, Chen Yi busied himself with his tasks. Throughout the morning, he recorded 2 more episodes of Strange Tales. In the afternoon, just as Chen Yi was preparing to continue recording, Wang Tongxiao returned with a peculiar expression, once again summoning Chen Yi into the office. When did you offend Yi Ningxue? Wang Tongxiao asked, gazing at Chen Yi with a perplexed expression. Chen Yi's demeanor shifted. Something must have transpired. Wang Tongxiao sighed. The company was negotiating an endorsement deal with Yi Ningxue, but her team intervened this morning, stating that if you are not dealt with seriously, they will reconsider their collaboration with us. This shouldn't be, Wang Tongxiao remarked, puzzled. The Nightlight Group is merely a low-tier artist. It shouldn't prompt Yi Ningxue to intervene. She is the mother of my daughter. Chen Yi replied solemnly. What? Wang Tongchao's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Ningxue is your daughter's mother? It was merely an accident. Chen Yi shook his head. She gave birth to Xiaotang 3 years ago and left her in my care, and now she suddenly reappears, wanting to reclaim our daughter. She must have heard about this and is attempting to leverage the company to pressure me. Wang Tongchao was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Yi similit, ri suringli. Rest assured, Minister, I will not complicate matters for the company. I will submit my resignation this afternoon. Xiao Chun and Wang Tongchao's expressions were fraught with conflict. Given Chen Yi's talent, it was entirely plausible that, with time, he could ascend to become the leading host at Mount Everest and perhaps secure a place within the entertainment industry. However, at present, he was but a novice. Yet Yi Ningxue was a veritable superstar, a status far beyond that of Yeguang. Should it merely be about Yeguang, the company might consider retaining him. But with Yi Ningxue as the alternative, no corporation would dare to offend her. Even if Liao Zhai was a prestigious project, it remained unchanged. It's no trouble, Minister. The issues at home have caused some disturbances for the company, and I take responsibility for that, Chen Yi said with a smile. This is clearly not your fault. Wang Tongchao replied, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. Should I plead with the company again? No need, Minister. Chen Yi shook his head. She is Yi Ningxue. After all, Wang Tongchao fell momentarily silent. Indeed, she was Yi Ningxue. I'll step out for now, Chen Yi stated, turning to leave. Rest assured, your salary and bonuses will remain intact, Wang Tongchao hastily added, watching Chen Yi's retreating figure. Thank you, Minister, Chen Yi replied without looking back. Striding out of the office, Wang Tongchao let out a heavy sigh, sitting dazedly at his desk as he lit a cigarette. By the afternoon, Chen Yi had swiftly completed his resignation procedures, leaving his colleagues in the office astonished. Really, Teacher Chen? You were dismissed just because of that Yeguang incident? Teacher Chen, what will happen to Liao Zhai now? Teacher Chen, let's protest on your behalf. How can the company handle matters in such a way? It's deeply disheartening. Unbeknownst to them, this matter was intricately linked to Yi Ningxue, stirring a collective outrage among his colleagues. All right, everyone, Chen Yi said with a smile. My resignation is due to personal reasons and has nothing to do with anyone else. I appreciate everyone's support during my time here. May we meet again in the future. Having been employed for only a short time, Chen Yi possessed minimal personal belongings and left with merely a bag. Standing outside the company building, he turned back, gazing up at the towering edifice of Mount Everest, his fists slowly clenching. Upon returning to the community, he found Sister Wu at the entrance collecting packages. Seeing Chen Yi return early, she seemed puzzled. Why are you back so soon? Don't you usually come home with Xiaotang after work? Here, a package for you. Sister Wu, Chen Yi sighed, accepting the package. I am unemployed again. Wu Min was taken aback. Why? You were doing so well. Chen Yi shook his head, looking at the package in his hands, his gaze gradually turning icy. The sender was Yi Ningxue. As he opened the bag, he retrieved its contents, a subpoena from the People's Court of Zhanghai City. This woman certainly knew how to play her cards. She was evidently aware that leveraging her status would ensure the company would not retain Chen Yi in his unemployed state. Even if Xiaotang was close to Chen Yi, there was a significant likelihood that the court would award custody of Xiaotang to her. In this scenario, no matter what Chen Yi wished to pursue, it would all be rendered futile. This woman was truly wicked. Wu Min gazed at the court summons, her voice laced with anger. Is it true that you lost your job because of her, and now she seeks to take Xiaotang away? The implication was undeniable. Chen Yi nodded in acquiescence, refraining from denial. What shall we do? Wu Min exclaimed anxiously. I will hire the best lawyer for you right now. I refuse to let her deceit prevail. Wu Jia, please, let's not rush, Chen Yi replied with a gentle smile. Not rush. There are only a few days left before the hearing. You won't have time to find another job in such a short span. And she has already bullied us to this extent. Do you really intend to let her have her way? Observing Wu Min's distress, Chen Yi felt a surge of gratitude toward her. Xiaotang will be finishing school soon. Let us discuss this tomorrow. If I still haven't devised a solution by then, we shall consult a lawyer. He was acutely aware that he and Yi Ningxue did not share a marital bond. At this juncture, the court would prioritize the nurturing capabilities of both parties when adjudicating custody matters, as long as he could demonstrate his ability to provide for Xiaotang. His closer relationship with her would afford him a significant advantage. Yi Ningxue had meticulously crafted her scheme based on this very point. The plan appeared flawless. Yet Chen Yi was a man equipped with a system. Chapter 35. Chen Yi's preparations. After bidding farewell to Wu Min, Chen Yi returned to his room. He was deeply moved by her urgent concern for his situation. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have declined her assistance. But in this particular matter, he was determined to safeguard the little one with his own efforts. Thus, he promptly opened Douyin and began the process of applying for musician certification. The popularity of Ideal 3 Seasons on Douyin continued to soar, making approval for this certification highly probable. This was merely the first step. Next, he accessed Weibo and logged into his account as streamer Chen Yi. After several days, his follower count had surged to 150,000. Chen Yi pondered for a moment before clicking on Edit. Hello everyone, I am streamer Chen Yi. I am posting this Weibo to inform you that I have officially resigned from my position at Everest. The broadcasting platform for the continuation of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio has yet to be determined, but I will notify you as soon as it is confirmed. Additionally, my original Songs the King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains, Dissipating Sorrows, and Ideal 3 Seasons will be officially available on NetEase Cloud today. I invite you all to listen and thank you for your support. Upon completing the editing, he clicked Send. This constituted the second step in his plan, consolidating all his popularity with the aim of breaking into the ranks of a 5th-tier star. Should he succeed, the court would not question his ability to care for the little one, even in the absence of formal employment. The third step involved accessing the system. Popularity, 574, 269 with over 500,000 in popularity, he was granted 5 lottery opportunities. The first 2 steps were foundational. This third step was about enhancement. The effectiveness of his strategies against Yi Ningxue would depend on the outcomes of these 5 draws. Without hesitation, he clicked to draw. The first fortune bag popped up. Fortuitous Aura. Within 10 minutes of use, it enhances the user's fortune, with luck ranging from finding $1 to winning a grand prize in the lottery. Moving on to the second fortune bag. Folk song singing skill minor. The third fortune bag. Charming voice minor. Upon use, it slightly elevates the allure of the user's voice, granting them a more melodious singing ability and rendering their speeches more compelling. The fourth fortune bag. Universal singing skill minor. After use, it modestly enhances foundational singing skills, ensuring greater accuracy in pitch and tone. Finally, the last one. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed as he drew again. The fifth fortune bag. Acting skill minor. Upon use, it slightly boosts acting abilities, including dialogue delivery and expression. With the draw concluded, Chen Yi gazed at the 5 items in the system, his eyes gleaming with renewed confidence. Armed with these items, he felt significantly more assured. Without hesitation, he consumed all 4 items, except for the fortuitous aura, and an array of insights flooded his mind. Having completed this, his popularity dwindled to 305 points. With a few days remaining before the court session, he anticipated a further increase in popularity. However, he decided not to continue drawing from this pool, reserving it for potential future needs, depending on the items required at that time. Closing the system panel, Chen Yi glanced at the time. It was nearly time to pick up Xiaotang. He quickly tidied up and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Weibo was abuzz with activity. The comments on Chen Yi's recent posts surged at an alarming rate. I'm bewildered. What is this? Am I blind? Those 3 songs were sung by you? Oh wow. The first post was a promotion, and the second is a resignation? You really know how to play. Chen the Butcher. No way. You're resigning already? What about Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? I can't accept this. Singing and writing stories? You're just too exceptional. I can't accept this either. So, you're married now? I was thinking of marrying you while listening to Strange Tales? To those above, as I typed the question mark, the popularity of this post began to skyrocket. In less than an hour, it ascended to the 30th position on the trending list and continued to climb. By the time Chen Yi picked up Xiaotang and prepared dinner, the post had surged to the 10th spot on the trending list. The impact was staggering. The previously stagnated follower count began to rise once more, officially surpassing 200. The next day, after sending Xiao Tang off to school, Chen Yi drove directly to a recording studio. He needed to properly record the high-definition versions of the three songs and upload them to NetEase Cloud to further enhance his popularity. After a morning's work, the high-definition versions of the three songs were completed, and Chen Yi promptly uploaded them before taking to Weibo to promote them. As a result, the comments on the three songs began to surge rapidly, and by evening, all three had ascended into the top 10 of the NetEase Cloud new song chart. Xiao Chou at 3rd, Li Xiang San Sun at 5th, and Wang Jiao Walai Sun Shan at 10th. Simultaneously, the comments for each song surpassed 999. Feeling elated, I declare that from today onward, these three songs shall be my new loop tracks. Oh, why do I feel that Chen Yi's voice has become even more enchanting? Xiao Chou and Li Xiang San Sun give me goosebumps. It is only natural. A version recorded on a mobile phone cannot compare to one captured with professional equipment. This truly reflects Chen Yi's authentic caliber. Remarkable. 3 songs entering the top 10 of the new song chart in a single day. Chen Yi is extraordinary. That night, yet another topic about Chen Yi surged into the top 10 of trending searches. Chen Yi is phenomenal. The wave of publicity generated is truly astonishing. As of now, Chen Yi's Weibo followers have officially surpassed 500,000. In Chen Yi's room, Wu Min was incessantly refreshing a certain web page on her computer. You made it, Chen Yi. You made it, Wu Min suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Hearing this, Chen Yi, who was cooking, quickly turned off the heat and approached with a spatula in hand. Domestic entertainment industry celebrity ranking, 5-line celebrities, rank 435. Notable works include Xiao Chou, Li Xiang San Sun, Wang Jiao Walai Sun Shan, and Liao Zhai. Excellent. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Having entered the ranks of 5-line celebrities even before his official debut, he could indeed be considered unprecedented. With all preparations now complete, he awaited the official confrontation with Yi Ningxue. In a hotel room, Yi Ningxue frowned at her phone. This Chen Yi has managed to create quite a stir. What does he intend to do? Ningxue, her assistant, chuckled while scrolling through his phone. It seems Chen Yi's recent actions are akin to a clown's antics. Yi Ningxue shook her head and sighed. Contact lawyer by again. I can't shake off this uneasy feeling. Chapter 36. Debate 3 days later, outside the Jianghai City People's Court. Today marks the day of the formal court session. At 10 in the morning, Chen Yi, accompanied by Xiao Tang and Sister Wu, arrived by car. After parking, Wu Min carried the little one out and asked Xiao Tang, "Do you remember what to say later?" The little one nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. "I will never leave Daddy. I don't want Mommy." "All right." Chen Yi chuckled as he ruffled the child's hair and turned to Sister Wu. "Let us go." Wu Min nodded, and just as the three stepped out of the parking lot, Yi Ningxue approached them directly. "Chen Yi," she said, her expression serious as she drew nearer. "Are you truly resolved to fight this lawsuit against me? You must consider this carefully. Once you step through that door, there will be no turning back." Chen Yi smiled lightly, looking at her. "Ms. Yi, do you think discussing this with me now holds any significance?" Having spoken, he directly let Yi Ningxue pass and proceeded towards the courthouse. At that moment, a throng of reporters armed with microphones surged forth from an unknown direction. "Ms. Yi Ningxue, is this Mr. Chen Yi? Is that little girl your daughter?" "Mr. Chen Yi, as we understand it, just a few days ago you were an obscure individual. Yet within this brief span, your popularity has escalated to that of a 5th-tier celebrity. Might this be related to Ms. Yi Ningxue? Meise Yi Ningxue. You have not disclosed your daughter's existence to the public for years. What prompted you to announce it today? Mr. Chen Yi, could you elaborate on your past with Ms. Yi Ningxue? When did you first meet? What is the purpose of this lawsuit today? Is this a collaborative publicity stunt?" The barrage of questions from the reporters was relentless, causing Wu Min to grow anxious. "Hey, do you even know how to ask questions? Who would exploit their own child for publicity?" As she began to speak, the reporters surged with renewed enthusiasm. "Madam, may I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Chen Yi? Does his contention for custody over Ms. Yi Ningxue's child directly involve you?" Wu Min was about to retort, but was halted by Chen Yi, who glanced at Yi Ningxue before shaking his head and saying, "I'm sorry, but I have no comment." With that, he took Wu Min's hand and pushed through the crowd. Entering the courthouse, Yi Ningxue cast a few glances at him and followed suit, while the assistants swiftly turned to block the reporters. Half an hour later, within the courtroom, as the gavel struck, the case concerning the custody dispute over Chen Xiaodang between Chen Yi and Yi Ningxue officially commenced. Beside Yi Ningxue, a formally attired lawyer stepped forward to speak. He was by Tianming, the professional attorney retained by Yi Ningxue. Your Honor, esteemed judges, I accept the commission of Ms. Yi Ningxue and will proceed as her representative. Firstly, Mr. Chen and Ms. Yi do not share a legal marital relationship. Thus, when determining custody over Chen Xiaodang, we must thoroughly consider their respective parenting capabilities. It is well known that Ms. Yi, as a first-tier celebrity in the country, earns over 100 million annually and is fully capable of providing comprehensive support for Chen Xiaodang. As for Mr. Chen, to my knowledge, he has recently left his position at the Everest Company, which means he is currently unemployed. An unemployed individual clearly cannot ensure a secure future for a child. In the courtroom, Chen Yi observed by Tianming as he spoke eloquently, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What a pity, young man. You are well within my range. With a thought, he discreetly summoned the system panel and selected the last remaining item from his inventory, the lucky halo. Activate. Your Honor, I object. Chen Yi rose, producing several prepared sheets of paper. First, I am not unemployed. I am a certified singer on platforms such as Douyin and NetEase Cloud. Just like Ms. Yi Ningxue, if the opposing counsel does not recognize singing as a profession, then without a doubt, Ms. Yi is also an unemployed individual. During the day, Bai Tianming smiled, seemingly having anticipated that Chen Yi would speak in such a manner. He moved slightly, preparing to respond. Yea, cough, Miss Yi, cough, cough. However, as soon as he began to speak, he was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing, his face turning crimson, rendering him unable to continue. The presiding judge furrowed his brow and remarked, Counsel for the plaintiff, please ensure you are in a suitable state before addressing the court. Apologies. Bai Tianming quickly took a seat, retrieving a cup of water to soothe his throat. Yi Ningxue frowned and observed him, whispering, Lawyer Bai, what's the matter with you? Bai Tianming shook his head. He was just as perplexed. As a professional lawyer, he always ensured his health was optimal before court proceedings. Yet he had been inexplicably overcome by the urge to cough, a sensation he could not suppress. Chen Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth and resumed his statement. Your Honor, several years ago, I had an unexpected encounter with Ms. Yi. Following that, we lost all contact. However, 10 months later, Chen Xiaodang was left at my doorstep, just a newborn, barely weaned. Since that time, over 3 years have passed without a sight of Ms. Yi. I am unaware of how to reach her, and I have had to raise Xiaodang alone. Now, Ms. Yi suddenly appears, claiming she wants to take Xiaodang away from me. I ask, what kind of education can a child receive from such a negligent mother? Chen Yi's words, bolstered by an aura of fortune and a compelling voice, resonated clearly in the ears of the presiding judge and the jury. They inexplicably felt a surge of sympathy for Chen Yi, nodding slightly as they listened. At that moment, Bai Tianming seemed to have regained his composure and quickly stood to assert, I object. The reason Ms. Yi vanished was entirely to safeguard Chen Xiaodang's well-being. For years ago, when Ms. Yi's career had not yet reached its zenith, she held a relatively low position within her family. At that time, her family intended for her to marry a prominent businessman. Although she secretly gave birth to Xiaodang, keeping her would have inevitably revealed the child's existence, risking her being taken away. As an illegitimate child, Chen Xiaodang's prospects would undoubtedly be grim. However, now that Ms. Yi's career has flourished, her family can no longer exert control over her. Hence, Ms. Yi is eager to reclaim custody of Chen Xiaodang. I believe this is entirely reasonable. Upon hearing Bai Tianming's remarks, everyone present was left in a state of shock. Goodness, you are a professional lawyer. What on earth are you saying? They thought. What purpose does this serve other than highlighting the complex influences behind Yi Ningxue and further endangering Chen Xiaodang's upbringing? Yi Ningxue was equally bewildered. Is this what one calls a professional lawyer? Is this the level of competence? The author notes, the second chapter is complete. Chapter 37, The Verdict. Following his statement, Bai Tianming clearly realized the inappropriateness of his words, standing there in a daze, his expression fraught with conflict. He was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend his own state of mind. Though his thoughts were clear, once spoken, they transformed entirely. At that moment, Chen Yi smiled and addressed the opposing lawyer. Since you have stated it so plainly, it is evident that Xiao Tang, being with me, will at the very least experience the purest environment for growth. As for my income, the presiding judge and the jurors need not worry. I possess a contract for your perusal. This contract was, of course, the agreement for the acquisition of the film rights from director Zhou. This cinematic contract stemmed from a chapter of my novel, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, priced at 300,000. Moreover, similar articles have already emerged in nearly 20 variations on the market. The jurors may observe that this contract includes an addendum granting priority for the acquisition of future works. Currently, my Weibo followers have reached 500,000. With such popularity assured, the sale of other film rights poses no concern whatsoever. Thus, this substantiates my capability to single-handedly raise Xiao Tang. Admittedly, my earnings do not rival those of Ms. Yi Ningxue, but without question, it is most suitable for Xiao Tang to be by my side. Would you not agree, Ms. Yi? After Chen Yi spoke, he gazed at Yi Ningxue with a smile, but her expression darkened immediately. She finally grasped the reason behind Chen Yi's recent fervent consolidation of resources to ascend the ranks of minor celebrities. Though he could not yet compare to her, in the eyes of the judge and jurors, he had certainly acquired the standing to contest her. Once this qualification was attained, the advantages he held were far beyond her reach. Counsel for the plaintiff, do you have any further remarks? The presiding judge, having reviewed the contract, nodded slightly before passing it to the jurors. A flush of red and white swept across Bai Tianming's delicate visage. He yearned to retort, but feared that doing so might inadvertently harm Yi Ningxue's position further. At this moment, Yi Ningxue rose to her feet. Your Honor, esteemed jurors, she began, I wish to emphasize that Xiao Tang is a young girl. At present, she may not perceive the nuances, but as she matures, many issues will arise that only a mother can address. I am equipped to guide her through her first menstruation, to help her navigate the changes in her body, and to assist her in understanding her first relationship. These delicate matters are evidently beyond Chen Yi's capabilities. Upon finishing her statement, Yi Ningxue fixed a determined gaze upon Chen Yi. Her words were undeniably powerful, serving as crucial indicators for a child's development. The jurors, having listened, nodded in slight agreement. Acknowledging Yi Ningxue's assertions, Chen Yi's expression sharpened. The scales of victory had nearly tipped entirely in his favor, yet Yi Ningxue's remarks had slightly redressed the balance. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. However, at that moment, Xiao Tang, seated among the audience, stood up, with tearful eyes yet unwavering determination. She looked at Chen Yi and declared, I only want Daddy. Afterward, she pointed at Yi Ningxue, insisting that she should not be favored. She doesn't even like Tang Tang. Dear daughter, how could your mother possibly not cherish you? Yi Ningxue hurriedly interjected. Silence. The presiding judge rapped the gavel and proclaimed, the court is well aware of both parties' statements. We shall now recess for 30 minutes to deliberate on the verdict. Court is adjourned. With that, the judge and the jury exited the courtroom, retreating to the chambers behind. Chen Yi and his companions followed suit, leaving the courtroom in an orderly fashion. Upon reaching the waiting area, Chen Yi quickly embraced the visibly distressed little one, who sniffled and said, Tang Tang doesn't want to leave Daddy. Chen Yi gently patted her back, soothingly replying, Don't worry, Tang Tang will never leave Daddy. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxue glared frostily at Bai Tianming, demanding, Lawyer Bai, I spent hundreds of thousands hiring you, and this is how you defend me? Is this the standard of a professional lawyer? Bai Tianming's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. His mouth opened to offer an explanation, but he could only let out a resigned sigh. What could he possibly say? That today had been utterly disastrous and not reflective of his true capabilities? Or perhaps suggest rescheduling for another day. Half an hour later, court reconvened. The presiding judge now held an additional document. After extensive deliberations, the court had clarified the conditions of both parties in this case, and now announced, the custody of Chen Xiaodang is officially granted to Mr. Chen Yi. This brief proclamation fell like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of both Chen Yi and Yi Ningxue. We won, Chen Yi murmured, stunned. Despite all the preparation and groundwork he had laid, actually triumphing over Yi Ningxue felt surreal. After all, she was Yi Ningxue. We won. We won. Women exclaimed from the audience, cradling the little one. Xiaodang, we won. Daddy. The little one echoed with equal excitement, extending her arms toward Chen Yi. He immediately rushed forward, lifting her into his embrace and spinning around in joy, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Xiaodang, did you hear? You're not leaving anymore. Yes. The little one replied with a sweet smile, cupping Chen Yi's face and planting a kiss on his cheek. Daddy, don't cry. Tangdang will take you to eat candy. Okay? All right. Chen Yi took a deep breath to steady himself. Let's go eat candy. Lots and lots of candy. But we can't eat too much. The little one suddenly interjected. Daddy said too much candy will give you cavities. Observing her earnest expression, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This daughter of his was simply too adorable. As they exited the courtroom, the waiting journalists swarmed around them once more. Mr. Chen Yi, may I ask? One reporter began, but Chen Yi promptly raised his hand to interrupt. I'm sorry, this matter is a private family issue, and I have no comments to make. With that, he pushed past the throng of reporters, making his way to the parking lot with Wu Min and the little one in tow. As he departed, the journalists immediately closed in on Yi Ningxue, surrounding her completely. Yi Ningxue stood behind her assistant, watching Chen Yi's figure recede into the distance, her delicate hands involuntarily clenching tightly. This matter is far from over. Chapter 38. Laughter in the red, dust upon leaving the courtroom. Chen Yi swiftly made his way to a nearby shopping center with the two companions. Tonight, he must celebrate. He wished to commemorate the legal recognition of his relationship with the little one, and also to commend the child for her crucial impact in court with her two heartfelt declarations that evidently influenced the final verdict. Meanwhile, the social media landscape was in turmoil. As a pop diva, Yi Ningxue's every move garnered immense public interest. Even the slightest incident could propel her to trending status, let alone the monumental news of her having a child. Trending first, diva Yi Ningxue loses the case. Trending third, who exactly is Chen Yi? Trending fifth, Yi Ningxue and Chen Yi battle for custody. Trending sixth, the diva Yi Ningxue actually has a child. Among the top 10 trending topics, for were devoted to this affair, each accumulating tens of thousands of comments, with the most popular posts surpassing 50,000. What on earth? Staring at the trending topics, I was utterly bewildered. Yi Ningxue has a child? The father is Chen Yi? Which Chen Yi are we talking about? Who is he? What is his background that he has trended multiple times in recent days? This must be a publicity stunt. It simply cannot be true that Yi Ningxue has a child. Finally, I understood why this Chen Yi had risen to prominence so rapidly in just a few days. He is backed by a diva. No, Chen Yi, you are unworthy. Sisters, let us storm Chen Yi's social media. How dare he? In a restaurant, Chen Yi was enjoying his meal when his phone suddenly began vibrating incessantly. An avalanche of messages flooding his inbox within mere minutes, numbering over 100. He cast a quick glance and promptly turned off his phone, ejecting the SIM card and discarding it into the trash. The messages were predominantly vitriolic, filled with venomous remarks the likes of which he had never encountered before. He feared that a single more glance could provoke a heart attack. These netizens have gone too far, Wu Min exclaimed, holding her phone in indignation. Look at those comments beneath your post. How can they utter such vile things? It's absolutely outrageous. Sister Wu, remain calm. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Chen Yi replied with a smile, having long been mentally prepared for this. Obsessive fans will never engage in rational discourse. In their eyes, their idol is infallible, and everything they do is justified. Even if their idol transgresses the law, they will go to great lengths to exonerate them, uttering bizarre justifications. In their perception, merely having a relationship with Yi Ningxue constitutes a grievous sin, let alone engaging in a legal battle and winning custody, which brings harm to Yi Ningxue. This is akin to descending to the very depths of hell. No, I must take a stand against them, Woman exclaimed, her anger palpable. These individuals are utterly oblivious to the truth. Do not let them ruin our meal, Sister Wu, Chen Yi interjected hastily, flipping Wu Min's phone face down on the table. Let them say what they will. We stand to lose nothing. I am simply infuriated, Wu Min retorted fiercely. But you are right. Why allow these people to provoke our ire? It is a loss that is not worth the gain. With that, she emphatically sliced into her steak, as if it were a representation of her frustration with the mindless fans. Chen Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. After their meal, he returned home with the little one, and they promptly prepared for bed. That night, he fell into a particularly deep slumber. However, the situation escalated in the evening, especially after Yi Ningxue posted a tweet that sent the entire topic into a frenzy. In her tweet, Yi Ningxue lamented her past, recounting how an unfortunate incident had led to her relationship with Chen Yi, and due to various circumstances, she was unable to raise her daughter, Tang, leaving her in Chen Yi's care. For over 3 years, she had yearned for her daughter, only to find that when she was finally in a position to reclaim her, Chen Yi was unwilling to return her and even sought to engage her in legal battles. Having lost the case and her daughter, she was consumed by regret. The heartfelt language and plaintive tone of her post painted her as a pitiable mother, prompting a tidal wave of criticism directed at Chen Yi from netizens. They delved into every aspect of his life, unearthing details such as his birth date, university education, and career trajectory. Consequently, in their eyes, Chen Yi transformed into a rogue of a father, his recent notoriety interpreted as merely a means for Yi Ningxue to reclaim her child. How else could one explain the sudden emergence of a man previously relegated to minor roles, now producing timeless songs and crafting classic tales reminiscent of strange stories from a Chinese studio? Clearly, only a team behind Yi Ningxue could facilitate such achievements. Thus, the internet was inundated with the trending topic, Chen Yi, you do not deserve this. Strangely, despite the online onslaught against him, his follower count continued to rise. Among the comments and direct messages, alongside the vitriol directed at him, there were also some supportive voices, such as, Brother, you are amazing. You fathered a child with a queen. You have brought us pride. And hang in there. We will always support you. Regardless of these voices or the insults, Chen Yi remained oblivious. He had discarded his phone and opted not to replace it, choosing instead to sleep soundly until the following morning. After preparing breakfast for the little one, the father and daughter enjoyed a hearty meal together. Once finished, Chen Yi powered on his phone and connected to the Wi-Fi to check the online situation. Half an hour later, he set his phone aside and picked up his guitar. He certainly had no intention of remaining idle. That was not his style. Tang, Daddy is going to sing a song. You play by yourself for a bit, okay? With a command directed at his daughter, Chen Yi activated the recording function on his phone, plucked the strings of his instrument, and began to sing. The mundane world is filled with laughter, yet infatuation is the most tiresome. To be indifferent to everything is acceptable. Though this life remains unfinished, my heart is untroubled. I only wish to exchange it for a life of carefree leisure. In wakefulness, I smile at others, while in dreams I forget it all, lamenting how early the night falls. The next life is unpredictable. Love and hate are but a stroke of the pen. With wine in hand, I simply wish to revel in joy until old age. No matter how cold the wind, I refuse to flee. No matter how beautiful the flowers, I desire them not, allowing myself to drift. The higher the sky, the smaller my heart. I do not inquire about the causes and effects. I simply become intoxicated alone. Today I weep. Tomorrow I laugh. I do not seek understanding from others, carrying my pride. The song plays, the dance unfolds. The long night stretches on, unaware of dawn. As I seek out happiness, the author remarks, this song fits the moment perfectly. I wrote it with delight, though I wonder if you find it as enjoyable. Chapter 39. His fan club. As the video was uploaded to Weibo, it quickly garnered comments, and the numbers surged rapidly. Nearly every refresh brought dozens more. Do you dare to show your face again? Shameless. This song was also produced by the Ningxue team. How can you still have the audacity to use it? Ugh, you are truly disgusting. Initially, the majority of comments were scathing, but gradually, an alternative voice began to emerge. Hey, Have you all listened to this song before spewing your vitriol? Truly lacking in intelligence. What is there to say to these brainless fans? This song evidently reflects Chen Yi's current state of mind. Do they really think those pop divas are so formidable? They had this fitting song prepared. The most ludicrous part is that the copyright center clearly indicates that Chen Yi penned and composed all of his previous songs. One wonders if these critics are either blind or mentally impaired to claim it was the Yinxu team. Exactly. Moreover, have they considered why the court awarded custody of the child to Chen Yi instead of Yinxu, the mother? It is evident they deemed her unqualified. They're all still riding high. How laughable. With this song, I am now a fan of Chen Yi. Count me in. I have long found this group of brainless fans distasteful. Do they truly believe the entertainment industry is solely dominated by the Yi family? Indeed, no matter how they protest. Custody of the child belongs to Chen Yi. Are you upset? Oh, are you upset? Chen the Butcher, give it to me. Observing these comments, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. This likely exemplifies the notion that extremes can lead to reversals. And this song, Laughing at the Mundane, is evidently the pivotal turning point. Many were moved by the song's carefree spirit, prompting them to adopt a more rational perspective on the matter. Consequently, Chen Yi's fan base began to swell, reaching 700,000 within an hour. Setting aside his phone, Chen Yi took out paper and pen to compose the music for Laughing at the Mundane, preparing it for registration at the Copyright Center. However, upon opening the door, he was met by Wu Min, clad in athletic attire, armed with a broom, standing resolutely in the hallway. "Ms. Wu, what are you doing? What gives you the nerve to show your face?" Wu Min exclaimed. "Quickly, get inside. Your information has already been dug up online. Do you believe that if you step out of this community, you won't be immediately surrounded by fans and reporters?" Chen Yi nodded, acknowledging the situation. "I was just about to ask for your help with Xiaotang. I need to get a new phone card, and I've also written a new song that I need to register." At this, Wu Min looked at Chen Yi in disbelief, then gave him a thumbs up. "You're amazing." After saying this, she took out her car keys. "Hand Xiaotang over to me. You can drive my car out through the back door, but please be cautious." "Thank you, Wu Jia." As they drove through the back exit, Chen Yi noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the community, loudly expressing their grievances. The security guards stood in a serious line, confronting the group. Chen Yi shook his head and pressed the accelerator. In the age of the internet, a rather peculiar phenomenon occurs. Whenever a significant event unfolds, it spreads across the web at lightning speed, igniting a fervor among netizens who either rally in support or vehemently oppose it. However, regardless of the magnitude of the event, it possesses a fleeting existence. Once the moment passes, it is swiftly forgotten by the online community, as if it had never transpired. Thus, despite the current uproar, complete with individuals blocking his door, Chen Yi was certain that within 3 days, this crowd would dissipate, leaving him in peace. At noon, after successfully registering his copyright and acquiring a new phone card, Chen Yi made a detour to the local market, purchasing an array of ingredients. Preparing to spend the upcoming days at home, he sought solitude to reflect on how to navigate the days ahead. The foremost priority was to secure a new broadcasting platform for his Liao Zhai series, as this would serve as his most stable source of income. He couldn't afford to wait idly for director Zhou to finish filming Ying Ning, followed by a market evaluation of its release. He needed to earn a living. After lunch, Chen Yi logged back onto Weibo, only to discover that his follower count had astonishingly surpassed 1 million. Furthermore, the comments section revealed that the number of supporters had equaled that of detractors, with a faint suggestion of dominance emerging from the former. Leading the charge was a user named Eating Big Melons, who not only countered nearly every derogatory comment aimed at Chen Yi, but also had her own post trending at the top. Her comment read, "Yi fans, come at us. Do you really think we're easy prey?" Easy prey? Was this name a reference to his fan club? Clicking on the comment, he found numerous individuals proudly identifying themselves as easy prey in support. This name certainly had character. Chen Yi smirked, reflecting on how other fan clubs had names like Corn or Four-Leaf Clover, simple yet melodious. And his, Easy Prey, it sounded almost as though they were selling pork. Far too down-to-earth. Next, Chen Yi opened his private messages, intending to block some of the more vitriolic commenters, when he suddenly noticed a message from Minister Wang Tongchao. The gist of the note was that he had been unable to reach him and hoped for a return call upon reading it. Without hesitation, Chen Yi dialed his former superior. "Hello, Minister, this is Chen Yi. You little rascal. You changed your number without informing me." On the other end of the line, Wang Tongchao's voice came through. "Are you all right? I've seen a flurry of news online about you and Yi Ningxue." "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Minister." Chen Yi replied with a smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. "That's good to hear. I have something important to discuss with you. Are you free to talk now?" "Absolutely. I am currently a free agent, quite idle," he said. "You haven't found a platform for the broadcast of strange tales from a Chinese studio, have you?" Wang Tongchao inquired. "If not, it can still remain with the company." "Can the company still handle strange tales?" Chen Yi asked, surprised. "Aren't you worried about Yi Ningxue causing trouble?" "Of course not. You've already left. What more can she do? If she tries to interfere with our continued airing of strange tales, she underestimates us," Wang Tongchao replied indignantly. "Just tell me if you agree. I certainly have no objections. As long as you are willing to accept my work, I will write exclusively for you." Chen Yi answered earnestly. Minister Wang had been like a mentor to him, providing him with invaluable guidance and support during his time at the company. Naturally, Chen Yi would not decline the opportunity to renew the audio rights for Strange Tales, knowing the effort Wang Tongchao had invested behind the scenes. "That's what you said," Wang Tongchao chuckled. "I will have Tian Rue send the copyright contract to your email shortly. If all looks good, please come by the office for a formal signing." "Sound great." Chen Yi responded readily. "Additionally, there's one more thing," Wang Tongchao continued. "Director Zhou seems to be looking for you as well. I'll give you his assistant's number, so you can call him later." "Director Zhou?" Chen Yi was taken aback. "What did he want with me?" "I hope there's no issue with the adaptation of Yingning." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's first thought was that Yi Ningxue was causing trouble, potentially jeopardizing the filming of Yingning. However, he reconsidered. While Yi Ningxue was a superstar, director Zhou and was not easily swayed. As one of the most renowned directors in the country, he was unlikely to abandon his plans due to an actor's whims. After noting down the minister's number, Chen Yi made the call. After identifying himself, he was asked to hold for a moment before Zhou An's voice came through. "Hello, Xiao Chun, this is Zhou and hello." "Director Zhou, I wonder what you need from me?" Chen Yi asked, feeling a slight flutter of nervousness. What if he inadvertently confirmed some ill fate for the entire copyright of Strange Tales? Without Zhou and as a trailblazer, other directors and production companies might hesitate to acquire the rights due to the turmoil surrounding Yi Ningxue, which would spell disaster. "It's like this," Zhou said slowly. "I see you are a creative singer-songwriter, correct? I would like you to compose the theme song for Yingning. After all, no one understands this story better than you. Additionally, I'm starting to interview some actors. When are you free to come and offer your insights?" Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. "What's wrong? Is that not feasible for you?" Zhou asked, puzzled. No, I'm more than willing. Just let me know a specific time, and I will definitely be there." Chen Yi exclaimed with excitement. To my astonishment, Director Zhou has truly come to offer timely assistance. This is undeniably splendid news. The auditions for the actors are set to take place in just 4 days. I will send you the location on your phone shortly. Furthermore, I entrust the composition of the theme song to you. Rest assured, I shall create a theme that perfectly encapsulates Yingning's essence, Chen Yi assured with a smile. 4 days later, as Chen Yi had anticipated, the social media landscape had fallen into a complete silence following the 3-day frenzy. Aside from his fan count soaring to 1.5 million, the grand campaign on Weibo had vanished without a trace. His popularity had surged to over 900,000 during this period, yet Chen Yi had refrained from venturing outdoors. By morning, the entrance of the community was devoid of any obstruction, and Chen Yi, openly and without concern, drove the little one to school before heading onto the highway towards Hungyan Film City, where Yingning's casting would occur. Upon locating the production team, preparations were already underway, encompassing scene selections and costume confirmations. When Chen Yi approached Zhou, he found him instructing his subordinates. Upon noticing Chen Yi, Zhou greeted him with a smile, signaling for him to wait a moment. Chen Yi, not in haste, nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief interval, once Zhou had concluded his instructions, he approached Chen Yi. "You've made it early. I appreciate your effort," Zhou remarked, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. "Today, in addition to the casting, We also have a preliminary draft of the script adaptation to review together. If you find any discrepancies, we can adjust them on site. Sounds good, Chen Yi replied, nodding. Zhou continued, by the way, regarding the theme song for Ying Ning, I wonder if you have any ideas yet? We've consulted a few musicians and gathered some lyrics, but none resonated with the desired feeling. You might find it beneficial to look through them. It could spark some inspiration. Well, Chen Yi scratched his head. Director Zhou, I have already composed the theme song for Ying Ning. Zhou looked at him in surprise. So soon? Chen Yi shyly smiled. In truth, I had contemplated a few themes for the tales of Liaozhai long ago. Since you mentioned it, I took the opportunity to refine my thoughts and pen the lyrics over the past few days. This, of course, was a slight embellishment. In reality, after their phone call that day, Chen Yi had transcribed the lyrics in a mere 10 minutes, utilizing the ending theme from the previous drama, Liaozhai Z2, titled Too Much. That's fantastic. Let me see it quickly, Zhou urged. You have no idea how troubled I've been over the theme song these past few days. Chen Yi nodded, promptly handing over the prepared lyrics. Zhou took the lyrics and began to read them intently. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. Excellent. I knew it. Only the original creator could craft lyrics that perfectly align with Ying Ning's character. After finishing the lyrics, Zhou laughed heartily, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. By the way, would you be comfortable performing a simple rendition now? I'd like to grasp the feeling. Of course, no problem. Please wait a moment while I gather my thoughts. Chen Yi spoke as he quickly brought up the system panel and unlocked the purchasing rights for singing skills, minor, decisively acquiring 2 of them to consume. Given the abundance of pop songs, which diverged greatly from folk music in both style and technique, he had yet to draw a skill book for pop songs. At this moment, he could only rely on the singing skills to compensate. After all, if he performed poorly, it could leave a negative impression on Director Zhou. Upon utilizing the 2 singing skills, Chen Yi found himself enriched with newfound insights into singing. He cleared his throat and began to sing softly. To lavish love without reserve, my heart shattered. Yet what is there to ponder? Whatever you desire, take it all away. As Chen Yi sang simply, Zhou gradually closed his eyes, immersed in the melody. Accompanied by the song, his mind began to conjure vivid scenes. For love, Ying Ning transformed from a beaming smile to a countenance devoid of joy, sacrificing so much, changing so profoundly. This song indeed resonated with the essence of that narrative. It could be said that many tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio are well suited for this song, reflecting the nature of most love stories. Once the song concluded, Zhou, feeling unsatisfied, shook his head in delight. It resonates perfectly. Let us go with this. I'm glad you liked it. Chen Yi responded with a smile. Zhou entrusted the lyrics to his team, instructing them to expedite the relevant contracts. He then turned to Chen Yi, saying, You should take a moment to rest. I'll prepare to begin casting. There aren't many roles to finalize today, but we do have the lead female role to consider. This afternoon, the artists will arrive one after the other, and we'll commence then. Understood, Chen Yi nodded. You focus on your tasks. I'll take a stroll around. With Zhou nodding in agreement, Chen Yi exited the room. Gazing at the film city before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over Chen Yi, a sentiment rooted deep within the original owner's memories. Once an extra here, he had struggled for so long without any progress, and now, returning to assist in casting was indeed a twist of fate. As he contemplated this, he was about to explore further when a figure approached him directly. Chapter 41. Casting. Hello, are you Teacher Chen Yi? A sweet voice accompanied the sight of an elegant figure striding towards him, her face adorned with a shy smile. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Chen Yi inquired, puzzled. My name is Wan Huili, and I am an actress here for the audition for Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, she replied with a bashful smile. I have always adored the tales from Strange Stories, so when I heard it was being adapted for film, I couldn't wait to audition. Thank you, and best of luck this afternoon. Chen Yi said politely, intending to turn away. At that moment, Wan Huili stepped forward and naturally linked her arm with his. Teacher Chen, I wonder if you have a moment. Could we find a room where you might share the key points of the Ying Ning character with me? Would that be all right? Wan Huili asked, playfully twisting her body. Ever since she learned that Chen Yi would participate in the afternoon audition, she had been waiting eagerly from the early hours. As soon as Chen Yi emerged, she approached him. Feeling the faint brush of her elbow against him, a wave of distaste surged within Chen Yi, yet curiosity also stirred. He naturally understood Wan Huili's intentions, but why had she chosen him? Did she truly believe that, as the original author, she could influence the director's casting decisions? Or had aspiring young actors reached such a desperate point that they would seize any opportunity, regardless of who they had to approach? It was precisely the prevalence of such individuals that rendered the entertainment industry so superficial. After all, when one can easily land a role and gain fame simply by sharing a bed, how many would take the time to delve deeply into their characters and hone their craft? "Excuse me, I need to take a call." Chen Yi suddenly covered his pocket, deftly withdrawing his hand from Wan Huili's embrace as he pulled out his completely black-screened phone, placing it to his ear. "Hello, who is this?" he said, moving away, leaving Wan Huili standing there in astonishment. In the afternoon, within a room of the production team, Chen Yi, having enjoyed a meal with the crew, sat beside director Zhou and preparing to assist in the auditions. The first to audition was Ying Ning, the sole female lead, making her selection crucial. Only after confirming her could they proceed to cast the other female roles in the script, such as the maid. Otherwise, it would be quite absurd if the lead were less attractive or charismatic than the maid. Before long, the first actress entered, and it was indeed Wan Huili. However, this afternoon, she was a stark contrast to her morning self. In the morning, she had donned a provocative outfit, exuding an alluring aura in her speech and movements. Yet now she wore simple makeup, presenting herself as a girl next door. Upon entering, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Although Wan Huili's intentions were not entirely innocent, it must be said that she had done her homework regarding the character. She knew that a smile was Ying Ning's defining trait, yet her smile lacked the required essence. Subsequently, Wan Huili delivered a line and exited. Zhou turned to Chen Yi and asked, "What do you think?" Chen Yi shook his head. "It's not quite the right feeling." Zhou nodded in agreement, signaling his assistant to call in the next candidate. The next actress was Guan Qingyue, a second-tier starlet known for her innocent looks. "Let's see if she fits the role," Zhou mentioned as the assistant called for her. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Guan Qingyue entered the room, greeting Zhou with a cheerful, "Hello, Director Zhou." Zhou nodded, gesturing for her to begin. Guan Qingyue recited her lines and performed, then exited. Overall, her presence was significantly more appealing than Wan Huili's. Zhou looked to Chen Yi again, seeking his opinion. Chen Yi pondered for a moment before responding honestly. "She captures the essence, but seems she still lacks something." Zhou nodded, affirming, "Indeed, however, behind Guan Qingyue stands a wealthy benefactor who has already made arrangements. If she secures this role, we could attract substantial investment, thereby enhancing the overall quality of the production." Chen Yi understood and nodded in agreement. Zhou implied that if no more suitable actress for Ying Ning emerged, the lead role would likely go to Guan Qingyue. This was a pragmatic reality. After all, the cost of producing a film is not trivial, and more funding invariably ensures higher quality. The entertainment industry, to a large extent, operates as a game of capital. Soon, two famous young actresses arrived for auditions, but their performances were subpar, lacking the suitability of Guan Qingyue. Chen Yi sat there, somewhat despondent. As the first cinematic adaptation of the Liaozhai series, he yearned to find an actress who truly embodied the character. He could accept Guan Qingyue in the role, knowing it would benefit the entire production. Yet he still felt a lingering sense of regret deep within. Before long, only one audition remained. The moment she stepped through the door, Chen Yi's eyes brightened. She entered with a pure smile, her face adorned with simple makeup, resembling Liu Yifei, particularly from her role as Zhao Linger in Chinese Paladin. Chen Yi hurriedly glanced at the information sheet. Lin Si, a senior at a communications university, yet to debut. "Hello, Director." Lin Si greeted Zhou with a smile, then turned to Chen Yi, her face suddenly lighting up with surprise, momentarily frozen in place. "Lin Si?" Zhou inquired, puzzled. I apologize, Director." Lin Si finally snapped back to reality and quickly began to recite her lines. After finishing, Chen Yi could hardly contain his excitement. This was the essence he sought. Her innocence and naivete embodied the very spirit of Ying Ning upon her first appearance. As Lin Si exited, Chen Yi eagerly turned to Zhou, exclaiming, "Director Zhou, it's her." Zhou nodded in agreement, but soon furrowed his brow. While Lin Si indeed embodied the character beautifully and displayed considerable talent, she was still a newcomer without any backing or fan base, leaving the production vulnerable without the most basic assurances. Chen Yi paused, realizing the truth. In today's entertainment industry, popularity reigns supreme, with fan economics dictating success. A star with a substantial fan base can earn considerable revenue, regardless of their performance quality. However, as a complete newcomer, Lin Si lacked such advantages, making her inherently at a disadvantage. Despite her perfect fit for the role, her competitive edge paled in comparison to that of Guan Xinwei. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yi pondered the next steps. Chapter 42. A cameo? Director Zhou, I am merely expressing my own thoughts. Chen Yi reflected. Utilizing Lin Si might be risky, yet it also holds the potential to create an iconic character. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Zhou abruptly turned his head, gazing at him in astonishment. After a brief moment, he nodded resolutely, affirming, "You are right. It's about Lin Si." As a director, the ultimate aspiration is to create timeless classics and to craft unforgettable characters. However, throughout the years in the entertainment industry, even he had inevitably absorbed some of the capitalistic tendencies, becoming preoccupied with box office figures and ratings, thus overlooking the essence of his initial passion. Chen Yi's words served as a timely reminder. The sole concern of a director should be how to render the performance captivating. "Thank you, Director Zhou," Chen Yi said gratefully. Zhou's choice may not have been immediately apparent, but once the film was officially released, the copyrights to the other chapters of Strange Stories from a Chinese studio would undoubtedly appreciate in value. Therefore, he was sincerely grateful that Zhou chose to remain true to the story itself rather than capitulating to market pressures. "It is I who should be thanking you." Zhou chuckled, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. "Inviting you here was indeed a wise decision." "You are too kind," Chen Yi replied. The auditions continued. With the female lead secured, casting the supporting roles became significantly easier as unnecessary considerations could be disregarded. As long as the actors fit the character profiles, they were suitable. 2 hours later, Chen Yi sat in a pensive silence, his brow furrowed. Most roles have been finalized, save for one male supporting character. Yet, none of the candidates who auditioned exuded the desired essence, leaving both Zhou and Chen Yi dissatisfied. Zhou sighed and said, "Xiao Chen, what kind of feeling should the character you've cast possess? Perhaps you could describe it, and I'll see if there is a suitable candidate." After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yi replied, "He should be wise, though not outwardly so. He presents himself as light-hearted and jovial, but is dependable when it matters most." Zhou listened intently, his gaze fixed on Chen Yi in contemplation. After a brief pause, Zhou suggested, "Why don't you give it a try yourself?" "What?" Chen Yi was taken aback, doubting he had heard correctly. "Director Zhou, please don't joke. I'm not an actor." As he spoke, Chen Yi paused, suddenly recalling that he had indeed acquired a book on acting skills, and that the skills could be solidified in the marketplace, available for purchase at any time. Could it be that this moment was what he had been preparing for? "Come on, give it a shot. It's just the two of us here. I want to breathe a word of it." Zhou laughed heartily, giving Chen Yi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "All right then, but if my performance is lacking?" "You must not mock me," Chen Yi replied while opening the marketplace and purchasing 2 acting skill books. He then stood before Zhou and took a deep breath, adjusted his demeanor, and began his performance. Upon witnessing the act, a look of sheer delight spread across Zhou's face. As Chen Yi concluded, Zhou immediately sprang to his feet, applauding, "Impressive. Your acting is on par with many trained actors. Why not try for the male lead? With your handsome looks, you would undoubtedly become a sensation." "Director, please, don't jest. I could manage a cameo in a supporting role, but I cannot play the lead," Chen Yi responded quickly, waving his hands in dismissal. "Why not?" Zhou expressed his confusion, stating, "I perceive considerable potential in you." Chen Yi chuckled, explaining, "However, I have a little one at home who requires my attention. Playing the lead entails a significant commitment to the production team, and I cannot bear to leave her alone. Oh, I almost forgot. Joan interjected. I noticed the buzz surrounding you online recently. But what exactly is the situation between you and Yi Ningxue? I am quite curious how you managed to have child with a superstar. Director Zhou, I did not expect you to be so inquisitive, Chen Yi replied, exasperated. Curiosity is human nature, Zhou laughed heartily. On a serious note, I am assigning this role to you. The scenes are minimal, and I will strive to allocate a day for filming, ensuring you are not away from home for too long. Chen Yi nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Director Zhou. As he exited the room, Chen Yi shook his head with a smile. Who would have imagined that he came to assist in casting and ended up securing a cameo for himself? He wondered if this could be considered a conflict of interest. Yet, reflecting on how Stan Lee made cameo appearances in numerous Marvel films, becoming a celebrated Easter egg, he mused that perhaps if he were to play a supporting role in every Strange Tales, it too could become a delightful anecdote. Teacher Chen Yi, a melodious voice called out, drawing his attention. Turning, he saw Lin Si standing nearby, looking pleasantly surprised. Hello, Chen Yi greeted, his brow furrowing slightly. He thought to himself, I hope Lin Si isn't here to engage in the same antics as Wan Huili. If so, my previous fondness for her would surely dissipate. With a bright smile, Lin Si approached. Teacher Chen Yi, I never anticipated you would come to assist with the casting. I wonder if you have seen my Weibo. I am your fan. Huh? Chen Yi responded in astonishment, staring at the young lady before him as 3 words sprang to his mind. Eating melons? Yes, yes. Lin Si exclaimed excitedly. That is my Weibo alternate account. You know about it. Of course, Chen Yi chuckled, thinking of her bold rebuttals against every negative comment, which remained vivid in his memory. He was surprised to find that the fierce online persona of eating melons contrasted sharply with the innocent and lively demeanor of the girl before him. He recalled a humorous phrase from his previous life on Earth. This young lady possesses 2 distinct personas. I just received a call from the production team. I am truly elated to portray the character of Ning. Rest assured, I will exert all my efforts to embody her and avenge you, Lin Si declared, fists clenched in determination. Very well, give it your all. Chen Yi it. By the way, did you know that I coined the name for our fan club? Lin Si said cheerfully. It's meat on the cutting board. Isn't it creative? It's memorable and unique. You won't find another like it in the entire entertainment industry. Chen Yi remarked. So you're the mastermind behind it. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, acknowledging its distinctiveness. Indeed, Lin Si displayed an air of self-satisfaction, while others in the group mentioned unoriginal ideas like Yi Fun and pasta. Ultimately, it was I who triumphed, bestowing the perfect title of chopping board meat. Chen Yi exclaimed, I beseech you, ISNT pasta delightful? Chapter 43. Working from home and streaming live in the evening, having declined Director Zhou's hotel arrangements. Chen Yi drove back to Jianghai City. By the time he arrived at the community, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars. Upon entering the room, Sister Wu was washing the little one's face. Hearing the door creak, the little one's head swiftly turned, and with an exuberant shout of daddy, she ran towards Chen Yi with open arms. Oh, my little princess. Chen Yi chuckled as he lifted her up, affectionately rubbing his forehead against her cheek. Did you miss daddy today? I did. The little one replied eagerly. How much did you miss me? Chen Yi inquired, gazing at her. So much, she declared, cupping Chen Yi's face in her tiny hands and planting a kiss on his cheek. Their laughter filled the room, revealing the reason he always hurried home. Regardless of the hour, in this vast world, devoid of parents, it was solely this child, his only blood relative, who brought him solace. No matter how weary he felt outside, seeing her instantly calmed his heart. Well, you're back. My task is complete, Sister Wu announced, emptying the water from the basin and brushing her hands together as she approached. Thank you, Sister Wu. Was everything all right at school today? Chen Yi asked, referring specifically to Yi Ningxue and her associates. Although they had won the lawsuit and the online uproar was gradually subsiding, he doubted that Yi Ningxue would refrain from further mischief. Everything was normal, Wu Min replied, shaking her head. However, it seems your fame has grown. The little one's homeroom teacher appears to be your fan. This afternoon, she asked if I could procure your autograph. Several parents approached me as well, trying to cozy up, inquiring about how to get their children into the entertainment industry. Quite amusing, indeed. An autograph is easy enough, Chen Yi grinned. As long as they take good care of little Sugar, I could provide them with a signed wallpaper. As for those parents, a simple refusal will suffice. I haven't even officially debuted yet, so I lack the capacity to assist them. By the way, speaking of this, what are your plans moving forward? Wu Min questioned. Looking at him, will you continue seeking work as a streamer, or will you pursue an entertainment company to formally enter the industry? No rush, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. Little Sugar is still young. If I enter the entertainment industry now, I will inevitably have less time to spend with her. As for work, I have already signed a contract with the company. They will be sending professional recording equipment in the coming days, and I will simply need to record the shows and send them over. By the way, Sister Wu, do you have any vacant rooms available? I wish to rent a small room and convert it into a recording studio. Of course. What size do you need? Wu Min responded. A smaller one will suffice. From now on, I will work from home, allowing me more time to spend with our little princess, Chen Yi said, affectionately nuzzling the child in his arms, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. All right, then I will take you to choose one tomorrow. Wu Min nodded in agreement and then stepped outside. The following day, after sending the little one off to school, Chen Yi returned to the community and spotted Wu Min receiving a package, with several large boxes placed nearby. You arrived just in time. These are all your belongings. Please carry them upstairs yourself, Wu Min said, waving her hand upon seeing him. Chen Yi nodded, realizing that the recording equipment sent by the company had arrived. After signing for the package, he didn't rush to carry the items home, but instead addressed Wu Min, saying, Come on, Sister Wu, let us pick a room first. I will move these items directly to the recording studio later. Wu Min nodded and pulled out a large bunch of keys from her pocket, shaking them as she suggested. Shall we start from the first floor? Chen Yi thought to himself. Although he had long known that the entire building belonged to Sister Wu, the brilliance of the keys was still quite dazzling. Is this what the world of the affluent looks like? It's quite astonishing. An hour later, Chen Yi settled on a modest single room and moved the recording equipment inside. He then spent another 2 hours assembling the equipment and soundproofing materials according to the detailed instructions provided by the company, successfully completing the setup before lunchtime. After enjoying lunch, Chen Yi commenced his first recording session at home while also testing the equipment. Fortunately, there were no issues with the devices, and the recording quality was exceptional. Perhaps due to the comfort of being at home, Chen Yi felt remarkably relaxed, and his voice resonated with greater emotional depth than before. 3 hours later, he had successfully recorded 3 episodes. After sending the audio files to the company, Chen Yi checked the time. It was still over an hour until he needed to pick up Xiaotang. Hence, he opened the Douyu live streaming platform and began the registration process. If there is any profession that allows one to earn a substantial income while working from home, it undoubtedly is that of a live streamer. Before formally entering the entertainment industry, becoming a full-time streamer seemed to be the most suitable choice for him. This was also something he had contemplated when signing the contract with the company. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yi completed the registration, downloaded the streaming software, and clicked to start the live broadcast, simultaneously sharing the streaming information on Weibo. As a result, shortly after starting the broadcast, the popularity of the live stream began to rise, and comments started pouring in. Chen the Butcher? Is that really you? What is happening? Speak up. Is it really Chen Yi? Why the sudden live stream? Huh? Do you still have the face to go live? To the one in front, how shameless can you be? If you don't like it, you can leave. Hello everyone. I am Chen Yi. He introduced himself. Life has compelled me to do this. As you all know, I am currently unemployed, so I thought I'd start a live stream to make a living. I hope you will support me. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments multiplied. Ha! Chen the Butcher, how can you be so shameless? I know director Xiao has bought the film rights to Your Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. How can you be poor? Is it true? Strange Tales is being adapted into a film? This friend is quite well informed. Chen Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, Strange Tales is in the process of being adapted for film, but it is still in the early stages of preparation. I'm not sure when it will officially premiere. I will inform everyone when I have specific news. Then what are you waiting for, streamer? Perform some talents. The comments surged again. Yes, indeed. Please regale us with the next tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. I can hardly contain my excitement. Indeed, or perhaps you could sing us a song. Surely you do not believe that a mere chat with us would earn you our generous rewards? Chen Yi chuckled softly. As for the continuation of strange stories, I am unable to share, bound by contractual obligations. Ultimately, you will need to tune in to the broadcast from Mount Everest. Alternatively, I could sing a song for you. What would you like to hear? With that, Chen Yi gazed intently at the barrage of comments, preparing to select the song with the most requests. Just then, a user named Eating Melon entered the live stream, accompanied by a generous gift notification and a massive comment. User Eating Melon rewarded the host with a plain, "Wait, Chen the Butcher, do you intend to sing for us while sitting behind the table? Where's your sincerity? Turn on the camera." Chapter 44. Signing upon seeing this. Chen Yi's mind flashed back to that innocent face and the unique moniker of meat on the cutting board. He couldn't help but smile wryly, stating, "I haven't purchased a camera yet. Let's make do for now." The first song will be Dissipating Sorrows, after some of his songs were uploaded online. Enthusiastic fans had already created corresponding instrumental tracks. Thus, he opted not to fetch his guitar, but instead selected an accompaniment and began to sing. At that moment, the viewership in the live stream surged past 50,000. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, home to Douyu live streaming company, Zhu served as a senior moderator. Her daily tasks involved patrolling the rooms of various contracted hosts and identifying promising new talents for signing and development. This afternoon, while reviewing the data from new streamers, a particular room notification caught her eye. Over 10 minutes into the broadcast, 50,000 viewers? Zhu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she straightened in her seat. Rubbing her eyes, she suspected she must be mistaken. In the current live streaming industry, it was exceedingly difficult for a newcomer to gain traction. In the initial days of broadcasting, if one could barely muster 5,000 viewers, it was already a sign of potential. Yet, this live stream had achieved over 50,000 viewers in mere minutes, indicative of extraordinary potential. Eagerly, she clicked into the stream and was taken aback. Chen Yi? How could it be him? Why is he live streaming? As one of the prominent figures recently trending on Weibo, Zhu Yu was well aware of who Chen Yi was. Although she was not an ardent fan, she had listened to a few of his songs. Given the current data from the live stream, she would have undoubtedly submitted a signing proposal without hesitation before. However, now she hesitated. Chen Yi had indeed offended Yi Ningxue, and as a top-tier diva, would signing Chen Yi provoke Yi Ningxue against the company? If that were the case, it would be a significant loss. Zhu Yu furrowed her brow in contemplation. And a few minutes later, she captured a screenshot of the live stream and sent it to her supervisor. Oh, why overthink? She was merely a small worker. Such matters were certainly the concern of her superiors. Inside Chen Yi's room, as the song Xiao Cho echoed through the live stream, the number of viewers steadily increased, with messages and gifs flooding the screen in rapid succession. Tears welled up. It was truly moving. Fellow viewers, let us fill the screen with tears. With the rising activity of the comments and the influx of gifts, the popularity of the live stream soared. In a matter of minutes, the viewer count surged from 50,000 to 100,000 and then to 150,000, approaching 200,000, an audience comparable to that of some Sign Minor streamers. As the viewer count climbed, more individuals unfamiliar with Chen Yi entered the room. What a beautiful voice. Who is this streamer? I haven't seen him before. You don't know Chen Yi? You should catch up on the recent Weibo drama. To those who hadn't followed him yet, it was suggested to hit that follow button. After all, the father of the pop diva was humbly live streaming to support his family, which was no small feat in the Douyu executive group. The atmosphere was electric, fueled by Zhu Yu's submission of information. The management was abuzz with discussions about whether to sign Chen Yi. Some argued for the signing, confident that with his popularity, he would undoubtedly become a major streamer, bringing substantial profits to the company. Others expressed concerns, fearing that signing Chen Yi might provoke Yi Ningxue, a formidable figure they dare not offend. Ultimately, the big boss intervened, bringing the debate to a close. Let us sign him directly. Technically, we don't fall under the jurisdiction of the entertainment industry, and we have no direct dealings with Yi Ningxue. Even if she attempts to intervene, I have my ways to handle it. Let us proceed with the signing. A moment of silence enveloped the executive group before a chorus of "Long Live the Boss" erupted. In the live stream, after finishing Xiao Cho, Chen Yi continued with songs like Li Xiang San Sun and Xiao Hong Chun, occasionally engaging with his audience. After more than an hour, the viewer count had surpassed 500,000. While the viewer count is not an exact measure, it clearly indicated the remarkable success of Chen Yi's broadcast. If he could secure a contract with Douyu and gain promotional resources, his earnings would undoubtedly exceed those from his previous employment at Mount Everest. In just this brief hour, his total gifts had already exceeded 10,000. Even after the platform's cut, he would still earn several thousand. It was no wonder that an increasing number of people aspired to become internet streamers. The barriers to entry were low. One only needed equipment to start streaming, and with sufficient popularity, income could surpass that of many minor celebrities. Noticing the time, Chen Yi spoke up. All right, everyone, it's time for me to pick up my child. That concludes today's live stream. Let us meet again tomorrow. With that, he swiftly ended the broadcast, leaving a multitude of viewers in confusion. The camera is off, but you ended the stream so quickly. Is that all? Chen Yi, you're so abrupt. Next time, can you bring Xiao Tang along for the stream? I've seen that video where the big boss calls for inspection. Xiao Tang is absolutely adorable. The person above, something seems off with you. After browsing through the barrage of comments, Chen Yi chuckled and shook his head, preparing to step out. At that moment, however, the information from the back end suddenly lit up. Upon opening it, he found a message from the administrator. Super Administrator Zhu Yu, greetings host. I am Zhu Yu, the super admin of Douyu. Would you be interested in signing a contract with our company to become a professional host? Once you become a contracted host, the platform will provide traffic support and promotion to elevate the popularity of your live stream. So swift? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. He had assumed that Douyu would deliberate for a few days, observing before deciding whether to sign him. To his surprise, on just the first day of broadcasting, the signing information had already been sent. Did they not fear provoking Yining Xue? However, it was just as well if the company was unafraid. Chen Yi certainly did not wish to overthink their concerns. The fact that they sent the signing information implied they were eager to proceed. Yet, not at this moment. At this juncture, nothing was more important than picking up the little one. Thus, he promptly shut down his computer and stepped outside. Inside Douyu, Zhu Yu stared at her computer screen, bewildered. He ended the broadcast? He just logged off like that? She had barely sent the signing information when Chen Yi disconnected at lightning speed. What did this mean? Did he actually want to be a host? Reflecting on the previous commotion among the executives and the urgent instructions from her superior to secure Chen Yi's contract, she worried that if he was merely seeking amusement, without any intention of signing, it would spell trouble for her. She feared she wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Chapter 45. Interaction the next day. After dropping the little one off at school, Chen Yi spent the morning recording 3 episodes. After lunch, he prepared to begin his live stream. He had resolved to allocate the mornings for recording and the afternoons entirely for streaming. The earnings from just 1 hour the previous day had clearly illuminated the lucrative prospects of the streaming industry. To that end, he had even purchased a camera on his way back in the morning. As soon as he opened Douyu's webpage, a flurry of message notifications appeared. Upon inspection, he found that they were all signing messages from Super Administrator Zhu Yu, a total of 10. Chen Yi, Douyu is exceedingly enthusiastic. They seem desperate for me to sign. Chuckling, he shook his head and followed the instructions in the messages to add Zhu Yu as a contact. Chen the Butcher, you finally added me. As soon as he did, Zhu Yu's message came pouring in eagerly. Chen Yi was taken aback. Was this person one of his fans? When had he become so popular? It seemed this nickname truly was inescapable. Hello, I added you after seeing the signing message, Chen Yi replied. Exactly. Let me send you a contract template first. Take a look, and if everything seems in order, we can officially sign. Receiving the document, Chen Yi glanced through it and found no issues. He then commenced the signing process, which was not complicated. Half an hour later, he had officially become a contracted host of Douyu. Next, Zhu Yu sent a flurry of messages detailing the essential points for a host to note, along with some tips and tricks. Afterward, she posted a notification on Weibo announcing the commencement of his live stream. And once again, he was ready to broadcast. Hey, it seems that Chen the Butcher has truly decided to become a streamer. What shall we broadcast today? Where's the camera? Before Chen Yi could utter a word, the barrage of comments had already begun to flood in. With a smile, he remarked that he had purchased the camera and would set it up shortly. Moments later, with the camera installed, the scene in the room appeared on the screen. So handsome, utterly charming. Gifts and comments began to pour in. With such striking looks and a melodious voice, why remain hidden in this small streaming realm when one could shine in the entertainment industry? Concurrently, at Douyu Company, after finalizing Chen Yi's contract, Zhu commenced the necessary promotional efforts, with formal promotions set to begin the following day. Today, she resolved to engage a prominent streamer to draw traffic to Chen Yi's room. So, she scoured the current live streams and sent a message to one of the top streamers. In Chen Yi's streaming room, he was chatting with his viewers while contemplating what to broadcast next. With 3 to 4 hours remaining until Xiao Tang finished school, singing continuously was not an option, as it would strain his voice. Moreover, Zhu had advised him to diversify the content of his streams, providing viewers with a fresh experience and fostering greater loyalty to the room. At that moment, the barrage in the live stream suddenly intensified, all echoing the same message. The great Liang Iron Cavalry has arrived. Accompanying this was a gift. User A Big Round Ball has gifted the streamer a rocket. Chen Yi was taken aback, then realized that a major streamer from Douyu had come to check in on him. He expressed his gratitude for the rocket from A Big Round Ball, thanking them profusely. The barrage from A Big Round Ball then appeared. Hello, teacher Chen Yi. I truly enjoy your songs Ideal, Sanchu and Anshao, Cho. Thank you, Chen Yi replied. The comments continued to flow in. I wonder if I have the honor to play a game with teacher Chen Yi for a while. As soon as this comment was made, others sprang to life once more. Don't agree. Streamer run. You'll be turned into a round ball. It's still not too late to escape. Hurry. The great round ball is here to wreak havoc on the new streamer. In A Big Round Ball's streaming room. As one of the most popular female streamers on Douyu, her daily streaming activities included gaming, singing, and responding to viewer letters. She was certainly aware of Chen Yi and admired several of his songs, so when she received the admin's message, she readily agreed to come and interact. Observing the comments in Chen Yi's streaming room, A Big Round Ball feigned annoyance, stating, "Please don't say such things. What if you ruin my image in the hearts of the audience? Ha ha, what image do you have? Sing a song by Chen Yi. I haven't heard you sing one yet." Is A Big Round Ball finally concerned about her image? My youth has come to an end. Another wave of gifts swept through. In Chen Yi's streaming room, seeing A Big Round Ball's comment, he chuckled and said, "Sure, what do you want to play? However, I don't have any games installed on my computer yet. I need to set that up first." In the realm of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the playful banter ensued as the enthusiastic Dazongzi urged, "Download it first, and we shall play together shortly." Chen Yi nodded in agreement, promptly initiating the game download. After several minutes, the game was successfully acquired, and Chen Yi added Dazongzi as a friend, leading them both into a virtual room. Soon, a charming female voice resonated through the team's voice chat. "Mr. Chen Yi, have you played this game before?" Shaking his head, Chen Yi replied, "No, I've never engaged in gaming before." His previous days were consumed with thoughts of earning a living and ensuring the little one was fed thrice daily, leaving no room for leisure pursuits like gaming. Dazongzi cheerfully suggested, "In that case, follow my lead, and I will guide you to victory." "All right, I shall rely on you," Chen Yi responded. The duo quickly entered the game. As a complete novice, Chen Yi had never encountered this game before. Thus, when Dazongzi mentioned that they would jump into a city and lay low, Chen Yi was utterly perplexed. "Where's this city?" he pondered. Dazongzi hastily began to explain the basic mechanics of the game and some essential controls. The plan to jump into the city was swiftly abandoned. After completing the introduction, Dazongzi declared, "It's too late to jump now. Let us freefall and land wherever we may." "Sounds good," Chen Yi agreed. At that moment, the barrage of comments began to swell. "This is hilarious. I bet the next match will start in 2 minutes. Chen the Butcher, you are utterly clueless. And you're playing with Dazongzi? Prepare to become a quick casualty." Before long, both players landed, coincidentally accompanied by 2 others who stood motionless. "Mr. Chen, the opportunity has arrived. Those 2 have disconnected. Go and attack them," Dazongzi exclaimed excitedly. "All right." Chen Yi maneuvered his character towards one of the stationary players. Aimed for a moment, and just as he was about to strike, the player suddenly jumped up. A fist landed squarely on Chen Yi's head, followed by another blow. And in an instant, His screen went dark. Haha, this is too funny. Those two are such novices trying to ambush others. Clearly, you're on the first level while they are on the fifth. Chapter 46. Composing on the spot after Chen Yi's demise. It became evident that De Zongzi's opponent had not truly disconnected. The two were engaged in a fierce battle, and with Chen Yi's involvement, De Zongzi found himself outmatched. Soon, both players' screens darkened as well. Oh no, they are cheating, De Zongzi exclaimed in frustration. Fear not, Mr. Chen. We shall proceed to the next match. This time, I will surely lead you to victory. Chen Yi could only smile wryly in response. All right. 5 minutes later, De Zongzi declared, this match doesn't count. Let us try again. The excitement in the live stream soared as comments flooded in at an astonishing rate. Indeed, it's the familiar De Zongzi. Chen the Butcher, perhaps you should stick to singing. Gaming doesn't seem to suit you. Chen the Butcher, I suggest you try Plants vs. Zombies. At least you can enjoy that for a longer period. Unstoppable. At this rate, you could board a dozen planes in half an hour. Truly a lucrative endeavor. The popularity of Chen Yi's livestream began to experience a rapid surge. As a prominent streamer, De Yuanzi's ability to attract viewers was indisputable. In just over an hour, the viewership in Chen Yi's room had soared to over 700,000, surpassing yesterday's peak. However, 2 hours later, De Yuanzi chose to withdraw. Although Chen Yi had familiarized himself with the basic mechanics of the game during this time, both of them still found themselves repeatedly succumbing to defeat, lacking any capacity for resistance. They had taken countless flights, yet astonishingly, they had not even entered the final circle. A truly disheartening situation. Despite the affection from their audience, such a performance was undeniably tedious to watch. Consequently, the popularity of both live streams began to dwindle. Chen Yi's viewership had regressed to 500,000, and gift notifications had become scarce. As a seasoned broadcaster, De Yuanzi quickly recognized the issue and promptly intervened, saying, Teacher Chen, let us regroup for another battle next time. I will enlist professional players to assist us. We will surely triumph. Do not lose heart. Chen Yi smiled and replied, all right. He was aware of the decline in his viewership, but felt powerless as he genuinely struggled with the game. He also realized that becoming an exceptional streamer was no simple feat. Viewers were not akin to devoted fans, as each individual followed numerous streamers. If one streamer failed to entertain, they would swiftly switch to another, much like choosing a captivating drama. No one would persist in watching a dull show. Today, we have not performed well. To express our apologies, how about we sing a duet for everyone? De Yuanzi proposed, initiating proactive measures to salvage the situation. If they simply ended the stream, it would undoubtedly be a failure, adversely affecting Chen Yi's future prospects. Of course, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. De Yuanzi selected a popular duet, Green Grass Love. Chen Yi was familiar with the song, and bolstered by his prior singing skill, he found it effortless to navigate this relatively simple ballad. As they began to sing, the viewership and gifts in both live streams began to rise once more. Beautiful. What a match. Chen the Butcher, you are truly suited for singing. Why bother with games? Exclaimed viewers. Absolutely. I was uncomfortable watching the gameplay earlier, but now I feel at ease. Upon completing the song, Chen Yi's viewership surged back to 700,000, prompting a sigh of relief from De Yuanzi. She had not anticipated that Chen Yi would perform so poorly in gaming, as he differed significantly from the novice streamers she had previously mentored. However, upon reflection, she understood. Many of those newcomers had pursued gaming as a developmental path and possessed solid gaming foundations, with some being quite skilled players. Hence, the results were markedly different when she played alongside them. However, Chen Yi was different. He evidently lacked any foundational skills in gaming. Having previously been more recognized as a singer or a writer, it was clear that relying on his former way of thinking would not suffice. It seemed that after the live stream concluded today, I would need to remind Chen Yi that to truly establish himself in this industry, he would require several notable skills, as mere singing would evidently not be adequate. At that moment, Chen Yi spoke up. Given that today has provided an unsatisfactory viewing experience for the fans in both live streams, perhaps I should compose a song as compensation. De Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Chen, you plan to write a song? Right now? The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Hey, Don't make songwriting sound so easy. Can it really be done just like that? Don't trivialize the craft of songwriting. Your words make me think I could do it too. 6,666. Chen Yi. If you can write on the spot, I'll reward you with a rocket. Chen Yi glanced at the comments and smiled. All right, I see your message. He then switched to his computer desktop and promptly created a new document. Daiwanzi, with a face full of curiosity, focused intently on Chen Yi's live stream, eager to see if he could indeed compose a song on the spot. Soon, she observed him begin to type, and words began to appear in the document. Moonbei. After typing the title, Chen Yi continued without pause, diving into the lyrics. The grains of sand in the Dunhuang sky carry our memories. I glance back from the halfway point. How the Qin Pass meanders so endlessly. Dreams traverse the western regions, embodying a multitude of Zen. Love resembles a travelogue, and I shall seek its sweet whispers. Behold, the tears beneath Moonbei, forgotten along the Silk Road. Chen Yi remained silent. The only sound resonating in the live stream was the rhythmic tapping of his keyboard. At that moment, the viewers in both live streams were bewildered. Wait, you can actually write? Come on, this song must have been premeditated, right? I refuse to believe it. Is songwriting truly this effortless? Who can even comprehend these lyrics? Let us see if this fellow is just rambling. To those doubting, I can confidently assert that with such a beginning, even without a melody, this song is destined for greatness. The lyrics are simply exceptional. Inside the room, the sound of Chen Yi's typing persisted. Whose heart is this? Left in solitude. Is he well? How I long to love him. That eternal tear, solidifying that phrase. Perhaps it may evaporate. 5 minutes later, a complete set of lyrics for Moonbei appeared on the screen. Chapter 47. Gift of a Song. User Jiang Haha rewarded the streamer with a rocket. All right. I have no words left. You are impressive. User Lucian Fragrance rewarded with an airplane. Truly remarkable. A song in 5 minutes. Those previous brainless fans should witness this and receive a well-deserved slap in the face. User Eating Melon rewarded the streamer with a rocket, and then another, and yet another, causing 3 rockets to flash across the screen in quick succession. Lin C remained silent, choosing instead to express her support for Chen Yi through her actions. The comments section erupted with numerous praises for Sister Melon. As Chen Yi acknowledged each gift with gratitude, Lin C's image reappeared in his mind. It must be said, aside from her somewhat lackluster naming abilities, Lin C was truly unwavering in her support. However, as a junior in college, one must wonder where she acquired such funds. A single rocket costs 500 yuan. Contemplating this, Chen Yi quickly addressed the audience, stating that their mere presence at his live stream was sufficient, and that they should only donate according to their means, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Turning to the round-faced girl, he remarked, after the broadcast, I will register the copyright for this song and send you the lyrics along with the melody. In the live stream, the round-faced girl was taken aback, staring in disbelief. Are you saying you want to gift this song to me? Chen Yi chuckled, of course, as a token of compensation and appreciation for today. Oh no, that is too precious, she exclaimed, shaking her head repeatedly. For every musician, each song holds immense value, especially in this copyright-conscious world where the full rights to a piece can fetch tens of thousands. Given Chen Yi's talent for consistently producing hits, the price would only increase with time. Yet, here he was, offering one of his songs directly to her. The comments section erupted with excitement. Stop. This isn't just a song gift. It's a bride price. Chen Yi, you are quite the charmer. Wake up, Chen Yi. You're a family man. What are you doing? I'm feeling envious. With a smile, Chen Yi replied, It's nothing, and it's not entirely free. I will need your help in gaming in the future. Thank you. Teacher, Chen Yi, the round-faced girl said, no longer hesitating. After expressing her gratitude, a massive rocket graphic, larger than a standard one, soared through Chen Yi's live stream, soon followed by the second, third, and even the 10th. User A Big Round Face donated a super rocket. Each super rocket is valued at 2,000 yuan, and with 10 donated, that amounts to 20,000. After the platform's 50-50 split, Chen Yi would net 10,000. Yet this was not the main highlight. A series of 10 super rockets would generate an announcement across the entire platform. yielding significant promotional impact. Wow, round face is wealthy. I am in love. Round face. I don't want to strive anymore. Wait, why does it feel like these two live streams are filled with pink bubbles? I do not approve. Huh. They're a match made in heaven. When did it become your place to object? Both live streams buzzed with energy, their popularity soaring. The round-faced girl's stream surpassed 200,000 viewers, while Chen Yi's rapidly approached the million mark. The matter was settled. Chen Yi glanced at the time. It was nearly up, so he exited the game, severing the connection with Daewanzi, and began bidding farewell to his viewers. Is this really the end? The popularity is about to surpass 1 million. Just hold on a bit longer. Indeed, breaking 1 million on the second day of the broadcast is unprecedented. Shouldn't we witness it? Chapter 48, New Lottery Feature. Adon Chen Yi smiled, acknowledging that it was time for him to pick up his daughter. With that, he resolutely ended the stream. Whether or not he reached 1 million followers did not concern him greatly. If not today, it would happen sooner or later. He had confidence in himself, and more importantly, picking up his daughter took precedence. After shutting down the live stream, Chen Yi hand-wrote the lyrics to Crescent Bay, preparing the melody as well, with the intention of registering the copyright when he picked up his daughter. Next, he opened the system panel. Popularity 1003. 217. Had he truly surpassed 1 million? Chen Yi was taken aback. Just a few days ago, when he met director Zhou, he had already spent over 400,000 on skill books for singing and acting. To his astonishment, within just 2 days, his popularity had surged by over 500,000, not only compensating for the earlier expenditure, but also exceeding it. This was something he had never imagined. Clearly, the live broadcast had once again attracted a multitude of new fans. Choosing to focus on live streaming for the time being had proven to be a remarkably wise decision. With such popularity, a lottery was now in order. Perfect timing, as he was eager to concentrate on streaming and urgently required new skills. Ideally, he would draw a mastery of a game, instantly elevating him to the status of a gaming expert. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement. He clicked on the lottery. Detected host popularity exceeding 1 million. Add-on feature activated. Add-on, used during the lottery. Each add-on consumes 100,000 popularity, increasing the quantity of drawn items by 1. This meant that if he drew a mastery of a game and opted for an add-on, he would receive 2 copies of the game mastery. The new feature seemed somewhat trivial. After all, drawing an item allowed for purchase in the marketplace. Compared to this, it merely required an additional 10,000 popularity to unlock. Was he really in need of that extra 10,000 popularity? Chen Yi chuckled softly, promptly choosing to utilize the add-on. He certainly wasn't trying to save that 10,000 popularity. It was a new feature after all, and he was eager to test its effectiveness. How many add-ons should he use? Starting with a small trial seemed prudent. Even if he drew an unhelpful skill, the loss would not be too significant. Chen Yi nodded, opting for 2 add-ons. 300,000 popularity was instantly expended, and 3 musical notation bags appeared. With a flash of white light, 3 identical items manifested on the screen. Pop song singing skill, minor, 3. Well, though not game-related, it was still quite useful. Onward, Chen Yi continued to click for the lottery, adding 2 more. Enhanced reaction speed, minor, 3. Here it comes. Chen Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. What one truly requires in gaming is none other than swift physical reflexes, particularly in a time-sensitive shooting game like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, where heightened reaction times often correlate with superior performance. With 40,000 popularity points remaining, Chen Yi refrained from further draws and instead opted to unlock the purchase qualification for enhanced physical reaction speed, minor, in the marketplace, acquiring 3 copies and reserving a mere 100,000 for unforeseen circumstances. He promptly utilized all 9 skill books, and after stretching his hands, he found his finger dexterity had remarkably improved. Thus, come tomorrow's live broadcast, he would undoubtedly astonish his viewers. Overcome with joy, Chen Yi glanced at the clock adorning the wall. 4:15. Oh no, Xiao Tang must be finishing school soon. In an instant, he sprang from his chair, grabbed the lyrics he had prepared on the table, and dashed out the door. Chapter 49. The father-daughter live stream in the upscale Villa district of Jingbei City. You ningué decided. At noon, she was enjoying her lunch while her assistant began discussing her upcoming schedule. After outlining a series of business engagements, the assistant inquired, Ningxue. Chen Yi has been live streaming on Douyu these past few days, garnering quite a following. Should we consider? Yi Ningxue, fully aware of her assistant's implication, took a sip of her kanji, nibbled on a vegetable dish, set down her utensils, and slowly shook her head. Never mind. Pressing Chen Yi too hard will not benefit us. In fact, it could adversely affect my own popularity, an unwise trade-off. Are we simply to watch him and Xiao Tang enjoy their lives? The assistant questioned. What about your future plans? Without Xiao Tang, many topics will struggle to gain traction, and your ascent in the international rankings will be significantly delayed. Patience is key. Yi Ningxue sighed. Chen Yi is no longer the same person I once knew. He has transformed, making him more challenging to contend with. Moreover, we have yet to delve into the streaming industry, and any forced intervention may yield little success. Rising from her seat, she declared, for now, let's set this matter aside. I have my own strategies. Understood, the assistant nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. In Jianghai City, hello, dear viewers. It's that time again for today's live stream. Promptly at 12:30, Chen initiated his broadcast. It was Saturday, and with the little one free from school, he welcomed her into the room to play. However, the viewers quickly noticed the child's presence. Chen the butcher. Is that Xiao Tang behind you? Wow, Xiao Tang has come to the live stream. Host, step aside. We want to see Xiao Tang. Yes, show us Xiao Tang. Old man, move aside. Chen Yi chuckled. You were not saying this just a few days ago. Now you want me to step aside? It's akin to how I was once called little sweetheart while singing. And now I am old lady Nyo. How genuine. In this world, the tale of a Chinese odyssey also exists, allowing the viewers to grasp this classic line. Chen Yi has become quite the chatterbox. My youth returns. Ha, glad to hear it. Now move aside. Old lady Nyo, we wish to see Xiao Tang. Show us Xiao Tang. Chen Yi let out a sigh and said, all right, I shall indulge you for a moment. With that, he turned to the little one and called, Xiao Tang, come here. The small child obediently scampered over, and Chen Yi lifted her onto his lap. Pointing at the barrage of comments, he said, now, Xiao Tang, greet the uncles and aunties. The little girl looked at the screen with a puzzled expression, unsure of where the uncles and aunties her father mentioned could be. Yet she sweetly said, hello, uncles and aunties. Instantly, the barrage erupted. How adorable. I can't handle it. Chen Yi, how did you manage to have such a lovely daughter? Speak up. Did you steal her? Wait. Chen Yi, who do you think is an uncle or aunt? I'm only 18. Let Xiao Tang call me sister, quick. Sister? Does Chen Yi have female fans? No, that's not the point. Who are you asking her to call uncle? Call me brother. Chen Yi cast a glance at the barrage and chuckled dismissively. You want her to call you brother or sister? So, by your reasoning, you all wish to be my children? Sorry, I do not accept. As soon as these words left his mouth, a flurry of question marks flooded the screen. Call the police. Admin, quickly ban him. This streamer is taking advantage of us. Chapter 50. Have you been playing games? Chen Yi laughed, just joking. How about this? As an opening act, Xiao Tang and I will perform The King Calls Me to patrol the mountains. He looked at the little girl and asked, do you remember how to sing this song? The child nodded earnestly and replied, yes. As the accompaniment began to play, she swayed on Chen Yi's lap and started to sing. Her soft, mellifluous voice resonated through the microphone, immediately captivating countless viewers, with a barrage overflowing with enthusiastic comments. Soon after, donations began to pour in, with an array of airplanes and rockets flooding the screen, quickly saturating the entire live stream. Meanwhile, the viewer count, which had failed to break 1 million the previous day, officially surged past 105,000 at that moment. On the third day of the broadcast, surpassing 1 million viewers, this speed was undeniably unprecedented since the establishment of the Douyu platform. Once the song concluded and the viewers were still savoring the moment, Chen Yi set the little one down to let her play on her own. However, the viewers were not pleased. We want to see Xiao Tang. Chen Yi, step aside. Chen Yi, don't take over. Bring Xiao Tang back, please. Chen Yi chuckled. You lot, don't try to endanger my little Xiao Tang. She is still young. If she stares at the computer screen for too long, Who will be responsible if she becomes nearsighted? The barrage erupted with a chorus of "I will." "I'm responsible. I can do it," and other odd phrases. "Who needs you?" All right, let us officially commence our live stream. With that, Chen Yi reopened PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. "Not this. You're so bad. Who will want to watch you?" "Chen Yi, stop playing. Watching you play this game gives me a headache." Chen Yi smiled mysteriously. "To be honest, I thought about it carefully yesterday and realized this game isn't that difficult. Once you get the hang of it, it's quite simple. Today, I shall surprise you all." With that, he entered the game solo. In this match, the random selection led to the desert map. With the enhanced reflexes acquired yesterday, a profound confidence shimmered in Chen Yi's eyes as he decisively chose to leap into the heart of Picado. Being the area with the richest resources, yet the most players, Picado is often one of the most intense battlegrounds. Well, jumping into Picado and opting for the boxing gym, this match seemed doomed. Chen, the butcher, had become overly ambitious, daring to enter the boxing gym on just the second day of play. Onwards to the next match, controlling his character as he landed, Chen immediately began to scavenge for weapons. At that moment, another player, armed and ready, stood nearby, aiming directly at him and firing instantly. Just then, Chen Yi had also acquired a firearm and loaded it, swiftly maneuvering his mouse to turn his character around and fire back. The gunshots echoed almost simultaneously. Chen Yi's health began to dwindle, yet his bullets found their mark on his opponent as well. Having consumed 6 books, his control of the weapon was evidently superior, with bullets landing almost precisely on the same spot. Consequently, the kill notification appeared. "You killed with a 416. The opposing player collapsed instantly, transformed into a wooden box. The barrage of comments erupted immediately. "What a reaction! Who are you? Was that just luck? It must be luck, right? I can't believe it. Just yesterday, you were so mediocre, and now you're this formidable? Chen, the butcher, have you hacked?" The author interjects. "Once the update is complete, please remember to rate and leave comments. It means a lot to Xiaobei. Thank you." Chapter 51, 4 exclamations. The notion of hacking refers to cheating in the game, and not only the user who commented, but many others shared this sentiment. After all, Chen Yi's performance was simply outrageous. How could someone who trembled in fear when encountering an opponent on the first day suddenly turn around and eliminate others with precision the next? Other than hacking, they could conceive of no other explanation. At this moment, Chen Yi controlled his character to pick up a health pack and tucked himself away to recover. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced at the barrage of comments and paused in astonishment. Hacking? How amusing. As a player endowed with life's advantages, did he truly need to resort to such rudimentary tactics in the game? He adjusted his camera, pointing it at his keyboard and hands. "Do you really think I'm hacking?" Chen Yi shook his head and sighed, realizing they still did not grasp what true genius entailed. With that, he resumed searching, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from his headset. If memory served him correctly, 5 players had jumped into the boxing gym. He and the player he had just eliminated were on the top floor. This meant that if no one had escaped, 3 players remained on the lower levels. A minute later, peering through the latticework, Chen Yi spotted a player on the second floor, who was evidently searching for him, cautiously advancing with a weapon in hand. As Chen Yi caught sight of him, it was evident that the other had also noticed Chen Yi. In an instant, he twisted his body and vanished from Chen Yi's line of sight. "Brothers, watch me take him down." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi leapt into the hole. Alas, isn't this akin to handing yourself over? The opponent was already prepared, making you a living target as you descended. Chen the butcher, you truly lack finesse. So it seems you were indeed using hacks just now. The viewers in the chat bombarded the screen with comments, but in the next moment, their fingers froze above the keyboard. On the live stream, Chen Yi gripped the mouse tightly, yanking it down while simultaneously pressing the fire button, and with his other hand, he quickly hit the prone key. Thus, his character appeared to be firing as it plummeted, hitting the ground in a crouch position. The opponent, clearly unprepared for such a maneuver, miscalculated the landing position of Chen Yi, causing most of his bullets to miss, with only a few striking Chen Yi. Conversely, as Chen Yi descended, his shots rained evenly upon the opponent, resulting in minimal damage to himself, while the adversary met his demise. In that instant, The previously continuous barrage of comments came to a halt. Moments later, a flood of 666,666 filled the entire live stream screen. What the hell? The speed of that reaction. The control over the recoil. Chen the Butcher, you were just pretending yesterday, weren't you? Fooling us into thinking you don't know how to play. Impressive, Chen the Butcher. Damn, you sly dog. Chen Yi grinned, managing his character as he reloaded, laughing. I told you I was a genius. Why wouldn't you believe me? Now you see, this game isn't hard as long as your reflexes keep up. I'll believe you when pigs fly, you crafty old man. His friends urged. Let's drown this deceitful dog in our words. Consequently, an avalanche of comments filled the screen. Chen Yi smirked, but I was speaking the truth. Why does no one believe me? The defeated player was quite well equipped, adorned with numerous items, including a standard configuration of a 4 and a 98 rifle. After scavenging, Chen Yi was now well armed, and he proceeded to search for any remaining players in the gym. However, after a thorough sweep, he found no one left. Evidently, the two had already vacated this contentious arena. Thus, Chen Yi swaggered out of the gym, embarking on the hunt for other players. 20 minutes later, Chen Yi had officially entered the final circle, with only 4 players remaining, and his kill count had reached 9. Why do I feel as though I am watching a professional gamer? This person is remarkable. It's absurd. Why isn't Chen the Butcher making a name for himself on the professional circuit instead of streaming here? The final circle of this match was set in the wilderness outside the back mountains of Lion City, where cover was exceedingly scarce. Chen Yi crouched behind a rock, searching for other players while simultaneously interacting with his viewers. Though I possess considerable talent, I harbor little interest in professional competitions. After all, my aspiration is to become a grand star. My online friends began to jest at my expense, and I reciprocated with laughter, creating an amiable atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, and my character in the game emitted a cry of despair, with my health bar plummeting dramatically. Hold on, everyone, I'm being sniped. I swiftly maneuvered my character to a different position, recovering my state while redirecting my view towards the source of the gunfire. Just in time, I glimpsed a dark head retreating. Found you, I muttered, switching my weapon to the 98, then hopping slightly to the side, deliberately exposing myself to the enemy's line of sight. Meanwhile, within a professional team's base, a chubby player adorned with numerous blemishes was engaged in a game of PUBG. On his screen, he too wielded a 98, his gaze fixed ahead. At that moment, he noticed the player who had previously attacked him peeking out again, bouncing about. It was evident that the opponent was searching for his position and attempting to counter-snipe. Could he be intimidated? Although he was the team's assault specialist and bolt-action rifles were not his forte. As a professional player, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph over his adversary. Consequently, he deftly adjusted his mouse, aligning his crosshair on the enemy's head, ready to fire. With a thunderous bang, his screen instantly transformed into a monochrome display. Had he been eliminated in an instant? This was inconceivable. The time from his exposure to the moment he prepared to shoot did not exceed 2 seconds. To achieve a headshot in such a brief interval suggested that his opponent was no ordinary player. With a bemused scoff, he clicked on the death replay to assess the seemingly extraordinary skills displayed by his opponent, bidding farewell to his current account. As professional players, their reports held far greater weight than those of average gamers. Meanwhile, in my live streaming room, the notification flashed. You eliminated 4 with a headshot using the 98. What on earth did I just witness? Was that a momentary scope? Look at this person's name. ISNT, he a professional player from Team 4? Goodness. Chen the Butcher, you just took down a professional player? Wait, is this person a professional? What was that momentary scope technique you mentioned? After eliminating an opponent, I hastily adjusted my position, intrigued by the unfolding events. I had merely thought that deploying the 4x scope was somewhat sluggish. So I aimed for the opponent's head the moment it opened, and then promptly closed it. Was this the so-called momentary scope that my friends were raving about? Judging by their astonished reactions, I had unwittingly executed a remarkably complex maneuver. A smile crept across my lips. How delightful! At that moment within the Team 4 base, after reviewing the replay, he smirked and quietly chose to exit the game. With his keen perception, he could discern that the opponent had not been cheating. They were likely another professional player, possessing remarkable reflexes. Judging by the name, it appeared to be a secondary account. It is entirely normal to lose to professional players. Maintaining a stable mindset is crucial as one prepares for the next match. At that moment, the notification sound from WeChat chimed. Upon picking up the phone, he discovered a message from his friend, the streamer Daewanzi. "Hey, Master, do we have a practice match today? If not, would you mind playing a game with me? The platform is looking to nurture a new streamer, but they don't know how to play yet, and I can't manage alone." He chuckled softly. As Daewanzi was a close friend of his girlfriend, he felt obliged to meet her request. He promptly replied, "Sure, let us discuss it over a meal." Daewanzi responded enthusiastically. "No problem." Consequently, they created a game room and connected via voice chat. "Why are you alone? Didn't you say there would be another?" he inquired, noticing only Daewanzi in the room. "Just wait a moment. He is in the final circle and will finish soon," she replied. Daewanzi glanced at the game information of Chen Yi, who had been playing for over half an hour. Is teacher Chen trying to survive to the final circle? Quite impressive. Remembering how they had played together yesterday, it brought a bittersweet smile to his face. In Chen Yi's livestream, he skillfully eliminated the last opponent. As the words "winner, winner, chicken dinner" flashed across the screen, a smile spread across his face as he remarked, "How impressive am I? I've taken them all down. What more can I say?" The influx of gifts and comments from viewers, including one user who gifted a plane, filled Chen Yi with immense satisfaction. This performance was sure to leave both new and old fans in awe, likely garnering him considerable popularity. At that moment, Daewanzi's game invitation arrived. Chen Yi smiled and clicked to accept, intending to say that they would definitely secure a victory today, only to notice another player in the room. Upon seeing that name, he paused, contemplating the coincidence. In the base, Daewanzi, who mentioned the new streamer was inexperienced, was referring to him. Was she joking? He was not even a professional player, yet he had been taken down by a novice. His mindset began to shift slightly. "Is this the new streamer you mentioned, Yuenzi?" He sighed, somewhat exasperated. "Yes," she nodded. "You really need to help us win today. We just faced a tough opponent." Daewanzi looked momentarily taken aback. "And then what happened?" "I was eliminated by this guy in an instant," he replied. Daewanzi responded with a mere "oh." "Really?" Chen Yi cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward as he spoke in the mic. "Well, it was just luck, pure luck." "Ha ha, this is hilarious." "Chen the Butcher, aren't you embarrassed?" "Embarrassed enough to dig a 2-bedroom apartment with my toes. This is too funny." As the audience flooded the chat with lively comments, the atmosphere in the live stream brightened considerably. At that moment, he spoke up. "All right, brothers, I'm going to take this match seriously." "Okay." Chen Yi nodded eagerly, readying himself. Meanwhile, Daewanzi was still processing what had just happened. "What do you mean, you were eliminated by that guy? Who exactly eliminated whom? Is this truly something that can occur in this world?" "The UNZ, prepare yourself, don't just stand there." To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Chen Yi hastily urged. "Oh, right." The UNZ regained her focus and quickly clicked to prepare. The three entered the game. Naturally, they gravitated towards areas bustling with activity. On the island map, without hesitation, they descended towards the airport along the central flight path. Chen Yi landed atop the tower, and, upon touching down, he immediately spotted a gleaming 98 rifle before him. Picking it up without delay, noticing a red dot nearby. "Teacher Chen, we just need to focus on looting the gear. Leave the combat to him," the UNZ instinctively remarked. "Understood." Chen Yi nodded, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Ah, I see someone." In the next moment, he raised a 98 equipped with a red dot sight, aiming at an enemy sprinting toward a building not far away, and fired, the shot echoing as the adversary fell to the ground. "Brother, you're spot on." Immediately, he followed up with another shot, eliminating the opponent on the spot, denying any chance for their teammates to provide assistance. The UNZ exclaimed, "What just happened?" 5 minutes later, as the poison circle began to constrict, the three emerged from the airport, their bags overflowing with gear. "Suddenly, the UNZ erupted. Teacher Sheng, you claim you don't know how to play games." In those fleeting 5 minutes, anyone who appeared before her, even those she had not noticed, had transformed into mere wooden boxes within seconds. Meanwhile, in the upper right corner, Chen Yi's kill notifications flashed persistently. while she merely served as a moving repository of health and ammunition. Casting a glance at her backpack, the UNZ noted that combined, her main and secondary weapons held 70 rounds, with the rest being large medkits, small bandages, energy drinks, and the like. He is already a seasoned player. How can Chen Yi be so formidable? She pondered, increasingly perplexed. Unless Chen Yi had been deceiving her yesterday, he must be a gaming expert. Thus, her earlier outburst ensued. Chen Yi awkwardly replied, "In truth, this is only my second time playing this game. After we played yesterday, I reflected deeply and suddenly grasped how to play, you see? Using a metaphor from a fantasy novel, it was akin to an epiphany. I can't believe that." The UNZ rolled her eyes. In gaming, where does such enlightenment come from? Even if it did exist, could it suddenly transform a novice into a master? What about those professional players who toil daily to hone their skills? Brother, a voice chimed in again. Your bolt-action sniper skills are quite impressive. Would you be interested in trying out for our team? We genuinely need a sniper. Chapter 53. I truly didn't mean it, no. Thank you. Chen Yi shook his head. I need to take care of my child. He is too young to be away from me. Moreover, my aspirations do not lie within the esports realm. I appreciate your offer. At that moment, the UNZ adjusted her mindset. Old way. Teacher Chen is a singer destined to dominate the music scene. Thinking of getting him into the gaming world is quite a stretch. That would indeed be a great loss. She sighed. Indeed, Teacher Chen, Dewanzi continued, I have received your song and the demo. I shall diligently practice over the next few days and will share it on NetEase Cloud. I kindly ask for your assistance in promoting it. As a streamer primarily focused on gaming and singing, it is undeniable that Dewanzi harbors aspirations of making her mark in the music industry. However, finding a truly original and exceptional song has proven to be a daunting task, compounded by her lack of connections, compelling her to abandon the pursuit. It was only when Chen Yi gifted her this song that Dewanzi realized an opportunity might be at hand. After listening to the demo he sent, she became increasingly convinced that this song had the potential to achieve great success. All right, just let me know when. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, with the two formidable players alongside him, the trio effortlessly claimed victory in their gaming session. They continued to play 4 more matches, securing 3 additional wins, one of which was marred by Dewanzi's reckless driving, resulting in their untimely demise and a missed opportunity for victory. The audience, seemingly desensitized, flooded the chat with mundane comments. As they were about to commence training, the trio decided to disband their gaming team. Glancing at the time, Chen Yi remarked, since we have some time before dinner, why don't we sing a few songs? Oh, and playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds all the time isn't particularly thrilling. Are there any other games you wish to see? Please share, and I shall choose the one with the most votes. Need I even say? It has to be Sekiro. Yes, Sekiro. After watching Chen the Butcher eliminate players all day, I am utterly distressed. Let us dive into Sekiro's challenges, please. Absolutely. I cannot wait to see Chen the Butcher face defeat. As one of the most popular single-player games of recent times, Sekiro has been relentlessly dominating the streaming scene. Often, when one browses the gaming section, they are met with a row of streamers, each adorned with the word death prominently displayed on their thumbnails. Chen Yi, somat surpriset. Observe the chat, discovering that everyone was clamoring for this game. Is it truly that popular? Very well, it shall be our choice. After a brief pause, Chen Yi continued. However, tomorrow is not feasible. Taking advantage of the weekend, I will be taking Xiaodang to the amusement park. We shall reconvene next Monday. Stream outdoors. Stream outdoors. I want to see Xiaodang at the amusement park. Yes, stream outdoors. We want to see Xiaodang. The chat erupted once more in harmonious unison, and Chen Yi chuckled softly. I fear outdoor streaming may not be practical. My old phone might not be capable of handling it. What are you implying? What implication? This is an outright suggestion. Oh, it's merely about money. As long as we can see Xiaodang, your phone is covered. User Woojing Pickled Vegetables rewarded the streamer with a super rocket. User 999 rewarded the streamer with an airplane. User I Want a Cat rewarded the streamer with a rocket in an instant. The rewards flooded the screen. Chen Yi was taken aback. I didn't intend for you to feel obliged to donate, but since you are all so generous, I shall purchase a new phone later and stream outdoors for you tomorrow. At this declaration, The chat erupted into excitement. A throng of adoring fans. Chen Yi shook his head and began to sing, only signing off punctually at 4 o'clock. Chen Yi stretched lazily when suddenly the little one approached, clutching a toy. "Daddy, are we really going to the amusement park tomorrow?" "Of course we are," Chen Yi replied with a smile, pulling the little one into his embrace. "Hasn't Xiao Tang ever been to an amusement park before?" "No." The child earnestly nodded. "Then we shall go tomorrow," Chen Yi said with equal seriousness. Previously, he had been unable to afford such outings, as ensuring the child's daily expenses had consumed all his efforts. Later, with work commitments piling up, he hardly had any time. But now, as a full-time streamer at home, his income had increased and his free time had expanded. It was time to truly make amends for the little one. "Yay, Daddy is the best." The child joyfully kissed Chen Yi on the cheek. Then her eyes brightened as she suddenly asked, "Daddy, should we invite Aunt Wu along?" "Sure." Chen Yi nodded. "Shall we go invite Aunt Wu right now?" "Yes." Xiao Tang eagerly agreed, bustling towards the door. "Wait a moment, sweetheart." Chen Yi chuckled helplessly, hurriedly shutting down his computer to follow her. Outside Wu Min's room, the father and daughter arrived at the door. The little one impatiently knocked and called out, "Auntie." Minutes passed, yet Wu Min did not appear. Chen Yi frowned slightly and knocked on the door himself, saying, "Sister Wu, are you home?" Still, there was no response. It seemed she was not at home. Chen Yi sighed and turned to the little one. "It appears Aunt Wu is out. Shall we head back and call her later?" "Okay." The child pondered for a moment before nodding. Just as they were about to turn back home, Wu Min happened to walk towards them. Her condition was disheveled, her eyes swollen and red, clearly a result of weeping, and she bore an air of despondency. "Sister Wu, what's wrong?" Chen Yi exclaimed in surprise, rushing to inquire. Wu Min jolted at the sight of Chen Yi and Xiao Tang, quickly lowering her head to wipe her face, then forcing a smile. "Me fine. Did you need something?" "Sister Wu?" Chen Yi stepped closer. "This isn't like you. No matter what has happened, you've always been at the forefront. Haven't I said that you don't need to? You've cared for me and taken such good care of Xiao Tang in my heart. I've long regarded you as a sister. Aren't you willing to share even a little with me?" Ever since the incident during the Ideal 3-year festival, he had sensed that Wu Min harbored a significant secret. However, out of politeness, he had refrained from asking since she did not bring it up herself. Yet, it had only been a short while, and her state had deteriorated to this extent. For whatever reason, Chen Yi felt compelled to at least understand the situation. Wu Min stood frozen, moisture welling in her beautiful eyes. I want to see my daughter," she finally managed to say after what seemed like an eternity. "Daughter?" Chen Yi asked, puzzled. "Why have I never seen her in the 3 years I've lived with you?" With her head bowed, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, because she has been gone for a long time. Chapter 54. Sister Wu's secret. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yi's body suddenly trembled, and in a flurry of anxiety, he stammered, "I'm sorry, Sister Wu." Wu Min took a deep breath, lifted her gaze, and replied, "It's all right. It has been a long time." As she spoke, she stepped forward, opened the door to the room, and said, "Come in and speak." Chen Yi sighed, cradling the little one, and followed her inside. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Wu Min decided to lay everything bare, recounting her story in full. It turned out that Sister Wu once had a daughter in a warm family, but a few years ago, due to a moment of carelessness, her daughter fell down the stairs. Although she rushed her to the hospital in time, it was already too late. Because of this incident, her husband believed she was unfit to be a mother and divorced her, shattering the once happy home. Wu Min then left her previous residence and moved to this place. Now it made sense to Chen Yi why Sister Wu treated Xiao Tang with such kindness, why she tolerated his repeated delays in paying rent, and why she often bought many things for Xiao Tang. Chen Yi found himself at a loss for words, so he gently patted the little one. Understanding immediately, the child nestled into Wu Min's embrace and softly said, "Auntie, don't cry. Daddy said crying doesn't look good." Wu Min forced a pained smile and replied, "Yes. Annie will listen to Xiao Tang. Annie won't cry." She then turned her gaze back to Chen Yi and said, "Actually, over the years, I have more or less moved on. It's just that seeing him like this, I feel immense guilt. I ruined his life." "Sister Wu, please don't say that." Chen Yi sighed. Now, the problem was clear. The major conflict lay with Wu Min's husband, who had never emerged from the pain of losing their daughter. If he had moved on, it was likely Wu Min's situation would have improved significantly as well. But what could be done? Chen Yi felt somewhat helpless. He was not a professional psychologist, and helping someone overcome psychological trauma was truly beyond his capabilities. Could he perhaps resort to a lottery, draw out a psychologist's skills, or perhaps find a song with a healing effect? Chen Yi pondered it deeply. Suddenly, a song popped into his mind. Perhaps if it were this song, it might work. All right, you came to find me. What is it? Wu Min asked, taking a deep breath. Chen Yi snapped back to reality and smiled, saying, I originally intended to take the little one to the amusement park tomorrow and wanted to see if you'd like to join us. Sure, Wu Min replied eagerly. It's been a while since I've been to the amusement park. Really? Chen Yi's eyes brightened. Wu Min nodded seriously. Great. Then we shall meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, no exceptions. All right. Back in his own room, after preparing dinner for the little one, Chen Yi seized the opportunity while she was eating to take out paper and pen and began to write a song. 10 minutes later, the song was complete, and the little one had finished her meal. Chen Yi hurriedly took her out the door. At this hour, the copyright center had already closed. Yet Chen Yi's goal was not it. He headed directly to the recording studio with the little one in tow. After finishing recording a song, Chen Yi casually purchased a new phone for the outdoor live stream scheduled for the following day. He busied himself until after 9 o'clock, and only after the little one had fallen asleep did he return to the rented apartment, cradling Xiao Tang in his arms. Gently placing the child onto the bed, Chen Yi gazed at the recorded song on his phone and took a deep breath, pondering the hope of assisting Sister Wu and her husband in overcoming their difficulties. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Chen Yi descended with the little one. Upon reaching the parking lot, he spotted Sister Wu waiting by the car. You're so slow. Not very enthusiastic about going out, are we? You really arrived right at 9. Sister Wu appeared to have regained her spirits. Chen Yi chuckled and replied, my bad. I was delayed in the restroom. Let's get going. All right, Wu Min nodded. By the way, Sister Wu, Chen Yi suddenly said, you don't need to drive your car. We'll take mine. I'll drive. And you can help keep an eye on Xiao Tang in the back. Without much thought, Wu Min agreed, sure. With that, she smiled and picked up the little one, opening the back door to sit inside. Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief as he climbed into the driver's seat. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at their destination, the Jianghai City Amusement Park. As the most famous amusement park in Jianghai City, it was always teeming with people on weekends. Wu Min held Xiao Tang, while Chen Yi took out his new phone, opened the downloaded live streaming app, and began broadcasting. Finally, the door is open. I've been waiting in the live stream room since early morning. Where is Xiao Tang? We want to see Xiao Tang. Chen Tufu. Quickly point the camera at Xiao Tang. Observing the barrage of comments on the screen, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. Yalat, I'm the host here. Could you at least show me some basic respect? As soon as he spoke, the comments exploded with a flurry of question marks. Wait, what? Did you mistakenly think we're here because of you? ISNT this live stream all about Xiao Tang? Who are you, old man? Sir, could you please return the stream to the actual host? What you're doing is not right. Chen Yi chuckled and turned the camera toward Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang is indeed adorable. Hey, who is this beautiful lady holding Xiao Tang? Chen Tufu, you have some explaining to do. This is my landlord, Sister Wu. You all better watch your words. If you scare her away and I can't rent from her anymore, you'll have to take responsibility. Chen Yi it. Wu Min looked into the camera and remarked, TSK, you should have told me we were going live earlier. I didn't even put on any makeup. This month's rent is going to double. Chen Yi instantly pouted, Sister Wu, please don't. Ha ha ha, well done, landlord. Charge him more. Don't double it. Just add a 0 at the end, and wouldn't that be better? The comments once again erupted into chaos. But Chen Yi chose to ignore them as he led Sister Wu and the little one into the amusement park. On her first visit to the amusement park, the little one's face was filled with curiosity, her wide eyes scanning the surroundings, expressing endless interest in everything. Xiao Tang, would you like to ride the carousel? Chen Yi smiled at the little one. Her head immediately began nodding vigorously, as if she were trying to shake it off like garlic. Having purchased their tickets, Chen Yi mounted a wooden horse, while Sister Wu held the little one, taking a seat on the adjacent ride. As the wooden horse began to move, The little one erupted into joyous laughter. In a live broadcast room, countless viewers were left momentarily breathless. What a breathtaking scene. Why capture screenshots? Everyone appeared stunned. A beautiful woman paired with an adorable child. Chen the Butcher, what merits do you possess? The author remarked, what song could this be? Perhaps everyone could take a guess? There are no prizes for correct answers. Ha ha ha. Chapter 55. Longing to love this world, the trio enjoyed their day at the amusement park until midday, indulging in every mildly thrilling attraction before reluctantly heading for lunch. The little one was utterly exhilarated, her hair damp with excitement, and as soon as lunch was finished, she nestled into Chen Yi's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Once in the car, Chen Yi requested Sister Wu to drive while he sat in the back seat, tenderly drying the little one's hair. Throughout the journey, they refrained from speaking, allowing her to rest peacefully. It was not until they returned to the community that Sister Wu parked the car and was about to turn off the engine when Chen Yi softly said, Sister Wu, I sent you a song on your phone that might be helpful for your situation. You might want to listen to it, and if you find it useful, perhaps consider giving it a try. With that, Chen Yi opened the car door and carefully carried the little one out. Inside the vehicle, Sister Wu paused for a moment, then picked up her phone and opened the file Chen Yi had sent. His voice began to play softly, and as she listened, tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. She leaned against the steering wheel, her body trembling. A few minutes later, Sister Wu straightened up, wiped away her tears, and pressed the accelerator, driving out of the community. In the room, upon hearing the sound of the car, Chen Yi took a deep breath. I hope this is helpful. However, to be honest, he felt no sense of certainty. After all these years, Sister Wu's ex-husband had been unable to overcome the pain of losing their daughter, indicating that his emotional turmoil ran deep. It was unrealistic to think that merely listening to a song would facilitate recovery. He merely hoped that the song might play a small role in opening up his heart, combined with the treatment from a professional psychologist, offering a glimmer of hope for healing. Shishan Rehabilitation Center. Since being discovered unconscious at home, Wu Min's ex-husband, Li Kong, had been residing here for over 4 years. Throughout these years, Li Kong had completely ceased communication, neither engaging with others nor conversing with doctors. Each day, he sat alone on his bed, staring blankly at a photograph of his daughter. Had he not been able to eat normally, he would not have survived to this day. Sister Min, sighed a nurse from outside the room. Mr. Li's condition has worsened. He is eating less and less. Since yesterday, we have started administering glucose, but if this continues, Mr. Li Mei. Wu Min nodded, speaking softly, please open the door. As the door swung open, Li Kong remained as he had been, seated on the bed, holding a photograph, his eyes devoid of any spark. The nurse closed the door and stepped out, while Wu Min slowly approached the bedside and took a seat. Gazing at him, she parted her lips, as if to utter something, yet ultimately, Wu Min remained silent, merely unlocking her phone to play the files sent by Chen Yi. Following a brief introduction, Chen Yi's voice resonated forth. Embracing the sofa, her eyes bleary with sleep, her hair a disheveled mess. She longed to exude the nonchalance of a film protagonist. Beneath the eaves, crows gathered in dense clusters, their presence a reflection of her stifled emotions, struggling for expression. In the room, Li Kongzheng exhibited no reaction, as if he had not heard the song at all, remaining seated in a trance. Wu Min, too, did not speak, instead sitting quietly by the bed, her gaze fixed upon him. Whether I am here or there, it felt akin to the disoriented chirping of insects. Yet she understood that effort was required in this moment. Regardless of my presence, the past remained irreparable. Each recollection urged her to consider departure. To exist in such a manner, weighed down by the narrations, the postures, the pain. She hesitated to leave, especially when he had promised his presence. Suddenly, an inexplicable anticipation began to swell within her. At that moment, Li Kongzheng's hand moved slightly, his eyes drifting into a daze. Wu Min's heart skipped a beat. Chen Yi's voice continued to echo, and after another chorus, it crescendoed dramatically. The desire to stay lingered. Perhaps having tasted love, one could dare to gaze into the future. Let the scars be entrusted to memory. To let go is to embrace something better. Do not fear, do not fear. Thoughts of departure crossed her mind when sunlight faltered against shadows, yet she never anticipated his fervent effort to clear the path for her. She had once contemplated leaving, yet here she was, holding on, surviving through the narrations, the postures, and the pain. The desire to remain intensified with the brightness of his smile. Suddenly, the world was awash with color. As Chen Yi's soaring voice filled the air, Li Kongjing slowly lifted his head. A solitary tear fell, landing on the photograph, spreading gently. Then came the second, the third. Tears continued to cascade onto the image, and Li Kongjing wept. Witnessing this scene, Wu Min could no longer contain her own tears. She quickly raised a hand to cover her mouth, stifling any sound. At last, the ability to cry signified the release of pent-up emotions. A beacon that Li Kongjing's heart was no longer entirely sealed off. With a fissure, however small, light could begin to seep in. As the song concluded, Li Kongjing's tears flowed unabated. He began to sob heartily, yet after such a prolonged silence, no sound emerged, his mouth agape. Suddenly, his body began to convulse. He was far too weak, and with this sudden emotional upheaval, his body could hardly withstand it. Wu Min dashed to the bedside, pressing the emergency button. Moments later, the doctors and nurses from the care facility burst through the door. Upon seeing Li Kongjing's condition, the doctor exclaimed, "Quickly, contact the hospital. We cannot manage this here." Deep into the night, at Jianghai City First People's Hospital, after prompt medical intervention, Li Kongjing began to recover. He lay upon a hospital bed, though he remained silent. A glimmer of hope began to flicker in the depths of his eyes. Wu Min sat beside him, firmly clasping Li Kongjing's hand. "Kongjing, you will recover," she murmured, unsure whether she spoke to him or to herself. She simply continued, "We will all be all right." In the rented apartment, Chen Yi gazed at the slumbering child, a faint smile gracing his lips. Moments later, he parted his lips in silence, whispering, "Little Tang, promise Daddy that no matter what the future holds, we shall always cherish this world." This chapter is of great significance. Hence, I composed it slowly, writing and rewriting, striving to convey a particular sentiment. I wonder if you can feel it too. Ultimately, I hope we can all thrive and love this world wholeheartedly. The author has more to say. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 56. The beginning of Sekiro. The following day, Wu Jie had yet to return. It seems that Song may have had some effect, and for that he felt content. In the afternoon, during the live stream, the promised content was Sekiro. Upon returning home yesterday, he purchased this game that had tormented the entire console community and attempted to play for a while. The game's difficulty is well known. Even with his exceptionally quick reflexes, the screen bore at least 20 deaths within the span of the afternoon. By the end, he could scarcely recognize the character for death. Fortunately, not all was in vain. At least he had garnered some insights into the initial sections of the game. Chen the Butcher. I can hardly wait to witness the deaths on your screen. Everyone might as well wager whether the streamer could surpass the prologue this afternoon. Haha. Given Chen the Butcher's reaction speed in PUBG, the prologue should pose no challenge, right? I reckon we will see him face off against the formidable Kawaii Tadaki. Chen Yi chuckled as he launched the game, retorting, "You underestimate me far too much. I have proclaimed myself a genius. After purchasing this game yesterday, I tried it out, and it's not as difficult as you all claim. I won't just confront Kawaii Tadaki. I'll slay the Red Demon for you." "Oh, Chen the Butcher, keep dreaming. Stop boasting. Even the king of monkeys in the console community couldn't defeat Kawaii Tadaki on his first day and rage quit. You think you can slay the Red Demon?" "Exactly. If you manage to kill the Red Demon this afternoon, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while eating dung." The banter among viewers escalated, but Chen Yi remained unfazed, entering the game with a calm demeanor. Although Sekiro is notoriously challenging, the prologue's difficulty is relatively low, intended to help players acclimate to the controls. As long as one avoids recklessness and learns to think strategically, it should not be overly difficult to progress. With adept stealth, climbing, and wall scaling, Chen Yi swiftly circumvented the initial two guards, encountered the young lord, and acquired his weapon. Following this, he faced the enemies designed to familiarize players with combat mechanics. The two adversaries were rather straightforward, easily vanquished with a series of ordinary attacks. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi approached and engaged the two monsters. However, one might wonder Chen the Butcher, do you truly possess any gaming prowess? These foes ought to be tackled one at a time. A hard-earned lesson learned by countless streamers. I take back my previous statement. It appears that the streamer was merely boasting. To draw both monsters at once would surely result in demise at least once. Chen Yi, what? Is it possible to defeat these monsters individually? He was unaware. Nonetheless, the battle had commenced, and he chose to disregard the barrage of comments, focusing intently on dispatching the two lesser foes. Although surrounded, he remained composed, skillfully maneuvering to avoid simultaneous assaults and seizing the opportunity to strike both enemies. With his exceedingly high reflexes, the task proved to be manageable within a few minutes. The two lesser foes were eliminated. Goodness, that was remarkably fluid. How is Chen the Butcher so adept? The speed at which he shifted perspectives was astonishing, something one could hardly emulate. Wang Chao, stop watching. You won't be able to replicate that. Hurry back to your dorm. After dispatching the two enemies, Chen Yi did not linger and swiftly dealt with the subsequent foes, soon encountering the chapter leader, Yamauchi Shiges. This trial tested the player's proficiency in parrying. All of his attacks could be blocked. In Sekiro, successfully defending against an enemy's assault negates all damage, and a perfect block grants a chance for a counterattack. Against Yamauchi Shiges, with ample patience and repeated parries, one could secure the kill. Thus, for Chen Yi, apart from the increased health, this foe was even easier to defeat than the initial two. He completed the prologue in under 10 minutes. I was starting to feel anxious. How could Chen the Butcher's skills be so elevated? Could it be that he might truly encounter the Red Demon? Everyone, remain calm. The prologue is not inherently challenging. Perhaps Chen the Butcher simply practiced this section repeatedly yesterday. Let's continue to observe. All right, I believe it's time to stop deceiving ourselves. That previous brother is in for a rude awakening. Awakening from the dilapidated temple. The journey from here to the encounter with Kawaii Tadaki primarily serves to teach players various operational techniques, with the difficulty remaining low. Chen Yi adeptly navigated each level and soon stood before the general, Kawaii Tadaki. After executing a backstab, the battle commenced. At this juncture, a new combat mechanic was introduced, dangerous attacks. These cannot be blocked, but can be parried. The difficulty of parrying is quite high, demanding quick reflexes and precise timing. For the average player, the conventional strategy revolves around guerrilla tactics, sidestepping or jumping away from lunges and grabs. Chen Yi, evidently unaware of this, continued to parry while explaining. This opponent has but a single health bar. He is truly easy to defeat. Observe, simply parry, attack, and when he launches a dangerous attack, just create distance. Then repeat the parry. It's not difficult at all. One understatement. The streamer imparts wisdom splendidly. Upon hearing your words, my roommate eagerly ventured forth to attempt it. Yet the general's tactics are exceedingly ruthless. Speaking of which, is that roommate you mentioned actually yourself? User gifts the streamer a plane. Chen the Butcher is remarkable. Upon noticing a familiar donation, Chen Yi expressed gratitude, yet suddenly his brow furrowed. It seemed that he had not seen that young lady during the last live stream. Where could she have been? Could it be that the actors for Strange Tales have already been selected and preparations are underway? If so, he ought to consult Director Zhou, as he himself has a role to prepare for. After defeating He Yuan Tian Ji Sheng, the subsequent segment of the plot posed little challenge. As long as he followed the clues, he could progress step by step, acquiring various essential items and enhancing his character's abilities, such as increasing health limits and learning new skills. After some time, Chen Yi cleared the minor foes and officially entered the battle against the Red Demon. Indeed, he had encountered the Red Demon, that notorious glutton. Have you begun? If so, please be sure to notify me during the stream. Brother? Haha. Do not remain silent. I know you are here. You can deceive and indulge, but can you fulfill your promises? Ha. The barrage of comments erupted in a frenzy of interaction. Chen Yi chuckled and said, All right, let us refrain from teasing our friend. Now, allow me to instruct you on how to confront this Red Demon. At that moment, another donation notification appeared. User Monkey gifts the streamer a rocket. Chapter 57. Please pay close attention. Achieved. Goodness. The monkey has arrived. Is this monkey for sale? Hurry, monkey. Look, this person is playing Sekiro in such a manner I am astounded. The streamer, known as Monkey, also dubbed the Monkey King, is a prominent figure in the console gaming community. He was among the first to engage with Sekiro, leading to its widespread popularity in the console sphere. One might say he is the instigator. The streamer plays with remarkable fluidity. Pray tell, how many times did you perish prior to this? Chen Yi expressed his gratitude for Monkey's gift and replied with a smile, I only purchased this game yesterday. The purchase record remains intact. But for now, I must focus on vanquishing the Red Demon. With that, Chen Yi maneuvered his character directly into the fray. In typical encounters with the Red Demon, players often prepare numerous paper dolls to entangle the creature while they seize the opportunity to strike. However, Chen Yi opted for a more audacious approach. Charging directly at the Red Demon, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, landing about 4 or 5 blows, when a crimson warning flashed, indicating an imminent attack from the Red Demon, capable of delivering instant death upon contact. Most players would undoubtedly choose to evade at this juncture, but Chen Yi did not retreat. Instead, he wielded the secondary weapon he had previously acquired, a fire-blowing device. A plume of flames erupted upon the Red Demon, interrupting its attack and causing a brief moment of stiffness, allowing Chen Yi to continue his assault. After several repetitions, the Red Demon raised both hands and slammed down ferociously. In that fleeting moment before the colossal fist descended, Chen Yi's character expertly parried with a long sword, perfectly avoiding the lethal blow, at which point a red dot appeared on the Red Demon's form. After each flawless defense, a crimson dot appears on the monster, signaling a counterattack opportunity for players. At this moment, aiming at the red dot and striking will deliver a fatal blow to the creature, commonly referred to as a parry. Chen Yi would certainly seize this chance and launched his attack. On screen, the character leaped gracefully, landing atop the head of the Red Ogre, thrusting his long blade down with ferocity, instantly inflicting a lethal strike that depleted the Ogre's first health bar. He then repeated the same steps, concluding the Ogre's nefarious existence with another parry. The total time taken, 2 minutes. Consequently, the viewers were left astonished. Is this how you play the game? Wasn't it said that hesitation leads to defeat and decisiveness to ruin? How can such reckless play lead to victory? It's incomprehensible. In the streaming room of the user known as Monkey, as a professional game broadcaster, he perceived far more than the casual viewers. Chen Yi's effortless triumph over the Red Ogre stemmed from his impeccable mastery of the parry, which made the feat appear deceptively simple. However, it truly demanded extraordinary reflexes, well beyond the capabilities of an average player. This newcomer possesses remarkable talent. User Monkey gifted the streamer a super rocket. Impressive, my friend. I am in awe. Keep it up. Perhaps you'll be the first to conquer Sekiro in the Douyu gaming realm. Chen Yi replied with a smile. Since the Monkey King has said so, I shall certainly take on the challenge. At that moment, in Douyu company, Zhu Yu, who was watching Chen Yi's stream, suddenly had a bright idea and quickly sent him a message. Moments later, upon seeing Chen Yi's reply, Zhu Yu sprang to her feet and hurried to the promotion department. The message she had sent was about her desire to feature Chen Yi on the homepage, essentially echoing Monkey's earlier sentiment, to challenge him to become the first streamer to complete Sekiro on Douyu. Chen Yi's response was succinct. Okay. Thus, she rushed to arrange for promotional graphics. Douyu's efficiency was remarkable. By noon the following day, as soon as Chen Yi began his stream, the promotional image was simultaneously displayed on the homepage. The influx of viewers was evidently staggering. Within a minute of starting, his viewership surpassed 1 million. As he began to recklessly tackle monsters, the viewership skyrocketed, reaching over 6 million by around 4 o'clock. A torrent of enthusiastic comments flooded the chat, predominantly filled with question marks. Chen Yi's approach was undeniably aggressive, disregarding any notions of strategy or patience, attacking relentlessly without hesitation. Such a style undoubtedly attracted a significant following. By the end of the afternoon, his channel's follower count surged to over 3 million, a remarkable increase from his previous 1 million. All right, everyone, it's time for me to pick up my daughter. Today's stream concludes here. We'll meet again at the same time tomorrow. With that, Chen Yi waved at the camera and ended the broadcast. The new viewers were left bewildered. Is that it? He streamed for just over 4 hours? Are you new here? Chen, the butcher, is an old civil servant, steadfastly leaving work around 4 o'clock. It's a habit indeed. Nothing can deter the streamer from picking up his daughter. Everyone, please disperse. See you tomorrow. But how can this challenge be completed so swiftly? With only 4 hours a day, will it take him a year? A year? I suggest you reconsider your wording and reflect on Chen's speed. Indeed, that was hasty. 3 days later, as Chen Yi struck down the final foe, he officially completed the first playthrough of Sekiro, including the initial 2 days. His total gaming time had not yet exceeded 20 hours. What does it mean to finish Sekiro in 20 hours? To put it into perspective, the Monkey King, by the late game, spent 4 hours just to defeat one enemy. Without completing the game, his playtime had already surpassed 50 hours, and a full completion would likely require at least 70 hours. This is already considered fast, especially since they're not the type of speedrunners who only focus on progression without caring for anything else. Yet, Chen Yi achieved it in under 20 hours. Moreover, the promotional effect this time has been astonishing. Chen Yi's livestream has officially surpassed 10 million followers. Reaching this milestone means Chen Yi has entered the ranks of prominent streamers, becoming one of the top figures in the realm of entertainment streaming. Remarkably, this achievement occurred in less than half a month since he opened his livestream, a feat unprecedented in the streaming world. If one were to describe the rapid rise of Chen Yi in 4 words, it would be nothing short of terrifying. In the livestream, after closing the game, Chen Yi chatted with his viewers for a while. As he glanced at the time, it was already past 4, signaling that it was time to bid farewell. Before he could speak, the chat was already filled with comments urging him to end the session, clearly reflecting his civil, servant-like demeanor. You all, Chen Yi chuckled, waving his hand, then goodbye. With that, he clicked to end the broadcast. He stood up, stretched, and headed out to pick up little Tang from school. When he returned to the community with the little one, Sister Wu was standing at his door, quietly waiting. Chapter 58. A million in savings? Sister Wu, Chen Yi exclaimed, you're finally back. Little Tang has missed you so much. Today was already Friday. Since Sister Wu had left the previous Sunday, Chen Yi hadn't seen her in 5 days, and her door had remained tightly shut. Had it not been for his car returning to the community and the gatekeeper returning his car keys, he would have certainly worried about Sister Wu's well-being. Aunt Wu. Upon seeing Sister Wu, the little one was visibly delighted and rushed over for a hug. Sister Wu smiled indulgently and quickly embraced the child, gently rubbing her head. I've been busy with matters concerning my ex-husband, so I couldn't return. I'm truly sorry to have worried our little princess. As she spoke, Sister Wu planted a kiss on the little one's cheek, eliciting joyful giggles. What is the situation now? Chen Yi invited eagerly. Speaking of which, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Wu Min remarked with a smile. Thanks to your song, Kong Zheng's long-standing emotional turmoil has finally been granted a glimmer of resolution. After undergoing therapy with a psychologist, he is now able to converse with me. As she spoke, the corners of Wu Min's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Chen Yi quickly interjected, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty. After all, both of us have received so much assistance from you, and it is an honor to be of help. Wu Min shook her head, insisting, gratitude is indeed warranted. The doctor mentioned that if Kong Zheng couldn't overcome his struggles, his life would be in jeopardy. So please, accept this gift I have prepared for you. You are far too gracious, Sister Wu, Chen Yi replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, simply take me and Xiao Tang out for a lavish meal. We haven't had dinner yet. A grand feast is certainly agreeable, but the crux lies in this, Wu Min said as she set the little one down and pulled out a red booklet from her bag, presenting it to him. Chen Yi took the booklet, and his eyes widened upon seeing the bold inscription, Housing Ownership Certificate. Sister Wu, what does this mean? Chen Yi's heart raced. Wu Min pointed towards their room with a smile. From this moment forward, this room belongs to you. I initially intended to give you a larger place, but considering you both have lived here for so long, this apartment seems more fitting. That is inappropriate, Sister Wu. Chen Yi hastily returned the booklet. This gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. It is important to note that in Jianghai City, a first-tier metropolis, even a modest neighborhood sees housing prices soaring above 30,000 per square meter. The room he occupied, approximately 50 square meters, was valued at no less than 1,500,000. How could he dare to accept such a gift? Enough. You know my character all too well, Wu Min said, casting him a playful glare, feigning annoyance. You saved Kong Zheng's life, and, after much contemplation, this is all I have to offer. If you refuse, will you expect me to bear this gratitude forever? Today is too late for the transfer. Tomorrow is Saturday. So come Monday, we shall complete the procedure together. That has settled. With that, Wu Min scooped up the little one and headed downstairs, urging him to hurry as they were off to dine extravagantly. Are you excited, little princess? The little one beamed, exclaiming yes. In the corridor, Chen Yi held the property title and sighed. It seemed that Wu Min was resolute in gifting him this apartment. Such a valuable present made him tremble with uncertainty. Before long, Monday arrived. After dropping the little one off at school, Wu Min eagerly took Chen Yi to complete the property transfer. Once that was done, she hurried off to the hospital to continue caring for Li Kongzheng. Chen Yi sat in the car, gazing at the red booklet in his hands, his heart swelling with excitement. This booklet symbolized that he had finally acquired his very first home, signifying that he and Xiao Tang officially had a place to call their own in Jianghai City. It meant that their roots had finally taken hold in this land beneath their feet. How could he not be exhilarated? That evening, Chen Yi purchased a plethora of groceries to celebrate with the little one. Time swiftly passed, and soon a week had elapsed. Although he had acquired his own residence, the necessary work could not cease. Throughout that week, Chen Yi diligently repeated his routine of recording strange tales from a Chinese studio in the morning and live streaming in the afternoon. After such a prolonged period, the recording of strange tales was nearing completion, and it would not be long before it officially concluded. Similarly, his live streaming audience remained steadily above 2 million, establishing him as a prominent figure within the Douyu platform. With these endeavors alone, he could amass a considerable income each month. Concurrently, his ranking among rising stars had ascended into the upper echelons of the 5th tier, just a step away from becoming a 4th-tier celebrity. It is noteworthy that he had yet to officially debut in the entertainment industry. Achieving such remarkable results was undoubtedly astonishing. Throughout the week, he received numerous calls from entertainment companies expressing their desire to sign him, assist in his formal debut, and produce an album, thereby establishing him as a singer. However, he declined each offer. The reasoning remained consistent. Little Tang was still too young, and signing contracts with those companies would inevitably prevent him from spending daily time with the little one, a situation he could not accept. Thus, he remained patient, awaiting an opportune moment and striving to strengthen himself, enabling a balance between entering the entertainment realm and nurturing the little one. That day would mark his official debut. The following afternoon, Chen Yi, as usual, was engaged in his gaming live stream when suddenly his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from director Zhou. He promptly paused the stream and stepped outside to answer. Xiao Chun, Director Zhou's voice resonated through the phone. I have nearly completed the preliminary preparations here. We are set to hold the opening ceremony tomorrow. Would it be convenient for you to make an appearance? Absolutely. Chen Yi responded with delight. Just let me know the time and location, and I will be there punctually. Also, when do you have time to come in for recording the theme song? Zhou inquired. Let us do it on the day of the opening ceremony. Chen Yi replied, recording a song should be swift. All right, then tomorrow it is. Once the recording is finished, I will arrange for the finance department to settle the commercial usage fee of the song, along with your performance remuneration. Yes, please manage it as you see fit. Chen Yi nodded. After hanging up, Chen Yi felt a sudden flutter of excitement. In due time, he would be able to withdraw funds from Douyu, and with these 2 payments processed, it seemed his savings would surpass 1 million. Had he unknowingly become a millionaire? Chapter 59. The opening ceremony the next day. At Hungyan Film City, after sending the little one off to school, Chen Yi drove to attend the opening ceremony of Yingning. The principal cast had been finalized. Aside from the female lead Lin Si, who was a complete newcomer, the male lead was a popular second-tier actor, and the supporting roles, apart from Chen Yi, were filled by seasoned veterans of the entertainment industry. The ensemble was undeniably formidable. Upon Chen Yi's arrival, the reporters were already prepared, and the venue had been meticulously arranged. bustling with people. As a prominent director in the domestic film industry, Zhou Yin's new project naturally attracts considerable attention. Where should he go? Chen Yi craned his neck, glancing left and right, then sighed as he fished out his phone to call director Zhou. At that moment, Lin Si's voice chimed in. Butcher, over here. Following the sound, Chen Yi turned and saw the young lady joyfully bouncing toward him. Haha, I'm quite clever, aren't I? Seeing so many people on set. I knew you'd be bewildered, so I specifically came to fetch you. Indeed clever. Chen Yi chuckled, yet, as the leading actress, is it appropriate for you to be running about like this? Shouldn't you be preparing for the upcoming press conference? Oh, I'm just a newcomer, lacking any noteworthy topics. What is there to prepare for? Lin Si waved her hand dismissively. Come with me. I'll take you to find the director. Chen Yi nodded and followed the young lady into the waiting area. The main cast had already gathered, with makeup artists supplying their craft and others dressing up in preparation for the impending commencement ceremony. Upon seeing Chen Yi, director Zhou hurried over, exclaiming, Ah, Chen, you finally made it. Makeup artist, come over here and do Chen's makeup. Chen Yi was taken aback. I need makeup too? As a mere supporting character. Is it necessary to waste the crew's resources? Nonsense, director Zhou said, giving him a playful shove. You are the original author and the performer of the theme song. You might even need to sing live later. How can you not be made up? Very well then. Chen Yi nodded, settling into the chair as the makeup artist began to work on him, adjusting his hairstyle. Experiencing makeup for the first time, Chen Yi found it somewhat uncomfortable, as he had never belonged to this industry in his past life, and the original identity he now inhabited was merely a background character without any lines, rendering makeup unnecessary. As he felt the powders and brushes moving across his face, an itch developed, causing his expression to turn awkward. Lin Si watched curiously from side, unable to suppress a giggle. What are you laughing at? Chen Yi shot her a sideways glance. Nothing, Lin Si replied, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Who would have thought that our ruthless butcher Chen, who wields blades without mercy, would be bested by something as trivial as makeup? Why do you have so much time on your hands? Chen Yi retorted, looking at her incredulously. Don't you need makeup too, as the leading lady? Not at all. Lin Si waved dismissively. Director Zhou said, I'm naturally beautiful. I exude enough charm without makeup. Wearing it would be counterproductive. Chen Yi mused. Youth truly is remarkable. Nonetheless, one must admit that with Lin Si's natural state, makeup was indeed unnecessary. Her skin radiated a luminous whiteness. Her eyes sparkled with vitality. And paired with her harmless smile, she perfectly embodied the character of Ying Ning. The makeup artist worked swiftly, and within half an hour, Chen Yi's look was nearly complete. Enhanced by makeup, his facial features appeared more defined, and his eyes sparkled with life, rendering him a bona fide heartthrob in the entertainment industry. Wow, I just realized you look quite handsome after makeup. Lin Si's eyes sparkled like stars as she picked up her phone, exclaiming, Wait, let me take a picture. I must share it in our meet group to let them know you are also a beauty streamer. What do you mean also? I'm already a beauty streamer, Chen Yi replied, a smirk playing on his lips. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Teacher Chen, a voice called out, and a striking young man approached. It was none other than Huiyu, the actor portraying the male lead in Ying Ning. Huiyu, though not particularly tall, possessed an elegant and slender physique, exuding an air of literary charm, making him quite fitting for the role of the prince. Hello, Teacher Chen. I'm Huiyu, he said, extending his hand toward Chen Yi. Greetings, Chen Yi replied, shaking his hand in return. I greatly admire your strange tales from a Chinese studio series, and I'm fond of your singing as well. I hope to have the opportunity to star in your future works, Huiyu said with a smile. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. This young man was rather straightforward, wasn't he? Without awaiting a response from Chen Yi, Huiyu turned and walked away. Beside them, Lin Si rolled her eyes and scoffed. Chen the butcher, always find this guy a bit hypocritical. Shoo! Chen Yi quickly signaled for her to be quiet. The area was filled with onlookers. If someone with ulterior motives overheard, rumors of discord between the male and female leads might spread before filming even commenced, creating quite a stir. Minutes later, the opening ceremony officially began. The ceremony consisted of two main parts, the first being a ritual performed by the creators, where the director and actors paid homage to heaven and earth, seeking blessings for a smooth filming process. Although it may seem somewhat superstitious, it was an essential step. The second part was the press conference, formally announcing the commencement of filming. Under Zhou An's guidance, Huiyu and Lin Si walked on either side of him, while Chen Yi and the supporting actors followed behind, emerging from backstage to the ceremonial site. The reporters swiftly gathered, capturing the moment with flashes. With Lin Si and Huiyu being the primary focus, though some attention was also directed toward Chen Yi. After the ritual concluded, everyone proceeded to the press conference venue. As the theme song performer and the original author, Chen Yi took his seat on stage. Following a brief opening statement from director Zhou, it was time for the reporters to pose their questions. Soon, a journalist stood up. Director Zhou, may I ask if there were additional factors influencing your decision to acquire the rights to Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, aside from the stories themselves? After posing the question, the journalist turned to Chen Yi. Mr. Chen Yi, since the recent tumult surrounding you and Yi Ningxue has significantly elevated your profile, and now you're playing a role in the film, do you intend to officially enter the entertainment industry through this opportunity? As the two questions hung in the air, a palpable silence fell over the room. Zhou An's expression darkened, as it was evident to all that the journalist had ulterior motives, clearly aiming to stir trouble. Chapter 60. The Fish and Music Festival? Chen Yi was poised to retort, but Zhou An promptly seized the microphone and declared, "Today marks the commencement ceremony for Yingning. I hope your inquiries revolve around the film itself. If you continue with these questions, there will be no need to ask." His words resonated with authority, leaving the young reporter's face flushed with embarrassment, caught in a dilemma of whether to sit or stand. The expressions of the other journalists shifted as well. The earlier questions had indeed been of great interest to them, particularly as they pertained to Yi Ningxue, a topic far more captivating than the film itself. However, they did not anticipate the genteel Zhou An's sudden outburst and his unequivocal resistance. Consequently, they swiftly adapted their approach. Director Zhou, may I inquire about your decision to cast a newcomer as the female lead? What considerations underpin this choice? This question was certainly more appropriate. Chen Yi exhaled in relief. He did not wish for the incessant questioning regarding Yi Ningxue, as if the entire entertainment industry possessed no other topics worth discussing. It was utterly tedious. Director Zhou's outburst had, in a sense, mitigated the likelihood of encountering similar situations in the future. Could it be that this was the reason Zhou insisted he don makeup for the event? Contemplating this, Chen Yi gazed at Director Zhou, a surge of gratitude swelling within him. If this were indeed the case, then Zhou's intentions were truly commendable. In the ensuing half-hour, the reporter's inquiries became entirely relevant, focusing solely on the film, and Director Zhou, along with Lin Si, answered each one in turn. As the female lead and the only individual on stage without makeup, Lin Si naturally garnered the most attention, with the flashbulbs primarily aimed at her. As the press conference approached its conclusion, Zhou An announced, "Next, we have a special segment prepared for you by our team, featuring the original author and the composer of the theme song, Chen Yi, who will perform the theme song a cappella." Upon hearing this, the journalist's eyes brightened. Initially, due to the lead being a newcomer, even Zhou An's latest work would not attract significant attention. However, the simultaneous release of the theme song altered that dynamic. This undoubtedly added another layer of intrigue to the press conference, especially since Chen Yi had recently risen to prominence in the music industry. With every song he released, he consistently topped the charts on platforms like NetEase Cloud. This ensured that the topic would remain vibrant, not to mention the added allure of a live performance. Director Zhou, a veteran of the entertainment industry, proved adept in this regard. Chen Yi recognized this as well, and he was more than willing for Yingning to garner greater attention. So he stood confidently, took the microphone, and began to sing. After several minutes, the press conference concluded officially, and the journalists, having gathered ample material, departed contentedly. In the afternoon, filming for Yingning would commence, but as Chen Yi had no scene scheduled, he proceeded directly with the crew to the nearby recording studio to record the theme song. Following the recording, he made his way back to Jianghai City. As he journeyed home, the atmosphere on Weibo once again erupted with excitement. A new topic surged to the trending list: the official commencement of Liao Zhai. Featuring the female lead Lin Si's natural visage on display, with the theme song Too Much released in advance. In the footage, Chen Yi held a microphone, serenading the audience with the song, his mellifluous voice undoubtedly enhancing its allure. The comments section buzzed with fervor. How long has it been? Chen the Butcher has finally released a new song. It's delightful. Chen Yi is no longer singing folk songs. My youth has come to an end. This song is also quite melodious. I am beginning to anticipate this film. Indeed, the leading lady is stunning, even without makeup. Incredible, with numerous elements supporting one another. This topic garnered sufficient attention, and the filming Ning finally attracted the spotlight prior to its filming. From the results of the press conference, it was undeniably a resounding success. The following afternoon, during the live broadcast, after a day of absence, Chen Yi prepared to apologize to his fans. But as he logged on, before he could even initiate interaction, the moderator Zhu Yu sent a message. Teacher, Chen Yi, the annual Fish Fun Festival is about to commence on Douyu. It will be beneficial for you to participate, as it would greatly enhance your popularity. Chen Yi was taken aback and replied, Fish Fun Festival? What is that? Moments later, a document explaining the Fish Fun Festival arrived. After perusing it, he quickly grasped the concept. The festival was essentially a grand event among streamers, where Douyu would group various prominent broadcasters who would then compete in terms of popularity, with losers being eliminated and victors advancing to the next round. Ultimately, the top 10 streamers with the highest popularity would not only earn the title of the year's top 10 peak streamers, but also gain an opportunity to perform at the annual Douyu Carnival. This was an exceptional opportunity. Every year's Douyu Carnival attracts widespread attention, and performing there would undoubtedly garner a significant fan base. However, for Chen Yi, observing this year's carnival would suffice. The competition essentially measured the financial prowess of each fan base. After all, substantial monetary gifts could significantly elevate popularity ratings. As a nascent streamer, while his follower count appeared impressive, the number of devoted fans was quite limited. The highest tier in his chat room barely reached levels 20 or 30, a far cry from the seasoned streamers who had meticulously cultivated their followings over several months or even years. Casual gifts might suffice, but once genuine monetary competition commenced against other streamers, he feared he would be obliterated in the first round. Moreover, many streamers, in pursuit of a place among the top 10, would prepare hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan to bolster their rankings. With his entire fortune barely reaching 1 million, how could he afford to engage in such an event? I shall do my best, but please do not harbor overly high expectations, he replied to Zhu Yu, subsequently setting this matter aside and commencing his live broadcast. As soon as he opened the stream, before he could utter a word, a flurry of comments erupted on the screen. The broadcast has begun. From this day forth, I declare myself your devoted admirer. Chen the Butcher. Has Chen the Butcher donned his makeup? Alas, why has he not adorned himself? It is disheartening. Click here to instantly receive a high-definition image of Chen Yi. Chen Yi. What on earth is happening with today as comments? Did that little girl, Lin Si, truly leak his photos after makeup? Chapter 61. Expelled from the fan group? What on earth are you all chattering about daily? Chen Yi gazed at the comments and, opening his phone, thought it prudent to check the group. What? A collective alert. In which group are you? Chen the Butcher? Why have I never seen you engage in conversation? Chen Yi chuckled softly. I must be lurking under a pseudonym. How could I possibly allow you to uncover my identity? As a burgeoning streaming sensation, within just a couple of days of his debut, fans had spontaneously formed groups. Over the course of several days, his fan groups had proliferated to nearly 10, each boasting close to 1,000 members. Although he lacked the time to manage them, allowing them to flourish organically, he had assisted in promoting a few group numbers and had clandestinely joined one with a secondary account. After all, these groups had been established around him. He ought to witness the genuine conversations taking place. Upon entering the Meet 5 group, Chen Yi was immediately greeted by the photo of himself in makeup, accompanied by a flurry of compliments and peculiar phrases such as "so handsome" and "let's drool." Simultaneously, an array of animated GIFs from his past live streams have been transformed into emoticons. Chen Yi had no objections. After all, These elements could enhance his fan cohesion. Is there a secondary account of Chen the Butcher in this group? If so, reveal yourself quickly. Chen the Butcher, I know you are hiding. Come forth without delay. The group members promptly began searching for his account. Chen Yi smiled. How could he ever be so reckless as to disclose his identity? He had infiltrated the group precisely to observe the most authentic conversations. If he were to expose himself, it would defeat the very purpose. Do not waste your efforts. You will not uncover my identity. With that, Chen Yi set his phone down. At that moment, the comments began to flood in. Chen the Butcher, are you challenging us? Do you not believe that before your stream concludes, we will certainly unearth your identity? Indeed, you must either confess willingly, or should we discover you? We shall show no mercy. Chen Yi chuckled. Search away. If you manage to find me, I shall reward the comment section with 1,000 yuan. I speak with conviction. Very well. You have made this promise. Let the investigative team mobilize. For 1,000 yuan red envelope, charge forth. The comments section erupted with excitement. Yet Chen Yi remained unfazed. It was all in jest, with 10 fan groups encompassing nearly 10,000 members. Locating his inconspicuous secondary account would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Far from an easy feat with that, he focused on his live stream. Given that most of his followers were drawn to him through Sekiro, his content predominantly revolved around console gaming and PUBG, with singing as a delightful supplement. Thanks to his rapid reflexes, he could swiftly grasp any game, consistently delivering breathtaking performances, rendering his live stream rather captivating. More than half an hour later, Chen Yi was engaged in a fierce duel. His screen suddenly flooded with comments proclaiming, we have found you. Chen the Butcher, come out and face your demise. Hurry up with the lottery. Wait for the barrage. Chen Yi chuckled softly. Do not attempt to intimidate me. I am well aware of your tactics. If you truly have discovered my identity, then prove it. Very well, that is your challenge. Management action. Chen the Butcher, take a look at your phone now. Look at your phone. Look at your phone. As the barrage implored him to check, Chen Yi swiftly dispatched his opponent with a headshot, then reached for his phone, saying, All right, I shall check. However, upon opening it, a message popped up. Admin Cheese has removed you from the group meet case 5. Chen Yi exclaimed in disbelief, What? I've been kicked out? Have they truly located my alternate account? Or did they simply expel all the silent participants in their quest to find me? This cannot stand. Some individuals prefer to remain silent. If all non-talkative members are removed, how many innocent water friends would be offended? Please, do not expel anyone recklessly. He quickly added, It's wrong to kick out those who do not speak just to find me, and I refuse to acknowledge such a method of discovery. Who is expelling anyone? Go ahead and rejoin to see. They laughed. Ha! That account is indeed you. Cheese is amazing. Enough of a nonsense. Only you were expelled from Group 5. Never underestimate the power of the water friends. Hurry up with the lottery. Watching the barrage, Chen Yi suspiciously reapplied to join the group. Remarkably, there was no decrease in the number of participants compared to before. Upon entering, a chorus of welcome messages flooded in. Welcome, Chen the Butcher. Send red envelopes. It appeared they had accurately pinpointed his alternate account. How did you manage this? Chen Yi seeked in resignation. Given the circumstances, he could only accept his fate. He proceeded to initiate the lottery event in his live stream, inputting 1,000 yuan. This is quite a predicament. Despite being the one expelled, I must now distribute money. It feels unjust. Pay attention, 1,000 yuan, 3 lucky winners. Whether you win depends on your own fortune. After setting the lottery password, the draw commenced. Instantly, a plethora of comments declaring Chen Yi's extraordinary handsomeness filled the screen. Thank you all, but there's no need to be so blunt. It makes me feel bashful. He laughed. Moments later, the lottery concluded, revealing 3 fortunate water friends in the comments. Taking a screenshot of the lottery interface, Chen Yi announced, Congratulations to these 3 water friends. After today's live stream concludes, please contact you via private message and provide your Alipay account. Congratulations to these 3. He continued. All right, Chen the Butcher, exit the barrage. Exit the barrage. Exit the barrage. A torrent of exit comments appeared, and Chen Yi smirked. Stop it. There's no need for such antics. Besides, did you not originally declare me handsome? What harm is there in a little flattery? No need to exit the barrage. Do not exit. Shameless. Enough chatter. Quickly exit the barrage. The barrage of comments, once unleashed, cannot be retracted. However, under Chen Yi's adept management, the popularity of the live stream surged once more, enveloping the space in a joyful atmosphere. These are merely tactics employed to significantly enhance the liveliness of the broadcast. Having streamed for a considerable time, Chen Yi had undoubtedly deciphered many intricacies involved. The broadcast continued seamlessly. Simultaneously, Douyu officially launched the promotional activities for the Fish Fun Festival, introducing a dedicated webpage. This annual event is of great significance, promising substantial revenue for Douyu, with the page detailing the various rules governing this year's festivities. Before long, related information began to appear in the barrage of Chen Yi's live stream. The festival of harvesting profits was about to commence. Would Chen the Butcher participate? Chapter 62. The Fish Fun Festival begins. This festival is an affair for the affluent. As a novice streamer, I find it daunting to compete against seasoned veterans. Chen Yi responded while managing the stream. This year, we shall merely observe, letting fate decide our course. With that, he returned his focus to the live broadcast. And by 4 o'clock, prompted by reminders from the viewers in the barrage, he concluded the stream punctually to pick up the little one. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Director Zhou calling. Hello, Xiao Chun. Do you have time 3 days from now? Let's finalize your scenes then. Zhou's voice resonated through the receiver. 3 days from now? Chen Yi pondered. That coincided perfectly with the first day of the Fish Fun Festival. Nevertheless, as he had no intention of participating, this arrangement seemed fortuitous. He could simply bow out in the first round, sparing himself the trouble of explaining to the viewers later. Thus, he nodded affirmatively. All right, I'm available. Good. Then we shall meet in 3 days. After hanging up, Chen Yi tucked his phone away and headed out. Meanwhile, in the Amban Meet group, the first fan group established, which comprised his most loyal supporters from the outset, began to buzz with excitement as Chen Yi ended his stream. Spicy tofu pudding. How do we feel about the Fish Fun Festival, everyone? You AI Shi, my healer. What can we say? Didn't Chen the Butcher say he wouldn't participate? I am Yasuo, truly strong. I think we should go for it. Chen Yi's popularity is among the top in Douyu. Not getting in would be quite embarrassing. Just a thief streamer. Exactly. If we drop out in the first round, others might think Amban Meet has no supporters. Can I celebrate the new year at your home? But Chen Yi clearly doesn't intend to compete. Can we make a difference just by throwing money at it? Pikachu ran out of power. What about Guajia? Why isn't Tishi shown up today? Guajia, say something. Eat big melons. Here I am. We must participate in this event. This is the inaugural shot for Chen the Butcher to make his mark in the streaming world. We absolutely cannot miss it. Just a thief streamer. So how do we proceed? Guajia, offer us some guidance. Eat big melons. The simplest solution is for us to pool our resources and compete. This festival, at its core, is merely a contest of wealth. With so many of us, if each contributes a little, we should be able to manage. Heighten is just a cat. However, not everyone is willing to spend money for Chen the Butcher. Many people watch the live stream merely for amusement. We are not devoted fans of celebrities, and raising funds is indeed quite challenging. Chidaigua, regardless of the circumstances, we must give it a try. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to be eliminated. I will lead by contributing 100,000, and those who can follow will join in. Defuno, I only eat spicy, wow. Sister Gua is formidable. I will contact the managers of other groups right away. Let's start fundraising. You Aishi, I am your healer. Remember to avoid Group 5. Chen the Butcher's alternate account is there, and if he finds out, he will surely thwart our efforts. Just a streamer playing tricks. Yes, avoid Group 5. Friends in Group 5, let us communicate privately. Everyone, let us act swiftly. After this was said, the leaders in Group 1 energetically commenced their fundraising activities. At that moment, a person who seldom spoke in Group 1 made an appearance. Xiao Qing, do you need money? I have it. Is 1 million enough? Group members, Xiao Qing. Not enough? Well, how about 2 million? Group members, Chidaigua, Xiao Qing. Are you serious? That is not a trivial amount. Xiao Qing, I am serious. 2 million is not excessive. I can forego buying a bag. Supporting Chen the Butcher is worthwhile. All group members, 6666 6 U Aishi. I am your healer, Xiao Qing. Are you a wealthy lady? Rich women, take a look at me. I no longer wish to strive. Xiao Qing. I reviewed the rules. When Chun the Butcher begins his stream, I just need to tip more than the opposing streamer, right? Shadaigua. Yes. Xiao Qing. All right, leave the first day to me. In the Yingning filming crew, Lin Si, having just finished today as shoot, sat in her room, dumbfounded, staring at her phone. Is what this girl named Xiao Qing saying true? That is 1 million, not merely 100. Does she even comprehend the significance of such a sum? If she truly is a wealthy heiress, it would seem normal. But if she is merely toying with them, that could pose a problem. After some contemplation, Lin Si decided to open a private chat with the Group S management. For now, she would set aside thoughts of Xiao Qing and proceed with the necessary fundraising. It is prudent to prepare for contingencies. 3 days later, in the morning, Lin Si rose early and began tallying the collected funds in the group, preparing to assist Chen Yi in surpassing the first round in the afternoon. 3 days is a tight time frame, and they have not managed to raise a substantial amount. Collectively, it has not yet reached 1 million. However, it should suffice for the initial round. Based on previous Yule festivals, the final money-grabbing contest primarily focuses on competing for the top 10 peak streamers of a year, and 1 million should be adequate to navigate through the early rounds. Even if they do not make it into the top 10 peak streamers, there will be no regrets. After tallying the funds, Lin Si entered the makeup room on set, preparing for the morning shoot. As she stepped into the makeup room, she was taken aback, her mouth gradually agape. Chen Yi, what are you doing here? Lin Si was astonished. I came to film. Chen Yi glanced at her. I'm also playing a supporting role. Did you forget? Director Zhou mentioned to take today to complete my scenes. Not today, Lin Si exclaimed. Isn't today the first day of the Fish and Joy Festival? What will you do about your afternoon live stream? Oh yes, I nearly forgot. I need to request a leave and say I've canceled today, Chen Yi replied, pulling out his phone to draft the leave request. The Fish and Joy Festival has nothing to do with me. I certainly do not have the funds to indulge those people in the annual top 10. If I had that money, I would rather buy my daughter some more food, he added while composing the message. Lin Si questioned, but what about the money they prepared? Initially, they had planned to surprise him, but now it seemed that the surprise was quite genuine, though the recipients were not who they had intended. Stop standing there. Hurry up and get ready. I still need to rush home this evening, Chen Yi urged, glancing at Lin Si. Lin Si stood there, her face a portrait of conflict, and after a moment, she sighed. Never mind, I'll just send the money back later. It truly is a twist of fate. As the afternoon progressed, it was time for Chen Yi's scheduled live stream. In the streaming room, his leave notice was displayed prominently, and viewers had refrained from entering, as they had all received notifications from the group administrators earlier that morning announcing Chen Yi's cancellation. Although they felt a tinge of regret, there was little they could do about it. At that moment, a donation notification appeared in the live stream. User Eagle Brother had gifted streamer Cien Air 10 festival super rockets, and a treasure chest was being unlocked, inviting viewers to come and seek treasure. The festival super rockets were valued similarly to regular super rockets, but during the Fish and Joy Festival, donating 10 consecutively would activate a channel-wide announcement and trigger a treasure chest drop. Viewers only needed to remain in the live stream for a few minutes to click the chest for a chance to win. This rule clearly indicated that as long as one possessed sufficient wealth, the live stream would attract a significant audience. However, the retention of viewers ultimately depended on the streamer's own abilities. The first round of rules divided numerous streamers into 10 groups, with the top streamer in each group advancing to the next round. Cien Air was one of the streamers in Chen Yi's group. To be candid, upon realizing she shared a group with Chen Yi, she felt a twinge of anxiety, as his recent popularity had been overwhelming. He had achieved the shortest milestone of surpassing 1 million followers in the history of Douyu, with his live stream routinely attracting over 2 million viewers, an astonishing feat thus. To compete with Chen Yi, Cien Air had prepared extensively, gathering hundreds of thousands and contacting several influential figures to be on standby for the day's confrontation with him. As soon as the time arrived, she eagerly commenced her performance. After launching the 10 festival super rockets, she observed a rapid increase in her live stream's popularity and viewer count. Steadying herself, she prepared to sing in hopes of retaining the influx of new viewers. However, she suddenly noticed the barrage of comments in the live stream. What? Chen Yi isn't broadcasting. He actually canceled today. Indeed. So doesn't that mean we, CNR, are assured victory today? Ha ha ha. Chen Yi has given up. CNR was momentarily taken aback and quickly searched for Chen Yi's live streaming room. Observing the title indicating a leave of absence and the dark screen displaying the host is on their way, her anxious heart instantly calmed. Now everything was secure. With Chen Yi not broadcasting, there was no competition. She chuckled softly, composedly closing Chen Yi's streaming room, and remarked, "All right, although Teacher Chen hasn't gone live, we must not be complacent. Next, I shall present to you a rendition of Learning to Meow Like a Cat. I hope you enjoy it." In the Ying Ning film crew, after applying her makeup and changing into her costume, Chen Yi held the script and observed from the side while waiting for others to finish their makeup. Given that all scenes were scheduled to be filmed in a single day, he had a considerable amount of dialogue. Thus, to ensure thoroughness, he decided to review the script before consuming a memory capsule to firmly embed the lines in his mind. Additionally, he intended to invest in several acting skill books to elevate his performance to its zenith. As he accessed the system panel, Chen Yi suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. It had indeed been quite some time since he last opened the system, as his life had been relatively stable, with no pressing need for an urgent enhancement of his abilities, leaving the system idle. Nevertheless, even in his absence, the system had diligently continued its operations. Popularity: 846. 257. Over 2 million in popularity. Since the introduction of the top-up feature, he had depleted his popularity to a mere 100,000. To his surprise, he now boasted nearly 3 million. This meant, on average, he garnered almost 20,000 in popularity daily, a truly astonishing rate. Upon reflection, this near 3 million in popularity primarily stemmed from the surge during his gameplay of Sekiro. After all, with so many episodes of Liao Zhai aired, the daily listenership had stabilized, yielding minimal additional popularity. The same applied to his live streams. It was precisely those few days of Sekiro that had attracted a staggering influx of new viewers, resulting in his current popularity reserve. Opening the shop, Chen Yi purchased a memory capsule and began acquiring acting skill books. Suddenly, an idea sprang to mind. How many of these acting small books could he consume? The system skill books operated on a continuous improvement model, implying that if acting were divided into 100 levels, consuming one small skill book would likely elevate him by 1 level. Having previously consumed 3 books, if he regarded that as a level 3, could he purchase 97 more to fully max out his acting skills, achieving a state of seamless performance? Moreover, with sufficient popularity at his disposal, acquiring over 90 acting books would only require a little over 90,000 popularity, a trifling amount. With this thought, Chen Yi promptly began his purchasing spree. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books, one after another, acting skill books filled his inventory. Just as he was about to buy the 18th book, a prompt appeared. Acting, small, has reached the purchase limit, 20 books. To continue purchasing, please upgrade the system level. It was indeed not so simple. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. And given the system's voracious appetite for popularity, it was evident that it would not easily allow a skill to reach its maximum level. He would undoubtedly have to endure another wave of challenges. Thus, it seemed that the limit for skill-related books was capped at 20. How could one elevate the system's level? Chen Yi pondered it silently. Once popularity reaches 10 million, the system level can be upgraded, unlocking higher-tier lottery draws. 10 million? You might as well rob a bank. Chen Yi scoffed at the prompt that appeared. How long would it take to accumulate that? Moreover, based on the previous experience with the marketplace, it was likely that this 10 million in popularity would be swiftly depleted. Truly, they left no moment for respite. With a sigh, Chen Yi silently consumed all the skill books and utilized a memory capsule to commit the lines from today into his mind. In an instant, he felt an influx of knowledge, gaining a deeper understanding of how to portray a character convincingly. Xiao Chun, are you ready? At that moment, Director Zhou's head peeked in. I'm ready. Chen Yi nodded, shutting down the system and stepping outside. Meanwhile, on the Douyu live streaming platform, Sienna had finished singing a few songs and began chatting with her viewers. With Chen Yi absent from the competition, the other streamers posed little threat to her. First place was essentially secured for the day. However, just then, a flurry of festival rockets suddenly soared from the top of her live stream. Simultaneously, the notifications rang out. User, Xiao Qing, gifted streamer, Chen Yi, 10 festival super rockets. The treasure chest is opening. Come and seek your fortune. User, Xiao Qing, gifted streamer, Chen Yi, 10 festival super rockets. The treasure chest is opening. Come and seek your fortune. One notification, then 2, then 3. 20 notifications of festival super rockets echoed across various live streams. Chapter 64. Then don't shoot at all. Sienna was taken aback. What was happening? Chen Yi started streaming? She quickly clicked into his live stream, only to find the familiar black screen, indicating that he had yet to begin broadcasting. Yet, the viewer count in his stream was steadily increasing. Due to this substantial tip from Xiao Qing, countless viewers flocked to his live room. What on earth is going on? No broadcast yet, and still tipping? Miss, you are truly devoted. Is she planning to let Chen Yi win without even streaming? How utterly comfortable. Is this what they call a free win? Even when Douyu is not broadcasting, gifts can still be sent. This feature was initially designed to allow fans who couldn't watch live to send free gifts to their favorite streamers. However, it was clear that someone intended to exploit this rule for their own gain. Sienna suddenly felt a surge of panic. If this continued, wouldn't Chen Yi be able to advance without lifting a finger? No, this is utterly outrageous. Brothers, quickly, anyone with gifts, please help out with some tips. Sienna truly wishes to participate in this Douyu carnival. Can everyone fulfill this small wish for me? Returning to her live streaming room, Sienna immediately unleashed her most adept skill of charming seduction. Her soft, fluffy voice, combined with her adorably cute appearance, caused a surge of donations in her streaming room. The chat rooms were ablaze with excitement. Wow, this Xiao Qing is truly a wealthy lady. Her overwhelming popularity seems to be limitless, one donation after another. How extravagant. If she can donate, we shouldn't sit idle. Let's rally. Consequently, in Chen Yi's live streaming room, the black screen broadcast continued, with an increasing influx of viewers pouring in, and the barrage of comments began to flow vigorously. Charge ahead, my brothers. Let us create a miracle that can shine even without a live broadcast. Xiao Qing is incredible. In an instant, a myriad of gifts began to flood Chen Yi's live streaming room. Glow sticks flickered, planes took off, and rockets soared into the sky, while a series of dazzling super rockets with beautiful tail fins hung majestically at the top of the streaming room. On the popularity leaderboard, Chen Yi's ranking began to soar, rapidly climbing from the bottom of his group to second place, with the gap between him and the first place, Sienna, continually narrowing. The battle between the two live streaming rooms officially commenced, with Sienna straining her neck and singing earnestly, while Chen Yi had already taken his position, preparing to act. The first scene involved him and another male actor in a competitive exchange. Jiang Yankai, a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry, though never having played a leading role due to his appearance, had shown in several supporting roles and was highly respected within the crew. Xiao Chen, are you ready? Zhou asked Chen Yi, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, he turned to Jiang Yankai. Teacher Jiang, how about you? All right, Jiang Yankai replied with a slight nod. Good. Zhou signaled to the script supervisor, who promptly raised the clapperboard and announced, Scene 39, Take 1. With the sharp clap of the board, filming officially commenced. Chen Yi instantly immersed himself in his character, delivering his lines. After he finished, it was Jiang Yankai's turn. To Chen Yi's bewilderment, Jiang Yankai merely opened his mouth and said, 123, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 123. Chen Yi was taken aback. What was this? He had only heard of certain talentless actors resorting to such tactics due to their inability to remember lines, replacing them with numbers, leaving the dialogue to be dubbed over in post-production. But for such an esteemed veteran, why stoop to this level? Chen Yi found himself unable to continue. He could not cooperate with such a display of disrespect towards both the opponent and the production. Cut! Zhou called for a halt, frowning at Jiang Yankai. Teacher Jiang, what's going on? There are too many lines, Jiang Yankai replied nonchalantly. In order to accommodate him, I have adjusted my subsequent scenes, and I can't remember all the lines. So you've simply chosen not to memorize them? Zhou asked with a smile. Yes. Is there a problem? Jiang Yinkai looked at Chen Yi as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. Chen Yi responded. If you deliver your lines like this, the lip sync will be off in post-editing, compromising the quality of the film. What influence can a mere supporting character wield? Jiang Yinkai felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, it was primarily due to you that I had to memorize so many lines in a single day. Teacher Jiang, it would be best if you could at least recite your lines. Zhou's expression grew increasingly frosty. I haven't memorized them. What do you want me to say? Jiang Yinkai waved his hand dismissively. Fine, as long as my actions are correct, that is all that matters. Isn't the task heavy today? Let's not waste any more time. Chen Yi regarded him intently and said earnestly, Teacher Jiang, I acknowledge that my presence has caused you some inconvenience, and for that, I apologize. However, delivering lines is the most fundamental attitude for an actor. Isn't it? Shall we perhaps film fewer scenes today? I can return at a more convenient time for you. Stop the nonsense. Do you need to educate me? Jiang Yinkai glared at Chen Yi. I have spent many years navigating the entertainment industry. What constitutes an actor's attitude is something I need no lessons on from you. Today, we either shoot as planned, or we do not shoot at all. I refuse to squander any more time memorizing lines. With a cold snort, Jiang Yinkai turned his back. The filming cycle for Ying Ning was already brief, and his remuneration was modest. Today, he had the rare chance to take it easy and finish most of the scenes, which would ease his workload considerably in the future. Naturally, he was reluctant to exert himself in memorizing lines. Besides, he was not the male lead with substantial screen time. His impact on the entire film was negligible. The director would hardly waste time searching for a replacement, as that would only prolong the shooting schedule, incurring significant costs for the production team. Aware of this reality, Jiang Yinkai exuded a sense of bold confidence. All right, Zhou nodded. Then let us not proceed with the shoot. Teacher Jiang, this role no longer requires your participation. You may leave. What did you say? Jiang Yinkai stared at Zhou in disbelief. Director Zhou, are you certain? If I do not shoot, there is no one in this crew who can take my place. And you shall waste several days searching for someone new. Have you calculated the expenses? Enough of this talk, please. Zhou gestured dismissively, effectively issuing an order for Jiang Yinkai to leave. He was determined to transform Ying Ning into a classic. He could not tolerate the presence of such a disruptive element. Jiang Yinkai's little scheme was destined to fail. If you wish me to leave, then so be it. Jiang Yinkai flung his sleeves dramatically and stormed out of the set. Zhou took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, then turned to Chen Yi. Let us proceed with your scenes alongside the other actors. Xiao Chen, are you all right with that? Director Zhou, rest assured, Chen Yi nodded. His regard for Zhou elevated significantly. The director's reliable attitude assured him that the outcome of Ying Ning would undoubtedly be exceptional. Chapter 65. Fairy Tale Town and the fairy tales of this world. With this prior experience in mind, the subsequent actors displayed considerable cooperation, and the following recordings proceeded without issue. Chen Yi, in particular, faced no difficulties, smoothly completing most of his scenes. Your command of the lines is impressive, Xiao Chen. Zhou remarked, beaming at Chen Yi after the recording concluded. I maintain my stance. You truly ought to enter the entertainment industry. You are inherently suited for this profession. It is not yet time, Chen Yi replied with a smile. I will undoubtedly enter the entertainment industry, but not at this moment. However, when the time comes, Director Zhou, you must reserve a spot for me. Zhou looked at Chen Yi with a hint of confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. Does one really need to select an auspicious day to debut? Surely, it cannot mean waiting until his daughter comes of age. That would be years from now, and the entertainment world may have transformed entirely by then. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, rest assured, your role requires some additional work. Once I find someone to replace Jiang Yin, we can discuss when to film. Very well, just let me know when the time comes. After bidding farewell to Director Zhou with a smile, Chen Yi was preparing to remove his makeup and head home when a vibrant figure rushed excitedly in front of him. You made it, Chen the Butcher. You're through. Lin Si exclaimed with elation. What do you mean by through? Chen Yi looked at her, utterly bewildered. The Fish and Joy Festival. Today, as first round, you successfully advanced, Lin Si said, extending her phone toward him. On the screen was the page for the Fish and Joy Festival, displaying that Chen Yi had secured first place in popularity for his group and had successfully progressed to the next round. Chen Yi. Wait, ENT even streamed. How could he advance? Could it be that the world line has converged again? But this isn't a science fiction novel. Where would the convergence come from? What on earth is happening? Chen Yi gazed at Lin Si questioningly. One of your fans is a wealthy lady. Lin Si leaned closer, brimming with excitement. You have no idea. This afternoon, she flooded your streaming room with an unimaginable number of super gifts, as if they were free, one after another. Then the other viewers became thrilled, insisting that they must ensure you achieve first place in the black screen category. And they truly did. Isn't that moving? Chen Yi. I'm moved, incredibly moved. Well, now that the viewers are so supportive, he naturally cannot afford to be complacent. It appears he must contribute all of his meager savings, though he wonders if it will be sufficient. After driving home, it was already past 8 in the evening. The little one had been picked up by Sister Wu and had already eaten dinner and was now washing up. Sister Wu, thank you for your hard work, and for coming back just for this. Chen Yi looked at Wu Min, who appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, radiating an air of vitality. It's no trouble at all. I was just missing our little princess, Sister Wu said, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. How is it at the hospital? Much better now, Wu Min replied with a smile. Kong Zheng can eat normally now and can say about 10 sentences a day. I am quite satisfied with that. That's wonderful. In the evening, after Sister Wu returned to her room, Chen Yi washed up and prepared to lull the little one to sleep. Daddy, the little one said with wide eyes, Tang Tang can't sleep. Chen Yi chuckled, gently pinching the little one's nose, and said, What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind too? Daddy, Tang Tang wants to hear you sing. The little one looked at him and said, It's been a long time since I've heard you sing. Looking into the little one's sparkling eyes, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, ever since he embarked on a journey of consistent live streaming, he found himself speaking excessively to his computer each day, leaving him utterly disinclined to utter another word once the broadcast concluded. During this period, his interactions with his daughter had diminished significantly, and the little one, being the type to internalize her grievances, was affected by this change. Reflecting on this realization, a wave of remorse washed over Chen Yi as he leaned down, gently planting a kiss on the little one's forehead. Let me think of a song to sing for our little princess, he murmured softly. Moments latte. His eyes sparkled with inspiration. As he gazed at the child, he began to sing softly, I heard that Snow White has escaped, while Little Red Riding Hood worries about the big bad wolf. I heard that the Mad Hatter loves Alice, and the ugly duckling will transform into a beautiful swan. I heard that Peter Pan never grows up, and Jack possesses a harp and magic. I heard there is a candy house in the woods, and Cinderella lost her cherished glass slipper. This song, a phenomenon from his past life on Earth, aptly suited the occasion for the little one. Chen Yi's voice was soft, and the child, with wide eyes, listened curiously. Only the wise river knew that Snow White had strayed from the castle out of mischief. Little Red Riding Hood wore a crimson cloak to suppress her transformation into a wolf. There was always a serpentine river in Fairy Tale Town, imbued with a whimsical magic, yet winding through love's complexities. The water flowed incessantly, splashing playfully, spiraling into the tapestry of time. It carried all those long-ago tales to moments of joyful conclusions. As Chen Yi concluded his gentle hum, the little one eagerly inquired, Daddy, what is Snow White? And who is Little Red Riding Hood? Chen Yi was taken aback, pondering whether the original owner of this body had never shared these fairy tales with the child. Hastily, he skimmed through the memories of the original owner, only to discover with astonishment that they too had never heard these stories. It turned out that this world lacked Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White, but instead had other fairy tales. With a smile, he looked at the little one and said, These are characters from storybooks. Haven't you heard of them? Tang Tang? No. The child nodded vigorously. Well then, starting tomorrow, Daddy will tell you a fairy tale every day, all right? But for tonight, you must go to sleep, Chen Yi said with a smile. Good night, Daddy, the little one replied cheerfully, eagerly snuggling deeper into the blankets, closing her eyes with a satisfied smile playing on her lips. The following day, after dropping off the little one at school, Chen Yi took the opportunity to visit the copyright office, contemplating registering the copyright for Fairy Tale Town, thus enabling him to sing it in his live streams. Upon entering the office, the staff recognized him and greeted him with smiles. "Mr. Chen, you're back." "Yes. I'm running out of ideas for songs." Chen Yi chuckled, scratching his head. The staff member responded, "You won't have to go through so much trouble anymore. Our online registration feature just launched, allowing not only for inquiries, but also for you to upload photographs of your lyrics and sheet music along with your ID. You can complete the registration that way." "That's fantastic." Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, each trip to the Copyright Bureau for registration incurred considerable fuel expenses. The author expressed, "I absolutely adore this song. It has been ages since I last claimed the front seat. My hands are itching." Chapter 66. The Art of Insulting by Cultured Individuals. After registering the copyright for Fairy Tale Town, Chen Yi returned home, resuming the recording of strange tales from a Chinese studio. Upon completing today's session, the original series of strange tales would finally come to a close. The subsequent episodes could last for over a month, which meant he could finally enjoy a well-deserved break. After finishing the remaining stories, Chen Yi sent them to his colleagues at the company and then dialed Wang Tongxiao's number to inform him of the official conclusion of Strange Tales. "Is that it?" Wang Tongxiao was taken aback, feeling as though the serialization had only just begun. "It's still quite far from the airing finish. I have simply completed my recordings." Chen Yi chuckled. "After all, I have been recording 3 to 4 episodes daily." "All right," Wang Tongxiao nodded. "Do you have any ideas for your next project?" With a resigned smile, Chen Yi replied, "Minister, are you trying to squeeze every ounce out of me? I was hoping for short respite. At your age, what is there to rest for? If not now, when will you strive for your career?" Wang Tongxiao urged. "Come on, share your new ideas. I eagerly anticipate you surpassing your own records." After a brief pause, Chen Yi pondered and stated, "I do have some thoughts for a new program, but it's not a novel. I wish to record fairy tales." "Fairy tales?" Wang Tongxiao was momentarily stunned. "But the traffic for the fairy tale channel is minimal, even less than that of the horror channel. Why would you consider recording this?" "It has nothing to do with traffic," Chen Yi replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I simply want children to have stories to listen to before bedtime. Of course, there is a personal motive as well. I wish to share stories that little Tang can enjoy. Given the child's age, it would be inappropriate for him to listen to strange tales, while fairy tales are entirely different. Even when I'm not home, at least he can fall asleep to my voice, which on another level means I'm still with him." Wang Tongxiao, after listening, responded with a smile, "That sounds feasible. In a few days, record a sample." "Certainly," Chen Yi agreed cheerfully. At Mount Everest Company, after hanging up the phone, Wang Tongxiao shook his head with a smile. He still believed that fairy tales could not yield significant results, considering that the primary audience of Mount Everest was teenagers, who had long outgrown fairy tales. However, since Chen Yi was keen on creating a program for children, he would not dampen his enthusiasm. Recording fairy tales would not consume too much time. At worst, once the fairy tales were done, they could focus on crafting a novel. As long as Chen Yi continued to provide content for Mount Everest, it would be deemed a grand success. After all, he was no longer an employee, but a freelancer. And given the popularity of Strange Tales, there was no audiobook company that would refuse Chen Yi. After lunch, Chen Yi opened the live streaming room, preparing to begin his broadcast. The second round of popularity will commence tomorrow, with today serving as a period of respite, allowing various streamers to mobilize their resources. Here comes Chen Tufu. "You didn't stream yesterday, and we surged to the top. Impressive, isn't it?" Chen Yi smiled, genuinely appreciative of your tremendous support. "To honor your efforts from yesterday, I will also strive with all my might in tomorrow's second round. As for where we might ultimately land, there is no need to force expectations. What matters is that we put forth our best effort without any regrets. And as for you all, please do not spend excessively on my behalf. If watching the stream begins to impact your real lives, it would truly be a loss. Do you all understand? Especially you. Miss Chao-Ching, you spent too much yesterday, which isn't advisable." Upon hearing this, the viewers burst into laughter, astonished to have a streamer advising them against excessive spending. Rest assured, Chen Tufu, we only support you within our means, contributing as much as we can. Moments later, Xiao Qing chimed in. Haha, Chen Yi, do not worry. I merely use my pocket money to support you. It's no trouble at all. Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. Pocket money? Over $1 million? What kind of affluent person is this? Miss Xiao Qing, might there be a possibility that you have a long-lost brother? Miss Xiao Qing, the doctor mentioned my digestive issues. Do you happen to have soft rice at home? Chen Yi chuckled, about to respond when a barrage of comments suddenly caught his eye. Chen Tufu, check Weibo. You've been targeted again. Indeed, it appears that a senior in the entertainment industry is involved. Chen Tufu, what were you up to yesterday? The comments quickly became lively, and Chen Yi furrowed his brow. From the tone, it seemed Jiang Yankai was behind this. He hurriedly opened Weibo, and, sure enough, the next moment he found himself trending. Jiang Yankai criticized Chen Yi for his lack of decorum. Clicking into the relevant post, the first tweet was from Jiang Yankai. In his post, he vehemently berated Chen Yi, accusing him of arrogance and a complete lack of respect for senior figures, claiming he wielded his status as the original author of Ying Ning to boss everyone around on set, ultimately expelling him from the production team. The fervor of his words almost made Chen Yi feel he was being unjustly slandered. This person is truly amusing, twisting facts. What is the purpose of such antics? Chen Yi shook his head and recounted the events from yesterday succinctly. Unbelievable. This person is simply using his seniority to belittle others. Chen Tufu, just wait. We will support you against him. Brothers, let us charge at him together. At that moment, Lin Si also jumped in. Chen Tufu, I'm going to demand yesterday's on-site footage from the director. How dare they bully us like this? Calm down. Chen Yi interjected, shaking his head. Stay behind me. I will fire the first shot. When dealing with such individuals, one must never back down. The more timid you are, the more emboldened they become. And who knows what they might say next? We must not indulge him. Thus, he immediately opened Weibo and composed a message to send out. With the gentle touch of the soft wood, may the noble tree flourish. In our exchanges, let sincerity be our guide. The words of the serpent are indeed uttered. Sweet-tongued and thick-skinned, who is this person dwelling by the river? Lacking both strength and courage, they merely serve as a source of chaos. They are both insignificant and unremarkable. What bravery do they possess? How can they claim to have much when they reside in such emptiness? This poem, sourced from the pre-Qin text Xiao Yi Yan, satirizes those who, lacking true ability, resort to boastful talk, fabricating rumors, and behaving submissively before others, akin to a duplicitous character. Chapter 67. Without recourse? In a hotel near Hengdian, Jiang Yankai scrolled through Weibo, relishing the sight of netizens criticizing Chen Yi on his behalf. He was well aware that the production team would inevitably come to Chen Yi's defense, even releasing footage from the scene. Yet, what did it matter? The adage to spread a rumor is easy, but to refute it requires effort rang true. By the time the incident cooled, who would still care? However, as he continued scrolling, his expression suddenly shifted. Chen Yi had dared to insult him. A mere newcomer in the entertainment industry had the audacity to challenge him publicly. This was intolerable. He promptly dialed a number, stating, Lao Yu, investigate which agency Chen Yi belongs to. I must teach him a lesson. A voice on the other end responded, What has gotten into this fellow, provoking our Jiang Laosher to such fury? Check Weibo. Jiang Yankai retorted. I offered him a word of advice as a senior, and he has the gall to insult me. If I don't teach him a lesson and let him cool off for a few years, have I been wasting my time in this industry? His anger swelled. Never had a junior in the entertainment circle dared to be so brazen before him. Minutes later, the phone rang, and Jiang Yankai quickly answered. Lao Ziyang, this kid hasn't even signed with a management company. He hasn't debuted yet. What? Jiang Yankai was puzzled. How did he land a role in Zhou and's production without debuting? Did you not see the press conference? He is the original author of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, came the exasperated reply. I missed that. Jiang Yankai was taken aback. He had not considered attending the press conference. As Chen Yi wasn't the main character or a heavily featured supporting role. If Chen Yi hadn't debuted, Wouldn't all his tactics and connections be rendered ineffective? Should he retaliate? Jiang Yankai gazed at Chen Yi's Weibo. Yet, he lacked the literary finesse to respond in kind. To counter poetry with plain language would seem crass and unrefined. Just then, footage from the previous day's shoot was promptly released by the production team, leading netizens to turn against him, criticizing him for being arrogant and overstepping bounds due to his seniority. How did this video emerge so swiftly? Jiang Yankai furrowed his brow. Typically, it would take the production team at least a day or two to react. What was Chen Yi's status that he could acquire such footage from the production's equipment so quickly? As he pondered, a sense of frustration welled up within him, leaving him breathless. He was utterly helpless against Chen Yi, and the defeat was complete. In a live stream, there was a sense of disappointment. Why has this old fellow stopped responding? How dull? Has he given up? Chen Yi chuckled and set his phone aside. Since he wasn't replying, so be it. Before diving into the game today, I shall serenade you with a new song I penned recently. What I just hear? Chen the Butcher. You finally composed a new song. It's been ages. Sing, sing. I can hardly contain my excitement. Picking up the guitar from the side, he placed the prepared electronic lyrics on the table. Accompanied by simple chords, Chen Yi's voice began to resonate through the live stream. The comments flooded in, praising the melody. Yet, a few astute viewers noticed something peculiar in the lyrics. Wait, this song is titled Fairy Tale Town. But why have I never heard of any characters mentioned in the lyrics? I feel the same. Poor Cinderella and Snow White. I just searched online, and there are no related fairy tales. But does that really matter? The song is beautiful. I absolutely adore the melody. It's quite captivating. As the final note faded, Chen Yi set down his guitar and smiled. It's quite normal that you don't recognize Snow White or Little Red Riding Hood, as they have yet to be unveiled. What does that mean? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Chen Yi smiled mysteriously, saying that in a few days, his first fairy tale story program would launch on Mount Everest, featuring one of the characters he just sang about. As for which one, that remains a secret for now. However, the stories of these characters will be released one after another, so do remember to tune in. Upon hearing this, the comments erupted with confusion. Chen the Butcher, you're writing fairy tales? You do realize that fairy tales are meant for children, right? Are you perhaps crafting dark fairy tales? Let me ask, will there be nightmares after listening at night? Will there be ghosts in your tales? Will there be love? Are there monsters in human guise? If not, I'm not interested. Seriously, can those even be called fairy tales? I suddenly find myself anticipating Chen the Butcher writing fairy tales. Haha. Are you finally turning your attention to the future flowers of our nation? The future flowers tremble in fear. Chen the Butcher, please don't wield your knife. Fairy tales are meant to be healing, not your usual melancholic tales. Parents will come looking for you. Chen Yi sighed. Do you all have so little faith in me? I assure you, I have a clear understanding of what I'm doing. Stop joking around. You may have clarity, but I see none. Just think of strange tales from a Chinese studio, with Qiu Rong being my lifelong pain. And Xin Shi Xin Yang. Ugh. Chen Yi's lips twitched, thinking that all of this was the doing of the venerable Pu Songling. What does it have to do with him, Chen Yi? Just remember to watch when the time comes. I guarantee there won't be a single tragic tale. After saying this, Chen Yi no longer paid attention to the comments and focused intently on the game. The following morning, Chen Yi sat before his computer. He initially thought to take a break, but since he had mentioned it the day before, he needed to expedite the fairy tale story's launch. Choosing the first story was particularly crucial. One must choose a truly heartwarming fairy tale to show the audience that it is not solely capable of inducing melancholy. Firstly, the stories of the Little Match Girl and the Little Mermaid cannot be the initial selections, as they are both rather somber. After much contemplation, it ultimately leads back to it. Chen Yi opened his laptop, arranged the keyboard, and began to type away with a flurry of keystrokes. In Wang Tongxiao's office, he was indulging in a cigarette when suddenly a knock resounded on the door. Before he could utter a word to invite the visitor in, Tian Rui's head popped through the door. Minister, a significant event, she exclaimed excitedly. What has stirred you so? At your age, you should really learn to remain composed. Rather than acting so recklessly, Wang Tongxiao remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Tian Rui. Come quickly and see the fairy tale manuscript sent by teacher Chen Yi. Tian Rui joyfully entered, placing the printed pages directly on Wang Tongchao's desk. What is there to be excited about in a fairy tale? They all seem to follow the same narrative. Wang Tongchao sighed, his enthusiasm waning as he picked up the pages to read. 5 minutes later, he suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, rising with excitement. Quick, gather the production team. We must convene. Minister, what happened to your promise of being composed? Chapter 68. Is one who lacks shame invincible in this world? That afternoon marked the second round of the Fish Joy Festival. The rules for this round involved a 2v2 competition, where the streamers who advanced from the first round were paired off into teams. Both teams would stream simultaneously, and the total audience engagement from both rooms would be calculated, with the group boasting the higher total declared the winner, while the lower would face elimination. This round was undoubtedly more stringent than the first, as one had to ensure not only their own room's success, but also consider the popularity of their teammates' stream, necessitating significantly more financial backing. The rules were essentially a blatant call to action, demanding more funds with a rather ungraceful display, an obvious message urging participants to recharge. The streamers were acutely aware of this reality, but for the sake of the terrifying traffic associated with the top 10, they had no choice but to acquiesce silently. Chen Yi's teammate was a charming young streamer from the anime sector, known as Xiao Yuan. She was a pillar in her domain, with a versatile voice that could embody both a cute girl and a mature woman, attracting a legion of otaku. However, due to the inherently low traffic in the anime sector, her streaming popularity typically hovered around 5 to 600,000. Their opponents, on the other hand, consisted of two prominent streamers from the PUBG and League of Legends sectors, who generally boasted audiences in the millions. This, without a doubt, posed a formidable challenge. Though Xiao Yuan's popularity was not particularly high, the fighting spirit of her otaku followers was considerable. Conversely, despite Chen Yi's own high viewership, he found himself lacking in financial resources. The situation was starkly different for their adversaries, as both were top-tier streamers in their respective sectors, possessing significant financial backing. Chen Yi pondered the balance in his account, letting out a deep sigh. This time, it seemed he would have to invest his last resources. Uncertain if it would be sufficient, the live stream commenced. On the other side, Xiao Yuan has commenced her barrage of performances, delighting the audience with covers of iconic anime songs. Meanwhile, Chen Yi has returned to his routine of gaming, mirroring the actions of the two opposing streamers, who have also begun their live broadcasts. A flurry of GIFs inundates the chat, as the popularity of all four streams begins to surge dramatically. Without a doubt, the primary supporter in Chen Yi's corner is the affluent Xiao Qing. Her financial prowess alone is sufficient to rival an entire opposing stream. However, the situation for Xiao Yuan is far less optimistic. Due to her limited fanbase, despite the fervent backing of her loyal followers, she struggles to compete against the formidable big-name streamer Orochimaru from a renowned region. The disparity in viewer engagement between the two streams gradually widens, revealing that Xiao Yuan's overall popularity is insufficient. Soon, Chen Yi's viewers become aware of the predicament. Xiao Yuan is at a disadvantage, and Orochimaru appears to have amassed a considerable fortune to bolster his stream. What should they do? Listen up, my brothers. Let us not crowd around Chen the Butcher. Instead, disperse to the various streams and seize those treasure chests. Bring back the spoils like fish balls and fish fins to reward Chen Yi. Let's mobilize. With enthusiastic agreement, viewers rush to other rooms to collect these treasures, understanding that even small contributions can accumulate into significant support. Observing the barrage of comments, Chen Yi feels a swell of gratitude. Although his viewers often jest at his expense and even remove him from fan groups when a moment calls for unity, not a single one hesitates to rally. Those with means contribute financially, while others energetically scavenge across multiple streams for treasure, returning their finds to Chen Yi's channel as gifts. The adage, "many hands make light work," proves true, as the collective effort results in a remarkable uptick in Chen Yi's viewer count. Yet this progress still falls short. Although the gap in popularity between the two streams is narrowing, it remains insufficient for a complete turnaround. What to do? Chen Yi furrows his brow. He has accumulated a substantial amount in his back end from recent donations, but it is not yet time for withdrawals. His available cash has already been significantly spent. If this continues, defeat seems imminent. In the Xiao Yuan stream, after 2 hours of relentless singing, her voice has grown hoarse, yet she perseveres. Anxiously glancing at the combined viewer counts, she feels a pang of guilt, realizing she may be dragging Chen Yi down. Despite her viewers' vigorous support and her own significant financial contributions, the surge in popularity remains elusive. What if her shortcomings lead to Chen Yi's elimination? In her distress, a hint of tears creeps into Xiao Yuan's voice, prompting her viewers to express their concern, urging her to take a break. In stark contrast, Orochimaru's stream radiates confidence, his face adorned with a smile that suggests victory is assured. No matter how tenacious Chen Yi may be, he is but one person, ultimately unable to bridge the gap in viewer engagement between the two streams. He smiled and said, "Brothers, let us exert ourselves a little more. This time, victory is almost assured. Chen Yi is indeed formidable, but alas, a woman is dragging us down. The realm of the second dimension remains inadequate. It seems we must bid farewell this time." "Can you speak?" retorted Orochimaru. "Even if you win, that hardly grants you the right to mock women in the second dimension, does it? Pathetic streamer." This provocation incited a response from the meat board, who was scavenging in Orochimaru's live stream. "Exactly. You, a pathetic streamer, are so blatant in your cheating that it's practically undeniable, yet you still dare to label yourself a technical streamer? How shameless." With a chuckle, Orochimaru glanced at the barrage of comments. "Whether I cheat or not, those who understand know the truth. If you claim I mock others, then show me your victory. Otherwise, refrain from your incessant complaints. Furthermore, this is my streaming room. I do not mind you scavenging, but please maintain silence and do not disturb the other viewers." In Chen Yi's live stream, observing the discussions among the viewers, he was incensed. How could someone with such deplorable qualities even be a streamer? He had heard whispers regarding Orochimaru's cheating. That video was almost irrefutable evidence. Yet as long as the gaming company refrained from banning him, he could continue to feign innocence and stream as if nothing was amiss. If that were the extent of it, it would be bearable, but now he audaciously mocked others? Truly, some have no shame, rendering them invincible in their own eyes. "Everyone, grant me 20 minutes. As a game concluded, Chen Yi promptly exited and opened a document. This was no longer merely a contest of popularity, it was a contest of honor. "Wait for me for 20 minutes. I shall compose a battle anthem. Even in defeat, we shall stand tall and proud. We must not allow him to belittle us." As he spoke, his fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. Another live songwriting session. "Chen Yi is amazing. Let's show him. How dare a pathetic streamer mock others? Charge, brothers." 20 minutes later, Chen Yi completed the lyrics and composition, momentarily disconnecting from the live stream to upload the song to the Copyright Center's website for authentication. Due to time constraints, he had no opportunity to arrange a proper accompaniment, so he opted for a guitar instead. The following song is dedicated to all the warriors in our live stream, and Xiao Yuan's live stream today is titled World of War. Chapter 69, World of War. Behold this silent world, where the atmosphere of despair is palpable. People frantically flee from the once bustling streets, the scent of gunpowder withering all life away. The earth's lament echoes throughout the globe. How can we find respite? As he strummed the guitar strings, Chen Yi's voice resonated. The barrage of comments surged. "This is a fast song. Brothers, Chef Chen is singing a fast song. Chef Chen is remarkable. The lyrics are profound." Chen Yi's lyrical prowess was truly exceptional, beyond compare. In the video, his gaze sharpened and his voice soared. At the moment the war erupted, no one in the city was spared. When the war commenced, who would honor those lost? The youth selling newspapers on his bicycle, tears of panic slowly staining his cheek. In the instant the war erupted, faith extinguished across the globe. "Mother, someone is flirting with me. Damn, Chen the Butcher is absolutely stunning. I'm in love. The way he sings with the guitar is so electrifying. Goodness, if he had proper accompaniment, how magnificent this song would be." As the melody gradually transitioned into the chorus, the barrage of comments accelerated, and the gifts poured in with increasing fervor, causing the popularity of the live stream to soar. This influx attracted even more viewers. creating a virtuous cycle of engagement and donations. At that moment, Chen Yi began to adjust his breathing rhythm, slightly leaning forward to draw closer to the microphone, for he was about to reach the pivotal part of the song. On the unseen side, faintly audible, cries of anguish intensified, and as he gradually approached this moment, Chen Yi took a deep breath, his voice suddenly soaring. "Break down!" These two words, accompanied by the lingering notes, resonated for a remarkable 15 seconds. The eruption of this high note sent the barrage into a frenzy. Wow, that high note. Wow, that breakdown. Goodness, with my headphones on, my entire head feels like it's buzzing. This is incredible. Chen Yi is phenomenal. What more can be said, my friends? Charge. These words seem to infuse the viewers in the chat with boundless energy, akin to a true battle hymn, igniting a fervor among all comrades on the battlefield. Consequently, the popularity of a live stream skyrocketed, diminishing the deficit in a blink, and it continued to surge. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's live stream, witnessing the rapidly approaching popularity count, he suddenly panicked. What the hell is Chen Yi on? Come on, brothers, we cannot be surpassed. Orochimaru exclaimed anxiously, yet earlier, to suppress the total popularity. He had unhesitatingly invested large sums of money alongside his fans, and now he could barely maintain any growth, lacking the capacity for another significant boost. Furrowing his brow, he realized this could not continue. I must invest more. Thus, he switched off the game screen, intending to raise additional funds. However, at that moment, a small floating window appeared in the center of the screen, displaying PUBG Super Assistance, aimbot activated. Wallhack activated? Oh no. Orochimaru instantly recognized the situation and hurriedly switched back to the game screen, but it was too late. Although only a few seconds had passed, the viewers had clearly witnessed the cheating software on the screen. Did you really cheat? Wow, Brother Snake, you have disappointed me greatly. Damn it, how disgusting. I even defended you before. Screw you. Report him. Enough said. In an instant, the donations in Orochimaru's live stream came to a halt. Apart from the accounts he personally prepared, all the donations from other viewers vanished in an instant. Concurrently, the popularity of his live stream began to plummet rapidly. Brothers, wait. He wanted to express something, but the viewers were evidently not Na'vi. Given the circumstances, who could still trust him? Consequently, the viewership in the live stream started to decline once more, along with a decrease in the number of followers. Within a mere 15 minutes, the follower count in his live stream had dropped from over 8 million to just above 6 million, and the decline continued. In stark contrast, the number of viewers in Chen Yi's live stream began to surge. Go, streamer. Defeat that cheater. Damn it. I'm disgusted. I can't believe he's really a cheater. Such a person doesn't deserve to advance. I'll give you all my remaining gifts today. Charge ahead, streamer. In the next moment, a flurry of various gifts began to flood Chen Yi's livestream. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Ha ha. This is hilarious. Orochimaru just exposed himself. He accidentally left the cheating software on when he switched screens. Shortly thereafter, the informed viewers returned, and Chen Yi smirked. He anticipated this twist. With this wave of rebellious support, a few minutes later, the overall popularity in Chen Yi's stream officially surpassed that of Orochimaru's, and the gap continued to widen. At this point, the League of Legends streamer partner with Orochimaru was utterly baffled. Why did everything flip in just one ranked game? How did Snake Brother suddenly self-destruct? As he lost his mind, he hurriedly urged his viewers to donate, but the speed of information dissemination among viewers was swift at this juncture. Who would still want to support a cheating streamer? Consequently, the donation rate in his live stream began to dwindle as well. I am sorry, Quaid. This time, you can only blame your bad luck. We cannot allow such a cheater to advance. Quail, don't spend any money. Let us just let this one go. Observing the barrage of comments in a live stream, the Quail felt helpless but could say nothing. After all, the viewers were enacting a form of righteous retribution. As a mere pawn caught in the crossfire, he had no recourse. All right then, let it be. That's why you seek it. And this statement signified his official abandonment of the ambition to advance. Thus, the combined popularity in their live stream began to decline rapidly, with no possibility of reversal. When the time was up, Chen Yi and Xiao Yuan officially advanced to the next round. In Xiao Yuan's livestream, she stared at the results that popped up, her mouth agape in disbelief. Just a few hours prior, they had been at an absolute disadvantage. Yet in the span of just over an hour, Chen Yi managed to achieve a miraculous turnaround, completely reversing the situation. It felt utterly surreal. The author has something to say. This song is truly unbeatable. Whether it's the original by Yao Beina or the cover by Xiao Yuan, both are extraordinary. Those interested can search to listen. Furthermore, another chapter will be released later. Chapter 70. The broadcast time of the fairy tale is set. Chen Yi's livestream. Observing the results that emerged, Chen Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally advanced. This afternoon had indeed been rather exhilarating. Had it not been for Orochimaru's self-detonation, which led to countless betrayals from viewers, they might not have secured victory. With this win, Chen Yi seemed assured for the upcoming final round. The rules for the last round stipulated that the cumulative popularity from the first 2 rounds would be aggregated. The 10 streamers with the highest combined popularity would be crowned the top 10 peak honor streamers of the year. Chen Yi's performance in the second round was nearly invincible, as he effectively gathered the audience from 2 different streams. His final popularity soared beyond 20 million, far surpassing the other streamers from the second round, rendering them utterly incomparable. Congratulations to Chun the Butcher for making it to the top 10 peak streamers. Congratulations on your advancement. Chen the Butcher is amazing. The barrage of comments from viewers was filled with expressions of congratulations. Chen Yi smiled, straightened his posture, and expressed his gratitude, stating that achieving such results in his first year of streaming was beyond his expectations, and it was thanks to everyone's unwavering support that he could reach such heights. As he spoke, Chen Yi's expression turned solemn. Thus, he resolved to write a song for them as a token of his appreciation for their steadfast support. What? A song written for us? We eagerly await it. Chen Yi is incredible. Hurry and write it live. I want to see it. Chen the Butcher, quickly. You have 5 minutes. Surely that's enough for you. Gazing at the barrage, Chen Yi chuckled mysteriously, saying, "What are you all thinking? Such an important song cannot be written on the spot for you. Once I am ready, I will officially unveil it during the carnival." What? No way. The carnival is still 10 days away. I refuse. Write it now. Write it now. Stop worrying about it. Chen Yi laughed. The time is nearly up. I need to log off and pick up my daughter. Goodbye, everyone. With that, he resolutely disregarded the flood of confused emojis and confidently ended the stream. This was his final act of defiance as a public servant in the streaming world. Mount Everest. Wang Tongxiao's office. The meeting had only just concluded after nearly 4 hours of discussion regarding the level of project classification to assign to Chen Yi's fairy tale. Different project levels implied varying budgets for promotion, preparation times, and broadcasting slots. He firmly believed it should be classified at the highest level, as the quality of Chen Yi's fairy tale was exceptional and warranted the utmost investment in promotion and production. However, others argued that the fairy tale segment itself had too low a viewership with a limited audience. Thus, even if Chen Yi's fairy tale was of superior quality, it did not merit classification as a top-tier project, as it could easily result in losses. Consequently, a heated debate ensued, with neither side able to convince the other. It was only recently that both parties finally agreed to compromise, settling on a pseudo-top-tier classification for Chen Yi's fairy tale. The so-called pseudo-level refers to the initial production and promotion of the first episode, which is executed with utmost dedication. However, the production of the subsequent episode hinges upon the performance of the first. Should the results be favorable, there will be no issues, and funding will follow suit. Conversely, if the performance falters, the project may be abruptly downgraded. Upon returning to the office, Wang Tongxiao consumed a generous glass of water to soothe his throat before dialing Chen Yi. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was en route to pick up a little one. Upon receiving Wang Tongxiao's call, he quickly connected via Bluetooth before answering. "Xiao Chen, the company has convened a production meeting regarding your project." Wang Tongxiao succinctly relayed the contents and outcomes of the meeting. After listening, Chen Yi nodded and expressed gratitude. "Minister, thank you for advocating on my behalf. Trust me, my fairy tale will not disappoint you. I firmly believe that, otherwise I wouldn't have gone through such lengths for you. Please come by the office tomorrow. We need to deliberate on how to produce the first episode effectively. All right, no problem, Chen Yi replied. The following day, at Zhu Mulangma, standing beneath the familiar company building, Chen Yi felt a wave of nostalgia. It was surprising that even after resigning, he found himself returning to the company repeatedly. Previously, it was to sign the exclusive agency contract for Liao Zhai, and now it was for the fairy tale. His entangled fate with Zhu Mulangma seemed inescapable. As he entered the secretarial office hall, the employees greeted him with smiles. Teacher Chen, great to see you again. Good morning, Teacher Chen. You should just rejoin the company. What's the difference? Chuckling, Chen Yi scratched his head. Haha, I never anticipated I would keep coming back, but rejoining is out of the question. I have embarked on a new career. I know. Someone raised their hand. Teacher Chen, that song from yesterday was incredible. When will you upload it to NetEase Cloud? I want to loop it. Yes, Teacher Chen. I even sent you a rocket. You didn't thank me. That's disappointing. Chen Yi glanced at the two. A smirk playing on his lips. Look at you both, sneaking off to watch live streams during work hours. I'll have to take note of this. Don't. Teacher Chen, we were just supporting you. Exactly, they both retorted, their expressions deflating. Chen Yi quickly smiled. I was just joking. Your support is my honor. Teacher Chen, Minister Wang has arrived and is waiting for you in the office, said Tian Rue, approaching with a smile. Chen Yi nodded, bidding farewell to everyone in the hall, and stepped into the minister's office. Xiao Chen, you've arrived. Take a seat. Wang Tongqiao gestured to the chair. Good morning, Minister. Chen Yi said with a smile as he settled down. Wang Tongqiao nodded and stated, let us skip the pleasantries. Please elaborate on your fairy tale. This project is distinctly different from others. It is intended for children. Therefore, we need to meticulously plan the background music, as well as your speech's tempo and tone. Understood. Chen Yi nodded and began to detail the background of the fairy tale to Wang Tongqiao. The speed of Everest was astonishing. After concluding his discussion in the morning, Chen Yi promptly finalized the exclusive broadcasting contract for the new fairy tale with the company. By afternoon, the recording department, utilizing the materials provided by Chen Yi, successfully sourced the relevant music and completed the recording of the first episode. Additionally, as the workday drew to a close, the promotional images were crafted and prominently displayed on the homepage, accompanied by a splash screen recommendation. The premiere of the first episode was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, 2 days hence. This timing coincided with the bedtime of many children, as well as the peak viewing hours for Everest, rendering the promotional efforts nothing short of monumental. Chapter 71, Snow White 2 days later. Due to Chen Yi's afternoon live performance where he sang Fairy Tale Town and made another announcement, many viewers in the live streaming room began downloading or accessing Everest shortly before 7 o'clock. Their curiosity about the fairy tale crafted by the Butcher Chen was palpable, as they were eager to discover the stories behind the names in Fairy Tale Town. At 8 o'clock, when the hour struck, the program launched punctually. Chen Yi's fairy tale, Snow White, was the title, and as a soothing melody began to play, Chen Yi's voice resonated. In a distant kingdom, there lived a king and queen who longed for a child. Thus, they sincerely prayed to the heavens. Given its fairy tale nature, Chen Yi's tone was gentle, and his pace measured. Subsequently, his voice took on a slightly somber timbre, with varied intonations. Oh God, we are good king and queen. Please grant us a child. Before long, the queen indeed gave birth to a lovely little princess, whose skin was as white as snow, cheeks as red as apples, and hair black and silky. Therefore, the king and queen named her Snow White. Considering the intended audience of children, the tale did not require ornate language or complex phrases. It aimed to convey the story in the simplest terms while remaining engaging. This task proved to be considerably more challenging than narrating other genres. Yet from the outset, Chen Yi's performance was commendable. Thus, comments began to flood the chat. The Butcher Chen has done well. It certainly feels like a fairy tale. Friends, hold your horses. Wait for the twist. Do you think the name Butcher came without reason? I dare say, within minutes, there will be a death. However, the good times did not last long. Snow White's mother fell ill and passed away. As anticipated, within mere minutes, death arrived as scheduled. Haha, Butcher Chen, you never fail to deliver. Indeed, with the matter of dispatching death, you have never disappointed us. 6666. The fellow ahead. Are you a prophet? Impressive. Ah, those in the know understand. When Chen Yi writes, it's impossible for no one to perish. Do you think the title butcher is unearned? As Chen Yi's voice continued, the tale unfolded further. The wicked stepmother queen soon appeared, consumed by jealousy of Snow White's beauty, and she dispatched someone to eliminate the princess. You truly are something, Chen Yi. You don't genuinely believe this story is suitable for children, do you? Are you sure they won't have nightmares after hearing it? In this world, fairy tales are invariably enchanting. Stories rarely depict casualties, and protagonists invariably achieve success through their unwavering determination and commendable virtues. However, tales like that of Chen Yi, whose mother perished at the onset and who is relentlessly pursued by a stepmother, are unprecedented. Alas, my friends, this cannot be deemed a fairy tale. Chen the Butcher has met his downfall. But do not rush, my friend. Do you not recall the opening line of the song from Fairy Tale Town? This is indeed Snow White in flight. Trust me, there will undoubtedly be a twist ahead. Yes, the very essence of the song from Fairy Tale Town is one of beauty, as the first line of the lyrics. It is inconceivable for Chen Yi to introduce a tragedy. Yet, one must wonder, will Snow White ultimately master magic and vanquish her wicked stepmother? Hold on. This is far from a fairy tale. It is in fact a fantasy. How is it that I suddenly find myself filled with anticipation? Level up, Snow White. Discover your unique advantage. And so the story continues. Next, Snow White discovers the abode of the seven dwarfs and takes residence therein. However, this bliss is short-lived. For the malevolent queen learns that Snow White is still alive. Disguising herself, she deceives Snow White into consuming a poison apple, causing her to collapse instantly. The protagonist has perished. Chen the Butcher, you truly astound me. I see now. This is a dark fairy tale. Undoubtedly a tale of shadows. It imparts the lesson that evil will ultimately triumph over good. Time for a restful slumber, friends. My expectations have been dashed. Withdraw. What a chaotic affair this is. At this moment, many chose to exit, with the protagonist deceased. How can such a tale be suitable for children? Should they learn how to become a wicked stepmother? Perhaps that would indeed be quite fitting. However, despite some departing, others opted to continue listening, such as Lin Si. As Chen Yi's most ardent admirer, she harbored unwavering faith in him, convinced he would never craft a story unfit for young ears. After all, since she became acquainted with Chen Yi, he had never faltered. Thus, this time would surely be no different. And so, she persevered in her listening. Soon, a prince from a neighboring kingdom appeared, his heart filled with compassion for Snow White. With tears in his eyes, he kissed her, and lo and behold, a miracle transpired. Snow White awoke, for it was the prince's love that rendered the poisoned apple ineffective. In the story's conclusion, upon hearing that Snow White still lived, the furious stepmother set out once more to eliminate her. Yet, as she soared above the neighboring kingdom, a bolt of lightning struck her down, ending her life of wickedness. Thus, Snow White and the prince celebrated a grand wedding, living joyously together. With the story reaching its conclusion, Lin Si stood in a daze. Although it indeed culminated in a perfect resolution, the conclusion felt rather simplistic. The prince saved Snow White, and they lived happily ever after, while the vile stepmother was dispatched by divine retribution. Is this meant to convey that the wicked are met with their just deserts? Humans persist in self-destructive behavior, and inevitably, there comes a day when one truly perishes. At this moment, in the comment section, I found myself utterly bewildered after listening to the entire narrative. Chen Yi, is this your fairy tale? What is this nonsense? It holds no meaning whatsoever. To the brothers who commented earlier, perhaps you have overlooked the essence of a fairy tale. It is meant to be simple, while simultaneously imparting moral lessons, conveying wisdom to children, compared to the perpetually blissful fairy tales currently on the market. Chen Yi's work is unfathomably superior. Indeed, while the earlier portions of this tale are grim, the subsequent twists are refreshingly straightforward. This stark contrast clearly illustrates that good people will ultimately be rewarded, while evildoers may achieve fleeting success but will inevitably face consequences. Isn't this educational value sufficient? I concur. The quality of Chen Yi's fairy tale undoubtedly surpasses 99% of those available today. My niece, upon hearing it, immediately apologized for having damaged my cosmetics a few days prior, expressing her desire to avoid divine retribution. The speed of this moral education is remarkable, isn't it? Impressive. After listening to your discussions, I can only exclaim that Chen Yi is extraordinary. I must return to the group and call back those friends who slipped away moments ago to continue listening. Yes, I shall join you. Chapter 72. The discussion sparked by Snow White. In the bedroom, after finishing the tale of Snow White, Chen Yi smiled and asked the little one, after hearing the story, "Do you have any thoughts, Tang Tang?" The child's big eyes sparkled as she inquired, "Daddy, I want to be a kind person like Snow White." "Yes, Tang Tang. That's wonderful." Chen Yi immediately bent down and kissed the child. "Does this mean that Tang Tang can marry a prince in the future?" The little one asked brightly. Chen Yi pondered, "Are today's young girls so precocious?" Nevertheless, he smiled and nodded, "Of course. As long as little Tang is gentle and kind, she will surely marry a prince when she grows up." "Really?" the child asked with excitement. "Indeed," Chen Yi affirmed with a nod, "but now we must go to sleep." He chose not to shatter the child's beautiful fantasy, as that is also one of the roles of fairy tales, to allow children to grow up with lovely dreams of the future, fostering a world filled with love. The following day at Mount Everest, Wang Tongqiao rushed into the data department soon after morning, eagerly demanding the viewership statistics for the first episode of Snow White. Upon receiving the data, he stood there in a daze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The paper stated, Snow White, 500,000 listeners, 83 completion rate. 500,000. One astonishing figure. Even more terrifying is the completion rate, which astonishingly reached 83%. Is this truly a fairy tale? Even the first chapter of Do Pat Song Cheong couldn't boast such numbers. This is simply unbelievable. Although much of the reason stems from Chen Yi promoting advertisements during his live stream. Given his current popularity, the 50,000 listeners are quite understandable. However, the astonishing 83% completion rate indicates that Chen Yi's fairy tale is remarkably successful. His previous judgments were indeed correct. Meanwhile, having returned the little one home, he is scrolling through his phone, noticing that Snow White has once again trended on social media. The incident originated from a Weibo post by a notable figure named Lulu, who identifies herself as a renowned fairy tale author. In her post, she vehemently criticized both the Everest Company and Chen Yi. She accused Everest Company of daring to present the tale of Snow White as a fairy tale and allocating substantial resources for its promotion. She argued that such a story, laden with dark themes, is utterly unsuitable for children, as their cognitive development is still in its nascent stages, lacking fundamental judgment capabilities. If they were to emulate the actions of the witch in the story, perhaps out of disdain for someone, it could lead to dire consequences for the next generation of our nation. In conclusion, she called upon parents to unite against such dark fairy tales, urging Everest Company to immediately withdraw it and publicly apologize to society. This Weibo post has garnered over 50,000 comments, resulting in a cacophony of opinions. Some support Lulu, believing that children must be shielded from such ominous narratives, lest they sow the seeds of future troubles. Conversely, others assert that we must trust children, for society is not solely composed of beauty. It encompasses darker facets as well. Just as the stories convey, evildoers ultimately face retribution, while the virtuous enjoy a life of happiness. This perspective undoubtedly proves more beneficial than merely extolling lofty virtues. Through contrast, children can better discern the kind of individuals they aspire to become. Thus, this ignited yet another debate regarding the inclusion of dark themes in fairy tales. Netizens fervently shared their views on this matter, propelling the topic to trending status. In his room, Chen Yi felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he was destined to be a hot topic, with every endeavor sparking fervent discussions among netizens. The phenomenon surrounding Snow White's impact was unexpected yet predictable, as it mirrored circumstances from his previous life. It appeared as though, with the erection of various walls and the imposition of various restrictions, the darker elements had simply ceased to exist. As the saying goes, if I die in the future, please bury me within the news broadcasts. Thus, he contemplated and composed a Weibo post. A single leaf obscures the view of Mount Tai. Two beans block the ears from hearing thunder. This was a moment of profound ignorance. Upon releasing the post, a flurry of comments ensued. Haha, Chen Yi, you're back. Chen Yi may arrive late, but he will never be absent. I support you, Chen Yi. The educational significance of Snow White far surpasses that of the current fairy tales available. Ignore Lulu. She is merely envious of your talent. I'm with you all the way. As Chen Yi scrolled through the comments, the phone rang. It was Wang Tongchao calling. Xiao Chun, refrain from making any statements. Wang's voice was tinged with urgency. Let this matter simmer for a while. Mainstream media will soon voice their opinions. You mustn't muddle the waters at this juncture. Chen Yi paused, then replied, Minister, I've already posted. This isn't a significant issue. But please refrain from further postings, understood? Wang advised. Once the mainstream media weighs in and this matter is properly categorized, all will be well. Minister, why do you sound so confident that the mainstream media will support us? Aren't you afraid they might side with Lulu and prevent us from continuing our broadcasts? Chen Yi asked, a hint of doubt in his tone. Do you think I've squandered my years in this field? I have influential connections. Wang replied with a chuckle. All right, Minister Wang, you're impressive. Chen Yi responded. Moreover, the impact of this incident will undoubtedly boost the viewership of your fairy tale. I have a hunch that your achievements this time may far surpass those of the Liaozhai series. You mustn't let me down with the second episode. Hurry and draft it, so I can review it first. Yes, my esteemed minister, Chen Yi sighed. So, you're actually just here to prompt me for the manuscript. Then, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang retorted, and with a decisive click, he hung up, as if he had something to hide. Chen Yi chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. Instead of recording the next episode, he resumed scrolling through his phone, awaiting the anticipated pronouncement from the so-called mainstream media. He was curious to see the source of Wang's unwavering confidence, especially since in his previous life, such matters rarely concluded favorably. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, an account named People's Daily Official posted a Weibo update. The post read, We should acknowledge the existence of dark elements within fairy tales, yet they must not be entirely grim. Through contrast, we ought to celebrate truth, goodness, and beauty. In this regard, Snow White has undoubtedly succeeded, and we should encourage the emergence of more fairy tales akin to Snow White, rather than dismissing them. Immediately after this Weibo was published, the comments section erupted with praise for Chen Yi. Upon reading this post, Chen Yi finally relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. As an official media outlet, the significance of the People's Daily's opinion was self-evident. At the very least, there would be no repeat of instances where authors like Lulu publicly criticized them. This also elevated the attention surrounding fairy tales to a higher echelon. Thus, the choice of the second story became exceedingly crucial. What should it be? Chen Yi took out paper and pen, jotting down several titles. Little Red Riding Hood, The Emperor's New Clothes, Cinderella, and The Ugly Duckling. Each of these fairy tales was undoubtedly classic, and any one of them could serve as the second episode, but among them, the most fitting was Chen Yi pondered. Circling one title, It's You, Zumulama Company, Operations Department. Yi Fengyu, as a traffic operator, monitored fluctuations in viewership throughout various time slots, which was one of his daily tasks. It was just after 7 in the evening. He continued to monitor the online user count, as usual, noting that during this time frame, the number of users on Mount Everest would steadily rise, peaking around 8 or 9 o'clock. Today was no exception. After 7 o'clock, the user count began to increase gradually, reaching the peak level of previous days by approximately 7:30, with an evident upward trend still in motion. It seemed that today's traffic was quite promising. Yi Fengyu felt a surge of joy, as their salaries were directly linked to the traffic. The better the traffic, the higher their bonuses would be. However, the smile on Yi Fengyu's lips soon froze. After 7:30, the user count began to escalate at an alarming rate, doubling within just 15 minutes and continuing to climb. Yi Fengyu felt a sense of panic. At this rate, before 8 o'clock, the user count might surpass 5 times the usual peak. Moreover, The data indicated that the additional users were primarily concentrated in the fairy tale section, showing no signs of dispersal. This was troubling. An excessive user count would place immense pressure on the server, risking a complete crash. In that case, not only would bonuses be out of the question, but it would be a relief not to have wages deducted. Were all these people flocking to Chen Yi's fairy tales? The traffic was indeed astonishing. Yi Fengyu quickly picked up the phone and called the tech department head, urging him to initiate the expansion of servers overnight. The tech department head was understandably displeased, feeling that their well-being was not being considered. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, the tech team worked swiftly, successfully adding 2 server groups before 8 o'clock, with more still in progress. As it turned out, Yi Fengyu's judgment was correct. By 8 o'clock, the total user count had surged to 6 times that of the same period on previous days. Even with the newly added servers, the system became quite sluggish, though fortunately, it did not crash. At that moment, the second episode of Chen Yi's fairy tale was released on time. Today, I shall tell you the story of Cinderella. Chen Yi's gentle voice began to flow. Once upon a time, there was a lovely and kind girl named Cinderella. The tale of Cinderella, much like that of Snow White, conveys the message that virtuous individuals ultimately find good endings, while the wicked receive their just desserts. However, compared to Snow White, Chen Yi's imagination was grander, particularly with the vivid imagery of the glass slipper and the pumpkin carriage, each leaving a profound impression. This was one of the key reasons Chen Yi selected it as the second episode. This time, with the lesson learned from Snow White, the audience remained patiently awaiting the twist in the narrative rather than abandoning the story due to the protagonist's earlier misfortunes. Indeed, the conclusion was as anticipated. In the end, the prince found the rightful owner of the glass slipper, and the two happily made their way to the palace. Remarkable. Such imagination is truly extraordinary. Why on earth am I, a person in my 20s, listening to fairy tales with such earnestness? Who isn't? I too yearn for a glass slipper. Even at the age of 25. Haha, my daughter expresses her fondness for this story. The author is remarkable, far surpassing the fairy tales we previously heard. Yet, I truly wonder how that Lulu dares to criticize Chen Yi. Is there even a sliver of comparability between her tale and Chen Yi's? Early the next morning, after sending the little one off to school, Chen Yi received another call from Wang Tongxiao. It's a hit. It's a hit. Wang Tongxiao's voice brimmed with undeniable excitement. Is it Cinderella? Chen Yi quickly inquired. What are the numbers? Brace yourself. Don't be startled, Wang Tongxiao chuckled. The viewership for the second episode has reached 3,100,000. The completion rate is 90%. How many? Chen Yi was taken aback. Having seen the number of comments on Cinderella the previous night, he had anticipated that the data would far exceed that of Snow White. But he never imagined it would surpass by such a margin. Breaking 3 million in a single episode on the same day was an unprecedented feat since the inception of Everest. Who would have thought this astonishing figure would emerge from the fairy tale section, previously the least popular? Xiao Chun, you have made history. Wang Tongxiao continued now. The entire fairy tale section has become the highest traffic area on Everest, and the number of registered users has also set a record. Xiao Chun, you are the pride of Everest. At the kindergarten gate, Chen Yi leaned against the car, his ears slightly flushed. Minister Wang, your words make me feel quite bashful. There's no need to feel that way, Wang Tongxiao replied. Xiao Chun, the company has officially designated your fairy tale as a super project. We will be allocating all resources to develop it into a substantial brand. Additionally, I represent the company in extending a formal invitation to you to serve as a content consultant with an annual salary in the 7-figure range. What do you think? 7 figures? Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. So that's $1 million a year? Wow, Everest is really investing heavily. Xiao Chun, I acknowledge that the company was in the wrong regarding the incident with Yi Ningxue, but now the company has decided to firmly support you. So, will you consider returning? $1 million annual salary is certainly more than I earn. Chapter 74. 3 contracts by the car. Chen Yi held his phone, contemplating in silence. $1 million annual salary is a testament to Everest's sincerity. Clearly, each project he undertakes turns into a blockbuster, affirming his immense commercial potential. It takes considerable courage for Everest to choose to stand by him over Yi Ningxue, given her status as a superstar. Wang Tongxiao remained patient, quietly awaiting Chen Yi's response. He understood that the company had not acted appropriately previously, and now approaching him for employment seemed somewhat shameless. However, Wang Tongxiao had no alternative. After all, Chen Yi had not yet demonstrated such high commercial value at that time, and even he would have had to make that decision under those circumstances. After a while, Wang Tongxiao heard Chen Yi's sudden light laughter from the other end of the line, followed by his magnetic voice emanating from the receiver. "I apologize, Minister, but I cannot comply." Why? Although Wang Tongxiao had anticipated this outcome, he could not resist asking, "Xiao Chen, I am aware that with your current capabilities, you earn well over 1 million annually. However, whether it be through live streaming or storytelling, there will inevitably be moments of creative drought. A stable job ensures that even if you find yourself unable to produce content in the future, you need not fear the cessation of your income. Minister, I still wish to give it a try. Therefore, please convey my gratitude to the company for their kind offer. Just let them know I appreciate it." Chen Yi replied with a faint smile. Wang Tongxiao was not mistaken. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have been swayed. Yet, Chen Yi was different. With the presence of a system, he could never experience a depletion of inspiration. Moreover, the system evidently intended for him to shine as the brightest star in the spotlight. Considering that the full extent of the system's capabilities had yet to be revealed, how could he possibly find solace in being a mere behind-the-scenes figure? Naturally, these thoughts were not meant for the minister's ears. "Very well, I respect your decision," Wang Tongxiao sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. "Then focus on your creative work and send over the subsequent stories as soon as possible. The company needs to formulate corresponding promotional plans." Understood, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. 10 days later, at the Zhumu Langma company, after dropping off the little one, Chen Yi arrived to finalize several contracts. During this 10-day period, Chen Yi's collection of fairy tales had stirred a tremendous wave across the internet, becoming an indispensable bedtime content for children everywhere. In fact, many kindergartens and primary schools had incorporated the listening of Chen Yi's fairy tales as part of their homework, its influence reaching a national level. Therefore, today, Chen Yi was primarily there to sign these contracts. The first was for the publication of his fairy tale collection. The second involved the development of related toys. The third contract came from the Ministry of Education, which decided to include Chen Yi's fairy tale collection in the textbooks of kindergartens and primary schools as mandatory content. Chen Yi had little thought regarding the first two contracts, but the third one was daunting. This would surely incite resentment among children nationwide. After all, even if a child adores a story, the moment it is assigned for memorization and recitation, their affection for it diminishes significantly, possibly even turning into disdain. "Xiao Chen, once these 3 contracts are signed, you shall be entirely wealthy," Wang Tongxiao exclaimed, patting Chen Yi's shoulder in the conference room. The publication of the fairy tale collection was initially set at an astonishing figure of 200,000 copies. This was an incredibly daunting number. Typically, the initial print run of literary works may only reach a few thousand copies, with the more successful ones perhaps reaching tens of thousands. Given that we are now in the digital age, the number of individuals willing to purchase books has drastically decreased. Many newcomers struggle to sell even a few thousand copies upon their debut, and those achieving sales of over 10,000 can already be considered bestsellers. The publishing house, from the outset, set a staggering print run of 200,000 copies for the fairy tale collection, evidently reflecting their immense confidence in the book. Once the contract was signed, it signified that regardless of the book's sales performance, Chen Yi would receive a substantial advance of several million yuan, an extraordinary sum, not to mention the additional royalties from subsequent merchandise development. "Chen Yi, what are you hesitating for? Are you dissatisfied with any of the terms?" Zhao Ku inquired, observing Chen Yi's reluctance to put pen to paper. "Feel free to voice any concerns. We are here to communicate." "No." Chen Yi shook his head, letting out a sigh. "I just suddenly feel that earning money can be this simple. Reflecting on the past, I worked tirelessly for the little one's milk powder, often skipping meals, struggling to pay rent on time. Yet now, with just my signature, I can secure millions. It makes me feel as though the first half of my life was in vain. Zhao Ku retorted. So you're lamenting how easy it is to make money? What a masterful act you have going on. Wang Tongxiao couldn't help but tap Chen Yi on the head. Come on, little Chen. Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? I've never seen anyone so pretentious. Hurry and sign the contract. I'm on the verge of a heart attack just looking at you. Just kidding, he added, chuckling. Chen Yi scratched his head and, with a flourish, signed his name on all 3 copies of the contract. The agreement was now officially in effect. Subsequently, he merely had to wait for the publisher to finalize the remaining contractual processes, after which he could sit back and count his earnings without lifting a finger. However, this was evidently unrealistic, as no one would ever complain about having too little money. Thus, upon returning home, Chen Yi resumed recording the next installment of the fairy tales. After finishing the recording and having lunch, he prepared to go live, as usual. As soon as he logged on, a message from Zhu Yu arrived. Upon opening it, he discovered an electronic invitation to the Doyu Carnival Gala. The event would commence the night after tomorrow in the bustling metropolis, the home of Doyu Company. Chen the Butcher, remember to arrive early. As the top-ranking broadcaster, you will be the grand finale, and many arrangements need to be coordinated with you, Zhu Yu reminded him. I know. You've repeated this countless times over the past few days. Chen Yi responded, exasperated. Following the Fish Joy Festival, due to his absurdly high popularity in the second round, Chen Yi had surpassed all other broadcasters, claiming the title of the top 10 peak broadcasters. This understandably made Zhu Yu anxious, prompting her to reiterate this reminder before each of his live broadcasts for the past 5 days, fearing he might forget. Isn't it because I'm worried you might forget? She retorted, furiously tapping away at her keyboard. Let's not chat anymore. I need to go live. Recognizing that prolonging the conversation would only lead to more of Zhu Yu's nagging, Chen Yi decisively changed the topic and commenced his live stream for the day. However, as soon as the broadcast began, a comment popped up in Chen Yi's view. Chen the Butcher, quick, check the celebrity rankings. The author has something to say, alas. September is almost upon us. Are many of you still rushing to finish your assignments? Ha ha ha. Chapter 75, Traveling with My Daughter. What is the matter with the celebrity rankings? Chen Yi asked, puzzled. He then opened a web page to search for the rankings and skillfully scrolled down the page, where he soon discovered his name at the top of the 5-line celebrity list. Congratulations to Chen the Butcher for topping the 5-line chart. Chen the Butcher is impressive. Achieving 5-line status even before debuting is simply astounding. Even Dewanzi only ranks at the tail end of the 5 lines. Chen Yi is truly formidable. All right, enough flattery, or my tail will be soaring to the heavens. Chen Yi chuckled. He had monitored his ranking before. Not long ago, he was hovering around the middle of the 5 lines, occasionally slipping 1 or 2 spots. The reason for this was simply that the live streaming industry was still quite small, and the fan base lacked strong cohesion. Thus, despite his successful antics in the streaming world, it did not significantly influence his ranking. Recently, however, his rankings surged dramatically, primarily due to the success of his fairy tale collection, which had sparked a nationwide craze, propelling him to the top position within just a few days. Nevertheless, the inherent weight of literary works remained low, and the fan engagement was even lower. Otherwise, he might have already entered the 4-line category by now. After closing the webpage, Chen Yi began to focus intently on his live stream. He worked diligently until just past 4 o'clock, when he clocked out to pick up the little one, also granting her a few days off. The carnival would last several days, and he certainly did not want to leave her alone in Shanghai. Moreover, he had never taken her on a trip in all these years, so this opportunity was perfect for a little adventure. Upon returning home and explaining the situation to little Tang, she immediately became excited. After dinner, she started laying out her little clothes on the bed, contemplating what she would wear the next day. Daddy, is it all right if I wear this tomorrow? Or maybe this one? The little one stood by the bed, earnestly assessing her outfits. Chen Yi chuckled indulgently, ruffling her hair. My little princess looks beautiful in any outfit. Now it's time for you to sleep. Otherwise, the big bad wolf might come and whisk you away. Humph, with Daddy here, Tang isn't afraid of the big bad wolf, she retorted with a beaming smile. Yet she obediently removed her shoes and snuggled under the covers. Chen Yi packed the clothes into a suitcase and selected a few change of clothes for himself before heading to wash up and retire to bed. The next morning, while Chen Yi was still asleep, he felt something poking him repeatedly. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the little one, who had somehow managed to get herself dressed. She wore an adorable pink dress, topped with a little jacket, and carried her favorite little duckling water bottle, standing at the foot of the bed with an excited expression on her face. "Daddy, hurry and get up. We need to set off soon." This sight vividly reminded him of his own childhood, filled with the excitement of spring outings, unable to sleep at night, and waking up early the next day. The garments were undoubtedly prepared the previous evening, meticulously arranged by the bedside, ready to be donned at the first light of dawn. One could only wonder at the source of such vigor. Chen Yi, with a tender smile, sat up and remarked, "There's no need to rush. Let's first enjoy breakfast. Besides, your hair is unkempt, and you wouldn't want to be teased by the other children." "Papa, please help me comb my hair," the little one exclaimed, handing him a tiny comb that had been prepared in advance. Chen Yi promptly rose to prepare breakfast for the child, followed by tidying her hair before attending to his own morning routine. By around 8 o'clock, the father and daughter were fully prepared and ready to embark on their journey to the bustling metropolis. As they settled into the car, the little one was brimming with excitement, leaning against the window, gazing out at the world, as though even the familiar Shanghai city had transformed into something enchanting. This exuberance persisted until they hit the highway, where the monotonous scenery gradually dulled her enthusiasm. By the time they arrived in the metropolis, the child had silently drifted off to sleep. Around noon, Chen Yi finally reached the hotel arranged by Douyu. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed a petite girl holding a sign with his name on it. When she spotted Chen Yi's car, she hurried over, her face alight with excitement. As Chen Yi rolled down the window, the girl was about to call out his name, but upon noticing the little one still asleep in the passenger seat, she quickly silenced herself and softly said, "Mr. Chen, I am Zhu, your supervisor." Chen Yi regarded her with interest and, after a brief pause, gently replied, "When I conversed with you, I imagined you to be a commanding presence. I did not expect you to be so diminutive." Zhu rolled her eyes and said, "You have no idea how challenging it is to manage you streamers. If I weren't a bit assertive, how could I fulfill my role? The little one in the passenger seat must be your daughter. She's absolutely adorable." Chen Yi nodded with a smile and turned to the little one, saying, "Tang Tang, it's time to wake up. We have arrived." The little one stirred leisurely, rubbing her sleepy eyes and inquiring, "Papa, where are we?" "Outside the car." Zhu chuckled and greeted, "Hello, little Tang." The child glanced at her and beamed, "Hello, big sister." Zhu instantly melted, realizing that the difference between seeing her on screen and in person was monumental. The sweet, tender voice coupled with that delightful smile was irresistibly charming. "Well, are you two planning to stand here, chatting all day?" Chen Yi chuckled, addressing Zhu. "Could you please look after little Tang for a moment while I park the car? I'll meet you both in the hotel lobby shortly." "Absolutely." Zhu's eyes sparkled as she quickly moved to the other side, cautiously opening the car door and presenting a lollipop. "Here, this is a small gift from your big sister." "Wow, thank you, big sister." The sight of the candy instantly erased any remnants of sleepiness from the little one, who joyfully accepted it. Half an hour later, in their hotel room, the accommodations arranged by Douyu were quite commendable, boasting at least a 4-star standard, reflecting their commitment to the annual carnival. "All right, Mr. Chen, I shall now be your exclusive guide. Are there any particular places you wish to visit over the next 2 days? Allow me to lead the way. Don't you need to attend to other hosts?" Chen Yi inwarded, puzzled. "Oh, aside from you, the other 9 hosts are all familiar faces. In this city, they know each other too well. I hardly need to be involved." Zhu waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Xiaotang. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Feel free to tell your sister." "Daddy, I'm hungry." The little one glanced at her, then at Chen Yi, shyly rubbing her belly. Chapter 76. Love separated by mountains and seas, yet they can be overcome. In the afternoon, after lunch, Chen Yi and his daughter followed Zhu to their first sightseeing destination, the Bund. As a landmark attraction in this city, the Bund is undoubtedly a must-visit for anyone exploring. "All right, Mr. Chen, I'll take care of Xiaotang. You can start your outdoor live stream now." Zhu Yu said cheerfully as they entered the area. Why'd I need a live stream? I thought I was here to enjoy a vacation. Chen Yi replied, bewildered. Oh, what are you thinking? If you want a break, you should ask your viewers if they agree. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the little one. So hurry along, Zhu Yu urged. So this is your true intention. All that talk about being a personal tour guide and accompanying me around the city was just a fade. You simply want me here to work? Chen Yi rolled his eyes, exasperated by her cunning. Ah, women, he muttered before reluctantly starting the live stream. Hello, everyone. Chen Yi directed the camera towards himself. I've arrived in the city, but the carnival doesn't begin until tomorrow, so today I'll take my daughter out to explore and also do a bit of outdoor streaming. Wow, outdoor again, how exciting. Where's Xiao Tang? Yes, where's Xiao Tang? Quickly turn the camera, we want to see her. Get out of the way, old man. All right, I'll show you Xiao Tang. Chen Yi sighed, accustomed to becoming merely a backdrop whenever the little one was present. Skillfully, he flipped the camera to focus on Xiao Tang. Here you go, look. Who is the woman next to Xiao Tang? What the heck, Chen Yi? Why do you bring a different woman every time you go out? You're such a playboy. That figure looks like a beautiful lady too. Chen Yi? What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yi replied, exasperated. The one up ahead is Zhu Yu, our guide. She's responsible for showing us around. At that moment, Zhu Yu turned and smiled at the camera. Please refrain from making wild comments. This outdoor event is something I work hard to arrange for you. If you misbehave, I might just shut down this live stream. No, please don't. You're so beautiful, Miss Zhu. Ha ha. Miss Zhu is lovely and kind. Chen Yi, you better say something nice. Chen Yi chuckled and quickly changed the subject. Come on, let me show you the bund. Following the crowd, the three walked ahead, with the little one held by Zhu Yu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked around. Suddenly, the surrounding noise escalated, and the crowd began to surge towards the riverside. What's happening up ahead? Zhu Yu asked curiously. Do you want to go take a look, Xiao Tang? Yes. The little one also turned her gaze towards the commotion. Hey, wait for me. Chen Yi hurriedly followed, as the crowd at the bund was overwhelming. Should they become separated, it would be a challenge to find each other again. Zhu Yu lifted the little one, nimbly weaving through the throngs of people, quickly making her way to the front. While Chen Yi, apologizing repeatedly, struggled to push forward, eventually catching up with the two. However, before he could utter a word, he spotted a figure perched on a railing by the riverbank. The girl sat there, weeping inconsolably, clutching a mobile phone tightly in her hand. Please, miss, don't do anything rash. Come down at once. Others implored. Indeed, there is no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome. Try to think positively. The voices around him brought clarity to Chen Yi. This girl intended to jump into the river. My goodness, is she really going to jump? I must call the police. The viewers in the live stream echoed similar sentiments. Zhu Yu felt a tremor of fear and quickly turned, saying, We must leave immediately. Such matters should never be broadcasted. Before she could finish her sentence, a splashing sound erupted as the girl hurled her phone into the river with great force. Please don't act impulsively. The crowd erupted into chaos, with several individuals rushing forward, but the girl suddenly shouted, Stay back. Young lady, what troubles you so deeply? Someone asked. Yes, what could possibly be more important than your own life? How could you face your parents like this? You have no idea. The girl cried out. He has gone abroad. He will never return, and without him, what meaning does my life hold? Chen Yi sighed, another girl ensnared by love's woes. He then turned off the live stream, pocketed his phone, and called out to her, Do you believe that without this person, life is not worth living? I hold in utmost disdain those who think like you. You believe love is paramount, that without it, nothing remains, but let me tell you, you do not comprehend the essence of love, and all your actions are merely self-deception. Chen Yi, what are you saying? Zhu Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she tugged him backward. Now is not the time for your antics. The onlookers around them frowned at Chen Yi's words. What are you doing? You're only fanning the flames. Ignoring their disapproval, Chen Yi continued, The greatest distance in the world is not the inability to be together despite mutual affection. Rather, it is when one cannot bear the intensity of a feeling yet pretends to be indifferent. The most profound distance is not the inability to bridge the gap between two hearts, but the chasm dug with a cold heart. severing the bond between you and those who love you. The most distant separation is not the distance between trees, but the branches that grow from the same root, yet cannot lean upon each other in the wind. The farthest distance is not that branches cannot embrace, but rather the stars that gaze upon each other, yet lack intersecting paths. The furthest distance is not the trajectories of stars, but the fleeting moments when paths cross, only to vanish without a trace. The most distant distance in the world is not that which can be searched for in vain, but rather the inevitable separation that occurs before two souls ever meet. If you were to leap from this place today, you would sever all possibilities of a future encounter. Do you understand? As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd around him fell into an immediate silence, all gazing intently at Chen Yi. The notion that the greatest distance is not one of absence, but rather one of unfulfilled meetings, is truly profound. At this moment, a girl on the railing cried out, "But he has gone abroad. What chance do we have now? He will never return." The crowd turned their collective gaze to Chen Yi, who chuckled softly and shook his head. "Thus, I maintain that you truly do not comprehend love." He paused, then continued. "I hope you remember this. Love can transcend mountains and seas. All obstacles may be overcome." Chapter 77. The Carnival Gala commences. Let us go. After reciting that verse, Chen Yi averted his gaze from the girl and, with a flourish, took Zhu Yu's hand and turned away. To deal with such a literary youth, nothing is more effective than a dose of bitter wisdom. As expected, upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the girl remained dazed upon the railing, murmuring, "Love can transcend mountains and seas." Noticing her lack of further action, a passerby stepped forward and, seizing the moment, lifted her down from the railing. Zhu Yu let out a sigh of relief, and then turned to Chen Yi, saying, "Chen the Butcher, I had no idea you possess such talent, effortlessly crafting poetry. What you just said was truly remarkable." "Ah, it's merely bitter wisdom." Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. "And as for transcending mountains and seas, one must first consult the opinions of the Ministry of Land and Resources and the Forestry Bureau." Zhu Yu retorted, "But you spoke so eloquently just now." "To save a life," Chen Yi replied with a smile, "the Buddha will forgive me." "Bah!" Zhu Yu exclaimed fiercely, "and here I thought you were truly a poet." "Only those without wealth become poets." Chen Yi shot her a glance. "I would much prefer to be affluent." Subsequently, Chen Yi resumed his live stream, explaining the situation to his viewers before joyfully continuing their exploration of the Bund and then the Oriental Pearl Tower across the river. The rest of the day passed without incident, and the trio enjoyed their time until evening, returning to the hotel after dinner. The little one, exhilarated from the day's adventures, had fallen asleep in Chen Yi's embrace by the time they reached the hotel. Meanwhile, during their half-day of outings, the video of Chen Yi persuading the girl rapidly went viral across the internet. On Weibo, Douyin, Douban, and Jihu, nearly every trending topic featured discussions related to it. On Weibo, users exclaimed, "Chen the Butcher is incredible." On Jihu, someone replied, "Thanks for the invite. I can't say too much due to conflicts of interest, but those lines about the most distant distance are undoubtedly the pinnacle of modern poetry." As for those who do not understand, there is no need to inquire. Such matters must be grasped personally. The result of this newfound popularity was that countless social media signatures and personal profiles were updated to reflect the sentiments expressed in the video. With love can transcend mountains and seas. All obstacles may be overcome being the most frequently quoted. Yet, the instigator of this phenomenon, Chen Yi, was at that moment in the hotel, bathing the little one. After a long day of play, the little one was drenched in sweat, and it was imperative that she did not succumb to slumber immediately, lest she catch a cold. Observing the joy radiating from Xiaodang as she splashed in the bathtub, Chen Yi couldn't help but ponder his aspirations. He needed to earn more money so that the little one could go wherever her heart desired. After all, one cannot traverse mountains and seas without the means to do so. Meanwhile, at Beijing North International Airport, Yi Ningxue returned to her homeland after concluding her overseas journey. As soon as she disembarked, her assistant handed her a piece of news, stating, "Ningxue, Chen Yi has once again made it to the trending list, and he is currently the top among fifth-tier stars." Following this incident, He is likely to ascend to fourth-tier status. Yi Ningxue felt a jolt in her eyelids as she received the news and began to read. The more she absorbed, the more her expression darkened. Why had he become so remarkable? Remarkable enough to instill a sense of apprehension within her. She mused, did we underestimate him before? Perhaps this Chen Yi truly warrants our investment. With a sigh, Yi Ningxue voiced her thoughts softly. Her assistant, listening intently, refrained from replying and merely shook her head. After all, who could have foreseen that the former underachiever would suddenly rise to prominence in just a few months? And if he was indeed so capable, why had he previously struggled? It was utterly confounding. The following day, Zhu Yu arrived early. Yet today, she did not take Chen Yi and his daughter out for a day of fun. After breakfast, she led them straight to the carnival venue for rehearsals, makeup, and costume fittings, in addition to Chen Yi's attire. They had prepared a splendid outfit for the little one, a pure white princess gown paired with a tiara embellished with pearls. Upon donning the outfit, she resembled a princess from a comic book, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Our little Tang is simply exquisite, Zhu Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Tonight, you shall be the most dazzling star of the evening. The little one, scratching her head in confusion, asked, Daddy, what does star mean? This innocent inquiry elicited a chorus of affectionate laughter from the onlookers. As time trickled by, the hosts began to arrive in their fineries. Chen Yi sat in the makeup room, exchanging pleasantries with each arriving host when a sweet, slightly naive voice chimed in. Wow. Teacher Chen shouting, how are you? Chen Yi turned and smiled, replying, hello, Daiwanzi. Shouting says hello to big sister Daiwanzi. Hello, big sister. The little one said, her eyes twinkling. You are truly beautiful. Thank you, Xiaodang. Daiwanzi beamed, her smile widening. Xiaodang is also beautiful. She is the most stunning person tonight. The little one, feeling bashful, smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing crimson as she nestled closer to Chen Yi, causing Daiwanzi to chuckle heartily. Teacher Chen, I come to you with a request, Daiwanzi said, turning her gaze to Chen Yi. I have decided to perform the song you gifted me at tonight's carnival. Would you join me in a duet? I am aware that making a last-minute request may come across as somewhat impolite. However, I firmly believe that singing alongside you would be the greatest tribute to this song. Moreover, as this is my first time performing, having you, the author, by my side brings me a sense of reassurance. Chen Yi smiled and replied, as long as you wish, I have no objections. Really? Upon hearing this, the Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then it settled. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. By doing so, the Yuanzi essentially allocated half of her audience to Chen Yi, for it is undeniable that a solo performance attracts significantly more attention than a duet. Nevertheless, since she had made this request, Chen Yi naturally would not decline. At around 7 in the evening, the Douyu Carnival Gala officially commenced. The Douyu official live broadcast room was set to stream the event in its entirety, drawing together the CR de la CR of Douyu's various regions. From the moment it began, the viewership soared past 13 million. The first segment, naturally, involved the red carpet. Streamers adorned in splendid gowns entered the venue from the red carpet outside, either solo or in pairs. As they made their entrance, the audience erupted into cheers and applause, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a grand entertainment gala. The chat room buzzed incessantly from the very start, with names and gifs flooding the screen as fans reacted to their favorite streamers. As Chen Yi strolled down the red carpet, holding the little one's hand, the excitement in the venue and the online chat room reached an exhilarating peak. The author had something to say regarding the fact that children cannot sit in the front seat. I truly overlooked this aspect. After all, I am still a single dog, lamentably alone. Chapter 78. A song dedicated to my fans, our little Princess Tang Tang, is simply stunning. I am utterly captivated. Chen Yi looks incredibly handsome with his makeup. What celestial beauty do this father-daughter duo possess? Purely to provoke, does anyone dare to disagree that Chen Yi's looks surpass many young heartthrobs in the country? No objections. Chen Yi's appearance is truly beyond reproach. In an instant, a flurry of rockets and silver light sticks flooded the chat room, while on site, fans fervently chanted Chen Yi and Tang Tang's names. This made the little one's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she shyly turned to Chen Yi, saying, Daddy. I'm a bit scared. Chen Yi smiled gently, tightening his grip on her hand. Don't be afraid, Tang Tang. These people are calling your name because they adore you. So what should you do? I understand. The little one nodded and then grinned at the crowd. In that moment, the audience collectively clutched their hearts, overwhelmed with admiration. After completing the red carpet walk, the event transitioned into its main program, featuring interviews with top streamers from various sectors, interspersed with various prize draws, and culminating in a showcase of talents from the top 10 streamers. As the first among the top 10, Chen Yi was entitled to perform 3 individual acts, each consisting of a song. He had meticulously prepared his repertoire, secured the necessary copyrights, and arranged the accompaniment. The UNZ, on the other hand, was set to perform 2 songs. As the performances unfolded one after another, over an hour passed before it was the UNZ's turn. After the UNZ finished singing a song, she grasped the microphone and announced, "The second song is one that I have never publicly performed before, and it is also my personal debut single." The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Wow, the UNZ is amazing. We can't wait." The UNZ continued. "This song was penned and arranged by teacher Chen Yi. So let's welcome him to the stage to join me in a duet. Everyone, give a warm welcome." I recognized that song. It was the one Chen Yi had composed live for the first time, titled Crescent Bay. The lyrics are truly wonderful. In the waiting area, Chen Yi stood up, entrusted his little one to Zhu Yu, and made his way to the stage. Earlier, he had taken the opportunity to sell out all the song-related skill books available in the marketplace. His singing skills had undoubtedly reached new heights. The familiar accompaniment soon filled the air, and it was evident that the UNZ had poured her heart into this song. The arrangement, crafted from Chen Yi's lyrics and some hints, closely resembled the original from Earth. Thus, they began their performance. The UNZ sang with earnestness, her voice noticeably improved, resonant and powerful, perfectly suited for Crescent Bay. Chen Yi needed no further commendation, despite the venue's less professional setup and absence of backup dancers. The audience was treated to a true auditory and visual feast. Once the performance concluded, the UNZ exited the stage while Chen Yi remained. After the host introduced him, it was time for his solo segment. He opened with Fairy Tale Town. With the airing of the Fairy Tale series, the song's popularity had soared, becoming a staple in his daily live streams. The audience never grew tired of it. Each rendition was met with an explosion of comments and various gifts. This occasion was no exception, as by the latter half of the song, Chen Yi barely needed to sing, as the entire audience joined in a grand chorus. Chen Yi was exceptional, transforming the carnival into his personal concert. Who could argue otherwise? Especially when compared to previous streamers, who, without filters and sound cards, could barely carry a tune. Only Chen Yi remained steadfast. Moreover, how is it that Chen Yi's live rendition seemed even more melodious than his online performances? After the song concluded, Chen Yi took a moment to gather himself, then continued. "The second song is one that I promised to write for my audience when I achieved peak streamer status. Although you have urged me repeatedly, I have yet to perform this song until now. It is time for its official debut, and its name is Magic." As his words resonated, the accompaniment began to play. Chen Yi smiled at the audience, gazing into the camera, and said, "There's a song I wish to dedicate to you all. Listen closely. 1, 2, 3. The sunlight that shines, the raindrops that fall, both are worth remembering. Only then do we understand that when hearts are not close, we fear the distance. The telepathy is unbroken and will always be by your side." As Chen Yi commenced his performance, a flurry of comments and gifts flooded the screen. I found myself inexplicably moved. Although I am aware that Chun the Butcher may have penned this song in less than 5 minutes, my emotions remain stirred. My fellow brothers, this is undoubtedly the first time the streamer has composed a song for his fans. Chen Yi's mother loves you. Male admirers, step aside. Chen Yi is magnificent. On stage, he continued to sing. Once disheartened, I believed I had arrived in the wrong world. Too many unconventional thoughts left me feeling misunderstood. When I expressed my emotions, it resonated on your face. The tears of interaction made us extraordinary. You are my magic. To be brave, I think of you. In the blink of an eye, all misfortunes transform into shooting stars. You are my magic. In times of sorrow, I think of you. Erasing melancholy, replicating sweetness. My smile remains unfrozen. As Chen Yi sang, he waved to the audience below, who swayed gently in sync with the rhythm of the song. In this moment, regardless of their affiliations, every fan present felt an immense fondness for Chen Yi. After all, besides him, which other streamer writes songs for their fans? In the current market, many streamers strive to be endearing, indulging in playful antics or showcasing talents, treating their followers merely as tools for survival and means of income. Once they leave the streaming room, who cares about anyone else? Yet Chen Yi is different. His fans can sense that he genuinely regards them as friends. How else could he create such heartfelt songs? Though he was not live streaming, the number of followers surged dramatically, with countless individuals sending gifts and comments in a black screen state, filling the void with "Thank you, Chen Yi." As the song concluded, both the live audience and online followers remained in a state of excitement, eagerly anticipating what the final song would be after this one. The author has something to convey. The song magic is a gift from Chen Yi to his fans, and also from Xiaobei to you, my beloved readers. Your support fuels my motivation to craft this book well. I am grateful. Chapter 79, Human World and System Upgrade. Chen Yi Simulet, revealing a hint of personal sentiment for this third song. This song is primarily dedicated to everyone present and in the live stream, but more importantly, it is for my daughter, Xiao Tang, titled Human World. As the accompaniment began, Chen Yi closed his eyes slightly, grasped the microphone, and began to sing. After the storm, there may not always be a beautiful sky. Clear weather does not guarantee a rainbow. Thus, your innocent expression does not imply ignorance. Not all emotions have a beginning and an end. The end of loneliness does not necessarily bring fear. Yet, life inevitably entails an initial pang of pain. May your eyes only behold smiles. May every tear you shed evoke deep feelings. May each dream you harbor in the future not be in vain. Such profound sentiments. Listening to the opening lines, nearly everyone in attendance found this thought resonating in their minds. Although this song is quite melodious, it begins with a rather disheartening narrative, which can be somewhat overwhelming. In truth, as society has progressed, many truths need not be articulated by others. Deep down, we are all acutely aware of them. When others incessantly reiterate these points, it can become irksome, even provoking a sense of rebellion. This sentiment is one reason modern individuals increasingly disdain condescension. Thus, when Chen Yi reached this part of the song, listeners felt a flicker of disappointment, expecting something unique from him, only to find him resorting to moralizing. Unbeknownst to Chen Yi, who wore a smile on stage and turned toward the audience to continue singing, they were reflecting on their thoughts. If the heavens and the earth are indeed worthy of praise, it is because of your presence that they become vibrant. The vastness of the world is more nebulous than one might imagine. I cannot bear to deceive further. I hope you comprehend. Was this truly the essence of the lyrics? Upon hearing this segment, the audience's eyes brightened and understanding dawned upon them. The song merely reveals the world's inherent nature, which may be shadowy and imperfect. Hence the earlier somber tone. It is not a toxic philosophy, but rather Chen Yi's heartfelt wishes for them and, simultaneously, for his daughter. Chen the Butcher, you're truly thoughtful. Suddenly, it struck me. Could this song have been inspired by Chen Yi's encounter with the individual who jumped into the river yesterday? The lyrics seem to resonate with that incident. Indeed, you might be onto something. What kind of creature is Chen the Butcher, capable of crafting such a song? Moreover, he composed it so beautifully that even I, who typically detest moralistic sentiments, found it captivating. This broth is truly delightful. Indeed, it is exquisite, and I hope little Tang Tang can grasp its meaning. This song speaks not of the world, but of a father's profound aspirations. In an instant, the audience's demeanor transformed. The initial resistance dissipated, replaced by smiles as they swayed gently to Chen Yi's melody. May you understand the path you should take. Upon concluding the final line, Chen Yi bowed deeply to the crowd. This song, in fact, bore no relation to the events of yesterday. It had been planned long in advance, and the serendipitous alignment with recent occurrences was merely coincidental. Nonetheless, this is the song's greatest attribute. Each listener can immerse themselves in it, deriving their unique interpretations. As Chen Yi's performance concluded, The host returned to the stage to initiate the evening's final and most significant raffle. Once this draw was completed, it would signify the official end of this year's Douyu Carnival. Backstage, the little one opened her arms wide upon seeing Chen Yi. He promptly embraced her, smiling as he asked, "Little Tang, did Daddy sing well?" "Yes, you were wonderful." She beamed, "Daddy is the best. And you are amazing too." Chen Yi affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Although it was quite late, and she should have been asleep by now, she patiently waited backstage for him without a hint of fussiness, filling him with immense paternal pride. Shortly thereafter, the carnival gala came to a close. Chen Yi politely declined invitations from other streamers to gather, and returned to the hotel with the little one. After giving her a bath and tucking her in a bed, the child fell asleep instantly, clearly exhausted. Chen Yi covered her with a blanket and then proceeded to wash up. Meanwhile, the songs he performed that evening began to circulate widely online, particularly his solo renditions of Magic and Human World. Despite the somewhat unclear versions, once they were uploaded to NetEase Cloud, they swiftly garnered 999 comments. In the hotel, Chen Yi finished his wash and sat on the bed, reopening the system panel. Popularity: 10, 546, 872. Finally, Chen Yi grinned. Ever since discovering that a system upgrade required a staggering 10 million in popularity, he had been intentionally refraining from participating in the lottery, only purchasing essential items from the store when necessary. He was eager to see what the upgraded system would entail. During this period, the widespread dissemination of his fairy tale and the events of the previous day had significantly boosted his popularity, allowing him to finally surpass the monumental 10 million mark. Detected that host popularity has exceeded 10 million. Would you like to consume 10,000,000 popularity points to proceed with the system upgrade? This upgrade will unlock new lottery opportunities and a brand new module. Confirm. A prompt box appeared. Chen Yi took a deep breath. This upgrade would consume all his hard-earned resources. If the improvements were negligible, he would have no place to lament. 10 million in popularity. That equated to 100 lottery chances. Please don't let me down. Chen Yi's eyes brightened as he selected yes. Successfully spent 10,000,000 popularity points. System upgrading, please wait. A new prompt box emerged, and his popularity instantly dwindled to over 500,000. Chen Yi dared not breathe a word, quietly observing the system interface. Approximately 5 minutes later, system upgrade successful. Task module online. Lottery function upgraded successfully. The upgrade is complete. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Yi as he eagerly examined the upgraded system. The operating interface bore no significant changes, save for the addition of a new module labeled tasks beneath the existing ones. The emergence of tasks felt reminiscent of an online game. Chen Yi quipped, curiously selecting the taskbar. The interface began to transform, revealing an entirely new screen. The task system will periodically release primary and secondary tasks. Completing the respective tasks will yield corresponding rewards. Chapter 80, New Lottery and Preparation for Debut, Primary Task, Debut Challenge. Please officially debut within half a month to receive a reward of singing skills, medium. Secondary task, none, interesting. Chen Yi stroked his chin, intrigued as he observed the primary task displayed on the interface. Is the system dissatisfied with its own sluggish upgrade speed, thus introducing a task module to spur its own advancement? Furthermore, this intermediate singing skill evidently serves as the upgraded version of the novice singing skill. It seems that an advanced singing skill may soon emerge. I wonder when that will occur, during the next system upgrade, or can it be obtained for the lottery now? Filled with intense curiosity, Chen Yi exited the task interface and returned to the main screen to initiate the lottery. Lottery. Each attempt consumes 500,000 popularity points, yielding corresponding items. Goodness, the new lottery requires a staggering 500,000? Chen Yi inhaled deeply at that moment. He profoundly suspected that the system was deliberately orchestrating this. Fully aware that he currently possessed only 500,000 popularity points, hence adjusting the lottery cost to match. It appears this is designed to deplete his popularity. Nonetheless, despite the grumbling, he still intended to participate, A lottery costing 500,000 should, in theory, yield results fivefold greater than those obtained from one costing a mere 100,000, right? With such sentiments, Chen Yi commenced the lottery. Once again, his popularity was entirely consumed, and simultaneously, a beautifully crafted fortune bag appeared on the screen. The drawstring of the bag slowly loosened, revealing a radiant display of red, yellow, and blue lights. After the upgrade, even the visual effects had become more aesthetically pleasing. Intermediate folk song singing skill. What a delightful outcome. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled as he swiftly utilized the intermediate folk song singing skill, eager to ascertain how one intermediate skill book would compare to numerous novice skill books. Upon use, he closed his eyes and attentively sensed the transformation. In that moment, he gained fresh insights and understanding regarding the folk songs he had previously sung. Chen Yi felt confident that if he were to sing those songs again now, the results would undoubtedly surpass his previous attempts by a significant margin. Comparatively, the enhancement provided by one intermediate skill book should equate to the benefits derived from approximately 8 to 10 novice skill books, essentially trading 50,000 popularity points for the effects previously attainable from 80 to 100,000. Furthermore, with the ability to acquire items upon completing tasks without expending popularity, this system upgrade was undoubtedly a tremendous value. Content and satisfied, Chen Yi closed the system panel. The execution of the mainline task had always been part of his plan, and completing it within half a month was entirely feasible. Next, Chen Yi retrieved his phone and opened the celebrity ranking interface. This leaderboard updates daily at midnight. He had to wait, anticipating whether he could advance further when the clock struck 12. Time passed steadily, and soon midnight arrived. Chen Yi hastily refreshed the interface and scrolled down, exhaling in relief. As expected at that moment, his name had finally vanished from the ranks of 5-line celebrities, officially entering the 4-line zone. For an amateur yet to debut to break into the 4-line celebrity rankings is indeed an unprecedented occurrence. At this point, all his preparations had been successfully completed. Upon his return tomorrow, he will officially embark on preparations for his debut. As for the manner of his debut, he has already devised a plan. The following day, after concluding his carnival journey, Chen Yi drove back to Zhanghai City with the little one. Taking a leave from Douyu, he canceled his afternoon live stream, first escorting the child to school before venturing alone into the city to commence preparations related to his debut. For the average individual, the paths to debut are primarily twofold. One can either become a trainee in an entertainment company, spending years honing various skills under the company's guidance to eventually enter the entertainment realm, or participate in talent shows to achieve remarkable results leading to a debut. However, these two options were evidently not within Chen Yi's considerations. His chosen approach was to establish his own personal studio, allowing it to operate independently as a means to formally debut. This was also one of the significant reasons for his recent efforts to enhance his celebrity ranking. A person who has not yet debuted, yet already ranks in the 4th tier, possesses sufficient capital to attract high-caliber talent and manage operations. The first task upon establishing the studio, naturally, was to find an office space. He certainly could not have his employees working from his home, as it was insufficiently spacious. After more than half an hour, Chen Yi arrived at his preferred ideal location, Zhanghai Plaza, situated in the heart of Zhanghai City. This area is a notably upscale business park, boasting a beautiful environment and comprehensive facilities, ensuring that both employees and guests would not be left wanting in terms of prestige. Upon entering the park, Chen Yi promptly approached the property management office to state his intentions. "You wish to rent an office space?" The property staff, noticing Chen Yi's ordinary attire, smiled and inquired, "Sir, is this your first entrepreneurial venture?" Chen Yi nodded affirmatively. "Yes. In that case, I would suggest you consider specialized entrepreneurial parks. Generally, the rents in those areas are more affordable, and they offer various supportive policies, making them more suitable for first-time entrepreneurs like yourself." "That's all right. I find this park quite appealing. I saw your advertisement previously and believe there are still available spaces." Chen Yi replied with a smile. The property staff furrowed their brow slightly. Was this individual lacking in understanding? Though his words were somewhat tactful, the implication was clear enough. "Sir, allow me to clarify. Our finely decorated office spaces generally average around 100 square meters, with a rent of $10,000 per month and a minimum lease of 1 year, excluding property management fees. For a startup, this could be somewhat extravagant, the staff continued. Chen Yi nodded. $10,000 a month equates to $120,000 a year, and with additional miscellaneous expenses for utilities and property management, the annual expenditure could reach around $150,000 to $160,000. For a nascent company, this indeed represents a significant financial burden. However, for him, it was manageable, especially considering the several million in income from Douyu. Moreover, in a day or two, the royalties for the publication of fairy tales would also be deposited. Even if he were to do nothing, he could sustain himself comfortably for several years. He nodded and said, "All right, please tape and have a look." The property manager glanced at Chen Yi and let out a soft sigh. He had done his utmost to advise this individual, yet the man remained obstinate, and naturally, he felt no need to utter another word. After all, when the time came and rent and utility bills could not be paid, it would not be his burden. Over the years, he had witnessed countless business owners who, brimming with ambition at the time of signing the lease, ended up fleeing in disgrace merely a year or two later. The author wishes to convey, the editorial team has indicated that the title of this book may soon be changed to entertainment, starting with an extra lowly daughter. Dear readers, please take note of the new title, lest you fail to recognize it when the time comes. Chapter 81. Old Classmates at Jianghai Silver Plaza. We are headed to room 302 on the 3rd floor, which spans 105 square meters and is exquisitely decorated. There are 20 computers configured with the latest mainstream specifications, sufficient for daily office needs. Following the property manager to the 3rd floor, Chen Yi listened attentively while nodding in agreement. It sounded quite promising. As they exited the elevator and had yet to reach room 302, several voices resonated nearby. "Boss, I am truly sorry. Although I wish to support you to the end, my family is pressing me, so I must. Boss, take care." With that, 2 figures emerged from room 301, each carrying a cardboard box, their expressions forlorn. "Wait a moment." Moments later, a melodious female voice called out, and a woman dressed in a professional skirt suit, with a strikingly lovely appearance, followed suit. "Xiao Hao." "Zhang, please wait." She approached, holding 2 red envelopes. "Thank you for standing by me until now. This is the last bit of cash the company has left. Consider it compensation for you." "Boss." One of the men's eyes widened upon hearing this, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, boss. What will you do if you give us all the money?" "Indeed, boss, you are in a more difficult position than we are. We cannot accept this money." The other man asserted firmly. "Enough. As long as you are still in the company today, I remain your boss. If I say you should accept it, then accept it." With that, she unceremoniously placed the envelopes into the cardboard boxes of both men. "All right, let's go. I wish you both bright futures," she concluded with a deep bow. The 2 men exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then, "Boss, goodbye." With that, they turned and made their way to the elevator hall. "Miss Shuya, have you finished handling everything on your end?" At that moment, the property manager stepped forward to inquire. Shuya nodded and replied, "Almost done. I just need to move a few personal belongings, and I can return the lease tomorrow. Thank you all for your care during this time." "No problem." The property manager shook his head. "That is what we are here for." Afterward, the property manager looked at Chen Yi and said, "Mr. Chen, please follow me." "All right." Chen Yi nodded, glancing at Shuya and noticing her curious gaze. He smiled at her before following the property manager to room 302. Upon entering room 302, one is immediately greeted by a remarkably spacious reception area. Behind a reception desk stands a narrow wall, beyond which lies the office space. 7 rows of neatly arranged desks are positioned in the center, with a tea room, a rest area, and 2 conference rooms to the left, while several offices are situated on the right. The exterior walls of the Ginza location are composed entirely of floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing the midday sun to flood the office with warmth and brightness. Chen Yi surveyed the office, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed quite impressive. He promptly decided, "Let us settle here. I'm very pleased." The property manager, taken aback, inquired, "Aren't you going to consider other options?" "No need," Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. He was never one to hesitate. "Very well, The property manager conceded without further argument, stating, "Please wait here while I prepare the contract." Chen Yi nodded, and the property manager promptly exited. Before long, a figure entered, but it was not the property manager. It was the female boss he had encountered earlier, Shuya. "Hello. Are you Chen Yi?" she asked curiously as she stepped into the office. "Yes," Chen Yi replied with a smile. He was not surprised that someone recognized him. After all, he was now a minor celebrity, albeit a moderately known one. However, the next moment, Shuya exclaimed in delight, "You don't remember me? I'm Shuya. We were high school classmates." "What?" Chen Yi was taken aback, staring blankly at her. This female boss was actually a high school classmate of the original owner. "Wait a moment," Chen Yi said hastily, then opened the system panel. The songs from the previous day were still gaining traction, and combined with the steady popularity from Liao Zhai and fairy tales, he had amassed a considerable following of over 100,000. Without hesitation, he accessed the marketplace and purchased a memory capsule, consuming it instantly. Soon, memories of Shuya resurfaced in his mind. Indeed, as she stated, they had attended the same high school. Back then, Shuya was the belle of the class, excelling academically, while he was merely a poor student who managed to attend high school through social donations. Over the course of 3 years, they had exchanged no more than 10 words. "I remember now. Shuya, our class belle, it's truly you." Chen Yi exclaimed. "Class belle? That was so many years ago," Shuya replied, blushing slightly. "I remember you once said you wanted to become a big star, and look at you now. You've succeeded. I've listened to your songs, and Liao Zhai. It is indeed my honor." Chen Yi responded with a smile. Then, a silence enveloped them. Reuniting with a former classmate is inherently awkward, especially since Chen Yi was not her true classmate, and given the current circumstances, one party clearly struggling to keep their company afloat, while the other was confidently seeking to rent office space. It was an uncomfortable juxtaposition. "Mr. Chen, I have prepared the contract," the property manager interjected, breaking the silence. She looked at Shuya curiously and asked, "Miss Shuya, what brings you here?" Shuya smiled gently and said, "Chen Yi is my old classmate. I didn't recognize him at first, but then it came to me, so I came over to greet him. You all carry on. I will take my leave now." "All right. Take care," the property manager replied with a smile. Chen Yi also waved and said, "Let's gather again when we have the time." Shuya nodded and turned to leave. However, the property manager approached and sighed, "What a twist of fate. I never expected you and Miss Shuya to be old classmates. Alas, she's had a rough time. What happened to her?" Chen Yi instinctively inwarded. "She was betrayed." The property manager shook his head. Miss Shuya's company was thriving, but her trusted aide secretly allied with a rival company, taking all the projects and core employees with them. Given the current economic climate, it's quite unfortunate. "I see." Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully, glancing towards the entrance. Half an hour later, all the rental procedures were completed, and room 301 at Jianghai Inju officially became a space. Exiting room 302, Chen Yi closed the door and strolled to room 301. He pondered for a moment before stepping inside. Chapter 82. Joining the team, the layout of room 301 was quite similar to that of room 302. Upon entering, one was greeted by the reception area, where the elegant words Danya Technology were inscribed on the narrow wall behind the front desk. Beyond this wall were 7 rows of office desks. At that moment, Shuya sat in one of the chairs, staring blankly at the floor-to-ceiling window, completely unaware of Chen Yi's arrival. Ahem! Chen Yi cleared his throat. Hearing the sound, Shuya snapped back to reality. Upon seeing Chen Yi, she forced a smile and said, "Old classmate, have you secured the office space?" Chen Yi nodded and then got straight to the point. "Shuya, I know it may not be the most opportune moment to bring this up, but would you be willing to come and assist me?" From Shuya's earlier demeanor towards her employees, Chen Yi sensed she would be a good boss. Furthermore, he gleaned from the original owner's high school memories that although Shuya came from a well-off family and was quite beautiful, she exhibited none of the airs of spoiled rich girl, treating everyone with kindness and warmth. As he aimed to establish a studio, he clearly needed a capable manager, and given his lack of knowledge in this area, Shuya, with her experience in running a company, was undoubtedly a prime candidate. After hearing Chen Yi's proposal, Shuya first sat in stunned silence in her office chair. After a moment, she regained her composure and responded, "Old classmate, You need not feel sorry for me. Although this venture has failed, I am certain I will rise again. Observing Shuya's resolute demeanor, Chen Yi smiled and said, I do not intend to pity you. I am sincere. I am utterly clueless about managing a business, and you clearly have more experience. You would be instrumental in helping me navigate the initial stages. Shuya contemplated this and asked, What kind of company are you starting? It is my personal studio, Chen Yi replied. I plan to officially debut in the entertainment industry. Hence, I need to assemble a team to handle the associated business matters. Shuya responded with a wry smile, but my expertise lies in women's development, and I am equally uninformed about the entertainment industry. You need not worry about this. I will soon hire a dedicated manager. Your sole responsibility will be to oversee the daily operations of the studio and manage the business affairs, for each profession has its own expertise. After a moment of contemplation, Shuya smiled and suggested, How about this? It is getting late. Let us dine together this evening, and you can elaborate on the studio's matters. If everything aligns well, I would be more than willing to assist you. Very well. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. The kindergarten is about to finish for the day, so I shall fetch my daughter, and we can then proceed to dinner. You have a daughter? Shuya responded with surprise, then recalled, Ah, your song The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountain is what you sing with your daughter, if I am not mistaken. Her name is Chun Xiaotang, right? Indeed. Chen Yi replied with a smile. Let's go. With that, the two departed and made their way to the ground-level parking lot. Chen Yi instinctively inwarded. Shall we take my car? Shuya nodded, a hint of melancholy in her smile. It seems I must, as I sold my own car to pay the employees. Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Yi responded, Please get in. Upon arriving at the kindergarten and waiting briefly, the little one emerged from school. Upon seeing Chen Yi, she joyfully leapt into his arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Your daughter is truly adorable, Shuya remarked. Chen Yi, you are quite fortunate. At that moment, the inquisitive child turned to Shuya and asked, Daddy, who is this beautiful sister? This is Shuya, your father's classmate. Xiaotang, greet Shuya as sister. Chen Yi repeated. The little one chirped, Hello, Shuya's sister. Shuya's cheeks flushed as she corrected her. Oh dear, you may simply call me Aunt Shuya. Otherwise, your father and I would be of different generations. Chen Yi was taken aback, quickly comprehending the implication. Ah yes, if Xiaotang calls Shuya's sister, then that would indeed mean, cough, you may address each other as you wish, I shall not intrude. He chuckled awkwardly before redirecting the conversation. Shall we find a place to eat? What would you like, Xiaotang? I want to eat meat. The little one exclaimed. Tang Tang wants to eat meat. Very well, Chen Yi said with a fond smile. Then let us go enjoy some meat. With that, the trio returned to the car. They drove to a serene restaurant, and after placing their orders, Chen Yi began discussing the specifics of the studio with Shuya. The primary goal of a celebrity studio is evidently to enhance the star's ranking within the industry. To achieve this elevation, several avenues may be pursued. Firstly, producing more works, such as participating in films, releasing new songs, or albums. The studio's role is to aid in selecting scripts, avoiding subpar projects, and crafting promotional strategies. Secondly, securing commercial endorsements is crucial, as endorsements represent a significant source of income for stars. A well-chosen endorsement not only elevates a celebrity's status within the industry, but also provides substantial financial benefits. Chapter 3. Engaging in various business activities, such as participating as a guest in certain programs, can also yield substantial income. The role of the studio is to secure suitable shows and events based on Chen Yi's positioning. For instance, if Chen Yi is identified as a variety show star, the primary focus will be on securing more appearances in variety programs. These should be the fundamental functions of the studio. After listening, Shuya nodded thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. Chen Yi, not wanting to rush her, quietly enjoyed his meal, occasionally wiping the food from the little one's mouth. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shuya seemed to have made a decision. She looked at Chen Yi and resolutely said, Chen Yi, thank you. I can help with this. Really? That's wonderful. Chen Yi replied with a smile. To be honest, I have reached a dead end at this point. So ya forced a explaining that to ensure timely salaries for her employees, she had sold her house and car, leaving her with little money. Your help at this moment is akin to a timely delivery of coal in the snow. However, she admitted, I am not well-versed in the entertainment industry. So here's the deal. Let us sign a contract for 3 months. During this period, I won't take a single penny in salary. If after 3 months, I still have no understanding of how to operate a studio, I will resign voluntarily. If I truly manage to assist you, we can then sign a formal employment contract. Wow, I get to have you work for 3 months without paying you. That would be quite a bargain. Chen Yi chuckled, but upon noticing Shuya's serious demeanor, he suppressed his laughter and said, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggested." "Great." Shuya finally broke into a smile again, and then continued, "So, boss, the most important thing in starting a company is to choose a name. What should we call our studio?" The author has something to say. What should Chen Yi's studio be named? I welcome readers to brainstorm. It's time to unleash your creativity. Chapter 83. Chen Yi's recruitment proposal. As for the name of the studio, Chen Yi had already contemplated it well in advance. He smiled and said, "Let us call it Tang Yi, a combination of my character Yi and the little one's Tang." Tang Yi? Shuya pondered for a moment before replying, "It's catchy and memorable. Quite nice." With the name established so simply, the next steps involved business registration, trademark creation, and seal production, as well as personnel recruitment. Chen Yi, unfamiliar with the initial tasks, entrusted them entirely to Shuya. His next focus was to find a professional agent. Unlike his previous life, where excellent agents were primarily held within major agencies, this world also featured many independent agents. These agents typically represent only one artist at a time, though they may lack the extensive resources of large agencies. Their dedication to their sole client is unparalleled. This is precisely the kind of independent agent Chen Yi sought. After dinner, Chen Yi first escorted Shuya home before returning with the little one to his residence. Once home, he allowed the child to play independently while he opened his computer and logged onto Weibo. His Weibo followers have long surpassed 5 million, a feat that many other fourth-tier stars cannot match. Now, he intends to leverage this fanbase to assist him in recruiting. Opening the editor, Chen Yi pondered how to compose this recruitment message. Should it be straightforward and blunt, artistic and fresh, or perhaps quirky and creative? After a brief hesitation, he began to type. "Smoke rises, I await you at the door. The sun sets, I await you by the mountainside. The leaves turn yellow, I await you beneath the tree. The moon wanes, I await you on the 15th. The fine rain falls, I await you beneath the umbrella. The flowing water freezes, I await you by the riverside. I am seeking a manager. Everyone, please help me spread the word. Thank you. If you wish to apply for an interview, please send your resume too." After completing the message, Chen Yi glanced over it, confirmed its correctness, and clicked send. The preceding lines were borrowed from Yu Qiuyu's "I have always been waiting for you," while the middle lines served to ensure that the Weibo post would fold due to its length. Indeed, once sent, only the first 6 lines appeared, along with a read more option in the bottom right corner. Meanwhile, in Hengdian, after a day of filming, Lin Si was relishing a rare moment of leisure, snacking on fruit while scrolling through Weibo. Soon, she stumbled upon Chen Yi's post. Wait, is this a love poem? The initial lines ignited her excitement. Could it be that Chen the Butcher was in love? How bold of him to publicly declare it on Weibo. Such audacity. If Yi Ningshue's fans saw this, they'd surely brand him a scoundrel. What was he thinking? Furrowing her brow, Lin Si promptly clicked to read more, and to her astonishment, the grapes in her hand tumbled to the ground, rolling far away. Moments later, she opened the comments section, furiously tapping the screen as she wrote, "I thought you were in love again. Turns out this is a recruitment ad? Truly, you're something else, Chen the Butcher." After posting, she noticed that many others shared her sentiments. "This is actually a recruitment ad? I am flabbergasted. I was ready to say that Chen Yi had the guts to profess his feelings on Weibo, but I never expected this twist. Chen the Butcher, you're taking me for a ride. Hold on, friends, don't overlook the main point. Chen Yi is looking for a manager. He is really about to debut." Reading this comment, Lin Si's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, in her focus on critiquing Chen Yi's sudden turn, she almost forgot the crux of the matter. Was he finally preparing to officially enter the entertainment industry? Her heart began to race with anticipation. She sensed a shift was coming in the entertainment world. It seemed the outcome was quite promising. Chen Yi perused the comments, and within mere minutes, The post had garnered thousands of responses, clearly captivating the audience with his opening lines. His objective had been achieved. The provided email was naturally elegant, as Shuya would first conduct a preliminary screening, subsequently selecting suitable candidates for interviews. The following day, after sending the little one off to school, Chen Yi summoned a moving company to transfer the recording studio equipment to the office. Although he was about to formally enter the entertainment industry, the recording of the fairy tales, along with the live broadcasts, could not be halted for the time being, as this revenue stream was quite substantial. Upon arriving at Jianghai Yinzhu, he found Shuya already in the office. Upon noticing Chen Yi's presence, she promptly rose and said, "Boss, the business registration has been applied for online, and it is expected to be approved in a few days. The trademark and official seal are also in production. Please just call me by my name." Referring to me as boss feels rather odd, Chen Yi replied awkwardly. Shuya chuckled and nodded, adding, "Additionally, I completed part of the resume screening last night and contacted a few candidates. Some of them will come in for interviews this afternoon." Chen Yi looked at her in astonishment. "You managed to accomplish all this? Your efficiency is astounding." "Well, I had been rather idle for too long," Shuya replied with a smile. "I hadn't felt this fulfilled in ages, so when I couldn't sleep last night, I decided to be productive." "Thank you for your hard work," Chen Yi acknowledged, directing the workers to begin moving the equipment and transforming one of the small offices into a new recording studio. Just as he was preparing to record a new episode of the fairy tale, the phone rang. The caller ID displayed Director Zhou. Chen Yi quickly answered the call. "Hey, Xiao Chen." Director Zhou's voice sounded quite cheerful over the line. "You told me not long ago that it wasn't tea time for your official debut. What made you change your mind? Are you starting to hire managers now?" Chen Yi chuckled in response. "Not quite, Director Zhou. When I mentioned that the timing wasn't right, it was because my capital accumulation wasn't sufficient. However, it is now adequate." Though less than a month had passed, his worth had multiplied several times, making it incomparable to before. Director Zhou paused momentarily, then teased, "You rascal, are you trying to tell me you've made a fortune? Well, that's good. The domestic entertainment industry has been too calm for too long. It needs someone like you to stir up some excitement. I happen to know a decent independent manager. I spoke with her this morning, and she expressed interest in you. She should be arriving in Jianghai this afternoon. You two can discuss whether you're a good fit." "Thank you so much," Chen Yi replied gratefully. "It's truly an honor that you remember me amid your filming." "Stop flattering me," Zhou scoffed. "That's it. I need to get back to filming." "All right then, Director Zhou," Chen Yi said with a smile as he hung up the phone. After exchanging a few words with Shuya, he entered the recording studio. Chapter 84. The interview in progress in a luxurious villa area of Beijing at Yi Ningxue's residence. Upon hearing her assistant's report, a spark flickered in Yi Ningxue's eyes. "Is she finally about to debut?" she murmured. "Ningxue, what should we do?" The assistant inquired. "Should I contact those renowned managers and agencies? Apply some pressure?" "No need." Yi Ningxue shook her head. Rather than forcefully obstructing his entry into the entertainment industry, it would be wiser to place our people beside him. This way, regardless of Chen Yi's actions, we can be informed immediately and respond accordingly. The assistant's eyes brightened. "I understand. I shall promptly contact several familiar agents to send them over." "Not only agents," Yi Ningxue pondered, "but also lifestyle assistants. We should invite a few more individuals for interviews to ensure that at least one is selected." "Indeed." The assistant nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Yi Ningxue settled onto the sofa, her gaze shifting. "Chen Yi, oh Chen Yi, previously in the live streaming sphere, I refrained from intervening, but now that you have been presented before me, I can no longer be held accountable. The entertainment industry is far more intricate than you can imagine." In Jianghai City, throughout the morning, Chen Yi recorded 2 more episodes of his fairy tales. At noon, he casually ordered takeout with Shuya, and in the afternoon, he commenced his live stream as usual. However, due to the impending interviews, he preemptively informed his audience that he might leave at any moment. "Chen Tufu, you truly are something. You canceled yesterday, and now you might leave at any time today. You're no longer a civil servant of the streaming realm. You've learned to skip work. Alas, friends, while Chen Yi is still able to live stream, cherish it while you can, for once he debuts, you may only see him on television. Upon the arrival of this comment, the audience recognized the underlying sentiment, and the atmosphere in the live stream room turned somewhat melancholic. Chen Yi said nothing, for it was indeed the truth. As his workload gradually increased, the time available for streaming would undoubtedly diminish. It was better for his viewers to come to this realization early, so as not to be too disheartened later on. Around 2 in the afternoon, the interviewees arrived. Chen Yi concluded his live stream early and exited the recording studio. The first individual to arrive was not one introduced by director Zhou, but rather a young man who had come to apply independently. At the commencement of the interview, he eagerly expounded on the fashionable resources he possessed, asserting that he could facilitate Chen Yi's swift entry into the fashion industry and also had connections with various variety show directors, enabling Chen Yi to flourish in both realms. Chen Yi smiled and politely declined. The fashion and variety sectors were not his primary aspirations at present. Thus, while the agent was indeed remarkable, it was a regrettable decision. After bidding farewell to this agent, Chen Yi took a sip of water and was about to return to his live stream when 2 figures unexpectedly entered the office side by side. The newcomers, a man and a woman, appear to be in their 30s. "Hello, may I ask whom you are looking for?" Chen Yi greeted them with a smile. "We're here to see him," the man said, pointing at Chen Yi. "We both came to apply for the agent position." Chen Yi was taken aback. "Both of you together?" No. The woman shook her head. "We just happened to meet at the door and decided to come in together." "Ah, I see." Chen Yi nodded. "Who would like to go first?" The man smiled broadly and gestured to the woman beside him. "Ladies first." "And yeah, please go ahead." The woman, unreserved, smiled back at him and stepped forward. "Where shall we discuss?" "This way, please follow me." Chen Yi led them to the conference room. Chen Yi poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to the man. "Please make yourself comfortable here." The man nodded with a smile. "Thank you." As Chen Yi entered the conference room with a glass of water, he surveyed the office area before retrieving his phone to compose a text message. Things were not going as smoothly as anticipated. He had not expected Chen Yi to arrive as well. The recipient of his message was none other than Yining Xue. Inside the office, he handed a glass of water to Chen Yi and smiled, inviting her to share her circumstances. Chen Yi regarded Chen Yi and introduced herself. "I am Chen Yi, an independent agent. I have managed 2 top-tier stars since my debut, with resources primarily in music and film, followed by variety shows and minimal in fashion." Chen Yi nodded, finding her profile to align quite well with his current aspirations. And Chen Yi continued, "You need not hesitate. When director Zhou informed me of your impending debut, there was no one in the industry more suited to be your agent than I." Chen Yi's eyes lit up. "You were recommended by director Zhou? He truly is reliable. You're indeed a perfect fit for me." And Chen Yi affirmed, "What you must focus on now is recording your first album promptly, not wandering aimlessly as you are now. That would only squander your talent. Do you understand?" Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Her assertiveness clearly marked her as a powerful woman. At that moment, Chen Yi interjected, "And yeah, when do you anticipate we can begin the album recording, given the resources at your disposal?" And Chen Yi replied with a furrowed brow, "Tomorrow. Every day of delay diminishes the popularity of your previous songs. Do you comprehend? Is it really that soon?" Chen Yi gasped. "Not at all." So ya quickly responded, casting a glance at him. "And yeah is correct. Your previous songs have been online for a while. Each day of delay erodes the audience's patience. Even the most delightful songs can become tiresome. We must expedite the album's release." After sharing a knowing glance, the 2 women nodded in agreement. Chen Yi thought to himself, indeed, 2 formidable women. Yet their rationale held merit. He had recently improved his vocal skills, and re-recording an album was undoubtedly the best means to penetrate the market. "I will remain in Shanghai for a few days. You handle matters outside. Contact me when necessary. Here is my business card." With that, and Chen Yi presented him with a card before turning to exit the conference room. "I'll see you out." Chen Yi promptly rose to follow her. Moments later, she ushered in the man who had been waiting outside. "Mr. Chen Yi," the man greeted cheerfully upon entering. "What do you think? Isn't Jie's presence particularly commanding?" Chen Yi nodded with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moron Chen Yi, an independent agent who has also nurtured 2 top stars. Trust me, working with me will be far more comfortable than with Jie." Chapter 85. Favorable conditions. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the man's immediate disparagement of other candidates. Even if his words held truth, he preferred collaborating with a forthright and assertive woman rather than someone who spoke ill of others behind their backs. Thus, his impression of Murong Qingye plummeted to zero. However, Murong Qingye maintained an air of unwavering confidence as he continued. The resources I possess are predominantly oriented towards music and film. Additionally, I manage 4 relatively well-known marketing accounts. Marketing accounts? Shuya inquired, her curiosity piqued. Murong Qingye nodded, explaining, in the current entertainment industry, popularity reigns supreme, and marketing accounts are undoubtedly one of the primary sources of traffic. They disseminate various pieces of celebrity gossip and news, generating momentum. As long as a star possesses a modicum of topicality and talent, they can ascend to the ranks of top-tier popularity. As he spoke, Murong Qingye leaned forward, his hands resting on the table, and smiled at Chen Yi. With your remarkable talent combined with the traffic I command, I assure you that within a year, I can elevate you to the 2nd tier. What do you think? Chen Yi regarded him with a smile. For an average individual, the conditions presented by Murong Qingye were undeniably enticing. After all, reaching 2nd tier status is no small feat. Many toil their entire lives only to linger in the 3rd tier, a barrier that remains insurmountable for them. Once one breaches the 2nd tier, they can truly claim a foothold in the entertainment industry. Yet for Chen Yi, the 2nd tier was never a concern. Thus, he smiled and replied, "All right, I understand. Please return for now. We will contemplate your proposal." Murong Qingye's expression shifted. It seemed that Chen Yi was not swayed by his offer. How could this be? Hadn't Xiuhua presented a more generous proposition? Furrowing his brow, Murong Qingye hastily continued. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention regarding compensation. In the 1st year, I only require a 3% cut. If you successfully rise to the 2nd tier after a year. In the 2nd year, I would only take 2%, and for advertisements, I could take merely 1%. What do you think?" Chen Yi thought. Now this is a bold move. Typically, for lesser-known stars, agents or management companies demand exorbitant percentages, often reaching as high as 7%, with advertising commissions being the only exceptions. The terms offered by Murong Qingye could be interpreted as a gesture of pure support for Chen Yi's ascent rather than a profit-driven endeavor. So yeah, possessing less insight into the entertainment industry than Chen Yi, was taken aback by Murong Qingye's statements. "Understood. Let me ponder this further," Chen Yi said as he rose, smiling. "I will give you a definitive answer soon." Murong Qingye paused, sighed, and replied, "All right, but please do not keep me waiting too long." With that, he turned and exited the conference room. Chen Yi accompanied him to the door, and once he confirmed Murong Qingye's departure, he returned to the studio. "There is something amiss," Shuya remarked as Chen Yi entered. "The conditions he offered seem too good to be true. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives." Chen Yi nodded. "Let it be. Tomorrow, you will decline his offer outright, and also inform sister and that we agree to collaborate with her." Such a swift decision. Shouldn't we consider if there are more suitable options? No need for further consideration. Chen Yi shook his head. "You are right. The longer we delay, the more the momentum of my songs will dissipate." "Agreed." Shuya chuckled, expressing her appreciation for sister and, despite her formidable presence, I believe she genuinely strives to accomplish meaningful work, and I feel we would get along quite well. Chen Yi glanced at her and acknowledged, indeed. Powerful women tend to resonate with one another. As the clock indicated it was nearly time, he added, "You should finish early. I need to pick up my daughter." "All right, you go ahead. I will review some more materials," Shuya replied with a smile. "There is still so much I need to learn about the entertainment industry. I must enrich my knowledge. Don't stay up too late," Chen Yi advised before departing. Meanwhile, after Murong Qingye descended the stairs, he did not leave immediately, but rather settled into his car to make a phone call. "It seems bleak," he sighed. "I'm not sure what conditions Xiuhua offered. I only requested a 30% stake, yet Chen Yi appears rather indifferent." From the other end of the line, Yi Ningshua's voice emerged. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Qingye. I'll treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises." "Ah, there is no need to be so polite with me. Just help me out when you can," Murong Qingye flattered. After hanging up, he started the car, intending to leave, but suddenly spotted Chen Yi walking nearby. Where is he headed? Curiosity piqued, Murong Qingye slowly followed. It was clear that Chen Yi would not be signing with him. Thus, he was undoubtedly a rival. Gathering more information on competitors was certainly advantageous for future announcements. Before long, Chen Yi departed from Jianghaiyinju, with Murong Qingye trailing at a distance of about 50 meters, close enough to observe Chen Yi's vehicle, yet far enough to remain undetected. However, after only a few streets, he noticed Chen Yi rapidly changing lanes, turning, and even making a U-turn. Murong Qingye immediately attempted to keep pace, but Chen Yi's reactions were astonishingly swift. Just as he merged into the right lane, Chen Yi signaled a left turn and returned to the original lane, continuing toward the far left. This won't do. I'll lose him. Without a second thought, he decided to change lanes. Yet, as he turned the steering wheel left, a sudden blaring horn erupted, followed by a loud crash as a car collided with his. Damn it, Murong Qingye swore, glancing back towards Chen Yi, only to find that his vehicle had vanished from sight. How'd he notice me? He pondered, but there was no time for reflection. The driver of the other car had already exited, marching toward him with an aggressive demeanor, pounding on his window and shouting, "What are you doing behind the wheel? Get out!" On the other side, after confirming that the car he had noticed earlier was no longer in sight, Chen Yi scoffed and shook his head. Upon leaving Jianghaiyinju, he had sensed that vehicle tailing him. Though he was unaware of the identity of the driver, it was rather easy to follow his car. The previous experiences have not merely enhanced his reaction speed in gaming. They have similarly refined his driving skills. Now, even if he were to venture to Akina Mountain, he would possess the confidence to race several laps, let alone escape from a trivial pursuit. The author has something to convey. I was unable to write yesterday, due to being out all day, for which I sincerely apologize. This is today's update, and there will be another chapter shortly. Chapter 86. You are too overweight the following day, Saturday. The little one did not have school today. After breakfast, Chen Yi took her to the studio. Initially, he was somewhat concerned that the previous incident at Mount Everest might cause her to harbor a reluctance toward such places. However, he soon realized he had been overly anxious. The little one appeared utterly unperturbed and was, in fact, filled with anticipation for his new workspace. Upon entering, she began to curiously glance around, and when she spotted Shuya, she sweetly greeted her, eliciting a series of delighted giggles from Shuya. Afterward, allowing the child to play with her toys, Chen Yi immersed himself in the recording studio, continuing his narration of fairy tales. His planned collection was intended to be shorter than that of strange tales from a Chinese studio, comprising roughly 40 tales or fewer. At his recording pace of 2 to 3 tales daily, he would complete the entire collection in just a few days. As for the subsequent program, Chen Yi had yet to formulate a plan. After all, once he formally entered the entertainment industry, he might not have sufficient time to record shows. Throughout the morning, Chen Yi recorded 2 episodes, and, as he stepped out of the studio, feeling ravenous and ready to take the little one out for lunch, he noticed in Xiuhua seated on the sofa in the break area, playing with the child, in stark contrast to her formidable presence the day before. And Xiuhua now wore a beaming smile, resembling a doting grandmother as she gazed affectionately at the little one. The transformation was quite remarkable. Chen Yi chuckled softly and approached, saying, "Sisterin, you're here." Upon hearing his voice, and Xiuhua instantly retracted her smile, her authoritative aura resurfacing as she fixed her serious gaze upon Chen Yi. "Have you finished recording the fairy tales?" Chen Yi replied, "Your ability to change expressions is astounding. Why do you have to be so serious with me?" He was puzzled but nonetheless nodded, affirming, "Yes, I've completed it." "All right," and Xiuhua nodded, producing a contract and handing it to him. "Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign." Chen Yi nodded and began to scrutinize the document closely. After a moment, he looked up in astonishment and said, "Sisterin, regarding the revenue share, you only require 30%? And merely a 2-year commitment? This condition is remarkably favorable, even compared to Murong Qingye. Although he requests only 20% in the second year, he implies that the contract will adhere to market standards, typically starting at 5 years. Yet, you're only asking for 2 years. This signifies that if, after 2 years, Chen Yi's career flourishes and he earns substantial income, it will no longer concern in Xiuhua. The revenue amassed post-fame might well equal or surpass the total earnings of the preceding 2 years. And Xiaohua scoffed, deeming it meaningless. A manager who solely exploits their own artists cannot endure for long. Moreover, as independent agents, we do not bear the substantial expenses that agencies do. 30% is more than sufficient. Pausing briefly, and Xiaohua continued, expressing her lack of interest in accompanying him indefinitely, asserting that nurturing new talent brings greater fulfillment. All right. Chen Yi nodded. Let's sign. Once he inscribed his name, the contract took effect, marking the beginning of Xiaohua's role as Chen Yi's manager. Lunch is here, came Shuya's voice as Chen Yi turned to see her entering with takeout. Initially, I thought we could celebrate Jia's arrival with a nice meal out. But Jia mentioned she would take you to record an album this afternoon, so I decided not to waste that time and bought lunch instead. As she spoke, Shuya placed the takeout on the table. Chen Yi nodded, smiling at the little one. Tang Tang, come over for lunch. Immediately, the child set aside her toy and bounced over. Although it was takeout, it was still quite lavish. Shuya had ordered 5 dishes plus a soup for the 3 adults and 1 child. Come on, everyone dig in. Chen Yi cheerfully served a portion of meat into the child's bowl, and, as he prepared to take some for himself, and Xiaohua grasped his hand. Puzzled, Chen Yi looked at her. And Jia, what is this? What do you think? And Xiaohua replied, emphasizing that for a star, maintaining one's figure is paramount. As the camera tends to distort proportions, you are currently overweight. From today onward, everything you eat and the caloric intake must be meticulously calculated. No more meat. With that, she took the piece of meat from Chen Yi's chopsticks and kindly placed it into the child's bowl. Little Tang needs to eat more meat to grow. Chen Yi exclaimed, what? No meat? And where am I overweight? He believed his physique was quite commendable. While he might not have abs, he still captivated countless fans after makeup. So how could he be deemed too heavy? The little one, noticing the meat in her bowl, felt sympathy for her father and quietly asked, Nai, can Daddy have just 1 piece? No way, and Xiaohua chuckled. Do you want to see your father become a big belly? The child shook her head vigorously. The teacher said being too fat is bad for health. Many of my classmates' dads have big bellies, and it looks terrible. Turning to Chen Yi, she added, Daddy, you mustn't have a big belly. Listen to a Nai and don't eat meat. With a wry smile, Chen Yi resigned. All right, Daddy want to eat. He then pitifully picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in his mouth. Shuya, who had been keeping her head down, could no longer suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking in amusement. What's so funny? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. As an old classmate, you should accompany me in this hardship, you know? You shouldn't eat meat either. Shuya raised her head, her smile radiant and charming. The first meal shared among the 4 in the studio concluded amidst a harmonious atmosphere. In the afternoon, Shuya remained in the studio, diligently attending to matters related to the opening and the recruitment of personnel for various positions. Meanwhile, Chen Yi accompanied the little one and followed Sister in, preparing to record the first chapter of his official album. In the driver's seat, Chen Yi rubbed his stomach, feeling somewhat unsatisfied as he had not eaten any meat during lunch, leaving him with a lingering sense of emptiness. He pondered whether this state would affect his vocal recording. Upon arriving at the recording studio arranged by Sister in, they found someone waiting inside. This individual was the renowned music producer Gao Dajin. After introducing Chen Yi to Gao Dajin, Sister in remarked, This is the Chen Yi I mentioned to you. You must have heard his songs. Gao Dajin nodded with a smile, declaring, You possess considerable talent, and your lyrics are quite impressive. However, he soon altered his tone, adding, Yet, your singing skills leave much to be desired. For a streamer, it may suffice, but to aspire to be a professional singer, you are still far from adequate. Chen Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that during the creation of those songs, he had not invested significantly in singing skill books. His singing ability was merely better than average, and, in comparison to professional singers, it was still lacking. Gao Dajin gazed at Chen Yi, sighed, and lamented. If these songs were sung by professional artists, perhaps the album could break records. Giving them to a newcomer feels like a waste. Chen Yi furrowed his brow at this remark, while Xiaohua immediately retorted, What are you talking about, old Gao? These songs are all written by Chen Yi himself. They have nothing to do with anyone else. I know, Gao Dajin replied regretfully, which is why I feel it's a pity. Your lyric writing ability is exceptional, yet your singing skills do not match. Enough. You're here to help Chen Yi with his album, not to critique, and Xiaohua snapped. Just tell us if it's feasible. Of course, it is certainly possible, Gao Dajin responded, producing several sheets of paper listing the songs Chen Yi had sung to date. From The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains to the most recent Human Realm, there were 11 songs in total. The first task was to determine the title track. Gao Dajin examined the lyrics and selected 4 songs to present to Chen Yi, instructing him to sing a few lines from each to assess their suitability. The chosen songs were Fairy Tale Town, Ideal Sanchuan, Dissipating Worries, and Human Realm. As the principal selling point of an album, the selection of a title track is of utmost importance. It must not be overly complex while possessing memorable and promotional qualities. Despite his blunt manner, Gao Dajin's professional acumen was undeniable, and these 4 songs were indeed more fitting than the others. Chen Yi nodded and picked up Ideal Sanchuan, commencing his performance. His deep voice resonated in the room, and without accompaniment, all the nuances of his vocal characteristics and interpretations of the song were laid bare. Consequently, Gao Dajin's expression began to change rapidly. Initially furrowing his brow, his eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the second line. He gazed at Chen Yi with a face full of disbelief. How could this be? Why had Chen Yi's vocal prowess suddenly improved so dramatically? The difference was akin to comparing 2 entirely different realms of singing. Previously, his performance could merely be deemed commendable among the average, but now it had ascended to the caliber of a true artist. The finesse in his phrasing and vocal control was so remarkable that even he found it difficult to pinpoint many flaws. As the final note lingered in the air, Gao Dajin could not contain his applause, exclaiming, "With such skill, why didn't you mention it sooner? Why did you sing like that before?" After all, it was not a formal occasion, Chen Yi replied with a smile. There was no need to take it too seriously. He certainly could not reveal that his sudden enhancement in singing ability was due to investing in a mid-tier folk song vocal skill and finally completing his previously unfinished minor skill books. Fantastic! Fantastic! The gleam in Gao Dajin's eyes was unmistakable as he urged, "Sing those few songs again, but this time, give it your all." Chen Yi nodded and began to sing once more. After completing 4 songs, Gao Dajin's excitement reached its peak. "Wonderful!" he exclaimed, turning to Xiaohua, with such vocal talent. "I am certain this album's sales will be exceptional." Yet, he soon found himself in a quandary, due to not having yet acquired the intermediate skill book for pop songs. The enhancement in his singing was not as pronounced as with the other 3 songs. Thus, the choice of the lead track fell to one of the remaining 3. "What do you think?" Gao Dajin pondered before asking Chen, "Which of these songs do you prefer the most?" Chen Yi blinked and replied, "Actually, I have another song that would be more suitable as the lead track." "Which one?" Gao Dajin asked, momentarily taken aback. "This song, I have never publicly performed before." Chen Yi stated, "Its title is I Really Want to Love This World." With that, he began to sing once again. Although this song was not a folk tune, its inherent power and meaning undoubtedly made it more fitting for promotion. Furthermore, as Chen Yi's debut album, he wished to convey warmth to his fans. And I Really Want to Love This World was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. After listening, Gao Dajin looked at Chen Yi, taking a deep breath. He turned to Xiaohua and said, "Olden, I suddenly understand why you chose to be his manager." And Xiaohua responded with a puzzled expression. "Let us settle on this one," Gao Dajin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "With this song, I even have the confidence to propel this album toward gold status." "Is that for real?" And Xiaohua's eyes widened in astonishment, for the standard for a gold record required sales exceeding 500,000 copies. With the rise of the internet, physical album sales had suffered greatly, and it had been a considerable time since the entertainment industry had seen an album surpassing platinum status. Even gold records had become exceedingly rare. The few gold records that had been released were solely due to the artists being top-tier performers with vast fan bases. How astonishing it is that Gao Dajin expresses confidence in Chen Yi's album achieving gold record status. For a 4th-tier star, such an accomplishment seems nearly impossible. "Trust me, my discerning eye has never faltered." Gao Dajin gazes intently at Chen Yi, as if he perceives a hidden treasure. "Oh," and Xiaohua casts him a sidelong glance. reminding him that just an hour ago he criticized Chen Yi's singing abilities, and now his opinion has shifted so swiftly. You know nothing, Gao Dajin retorts, dismissing in Xiuhua with a glance. Enough of your interference. I must diligently collaborate with Chen Yi on the production of the accompaniment. And Xiuhua chuckles lightly and turns to the little one, saying, Tang Tang, Grandma will take you to enjoy some delicious treats. Okay. The little one nods obediently, taking in Xiuhua's hand as they head outside. After a few steps, she suddenly halts, raises her tiny fist toward Chen Yi, and exclaims, Daddy, do your best. Chen Yi smiles, looking in Xiuhua. Sisterin, I appreciate your help with Xiaotang. Rest assured. And Xiuhua leads the little one away, while Chen Yi immerses himself in a focused discussion with Gao Dajin regarding various details. True to his reputation as a renowned music producer, Gao Dajin's suggestions prove immensely beneficial to Chen Yi. For the first time, he experiences personal insights beyond the enhancements provided by the system. Chapter 88. The Nanny Shuya? By the time Chen Yi becomes aware of his growling stomach, the clock reads 8 in the evening. How has time slipped away so quickly? Lost in thought, he stares at the time, feeling as though only a brief moment has passed. Suddenly, he slaps his forehead in realization. Oh no, Xiaotang. She must be growing impatient waiting at home. He turns around to see an Xiuhua calmly seated on a nearby sofa, while the little one lies asleep on the couch, covered with a blanket. He hurriedly approaches and whispers, I apologize, sisterin. I lost track of time, and Xiaotang must have caused you concern. And Xiuhua shakes her head, indicating that she has grown accustomed to such situations. Many singers often work through the night, let alone at just 8 o'clock. However, she soon sighs and adds, it's tough on the little one. Chen Yi, the entertainment industry is arduous, and as a single father, it must be even more challenging. Have you considered hiring a full-time nanny? You can't expect her to accompany you everywhere. It wouldn't be fair to her. Chen Yi nods, acknowledging that he has contemplated this matter. The reason for his delay in debuting was partly due to such considerations. Yet he did not anticipate that even after establishing his own studio, he would still struggle to balance both aspects. And Xiuhua reflects for a moment before continuing. Since you can compose your own songs, the production cycle of an album typically spans only 1 or 2 months. Generally, an artist releases only 1 or 2 albums a year, so you still have ample time to spend with the little one. It's unnecessary for you to be by her side every single day. I understand your reluctance to be apart from your daughter for too long, but excessive insistence can sometimes yield counterproductive results. And Xiuhua calmly analyzes the situation, leaving Chen Yi in thoughtful silence. Given the charming nature of the little one, it is undoubtedly certain that he would support him, opting to stay at home with the nanny to avoid causing any inconvenience. Upon this reflection, he suddenly comprehended that it was never the little one who was unable to part from him. Rather, it was he who could not bear to be away from the little one. Thus, whether he ventured to Hengdian or engaged in work elsewhere, no matter how late it was, he would always return home, finding solace only upon seeing the little one. Was it, then, that I have not truly matured? Chen Yi contemplated silently, while gazing at the little one on the sofa. At that moment, Gao Dajin approached, his face still adorned with an expression of excitement. He softly informed the two that the preliminary arrangements for the album had been finalized, and they could officially commence the production of the accompaniment and recording of songs starting tomorrow. And Xiuhua nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, Thank you for your hard work. Lao Gao, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Allow me to take you out for a meal. Rising from her seat, she turned to Chen Yi and said, As for what I mentioned earlier, please take some time to ponder it. Let us conclude today's discussion here. Chen Yi nodded, cradling the little one in his arms. Then, and yeah, we shall take our leave. And Xiuhua nodded, and after a brief moment, as if recalling something, she quickly added, Wait, is there anything else? Chen Yi inquired with curiosity. Upon your return, refrain from indulging in late-night snacks. Simply boil some vegetables or chicken breast to eat, minimizing oil and meat. Do you understand? Starting tomorrow, report your weight to me daily. Chen Yi exclaimed, Is it truly so arduous to be a star? The following day, a Sunday, Chen, as per his routine, brought the little one to the company, preparing to continue recording the fairy tales. The business registration would be finalized tomorrow, and in the afternoon, other employees would come in for interviews. Would you like to meet them? Upon entering the office, Shuya promptly reported on the progress of the work. You focus on your tasks. I must continue recording the new album this afternoon, and won't he have time for interviews? Chen Yi responded. Understood, Shuya nodded. By the way, Shuya, Chen Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. What are your thoughts on hiring a nanny for the child? Our work can be relentless, and I realize I cannot consistently take the little one along everywhere, which may not be conducive to her development. After returning home last night, Chen Yi meticulously considered Jia's words and recognized that finding a nanny was indeed an urgent matter that needed addressing. Shuya contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. That is true, but I believe you need not specifically seek a nanny to care for Xiaotang, setting aside whether they can provide adequate care. I imagine you would be uneasy leaving Xiaotang alone with a stranger, correct? Chen Yi nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a concern of his, especially given the myriad unsettling news stories regarding nannies. What do you suggest we do? He inquired. Leave it to me, Shuya replied with a smile. During work hours, Xiaotang will be at kindergarten. If you are unable to pick her up in the evenings, I can do so. On weekends when you are away, I can look after Xiaotang. How does that sound? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? He asked. Not at all. Simply pay me the nanny's salary. I am in dire need of money, and working 2 jobs is not an issue. Shuya smiled as she looked at the little one, and surely, Xiaotang would be delighted to accompany her sister, wouldn't she? Indeed, the little one nodded obediently. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi nodded in agreement, stating, all right then, you may take care of her for a while. If you find it manageable, you can continue looking after Xiaotang. Oh, and regarding the salary, there will be no negotiations. The amount I specify is final. Shuya blinked, chuckling, of course. If you offer me less, I certainly won't be pleased. Let me check the market rate for nannies. A single penny less will not suffice. With that, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After completing the morning recording, Chen Yi headed to the studio in the afternoon, diving back into the work for his new album. With the groundwork laid the previous day, the progress accelerated remarkably. In just one afternoon, the song I Want to Love This World was fully recorded. Once produced, it would be entirely completed. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yi returned home, weary from his day. Shuya and the little one were already fast asleep. In the bedroom, the little one was sleeping soundly, as usual. While Shuya lay in a position reminiscent of the previous caregiver, Wu Jie turned towards the little one. Chen Yi scratched his head, pondering why they unconsciously adopted the same posture. While Wu Jie could be understood as a mother, what about Shuya? Reflecting on his past, he realized he had no such concerns. As long as he wasn't disturbing the little one, he would sleep in whatever position was most comfortable. Could this be an innate ability exclusive to women? Perhaps it was simply what is commonly referred to as maternal love. Chapter 89. A rare live broadcast the next day. While Chen Yi was still asleep, he was gradually awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Shuya bustling about in the kitchen. Why are you up so early? Chen Yi rubbed his eyes and sat up on the sofa. It smells wonderful. I didn't know you could cook. Hearing his voice, Shuya replied with a smile. When I lived alone, I often enjoyed experimenting with cooking. That's one of the reasons I applied to be your nanny. I cook exceptionally well. Chen Yi chuckled, saying, really? I must savor your cooking later. All right, Shuya winked. Hurry and freshen up. I'll go wake Xiaotang. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Okay. Chen Yi nodded and headed to wash up. After all these years, it was his first time waking up in the morning without needing to prepare breakfast for himself. It felt quite peculiar. Breakfast was simple yet delightful, consisting of pumpkin porridge paired with fried eggs and a few side dishes. The little one enjoyed it immensely. Observing Xiaotang eating heartily, Chen Yi couldn't help but ask Xiaotang, how does the breakfast made by Sister Shuya taste? Delicious, the little one replied, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Shuya's cheeks flushed slightly at the title Sister Shuya. Although she claimed it didn't matter, hearing it from Chen Yi made her feel a tad uneasy. However, the little one was adamant about not calling her auntie, insisting it would make her sound old, and thus Shuya had to acquiesce. So who cooks better? Your father or Sister Shuya? Chen Yi looked at the little one expectantly. Daddy's cooking is better. The little one spoke without a moment's hesitation. Really? Chen Yi's eyes sparkled, and he instantly felt a surge of joy. Shuya looked at him quizzically and remarked, "You needn't be so elated, right? You wouldn't understand." Chen Yi replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair, his expression turning solemn as he said, "This is the last vestige of dignity for us fathers." After breakfast, he first took the little one to school, and then brought Shuya to the company. The morning was once again occupied with recording fairy tales. But just as he completed one story, the system interface suddenly popped up, accompanied by a dialog box. Main task, debut challenge completed. Rewards have been issued to your backpack. Chen Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Why would this task appear now? He had initially thought that merely posting a recruitment tweet would suffice to complete it. Later, he believed that signing the contract with Sister and would finalize it, but that too did not yield results. Now, while he was earnestly recording fairy tales, the task had unexpectedly concluded. He recalled Shu Yi mentioning that their business license would be issued today, so perhaps this task was linked to that? With this thought in mind, Chen Yi intended to close the system and step out to inquire. However, just as he closed the dialog box, he discovered new content in the main task section. Main task, please obtain your first honor in the entertainment industry. Completion will yield a random intermediate skill book. This task seemed manageable. Once the album was released, he could compete for various awards, and as long as he secured any one of them, it should suffice for completion. Shutting down the system panel, Chen Yi exited the recording studio and spotted Shuya preparing to leave. Upon seeing him, she promptly said, "The notification just came in that our business license has arrived. I'm going to retrieve it." Indeed, it was as he suspected. Chen Yi nodded, tossed her the car keys, and said, "Take my car." "All right," Shuya replied, quickly heading out. When she returned, she held a document in her hands. Naturally, it was the business license. Examining the thin piece of paper for a moment, Chen Yi instructed Shuya to keep it safe. With the business license now secured, he knew he must work even harder, for besides himself and the little one, there was now a studio to support. After utilizing the system reward for intermediate singing skills, Chen Yi, following lunch, continued recording the album with Sister in. His vocal abilities improved once more, leading to a smoother recording process. By the end of the afternoon, they had successfully recorded 2 more songs. As time passed steadily, a month slipped by swiftly. During this month, the fairy tales had been officially recorded, and the studio was nearly on track. In addition to Shuya, 3 more individuals were hired in the office: an executive manager, an assistant, and a new media operator. Moreover, Chen Yi had finally completed the recording and filming work for his first album, which consisted of 11 songs. The 11 songs, including the lead track "I Long to Love This World," as well as "The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains," "Dissolve My Sorrow," "Ideal," "3 Seasons," "Laughing in the Red Dust," "Too Much," "Fairy Tale Town," "World of War," "Magic," "Crescent Bay," and "Human Realm," are all featured in the album, which is aptly named after himself, simply E. The album is set for official release in 7 days, during which a flurry of promotional activities will ensue. Sister is diligently managing these affairs, allowing Chen Yi the rare luxury of leisure. However, this newfound idleness feels somewhat foreign to him. Consequently, he decides to visit the recording studio and commence a live broadcast. Unbeknownst to him, it has been over a month since his last streaming session. Oh my goodness, what do I see? Chen Yi, you've actually gone live. Grandpa, the streamer you follow, is broadcasting. Impressive, Chen Yi. A month away, and I lost all my fan card levels. Wow, I finally waited for the live session. What a nostalgic trip. As soon as he began the live stream, the viewers who received notifications flocked into the chat room. Chen Yi smiled and explained, "In the past month, I recorded an album featuring 11 songs I have performed recently. I hope you will offer your support when it's released. Starting with an advertisement? Truly, that's you, Chen the Butcher. Speaking of which, do you have any fairy tales on hand? I couldn't even snag a pre-order. Bro, I'm planning to camp out at the bookstore tomorrow night." Chen Yi was taken aback. A collection of fairy tales was also about to be released. He recalled receiving a few sample copies some time ago, but he had been too occupied with recording the album to examine them closely. After pondering, he replied, "I don't have any copies at the moment, but to make up for my absence, I'll request some from the publisher once they are released and host a giveaway in the live stream." Wow, you better keep your word. Chen the Butcher is incredible. Chen Yi chuckled, assuring them there was no need for doubt. They should simply await the event. Chapter 90. The spectacle of the fairy tale collection the following evening. At 10 o'clock, Lu Wei informed his family that he would not be returning home. Shouldering his backpack filled with a power bank, blanket, and other supplies, his expression resolute as he stepped outside. "Were you going at this hour?" Lu Wei's mother inquired, frowning. "To Xinhua bookstore," Lu Wei replied without looking back. His mother was taken aback. Had she suddenly developed dementia? Or how else could she have heard her son utter the words Xinhua bookstore? This was the same boy who usually resisted studying. Now, planning to spend the night at a bookstore? Wait, the bookstore doesn't even open at night. What kind of all-nighter was he intending? "You little rascal. Are you planning to go to an internet CAF again?" Lu Wei's mother quickly realized and chased after him, shouting, "Come back." Yet in her line of sight, there was no trace of her son. At the entrance of Xinhua bookstore, despite it being well past 10 o'clock and the store being closed, a crowd had gathered outside. They gathered in small clusters, adorned with various gear, their expressions brimming with excitement. When Lu Wei arrived on his bicycle, he was relieved to find that the crowd at the entrance was still sparse. Fortunately, his foresight to come and wait overnight spared him from the daunting prospect of a line that might stretch all the way to France by morning. At that point, acquiring a book would be an impossible feat indeed. Their collective goal was singular: to obtain a copy of the highly anticipated collection of fairy tales by Chen Yi, set to release at dawn. No one could have predicted that a children's storybook could incite such fervent enthusiasm, prompting so many to brave the night in line. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Chen Yi's tales had captivated the hearts of many. They revealed that fairy tales are not merely vessels of beauty. Through the juxtaposition of good and evil, they often underscore the preciousness of virtue. Furthermore, the collection includes numerous narratives with seemingly grim conclusions that nonetheless provoke profound reflection. Take, for instance, The Little Match Girl or The Little Mermaid. In both tales, the protagonists depart from this world, and while their endings may appear tragic, they convey distinct forms of strength and wisdom. Thus, it is not just children who are enchanted by Chen Yi's fairy tales. Many adults share this affection. This overwhelming popularity led to the pre-order slots vanishing within mere minutes of their online release, prompting countless individuals to stake out at physical stores in the dead of night. As time wore on, the line outside Xinhua bookstore grew increasingly lengthy. By the time the sun rose the following day, it had swelled to several hundred eager patrons, a diverse array of individuals. Some were simply ardent fans of the book, others were followers of Chen Yi's music, while some were merely opportunists, poised to profit from the frenzy. Given the current fervor, acquiring a single copy could yield a price surge, potentially doubling or even tripling upon resale. At 7:30 a.m., the person responsible for opening the bookstore ambled toward the entrance, breakfast in hand, only to be taken aback by the sight of the lengthy queue. What on earth was happening? Had he mistakenly wandered into an Apple store? But it wasn't even the season for new product launches. What could possibly compel this line? He rubbed his eyes, confirming that this was indeed a bookstore. Furrowing his brow, he approached the queue and inquired, "Excuse me, what are you all waiting in line for?" The patrons looked at him quizzically and replied, "We're here for Chen Yi's fairy tale collection." "Don't you know?" "Of course I do," he responded. "But is this book truly that popular?" "If memory serves me correctly, only a few hundred copies arrived yesterday, and it seems there aren't nearly enough for everyone here." "Absolutely," came the enthusiastic reply. "This book's online pre-orders sold out in an instant. If I manage to secure a copy today, it shall be cherished in my home." "Ah, I see." The opener nodded, moving toward the front of the line. "Hey, why aren't you in line?" Someone from the crowd scolded. "If you want to buy a book, go to the back. As long as I'm here, no one is cutting in line." The doorman gazed at him, leisurely producing a key, and inquired, "I am here to unlock the door. Are you certain you want me to queue at the back?" "Damn it. Then hurry up." The crowd erupted in excitement, chanting for the door to open, eager to purchase the fairy tale collection. No shoving, one at a time, the doorman approached the entrance, and as he turned the lock, he felt an immense force surge from behind, causing the door to burst open. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. After regaining his composure, he noticed a throng had already filled the bookstore. Their intentions were unmistakable. They stormed directly towards the fairy tale section, disregarding everything else. Concurrently, similar scenes unfolded in various locations. At that moment, the entrances of nearly all bookstores, large and small, were overwhelmed, creating an illusion among bookstore owners and employees that the physical economy might indeed be reviving. Meanwhile, in the studio, Chen Yi's phone rang incessantly. Almost everyone who had his number called to inquire whether they could purchase the fairy tale collection. Minister Wang, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have no books at hand. I am currently negotiating with the publisher to secure additional copies. Rest assured, I will deliver any books I acquire to you at the earliest opportunity. After hanging up on Wang Tongxiao, Chen Yi promptly switched off his phone, finally exhaling in relief. Shuya, what did the publisher say? He asked, turning to Shuya. They mentioned that many bookstores called early this morning requesting restocks. And now, the publisher has very limited inventory left. They can provide us with a maximum of 30 copies. Only 30 copies? Chen Yi furrowed his brow. This is far from sufficient. It won't even cover the giveaways in the live stream, let alone gifts for others. Can you ask them if they can allocate a few more? Shuya shook her head. They did not anticipate such a scenario. They said the factory has been urged to expedite printing, but there will certainly still be a shortage in the short term. What should we do? Chen Yi sighed. I promised my viewers that we would hold a giveaway today. 30 copies are far too few. Wow, Teacher Chen. Someone on Xinyu is already selling your book for 3 times the price. His assistant, Song Lingling, exclaimed in astonishment. 3 times? Chen Yi calculated. Over 60 each? Are these people insane? Shuya suggested, why don't we purchase all the copies available on Xinyu? At the very least, we need to ensure you have books for the afternoon giveaway, and I suspect buying now might still be cheaper. The prices will likely rise by this afternoon. Chen Yi lamented, as the original author, have I truly descended to the point of needing to pay a markup for my own book? This is utterly disheartening. The author has a message. I heard the tipping feature is in public beta. Ultimately, Chen Yi acquiesced to Shuya's proposal and began a fervent acquisition of fairy tale books available in the city, successfully procuring 100 copies by the afternoon live stream, at a cost exceeding 6,000 yuan. By the time he commenced his live broadcast, the price per book had indeed surged, escalating from over 60 to nearly 70 or 80 yuan. So, was this endeavor ultimately a devastating loss or a triumphant gain? Chen Yi shook his head, dismissing the need for contemplation, and instead commenced his live broadcast. Brothers, how goes the battle? Have you all managed to procure the fairy tale collection? He inquired promptly. In the next moment, the barrage of comments erupted into a chorus of lamentation. What a joke. I woke up at the crack of dawn to stake my claim at the bookstore, only to be informed by the owner that within mere minutes of opening, all the books were snatched up. I went there before the store even opened, and guess what I saw? A long, snaking queue stretching from the bookstore door to around the corner. One might think a new model was being released. I'm astounded. Never did I imagine that people would go to such lengths for a mere fairy tale book. I checked on secondhand platforms, and some sellers are already pricing them over 80 apiece. Is this for real? It's not even a limited edition. Indeed, the bookstore owner confirmed that the publisher was already rushing to print more copies, and a second batch would be available shortly. So everyone, stay calm. And do not resort to buying from scalpers on those resale sites. It only fuels their audacity. Honestly, those who are purchasing on resale sites must be out of their minds, right? Surely no one would actually spend several times the original price on a book. Chen Yi mused, sensing a slight sting of irony in the situation. He suddenly lost the desire to hold a lottery for this group of individuals. Dear viewers, he began, the comments are indeed correct. I have communicated with the publisher, so those who missed out need not fret. It will be available again soon. Moreover, I have some delightful news to share. Through my efforts, I have secured 100 copies of the book, which I will personally sign, and then raffle off to you all as a token of appreciation for your patience during my absence from streaming. Chen Yi's expression shifted, and his heart raced as he began to weave a tale. He would never disclose to his viewers that these books were procured at an exorbitant price. Absolutely not. Wait, really? Signed editions? Quick, let us draw. I can hardly contain my excitement. Tell me, will it be card-based or glow-stick-based? Hurry. Chen Yi pondered for a moment, deciding that since it was a gesture of gratitude, there was no need for gifts. Instead, he resolved to hold the drawing via the comments. On the count of 3, you'll all start sending comments, and I will take a random screenshot. 3, 2, 1, begin. As he spoke, a deluge of comments flooded in, causing the live stream to lag. Chen Yi began capturing screenshots, selecting random positions to ensure fairness. On Weibo, related topics quickly gained traction as various media outlets eagerly reported on the morning's bookstore frenzy. Simultaneously, another piece of news regarding Chen Yi began to trend. His debut album, titled E, was set to be released soon, with a sneak peek of the lead single available for listening. The Weibo posts were accompanied by a brief video, approximately 10 seconds long, featuring a clip from the song, Oh, How I Wish to Love This World. In the footage, Chen Yi stood enveloped in darkness, a beam of light cascading down upon him as he raised his hand, seemingly attempting to grasp that very illumination. Chen Yi is actually releasing an album? Brothers, let's go. I have never heard this song before. Is it a new release? Chen Yi, could you possibly delay the album's release? Within such a short span, there are both a fairy tale collection and an album emerging. It feels as though the landlord's pantry is empty. Please have mercy on me. Chen the Butcher. I truly have nothing left. On the same day, 2 events simultaneously gained momentum, both swiftly finding their way to the trending search rankings. By evening, a mere 10-second clip surged to a view count in the millions. The fervor is undeniably immense. In the studio, and Xiaohua observed the myriad of messages circulating online and turned to Shuya beside her. Have you purchased additional promotions? Shuya shook her head. No. I merely followed your advice to have a few marketing accounts share the video. We didn't even buy our way onto the trending list. Then how did this heat rise so swiftly? And Xiaohua marveled, at this rate, we can almost forego any other promotions in the coming days. Shuya blinked thoughtfully. It's actually quite normal. Trending topics are second nature for Chen Yi. He ascends easily. And Xiaohua pondered the various trending topics from before and nodded. Indeed, this fellow does possess a natural talent for garnering attention. This works in our favor, saving us considerable promotional expenses. Now we shall see how well the album sells. A few days later, on the eve of the album's release, Lu Wei, sporting dark circles under his eyes, prepared once more to queue overnight. This time, his mother did not hesitate. She rushed over and twisted Lu Wei's ear, scolding, You little rascal, are you planning to sneak out to surf the internet again? You escaped last time. You shall not step out of this house today. Ouch, that hurts. Ma, let go. Lu Wei winced as he escaped from his mother-esque grasp. He looked at her earnestly. Mom, do you respect my dreams? His mother paused, replying, of course. Have you ever heard this story? Lu Wei took a deep breath and began to embellish the recent events surrounding Chen, detailing how unfortunate he had been, how hard he had worked, and how successful he had become, all accentuated by that 10-second clip, which profoundly shocked his mother. Mom, do you think someone like this could properly guide my life as an idol? His mother nodded. Then I should support my idol's album, right? His mother nodded again. Exactly. Goodbye, Mom. Lu Wei beamed, then swiftly dashed out the door. You little brat, come back. Lu Wei's mother suddenly realized and rushed outside. But there was no trace of her son to be found. This time, a line of eager fans once again graced the streets in the dead of night. Although the scene was somewhat improved compared to a few days prior, it was still a grand spectacle. The queue, however, had shifted from bookstores to various music shops. Chapter 92. Album sales. With the advancement of the internet, many physical music stores have vanished, as one can effortlessly search online to listen to the desired songs. Who would willingly spend hundreds of dollars on a tangible album? Consequently, numerous artists have opted for a simultaneous online and offline release strategy for their albums. This phenomenon was particularly pronounced on Earth in a previous lifetime, where many top-tier singers might only sell around 100,000 physical albums in a year, while digital albums could exceed 1 million in sales. Although this world is somewhat different, the decline in physical album sales has not yet reached such drastic levels. However, gold records selling over 500,000 copies in a year remain exceptionally rare. Perhaps, in a few years, this world will develop similarly to the previous Earth, ushering in the era of the demise of physical albums. Yet, the silver lining is that this era has not truly arrived. Thus, on the night of the album release, Tang Yi's studio was ablaze with lights. Aside from Shuya attending to Xiaotang, everyone else was seated before their computers, eagerly awaiting data from various locations, including Gao Dying. He was filled with confidence regarding Chen Yi's album and was keen to witness whether Chen Yi could achieve another sales miracle before the era of decline set in. The first month is paramount for physical album sales, despite annual awards accounting for total sales over the year. It has been demonstrated that the sales in the first month often constitute over 95% of annual sales, with the majority occurring in the first week. Late at night, just past midnight, voices erupted from the computers in the studio. I have 31,518 physical sales here. I have 27,126. Here, I have 36,502. Total. Tell me the total. Gao Dying exclaimed, visibly excited. A total of 95,146 copies. Song Lingling shouted. It's secured. Gao Dying clapped his hands, looking at Chen Yi with enthusiasm. We have gold record sales. Selling nearly 100,000 on the first day undoubtedly indicates that the first month sales could exceed 400,000, and with continued sales thereafter. Reaching 500,000 for the year is absolutely within reach. Chen Yi sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sofa. He had been genuinely anxious. After all, aside from the title track, the rest of the songs had already circulated widely online, leading many to forego purchasing the album, opting instead to listen to the title track alone. Fortunately, his fans proved to be incredibly supportive, achieving nearly 100,000 in sales on the very first day. The atmosphere in the office was filled with excitement, save for Xiaohua, who maintained her composure. She held a cup of coffee and inquired, "What about the online aspect? How are the new song charts performing?" Song Lingling quickly turned back to her computer, and after a moment, replied, "The title track I Really Want to Love This World has topped the new song chart on NetEase Cloud, with comments exceeding 100,000. The music chart is also at the top. As for the others, Dissolve Your Sorrows and Fairy Tale Town have both entered the top 10. Regarding the digital album," Song Lingling paused momentarily before continuing. "The digital album sales have exceeded 400,000. Upon hearing this news, and Xiaohua finally felt a sense of relief and settled onto the sofa. This endeavor, whether it be the digital or physical album, undoubtedly shattered the highest record achievable by a newcomer. It can be said that Chen Yi has made a resounding impact in the entertainment industry. From this day forth, everyone will be aware that a super rookie, Chen Yi, has emerged in the music scene." At this juncture, Gao Dajin sighed, "Unfortunately, there are less than a month left until the Golden Melody Awards. Otherwise, with our achievements, we could aim not merely for Best Newcomer, but rather for Best Male Singer outright." He lamented, "To clinch the Best Male Singer award right at the debut would be an unparalleled honor. This year, securing the Best Newcomer award would be commendable enough." "Don't be greedy," and Xiaohua retorted with a playful glare at Gao Dajin, instantly lightening the atmosphere in the studio. Chen Yi flashed Agudin, stating that whether it be Best Newcomer or Best Male Singer, his goal was simply to win an award and fulfill the system's task, rendering the distinction of little consequence to him. He stood up and declared, "Thank you all for your hard work today. Let us go. I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack. Additionally, you all have a day off tomorrow. Take a good rest at home." "Wow, really? The boss is the best. Well, have I ever deceived you? Come on, let us move." Chen Yi chuckled and then turned to Xiaohua and Gao Dajin, who were still stationary, and Jia. "Gao Ge, aren't you joining us?" And Xiaohua shook her head. "You all go ahead. I won't join the fun." Gao Dajin added with a smile, "You young people should enjoy yourselves. Don't mind us." "All right, then we shall go." Chen Yi waved goodbye to the two as he exited the studio. Meanwhile, in a villa district of Jingbei City, Yining Xue was at home, applying a face mask on her bed. At that moment, her phone, resting nearby, suddenly buzzed with a text message notification. Picking it up, she saw that the message was from an unknown number, stating, "First day sales of 95,000. Digital album over 400,000. Upon reading this data, Yining Xue's expression shifted. This Chen Yi is truly remarkable. In this era, selling over 90,000 physical albums signifies that annual sales will undoubtedly surpass 500,000, which means a gold record is almost a certainty. Contemplating this, Yining Xue retrieved her phone and dialed her assistant's number. With Chen Yi's current achievements, he would certainly be in contention for this year's Best Newcomer at the Golden Melody Awards. It was high time for her to take action. The following morning, having granted the studio staff a day off, Chen Yi luxuriated in a rare lion. With Xiao Tang in the capable hands of Shuya, he felt no worry at all. Shuya and the little one, in perfect harmony, chose not to disturb Chen Yi, who was lounging on the sofa. They even opted to have breakfast outside, rather than in the house. After their morning routines, the duo headed out directly. However, it was not long after the two had departed when Chen Yi's phone began to ring, startling him from his slumber. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, he noticed the caller ID displayed the name and Xiaohua, and instantly his drowsiness dissipated. He hurriedly answered, "Sisterin, what is it?" And Xiaohua's voice came through softly. "I have arranged several media interviews for you. Please accompany me this afternoon." Chen Yi thought to himself how naive he had been to believe he might finally enjoy a leisurely morning. With a sigh, he nodded and replied, "All right." Just as he set his phone down, it rang again. This time, it was Director Zhou. "Xiao Chen, the post-production of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio has been completed on my end. Do you have time to come and view the finished film?" "Absolutely." Chen Yi's eyes lit up, and all remnants of fatigue vanished. After months of anticipation, the film was finally ready, and he had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Reflecting on the past few months, he had transitioned from an employee at Everest to assigned host on Douyu, and now he was a singer. His identity had changed twice, and, at last, Yingning had completed her work. Indeed, filmmaking was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. It was fortunate that the system had presented him with a skill book related to music. Had it instead focused on acting, the situation would have been dire. Nevertheless, although the preparation took a considerable amount of time, a successful film could yield far greater impact and revenue than a song. With a gold record selling 500,000 copies yielding only 50 million, a blockbuster film could gross hundreds of millions, an entirely different magnitude. Thus, Chen Yi held immense hope for Yingning. Once she succeeded, the copyright fees for Strange Tales would undoubtedly soar several-fold. "All right, I will inform Xiaohua not to schedule any activities for you tomorrow, so you can come and see the finished film," Zhou chuckled. "Sound good." Chen Yi nodded, rising to begin his morning routine. Not long after, Shuya returned with the little one, bringing breakfast along with hot soy milk and buns. "Daddy, you're awake," the little one exclaimed, placing the meal on the table. "Here, breakfast." "Wow, thank you, Tang Tang," Chen Yi said, having completed his grooming. He stepped out of the bathroom and gave the little one a kiss. "Our Tang Tang has grown up and can take care of Daddy now." The child beamed sweetly, their cheeks rosy like a red Fuji apple. "By the way, Chen Yi, Sisterin just informed me that she has arranged a makeup team to come to the house shortly, so you should prepare." Chen Yi bit into a bun, his words muffled. "Why do they have to come here? Can't I get ready on site?" "Of course not. You are officially debuting now and have become an idol. There will be media and fans wherever you go. Thus, you cannot appear in such a disheveled state." "Ah, what a hassle." Chen Yi shook his head, continuing to focus on finishing his breakfast. Approximately half an hour later, there was a knock at the door, and Xiaohua had arrived with the makeup team. Observing the cramped two-bedroom apartment, and Xiaohua's brow furrowed slightly. "Sisterin, what's wrong? Please come in and have a seat," Chen Yi inquired, puzzled. "The space in your home is rather limited," sighed Xiaohua. "Once the album's settlement payment arrives, you must promptly acquire a more spacious residence. Is it merely a matter of applying makeup?" Chen Yi was taken aback and hurriedly stepped outside, only to find the words caught in his throat. At that moment, 4 individuals stood in the corridor, each adorned in splendid attire, accompanied by 3 large racks of clothing and an assortment of boxes placed beside them. Chen Yi's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg. "This is quite excessive. Isn't it? Does one person truly require such an abundance of items?" "Sisterin, this seems rather excessive," Chen Yi remarked in astonishment. "What constitutes excess? Today marks your inaugural formal media interview. Its significance is self-evident, and you must present yourself in the best possible light," and Xiaohua replied. "We should head to the company, as this space is insufficient." "Very well." Chen Yi numbly nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the company, the 3 individuals introduced themselves. Annie, who was responsible for makeup, Tony, who handled hairstyles, and Caesar, who managed the wardrobe, alongside Robin, who took charge of photography. It was evident that all four names were pseudonyms, a common practice in the fashion industry, which seems to have a penchant for adopting English names. Curiously, it appeared that all hairstylists were named Tony. Perhaps this is one of the industry's secrets. Chen Yi jested about this, after which Tony began to style his hair. The little one held Shuya's hand, gazing in awe at the array of sparkling garments and various items. She had never before seen so many glittering objects, and her face was a canvas of bewilderment. "Little one, you are adorable. What is your name?" Annie, waiting nearby, crouched down and smiled at the child. "I am Chen Xiaodang," the little one replied shyly. "Wow, you are simply delightful," Annie exclaimed, then turned to Chen Yi. "Mr. Chen, may I apply makeup on your daughter? She is too cute." Chen Yi chuckled. "Ask her. As long as she is willing, it is fine." "Great," Annie replied excitedly, then quickly turned to Caesar. "Caesar, didn't you bring a few children as Hanfu?" Caesar nodded. "Yes, they're in the box. I didn't have the chance to put them away after yesterday's costume event." "Wonderful." Annie beamed as she looked back at Xiaodang. "Little one, how would you like to have a beautiful makeup application and wear lovely clothes?" The child hesitated. Her large eyes filled with anticipation as she glanced at Chen Yi. He smiled and nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving his approval, the little girl grinned widely and eagerly nodded at Annie. Immediately, the team sprang into action. Annie began the makeup application, while Caesar selected outfits that suited the little girl's frame, and Robin eagerly prepared his camera. The makeup for a child is not overly intricate, especially since Xiaodang was naturally beautiful. Thus, Annie applied a simple touch and delicately added 3 small flower petals to the child's forehead. Within half an hour, the transformation of the little one was nothing short of remarkable. She donned a delicate Hanfu dress, holding a petite oiled paper umbrella, embodying the essence of a princess. The few individuals in the office were momentarily entranced. My goodness, how utterly adorable. Robin's hands seemed to act of their own accord, fervently clicking the shutter, a reflex of his instincts as a professional photographer. "Let us bring a few more outfits and venture out for a photo shoot. I have a hunch that Xiaodang is destined to captivate the entire internet," Robin suggested. "Absolutely." Annie and Caesar nodded in enthusiastic agreement. At that moment, and Xiaohua sighed in exasperation, "I implore you all, do not forget our primary task today. We need to get Chen Yi sorted first." The trio exchanged a glance, awkwardly chuckling. "All right, how could we almost forget? Chen Yi similed WDD." It was all too real. Whenever he was with the little one, he naturally faded into the background, yet he was more than content with this role. After all, a father is meant to be the supporting character for his daughter. An hour later, Chen Yi's makeup was finally complete. "Wow, the father is handsome and the daughter is beautiful and charming. What a celestial pair you two are," Annie remarked, shaking her head in admiration. Chapter 94, the grand photo shoot of father and daughter in the Zhanghai Angel Park, with still some time before noon. The four could no longer contain their eagerness to capture a magnificent photo shoot after finishing Chen Yi's makeup. They ushered the father and daughter duo downstairs. To compliment the little one, Chen Yi also donned Hanfu. Hand in hand, they strolled through the park, instantly becoming a picturesque sight. Robin's camera never ceased its clicking. As he exclaimed, "This shot is perfect, and this one too. No, I should just record a video instead." "Teacher Chen, stop here and crouch down to look at Xiaodang." "Yes, just like that." Annie continuously issued commands from the sidelines, and Chen Yi complied with each one. Gradually, more onlookers gathered, encircling them. "My word, what divine beauty is this? Is that Chen Yi and his daughter Xiaodang? I've seen his live stream." The spectators eagerly whipped out their phones to snap photos or record videos, and Xiaohua stood nearby, not intervening at this moment. Any positive news regarding Chen Yi served as excellent promotion, beneficial for album sales, so she certainly wouldn't interfere. The shoot continued until lunchtime when Xiaohua finally called a halt, leading Chen Yi back to the studio. "Did you enjoy your morning shoot, Tang Tang?" Chen Yi asked with a smile in the office. The little one nodded, grinning yes. "I wore so many beautiful outfits. I had so much fun." "Good," Chen Yi said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "As long as you're happy. Daddy won TB around this afternoon, so you must behave, all right?" The little one nodded earnestly. After lunch, Chen Yi bid farewell to the little one and departed for the interview site. Annie and the others dispersed, leaving Robin behind in the studio, diligently working on editing the photos and videos at his computer. He could hardly contain his eagerness to share this collection of videos and photographs online, harboring a premonition that they would surely grace the trending list by afternoon. Indeed, as if to affirm his intuition, around 3 in the afternoon, a post titled Celestial Beauty, father and daughter began to circulate wildly across various social media platforms, such as Weibo and Douyin, swiftly ascending the trending charts. Oh my! Little Tang in traditional attire. Whose princess is this? Absolutely adorable. Little Tang must be just over 3 years old. Chen Yi, wait for me. I am going to have a son, and I must ensure he marries your daughter. To the one above, your chances are gone. I have already sent my son for cosmetic surgery. Little Tang, tell me, what kind of face do you prefer? I shall have my son transformed accordingly. The praise is overwhelming, I humbly concede. The comments across various platforms were predominantly effusive, yet there were exceptions. For instance, Chen Yi is utterly disgusting, having just announced his debut and already exploiting his daughter for publicity. Shameless. Indeed, it was evident that little Tang's beauty was inherited from her mother, which is likely why Chen Yi adamantly refused to return his daughter to Yi Ningxue. It was all for self-promotion. My heart aches for little Tang, who, at such a tender age, is being transformed into a mere tool for her father's profit. At Communication University, in the student dormitory, after wrapping up with Ying Ning, Lin Si returned to school. She had been enjoying scrolling through Weibo and Douyin, captivated by the ethereal beauty of Chen Yi and little Tang, when her gaze fell upon a few nauseating comments. Damn these people! In an instant, Lin Si's anger surged uncontrollably. How could these individuals harbor such darkness within? All over a simple set of photographs? Enraged, she opened her laptop, logged in, and accessed the Anban Row group. Chen Yi's status had transitioned from streamer to singer, yet the Anban Row group showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it continued to expand. As of now, the group they established had surpassed 20, with countless smaller groups emerging. Brothers and sisters, Lin Si proclaimed in the group, subsequently uploading screenshots of the Weibo comments. It is time to fight back. This group is clearly comprised of Yi Ningxue's fans stirring trouble. We cannot allow these individuals to tarnish Chen Yi's reputation. I've seen it too. These people have truly dark minds. Enough talk, charge. Let the battle anthem play. The atmosphere in the group became fervent. The so-called battle anthem was none other than World of War. Ever since the Yulu Festival, when Chen Yi composed this song, it had reversed the tide of the situation, becoming the battle hymn for Anban Row's crusade. Whenever there was a wave of online trolls disparaging Chen Yi, they would unleash this song and mobilize for combat. The lyric, "The moment war breaks out, not a soul in the city is spared," had become their rallying cry. With this backing, the fighting spirit of Anban Row undoubtedly soared to new heights. Throughout this period, they had never lost a battle in the online arena, and this time will be no different. Within less than half an hour, the malicious accounts on Weibo were inundated with backlash, leading to the closure of their private messaging and commenting features. Some, overwhelmed by the negativity, even chose to deactivate their accounts. In the dormitory, Lin Si took a sip of water and sighed. Is this really the combat power of Yi fans? Is this all they can muster? How weak. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, having finally completed the interview, sat in the business car with a look of despondency. This brief hour of questioning had proven more exhausting than an entire day of live broadcasting. Despite the simplicity of the question and answer format, each of the interviewees' statements seemed to harbor multiple meanings, necessitating Chen Yi to decipher the true intent behind every response before he could reply. Beside him, and Xiaohua remarked, "Today's interview was relatively tame. Had I not intervened beforehand, their focus would certainly not have solely been on you and your album." Chen Yi smiled faintly. "I understand. It's Yi Ningxue they're most curious about." Speaking of Yi Ningxue, and Xiaohua pondered for a moment before continuing, "There's something I wonder if you are aware of." "What is it?" Chen Yi asked, intrigued. "The Morong Qingye who accompanied me to your interview has a good relationship with Yi Ningxue." "Really?" Chen Yi sat up straight, realization dawning upon him. That explains it. No wonder he offered such enticing terms during the interview. He must have been the one following me in his car afterward. Suddenly, Everything clicked into place for Chen Yi. Are you suggesting that this individual is likely an undercover agent sent by Yining Xue? He asked, keenly grasping the crux of the matter. And Xiuhua nodded. That's the suspicion. Yining Xue would send Murong Qingye to obstruct your entry into the entertainment industry. However, after you chose me, there has been no further action from her side. Why do you think that is? Chapter 95, a long-awaited lottery segment given her nature. She would not easily concede, Chen Yi reflected. Yet, the process of releasing my album has been remarkably smooth, with minimal obstacles. It is possible she has resorted to other tactics. That is a distinct possibility, and Xiuhua agreed, and she might have already inserted new insiders. Have you conducted background checks on the 3 little ones in the office? Not yet. Chen Yi shook his head. Those 3 were recruited by Xue, and I hardly inquired into their backgrounds. Over time, they seemed adequate, so I kept them on without considering the possibility of infiltration. If there were indeed an insider, the implications were chilling. It would mean every action he took was laid bare before Yining Xue, making any sabotage she planned exceedingly convenient. All right, I'll find someone to investigate this matter further, and Xiuhua said. In the meantime, try not to arouse suspicion. We must avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Understood. Chen Yi nodded, confident in his ability to maintain a fade with his current acting skills. However, this situation highlighted the depths of the entertainment industry, which were far more intricate than he had previously imagined. Without Njie's assistance, he might have remained blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking around him. Returning to the company. Although tomorrow is Sunday, those in this profession rarely acknowledge the concept of weekends. Typically, they take leave only when necessary. Otherwise, they remain at the office or accompany celebrities on outings. Originally, he was supposed to take an assistant with him to view the completed film tomorrow. However, following Sister Anne's earlier remarks, he decided against bringing anyone along. After informing Xue that he would not be coming to the office the next day, he returned home with the little one. Upon arriving home, he prepared dinner for the child. As they ate together, Chen Yi inquired, Tang, tomorrow is Sunday, so you don't have school. I need to step out for some matters. Would you like to accompany me or stay at home and play with Sister Xue? Will Daddy come back tonight? The little one blinked in curiosity. Of course I will return. Chen Yi assured. Then I will wait for Daddy at home, Tang replied. Why is that? Chen Yi asked, gently wiping a grain of rice from the corner of the child's mouth. Don't you want to go out with Daddy? The little one shook her head, saying, Daddy is going to work, not to play. I can't go. Chen Yi ruffled the child's hair, chuckling. Then I shall bring you a gift when I return. What would you like? Really? The child's eyes brightened, and after a moment of thought, she replied, I want the kind of clothes I wore today. Oh, do you like those clothes? Chen Yi asked. The little one nodded eagerly. All right, Daddy will buy them for you. Chen Yi said with a smile. Now, let us finish our meal before it gets cold. Later that night, after telling a story, the child fell into a deep slumber. After washing up, Chen Yi lay in bed, intending to scroll through his phone. The promotional efforts for the album remained fervent, despite the studio not investing further in marketing. The songs had been crafted with accompaniments reminiscent of his previous life. Coupled with Chen Yi's significant improvement in vocal skills, the quality of this album far surpassed the earlier series of performances. Such high-caliber work had naturally inspired many fans and listeners to advocate for it spontaneously. Simultaneously, the buzz from the morning's photos and videos had yet to dwindle. Chen Yi quickly stumbled upon related videos and Weibo posts, along with the comments beneath. Most were praises, while the few malicious remarks had been thoroughly rebutted by Lin Si and others, leaving no room for retorts. Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that after finishing the shoot, Lin Si had found herself with some leisure time again. In truth, such comments did not warrant attention. After all, one cannot please everyone. Those who dislike you will always find points to criticize, and engaging with every complaint only exhausts oneself. This notion was still lost on Lin Si. But once the film featuring Ying Ning premiered and she officially debuted, she would likely come to understand it gradually. Setting down his phone, Chen Yi reopened the system interface. During the recent period without live broadcasts and with little significant activity, only his 2 audiobook segments had generated any popularity, leading to a sluggish increase in his following during that time. However, with the official publication of the fairy tale collection and the release of the album, his popularity soared like a rocket, especially with the recent blockbuster featuring him and his daughter, which garnered him a significant surge in popularity, amassing over 2 million fans. With such an impressive following, he was eligible for 4 draws. It had been a long time since Chen Yi had participated in a draw, and his hand itched with anticipation, prompting him to decisively click on the lottery page. He spent 50,000 fans, and the draw commenced. This draw allows for an increased wager. Would you like to stake more? A dialog box appeared. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yi chose to decline. Following the system upgrade, he had yet to explore the treasures within the draw pool, so it was prudent not to increase his wager at this time. A slightly more exquisite lucky bag materialized, followed by a shimmering tricolored light, revealing a round object on screen. I have insight. Upon use, you will gain the observation skills of a master detective for half an hour, enabling you to effortlessly discern the inner emotions reflected on others' faces. This item would undoubtedly prove invaluable at critical moments. Chen Yi placed the Eye of Insight into his backpack and initiated the second draw. After a flash of light, a 6-sided die appeared on the screen. Difficulty die upon use. It will increase the difficulty of adverse events for the user by a factor of 16 for half an hour. Chen Yi's eyes widened. This too was a remarkable item. Once activated, it would become exceedingly difficult for others to harm him. For instance, if someone intended to berate him via text, their phone might explode instead. The drawing continued. For the third item, intermediate culinary skills. Upon use, it will enhance the user's cooking abilities to a certain degree. Chen Yi chuckled to himself, realizing that Little Tang would certainly benefit from this. He clicked on the final draw. Intermediate pop singing skills. Upon use, it will enhance the user's ability to perform popular songs to a certain extent. Chen Yi smirked, thinking this should have come earlier. Had it arrived sooner, the quality of his album could have been elevated even further. Nevertheless, it was better late than never. As he embarked on his career as a singer, his future activities would undoubtedly be plentiful, and an improvement in his singing prowess would be advantageous. After spending the skill books on culinary skills and pop singing skills, Chen Yi closed the system, tucked the little one snugly in the blanket, and closed his eyes. Chapter 96. Yingning's filmed the following day when Shuya arrived. Chen Yi had already prepared breakfast. With the boost from Intermediate Culinary Skills book, his cooking had become significantly more proficient. While he had yet to reach the level of a professional chef, the quality of his breakfast was undoubtedly a marked improvement compared to his previous efforts. You're here? The little one is still asleep. Come quickly and taste the breakfast I meticulously prepared. Shuya smiled and nodded. I smelled the aroma of the food as soon as I opened the door. I was wondering why I didn't feel like cooking this morning. It seems everything is perfectly arranged. Chen Yi shot her a glance. Save the literary flair for later. Just hurry up. Shuya chuckled and promptly took a seat at the dining table. The breakfast was simple. Pumpkin porridge accompanied by Chen Yi's homemade deep-fried dough sticks and fried eggs. Shuya delicately scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently, and cautiously took a sip. How is it? Chen Yi inquired with keen interest. Wow. Shuya's eyes widened in astonishment. The pumpkin was cooked to perfection, blending seamlessly with the rice grains. It slid smoothly into her mouth, requiring little chewing, and a subtle sweetness lingered on her tongue. How did you manage this? Chen Yi chuckled helplessly. Come on, sister, it's just porridge. You don't need to compose an essay about it. Shuya eagerly took another generous spoonful, and her face lit up with satisfaction. It's truly delicious, she exclaimed. Better than many pumpkin porridge dishes at restaurants. Can you teach me? When you're not around, I could make some for Xiaotang. Don't even think about it. Chen Yi replied with a smile. This is a secret recipe of the Chen family. I can't just share it. It's what secures my position in the little one's heart. How stingy of you. Shuya teased, shooting him a playful glance before eagerly biting into a fried egg, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Eat slowly. I'll go wake the little one, Chen Yi said with a chuckle, preparing to head back to the bedroom. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, the bedroom door swung open. Xiaotang, still rubbing her sleepy eyes, asked, Daddy, it smells so good. What did you cook? You're awake? Chen Yi similит indulgente. Xiaotang, come here. Your daddy made an amazing breakfast today. It's so delicious. Shuya chimed in, still hastily consuming her porridge. This culinary skill book is incredibly useful. Chen Yi smiled contentedly, then shot a sideways glance at Shuya. Just don't teach the little one any bad habits. She hasn't even brushed her teeth or washed her face yet. Come on, Xiao Tang. Let us get you cleaned up. After breakfast, Shuya took Xiao Tang to the studio while Chen Yi drove to the address provided by director Zhou. Wang Xiaohua and Zhao Miaomiao's studio was a joint venture by a couple specializing in post-production for films and television. Renowned in the industry and a longtime collaborator with director Zhou. Upon arrival, he parked and stood at the door, sending a message to director Zhou. Moments later. The studio door swung open, and director Zhou peeked out. Upon seeing Chen Yi alone outside, he quickly beckoned. Come in. What's going on? Chen Yi asked, slightly taken aback as he stepped into the studio. You're a rising star now. You can't just stand at the door without any disguise. If a paparazzo or a fan sees you, they'll block the entrance. Zhou remarked. Please, don't tease me. Chen Yi replied with a smile. I'm still a fourth-tier star. You won't be for long, Zhou said, looking earnestly at Chen Yi. Trust me. Once the Golden Melody Awards happen and you win Best Newcomer, you'll be shooting up to third tier in no time. I hope it goes that smoothly. Chen Yi answered with a grin. All right, most of the others have arrived. Let us get down to business, Zhou said, leading Chen Yi into one of the screening rooms. As Chen Yi entered, he discovered that the primary creative team of the film had gathered, including the leading actors and representatives from several investment companies. Upon seeing Chen Yi, Lindsay immediately approached him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, the great superstar has finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and retorted, don't tease me, you little rascal. What great superstar? Lindsay's smile widened, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the shores of Lugu Lake or the soft autumn rain nourishing Zhizhai Valley. Her innocent smile struck a chord, momentarily captivating the attention of many in the room. All right, everyone is here. Let us view the completed film. Afterward, please share any feedback you may have. The release date has yet to be set, so there is ample time for adjustments, said Zhou. The group nodded in agreement and settled into their seats. The screening commenced, and Chen Yi watched intently. For the next 2 hours, his gaze remained fixed on the large screen. It was undeniable that director Zhou's directorial prowess was remarkable, as he nearly flawlessly rendered the entire story of Ying Ning. The modifications made added a touch of brilliance, enhancing the overall film significantly. Witnessing the classic tale from another world come to life on the big screen stirred an indescribable emotion within Chen Yi. As the film concluded, applause erupted in the screening room. Zhou smiled at Chen Yi and inquired, as the original author, what do you think of the final product? Is there anything you're dissatisfied with? If so, please voice your thoughts. Adjustments can still be made. Chen Yi shook his head, looking earnestly at Zhou and director Zhou. You have truly excelled. The composition, narrative pacing, and special effects are nothing short of perfect, and the performances of the actors are commendable. This is precisely how I envisioned Ying Ning. Zhou regarded Chen Yi with skepticism and asked, Really? You aren't just flattering me, are you? Absolutely not. Every word is sincere, Chen Yi replied promptly. All right, Zhou nodded. In that case, we will not make any changes. This version will be the final film. Chen Yi nodded in agreement and then asked, when do you plan to release it, Director Zhou? I can hardly wait to see the audience's reaction. During the Spring Festival, Zhou contemplated, I'll submit it for review in the next few days and negotiate with the theaters. It should be possible to release it in time for the Spring Festival. Then I eagerly anticipate the arrival of Spring Festival. I will definitely book a screening to support it. Chen Yi declared enthusiastically. You'd better keep your word. I'll hold you to that, Zhou responded, sharing a knowing smile with Chen Yi. Chapter 97. Long time no see, confession stickers after watching the film. Chen Yi bid farewell to Director Zhou and prepared to buy clothes for the little one. At that moment, Lindsay approached and stopped him, saying, Chen the butcher, don't leave just yet. What's the matter? Chen Yi inwitted. It's nothing major. Could you please sign a few autographs for me? Lindsay chuckled softly as she pulled out several albums from her bag. She continued, I've managed to turn all my roommates into fans of your music. Given my efforts, would it be too much to ask for your autograph? Not at all. Just let me know how you like it signed. Should I add anything else besides my signature? Chen Yi replied with unbridled enthusiasm. Lindsay responded, just a simple signature will suffice. As she handed him the pen, she added with a smile, you really don't have to be so fervent. Did you realize that just now, you resembled an overly eager salesman? You don't understand. Chen Yi said while signing, everyone who buys an album is my customer, and customers are like deities. Thus, I must maintain a commendable service attitude. After finishing the signature, Chen Yi inquired, by the way, Lindsay, do you know where I can purchase Hanfu for children? The kind that is particularly beautiful? Are you looking to buy for Xiaotang? Lindsay responded, you've come to the right person. During my sophomore and junior years, I was the president of the Hanfu Club in our department. That is fantastic. Chen Yi's eyes brightened, astonished that a casual inquiry led him to an expert. Do you have time this afternoon to accompany me to select a few outfits? Lindsay shook her head. Do you think Hanfu is commonplace? You want to find quality pieces everywhere. The best Hanfu must be purchased online. I'll send you a few store links that guarantee both aesthetic appeal and quality. Chen Yi nodded. All right then. Soon, Lindsay sent several links to his WeChat. Upon opening them, Chen Yi was greeted by a dazzling array of Hanfu. And for a moment, he felt overwhelmed, unable to make a choice. I think I should let the little one choose at home. This is just too much, he said, shaking his head as he stowed away his phone. Upon returning to Zhanghai City, and noticing it was still early, Chen Yi decided to head to the company to pick up the little one. Just as he parked in the garage, his phone rang. It was Sister calling. How about the information? She said as soon as he answered. Your executive manager, Sun Ran, used to work for the same company as Yi Ningshue's assistant years ago. If there is indeed a mole, it's most likely him. What should I do? Chen Yi asked in a serious tone. Should I just go ahead and fire Sun Ran? That would be unwise, she cautioned. Firing someone without evidence could backfire and tarnish your reputation in the industry. It would be best to devise a plan that compels him to reveal his own misdeeds, which would justify his dismissal. Understood, Chen Yi replied, nodding as he ended the call. With a clear target in mind, the situation became significantly more manageable. He accessed the system after yesterday's lottery. He still had over 200,000 popularity points, which had now risen to over 300,000. Navigating to the marketplace, Chen Yi promptly spent 100,000 points to purchase the repentant stickers. These would prove invaluable in dealing with the mole. Entering the office, the little one greeted him with a bright smile. Chen Yi chuckled as he lifted the child into his arms and brought them into his office, where he retrieved his phone and opened the Taobao store, allowing the little one to browse and select their preferred outfits. Then, he took out the repentant stickers and stepped out of the office. The time for the performance had arrived. As Chen Yi entered the hall, he walked past the three little ones, casually affixing a confession sticker on his son Rant's back. He then clapped his hands and inquired, let us endure a bit longer together. Please keep a vigilant eye on the online data and our promotions across various social media platforms. Our studio is small, hence it is imperative that we work in unison. Understood? Understood. The crowd replied in unison. However, at that moment, a sobbing sound suddenly broke the atmosphere. Indeed, it was Sun Ran. He wept. I'm so sorry, Chen Yi. I haven't been loyal to you. I was sent by Yi Ningshue to spy on you. Every single move you make, I report back to her at every opportunity. Woe is me, I've erred. The office was immediately filled with incredulous gazes directed at Sun Ran. Are you serious, Sun Ran? They exclaimed, astonished by his confession, entirely overlooking the peculiarity of why he would suddenly break down in tears, especially since Chen Yi had merely spoken in a perfectly normal tone. Shuya stared at Sun Ran, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. Meanwhile, Sun Ran continued to weep, regardless of how sorrowful he appeared. Chen Yi could no longer retain him and decisively instructed Shuya to finalize his resignation. By the time Sun Ran composed himself, he found himself standing outside Zhanghai Plaza, clutching his belongings. Why on earth did I cry like that? Sun Ran pondered, furrowing his brow, utterly baffled by his sudden outburst and the reckless confession of his undercover status. Turning back to glance at the third floor, a shiver ran through him involuntarily. There must be ghosts here, he thought, hastily summoning a cab and fleeing Zhanghai Plaza without looking back, sending a message to Yi Ningshue. At Yi Ningshue's residence in Jingbei City, she stared at her phone, displaying the words I quit, her mind swirling with questions. She hurriedly attempted to call him for clarification. Yet, no matter how many times she dialed, Sun Ran refused to answer, eventually shutting his phone off entirely. Thus, she called her assistant, instructing, "You must find out what is going on with Sun Ran. Why did he suddenly quit without reason? And why won't he take my calls?" On the other end, her assistant, equally bewildered, promptly replied, "Understood. I'll look into it right away." Back at the studio, after dismissing Sun Ran, Chen Yi felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He returned to his office and sent a message to Xiaohua, then began focusing on purchasing the clothes the little one had selected. Just as he was engaged in a lively conversation with the seller, a knock sounded at the door, and Shuya entered, her eyes red from crying. "What's the matter?" Chen Yi set his phone down, gazing at Shuya in astonishment. "Chen Yi, I have failed you. I thought I could manage the studio effectively, but I inadvertently welcomed another traitor into our midst. Perhaps I am not suited to be a leader, so I've concluded that it would be best for me to leave." Chapter 98. The Achievement of the Golden Record and 6 Nominations in the Office. Chen Yi smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten this matter? Shuya's previous entrepreneurial failure stemmed from a traitor within the company who absconded with core secrets and key personnel, leading to its downfall. Now, with Sun Ran's incident, it would undoubtedly cause significant distress for Shuya, making her question her suitability as a leader. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This is not your fault. Besides, we haven't incurred much loss, have we? You need to be overly hard on yourself." Regardless of who it was, Sun Ran's situation was unavoidable. After all, we cannot thoroughly investigate every candidate's background before hiring them. That would not only be time-consuming, but also extraordinarily costly. Shuya shook her head, replying, "But I always seem to attract those with ulterior motives. Doesn't that indicate my poor judgment in assessing people?" Chen Yi sighed, stepping closer to her. "The human heart is inscrutable. Who can ever guarantee their ability to judge others accurately? Don't overthink it. I have witnessed your capabilities during this time. You're more than capable of managing this studio. Moreover, the Golden Melody Awards are imminent, and the promotional efforts for the album are in full swing. If you leave now, what am I to do? I won't have time to hire someone else." With reddened eyes, Shuya wanted to say something further, but Chen Yi smiled and patted her shoulder. "Regardless, let us wait until the end of the year to discuss it, all right? Little Tang wouldn't want you to go either. Would you, Little Tang?" "Shuya, yeah. Would you like some pretty clothes?" The little one approached with a phone in hand. "Let Daddy buy you a nice outfit. When you wear beautiful clothes, you won't feel sad anymore." Seeing the adorable child, Shuya finally cracked a smile. She nodded at Chen Yi and said, "All right then. That's the spirit." Chen Yi sighed in relief, handing her the phone. "Since Little Tang has suggested it, go ahead and pick something out as an employee benefit." "I want to be polite then." "Thank you, boss," Shuya replied with a smile, crouching down to start selecting clothes with the little one. Time passed slowly. The Golden Melody Awards drew ever closer. During this period, the studio had hired a new executive agent, and this time, Shuya meticulously conducted a background check, ensuring that he had no further connections with Yi Ningxue before allowing him to join. Chen Yi refrained from commenting. After all, another betrayal would not only unsettle Shuya, but could also disrupt his own mental state. On this particular night, with the Golden Melody Awards just a few hours away, the studio remained brightly lit. Apart from Shuya tending to Little Tang, everyone, including Xiaohua, was present. Their eyes were fixed intently on the computer, waiting for the album's sales data to be released. Initially, everyone believed that for E to achieve the sales necessary for a golden record, it would take several months, at the earliest by next year. Yet, who could have anticipated that during this period, while Yi's sales had declined, the decrease was not as drastic as expected. Even now, astonishingly, there are still thousands, even nearly 10,000 sales each day. Thus, as soon as the data is released tonight, the sales for are likely to surpass 500,000, thereby securing the coveted title of annual golden record. This remarkable achievement is undeniably linked to Chen Yi's diligent efforts in live streaming during this period. Beyond routine promotions, Chen Yi seizes every opportunity to go live, occasionally advertising his album. Whenever a fan sends a virtual rocket, amidst his expressions of gratitude, he often inquires, "Have you purchased the album? If not, hurry and buy one." This has become a signature phrase in his live streams, and soon, Fans began spontaneously echoing this sentiment whenever donations were made. It is precisely this engagement that has enabled the album to maintain a steady flow of sales each day. Gradually, as the clock struck midnight, an excited voice erupted from the office. It's broken, it's broken. Total sales, 502, 641. The moment these words were uttered, the entire office erupted in jubilant cheers, everyone brimming with excitement. The ranking has also changed. Another voice chimed in. Chen Yi has made it to the third line. Really? And Xiuhua's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. This secures the Best Newcomer award at the Golden Melody Awards. Who knows? You might even receive a nomination for Best Artist of the Year. Is there still time?" Chen Yi pondered it. The list of nominees for the Golden Melody Awards will be announced tomorrow, right? Absolutely. There is still time, and Xiuhua replied with a smile. As long as the list hasn't been officially published, changes are always possible. This year, you are the most likely candidate to achieve over 500,000 sales for a golden record. Naturally, the Golden Melody Awards will be keeping a close watch on this development. Now that we've surpassed the milestone, there is no doubt that you could be included in the Best Artist of the Year list. Chen Yi nodded. If that's the case, I won't be able to sleep tonight. And Xiuhua chuckled. You should get a good night's rest. This year, due to the approaching new year, I haven't scheduled you for too much work, but next year will be quite different. Chen Yi pouted. Sisterin, can't you let me revel in this joy for a few more days? Hearing this, the studio staff burst into laughter. The following morning, all social media platforms were destined for turbulence, as the annual list of nominees for the Golden Melody Awards was to be officially announced that day. As the most influential and credible award in the Chinese music scene, the Golden Melody Awards are a significant event. Securing even one award equates to recognition from the entire music industry. Countless artists and their fans eagerly awaited the announcement, refreshing the official Weibo and Douyin accounts of the Golden Melody Awards every few minutes. Finally, at 11 minutes past 11, the official Weibo of the Golden Melody Awards was the first to update. The content was simple, a single image displaying the list of nominees. In the office, Chen Yi and his team promptly clicked to enlarge the image, searching for Chen Yi's name. Found it. Best Composer of the Year. And wait, Best Newcomer. Wow. Best Lyricist too. Best Song. And Album of the Year. Yes, Album of the Year as well. In an instant, various voices echoed throughout the office. Chen Yi meticulously scrutinized the document before him, and at last, his gaze alighted upon the position for the Best Mandarin Male Singer at the 2020 Golden Melody Awards. 5 nominees were listed, and among them, boldly inscribed, was Chen Yi of Tang Yi Studio. Chen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly existed. This meant, in addition to the aforementioned nominations, he had received a total of 6 nominations. Chapter 99. We await your triumphant return, excellent. And Xiuhua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. With 6 nominations, if we can secure more than half, this year will be deemed a success. Our primary focus should be on the Best New Artist category. Henceforth, let us direct our promotional efforts accordingly. Understood? Understood. The team nodded in unison. Let us endure a bit longer. I promise a long holiday for everyone at the year's end. Chen Yi said with a smile. Hooray for the boss. Charge ahead. In that moment, the members of the studio united as one, launching into a concerted promotional campaign targeting the Golden Melody Awards, particularly for the Best New Artist category. This was a crucial step in their promotional strategy. The louder the clamor, the greater the likelihood of winning. This phenomenon partly explained why past winners of the Golden Melody Awards were often the favored candidates, with surprises being exceedingly rare. As for the Best Mandarin Male Singer category, hardly anyone had considered it. After all, aside from Chen Yi, the remaining nominees were predominantly top-tier stars, whose fan bases and promotional efforts far surpassed their own. Attempting to contend in that arena would only squander resources. For Chen Yi, merely being nominated was already the highest form of validation. Soon, the day before the awards ceremony arrived. The Golden Melody Awards ceremony was to be held in the city of Beishur, Long Island Province, necessitating an early journey to the venue. In the room, Chen Yi finished packing his belongings, reluctantly holding his little one for a farewell. Dang dang. You must listen to Sister Shuya while I'm away, understand? Remember to video call Daddy at the scheduled time, and be sure to remind Sister Shuya. All right? Chen Yi instructed. With the end of the semester approaching, the kindergarten was also conducting final assessments. Thus, to ensure his little one achieved good results, Chen Yi chose not to take her along, but rather left her at home under Shuya's care. All right, it's just 2 or 3 days. Look how anxious you are, Shuya said helplessly. You're overly attached to Tang Tang. Sometimes I even wonder who is truly the parent here. Chen Yi sukofut. You don't have children yet, so you wouldn't understand. Just take good care of Tang Tang. If she loses weight when I return, I won't let you off easily, he said, adopting a fierce expression. Shuya laughed. Fine, weigh Tang Tang now. If she weighs less when you return, you can do as you please. Chen Yi huffed, stood up, grabbed his luggage, and waved to his little one. Tang Tang, Daddy is leaving now. Daddy, wait a moment. The little one looked at Chen Yi and suddenly stepped forward. Chen Yi squatted down again and inquired, what is the matter? Is there anything else? The little one remained silent, cupping Chen Yi's face with both hands before planting a kiss on his cheek, then smilingly declared, Goodbye, Daddy, with our little princess's lucky kiss. You will surely triumph this time. Chen Yi's face broke into a broad grin as he replied cheerfully. Upon exiting the residential complex, the car that Sister had arranged was already waiting. Noticing Chen Yi's descent, she suddenly furrowed her brows and exclaimed, Hey, why are your eyes so red? The wind and dust got to me. Chen Yi responded nonchalantly. He couldn't very well admit that it was due to his reluctance to part with his daughter, which would shatter the strong image he had built over the years. As the vehicle made its way to the airport, the makeup artist approached him as soon as he entered the car, saying, Let's get started. Chen Yi asked, Started with what? Don't you understand? The airport is akin to a battlefield for celebrities. Sister explained. Especially on a day like today, many stars will be flying to Long Island Province. With numerous photos circulating, if you look disheveled and have red eyes, your popularity will plummet among the public. With a sigh, Chen Yi reclined in his seat, adopting a posture of surrender. He found this whole process rather bothersome, feeling it bore a striking resemblance to a mere performance. However, he felt powerless to change anything. After all, he was just a minor player in the 3rd tier and not yet in a position to contend with the market. While lounging in his seat, Chen Yi took the opportunity to summon the system interface again during the makeup session. Thanks to the recent promotional activities, his popularity had surged back up to over 2 million. It was time for another lottery draw. After contemplating, he decided to draw twice, reserving 1 million in popularity for unforeseen circumstances. As the string of the fortune bag was untied, a radiant glow emanated, revealing another die-like item on the interface. Another difficulty die? Chen Yi pondered, momentarily perplexed, realizing that 1 was manageable, but 2 would not stack. However, his brow furrowed in intrigue the next moment. For this die appeared different from the previous one. The name section bore an additional negative mark. Difficulty die, negative. Upon use, the user will find all tasks significantly easier for half an hour. This is intriguing. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled. If everything became easier, using this die during the award ceremony would surely secure him the newcomer award with ease. He stored it in his backpack and continued the lottery draw. With a flash of 3 colors, this time, he received a skill book. Piano proficiency, medium. Using this will enhance the user's piano proficiency to a certain degree. Skill books are always more advantageous in abundance, especially one pertaining to the piano, known as the king of musical instruments. The piano is undoubtedly a requisite for all vocalists due to its vast range, encompassing nearly every musical genre, whether for solo performances, ensembles, or accompaniment. The piano possesses formidable expressive power. Without a second thought, Chen Yi decided to utilize it, and soon enough, his mind brimmed with newfound piano techniques. After finishing his makeup, Chen Yi closed his eyes and rested for a while. The airport had arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, he was greeted by a throng of people, each holding various signs adorned with pictures or names of different celebrities. Before Chen Yi could spot his own sign, he heard many voices calling his name. Turning in that direction, he saw a group of men and women brandishing signs in support of him and excitedly rushing towards him. The airport security, already prepared, quickly surrounded Chen Yi and his companions, ensuring that the fans could not get too close. Thank you all for your hard work. Chen Yi waved at the crowd and then added, the weather is getting cold, so please take care to keep warm and head home early. Don't crowd here. It's all right. We came to see you off. Chen Yi, you must win an award. We will be waiting for your triumphant return. Yes, we will await your victory. The fans enthusiastically cheered as they followed Chen Yi's footsteps inward. However, at that moment, a security personnel suddenly shouted, "Step back. Can't you understand?" He then forcefully pushed forward, colliding directly with one of the fans. That fan was just a young girl. How could she withstand such a forceful shove from the security? Almost instantaneously, as soon as the guard's hand made contact, the girl lost her balance and began to fall backward. Be careful. The crowd erupted into chaos, and Xiaohua's eyes widened in alarm. If she fell hard, given the current tumult, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. If this incident were captured and posted online, regardless of public opinion, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on Chen Yi, especially at such a critical moment, potentially affecting the selection for the Golden Melody Awards. And Xiaohua panicked and rushed to support the young fan, but her age hindered her reaction speed. She realized she might be too late. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the fan, moving with lightning speed to grasp her and pull her back to safety. That figure, of course, was Chen Yi. With his quick reflexes, he acted almost instantaneously after the guard's push, stabilizing the girl before she could fall. Are you all right? Chen Yi asked with genuine concern as he looked at the fan. Clearly still in shock, the fan could hardly comprehend what had just occurred. Yet, as she gazed closely at Chen Yi's handsome face post-makeup, her cheeks flushed crimson. Stammering, she replied, "I am fine." And Xiaohua stood frozen, staring at Chen Yi, completely unaware of when he had dashed over. Nevertheless, saving that fan was ultimately a positive outcome. Not only had he averted a crisis, but public sentiment would likely shift in a more favorable direction. She let out a long sigh of relief, and at that moment, the crowd finally began to react. Chen Yi, you are amazing. What incredible reflexes. Chen Yi, you are so impressive. A throng of ardent fans gazed intently, yet Chen Yi's countenance gradually grew colder. He turned to the security guard and demanded an apology. Why should I? The guard retorted, defiantly holding his ground, devoid of remorse. I was merely fulfilling my duty. Is it wrong to push her away when they got so close? Apologize, Chen Yi reiterated without further comment. Indeed, even if you were merely performing your duty, that does not justify your actions. Exactly. Can't you express yourself properly? What is pushing someone? A grown man resorting to violence against a girl. Do you have no shame? The security guard remained obstinate. Chen Yi, unfazed, accessed the system panel and opened the marketplace. He had always been protective. All his fans were akin to friends in his eyes. They could be bullied, but not as friends. Should the guard refuse to apologize, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the power of the repentant sticker. Old Wang, don't stir trouble. Just apologize and let this matter go. Hurry up, another guard whispered, tapping him on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the first guard's expression shifted, and he reluctantly turned to the young girl, saying, I'm sorry. It's all right. I didn't fall, the girl replied with a smile, displaying her magnanimity. With the matter settled, Chen Yi closed the system panel and addressed his fans. All right, I'll head inside now. Don't linger too long. Return home early, understood? Go for it, Chen Butcher. Chen Yi, we support you. The fans nodded in agreement, halting their steps. I will. Chen Yi smiled before entering the airport, with Xiaohua and others hastily catching up. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident. Chen Yi boarded the plane smoothly, arriving at Changbei City in Long Island Province for the Golden Melody Awards. Although there were fans present at the airport, their numbers were modest, preventing any unforeseen occurrences. After greeting the fans, Chen Yi boarded the vehicle prepared by the awards organizers and checked into the hotel. And yeah, the incident has indeed begun to circulate on Weibo, Assistant Song Lingling remarked, scrolling through her phone in the hotel room. It hasn't made the trending list, has it? And Xiaohua inquired. It has, but its rank is low, somewhere in the 30s. Then quickly contact the Weibo team to suppress this matter, and Xiaohua instructed. Why? Song Lingling asked, puzzled. Isn't this incident a testament to Chen Yi's good character? Promoting it could work to our advantage, right? If it were a complete video, it would undoubtedly benefit us. But what if it is not? Chen Yi interjected. if someone maliciously edits it to show only the moment of the guard pushing. Public sentiment could turn against us. Rumors spread like wildfire, while refuting them requires great effort. Even those who know the truth may indulge in the spectacle. Especially at this critical juncture, it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. After hearing Chen Yi's rationale, Song Lingling finally understood, nodded, and promptly turned to contact the Weibo team. And Xiuhua gazed at Chen Yi in astonishment, remarking on his perceptiveness and notable progress. With a hint of resignation, Chen Yi replied, "Sister, I'm not an idiot. I can certainly grasp this." And Xiuhua nodded in approval, smiling silently. The following day, the highly anticipated Golden Melody Awards ceremony commenced. In the afternoon, a host of celebrities adorned in elegant attire boarded the organizers' vehicles en route to the event. The first spectacle of the occasion was, of course, the red carpet. If the fashion at the airport could be likened to a minor skirmish in the wilderness, then the red carpet represented a grand battle of mid-game significance. Compared to the red carpet at the Douyu Carnival, the Golden Melody Awards was on an entirely different level. While internet celebrities and streamers might falter under the spotlight, the stars undoubtedly would not. They donned a variety of meticulously designed gowns, each showcasing their most beautiful or dashing selves. In Shanghai City, at Chen Yi's residence, the award ceremony was being streamed live online. Thus, Xiuhua had eagerly opened the live broadcast interface, awaiting the results. On the screen, one celebrity after another graced the red carpet, striking various poses to capture the attention of the attending media. The little one was transfixed by the computer screen and soon exclaimed with delight, "Sister Xiuhua, look, it's Daddy. Daddy is on television." Xiuhua refrained from correcting the child, her eyes sparkling as she too watched the screen. The author wishes to convey, with this being the 100th chapter, it undoubtedly marks a significant milestone, hence a playful nod to the book's title, "Haha,